Even though you traveled back in time 18 years and exercised extreme self-discipline, you were forced by a powerful and influential enemy to be expelled by the principal on the eve of the college entrance exams until, in a fit of rage, you downed an entire bottle of hard liquor. With that pathetic D-rank talent you've awakened, you don't deserve to stay at Jiangnan Martial Arts School. The principal's mocking words still echoed in your ears, and the blood flowing from your knuckles as you pounded the wall had long since turned cold. Your mind was filled with the venomous grin of that young master from the enemy family. Just as you pushed aside your despair and collapsed onto the bed in a drunken stupor, your consciousness suddenly plummeted into Dungeon 1. With a casual swing of your dragon arm, you actually blasted a beast one that was impervious to blades and bullets in reality into a mist of blood. Ding! Obtained the infinite level up buff. A line of pale blue data frantically refreshed on your retina, as your combat power soared from 204, breaking through the 500 fighter threshold. Pissing off a cross-dimensional traveler with a cheat was the most fatal mistake of their lives. The entire school mocked me for awakening the crappiest D-rank talent, and even the principal expelled me because of it. Little did they know that the very next second after I stepped out of the school gates, I awakened a god-tier infinite level-up buff. Who says the D-rank talent draconic right arm is weak? Watch me max out my stats and level up my combat skills. It left the top fighters from every academy speechless. The 5 major universities were all vying to admit me. Chapter 1, Expelled from School. Fang Yu, you have seriously violated the discipline of Jiangnan Martial Arts School. You are hereby expelled. You are no longer a student of Jiangnan Martial Arts School. The principal's words pierced Fang Yu's heart like needles. Right on the eve of the college entrance exams, he had actually been expelled. He knew it was all Hao's doing because of the feud between their two families. Relying on his powerful connections and his family as close ties to the principal, Hao had managed to get him expelled right before the exams. Damn it! Fang Yu gritted his teeth. After leaving the office, he slammed his fist hard against the wall. Blood trickled down the wall, but he felt not a shred of pain. Having been transported to this world 18 years ago and awakened to his D-rank talent, draconic right arm, he'd been completely confident he'd gain admission to his dream university. But now, everything had been shattered by this expulsion. Why expel him now, of all times? Why not sooner or later? Why did they have to choose the very moment the college entrance exams were about to begin? How could he possibly accept this? The anger subsided, Fang Yu felt a sense of despair. He left Jiangnan Martial Arts School and walked aimlessly toward his home. Jiangming Residential Complex. The complex was decades old, and its facilities were quite dilapidated. Fang Yu returned home. Xiao Yu, why are you back at this hour? His mother, Dulan, looked at Fang Yu. His father, Fang Yonghua, also turned to look at him. Fang Yu was supposed to be at school at this time. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I got expelled from school. Fang Yu shook his head and gave a wry smile. Although he was a time traveler, after all these years on Blue Star, he had come to regard Fang Yonghua and Dulan as his own parents after all. Back on Earth, he had been an orphan. After arriving in this world, he learned that his family had a feud with the Wang family of Jiangnan City. Decades ago, Fang Yonghua and Hao's father, Wang Hua, had been business partners, but because of Wang Hua's frame-up, Fang Yonghua spent 7 years in prison. After his release, Fang Yonghua could only work as an ordinary laborer to support his family. He had thought the matter was settled, but when Hao found out about Fang Yu's relationship with Fang Yonghua, he didn't hesitate to mock and taunt him at school. This time, he even used his family's connections to have him expelled. It went without saying that his father, Wang Hua, had given his approval. After all, if Fang Yu were to become a powerful fighter after entering college, the Wang family would face his relentless revenge. Fang Yonghua and Dulan were both stunned. They stared at Fang Yu in disbelief. At school, Fang Yu had always worked hard, never bullied anyone, and had awakened a D-class talent. Blue Star is an era of talents. Everyone can have their talents tested at age 16. If no talent is detected, it means they cannot become a fighter. Talents are classified as FSSS. A D-class talent was already quite good. Talents are further categorized into elemental, attribute, weapon, beast type, and more. The talent Fan Yu had awakened was the beast-type draconic right arm. Upon activating it, his right arm would transform into a black dragoness arm. The black dragoness arm was formidable and powerful, with extremely strong claws. Although it was only that of a dragon, it was already quite powerful. Is it the Wang family? Fan Yonghua had clearly thought more deeply about this than Dulan. He looked at Fan Yu. Yes. Fan Yu nodded without hesitation. Ah. Fan Yonghua sighed. Xiaoyu, it's Dad who is sorry to you. I've put you through so much. Dulan also understood what he meant and remained silent. There's no need to apologize, Dad. You're a victim in this matter too, aren't you? Fan Yu knew that if it weren't for the frame-up by Hao's father, Wang Hua, his dad, Fan Yonghua, might have already been the chairman of a publicly traded company. But then Yu Wun-Ti have had the resources, and Yu Wun-Ti have been able to become a powerful fighter. I'm only a D-class talent. Let those who VE awakened SSS-class talents become the powerful fighters. Fan Yu said. Fan Yonghua and Dulan knew that although Fan Yu said this, he must be suffering deeply inside. As his parents, they knew just how hard he worked and how much he endured. But now, everything had gone down the drain. Mom and Dad, I caught a cold, so I took a day off and came back. You don't blame me, do you? Just then, a mischievous little girl appeared before Fan Yu. She looked to be about 13 or 14, with a round face that made her look very cute. Xiao, if you can't even fight off a little cold, your body must be way too weak. Fan Yu walked over to Xiao and ruffled her hair. Brother, why are you back? You didn't catch a cold too, did you? Xiao tilted her head back to look at Fan Yu. What are you talking about? I got expelled from school, that's why I'm back. Fan Yu tried his best not to look sad. I don't believe it. Xiao Henti finished her sentence when she seemed to sense something. She stopped speaking. Brother, were you really expelled? Yeah. When have I ever lied to you? Fan Yu shrugged, acting as if it didn't matter. But bro, you worked so hard, and your awakened talent isn't bad either. You didn't do anything wrong. Why would expel you? You'll find out in time. Fan Yu had no intention of revealing the truth, and Xiao knew nothing about the feud between their family and the Wang family. He didn't want Xiao to have to live with that hatred right now. It doesn't matter if I become a fighter or not. The most important thing for a family is to be happy, Fan Yu added. Son, how about we drink until we drop tonight? Dad, you know I never drink. Fan Yu looked at Fan Yonghua. But I'll make an exception just this once. Seeing this, Dulan immediately went into the kitchen, while Xiao, who had a cold, took her medicine and went to her room to sleep. If this were just an ordinary world, if the Wang family didn't exist, theirs would be a very warm and loving family. But this world was anything but ordinary. When he was transported to Blue Star, he was truly stunned. He never would have imagined that a world straight out of a novel actually existed. Blue Star was home to countless ferocious beasts, which had taken over much of the planet's land beasts that had emerged from the underworld. Fortunately, Blue Star had awakened to the concept of talents, ushering in the Age of Talents. With these talents, some humans made rapid progress and became powerful fighters. Gradually, the one-sided slaughter of humans by ferocious beasts came to an end. Aside from those with talents, humans continuously researched weapons to attack the beasts, and now they're finally able to stand up to them. Night. Fan Yu, having had quite a bit to drink, gazed at the moon through the window and couldn't help but sigh. Why him? Everyone else who has been reincarnated gets a golden finger, yet he has been on Blue Star for so many years and still hasn't gotten one. Is that fair? Fan Yu couldn't help but want to curse, but the next second, he fell fast asleep. Immediately afterward, Fan Yu entered a strange dream, a dream set in a certain space. Ruins everywhere. At Fan Yu's feet, however, lay a stone tablet inscribed with 4 large characters. Dungeon 1. Chapter 2, Dungeon 1, Binding to a System in a Dream? Dungeon 1? Fan Yu stared at the 4 characters on the tablet, his pupils dilating slightly. He had never had a dream like this before. Then he shook his head. It was just a dream, why dwell on it? Looking at the ruins before him, which appeared as though they'd just been ravaged by a ferocious beast, Fong Yu wasn't worried. After all, it was just a dream, so he walked deeper into the ruins. The area he was in wasn't very large, but it seemed that beyond these ruins, Dungeon 1 stretched much further. If he was here to hunt for treasure, he'd need to explore it thoroughly. What's that? Fong Yu's gaze suddenly fixed on a spot. He noticed that, just a few dozen meters away, there was actually an iron-hided pig. That's right, an iron-hided pig. He'd seen it in the beast compendium. The iron-hided pig is a low-level, first-tier beast, with strength comparable to that of a novice fighter. To become a fighter, one's combat power must reach 500. Fong Yu's current combat power was only 204, but after activating his D-rank talent, Draconic Right Arm, his combat power could reach a staggering 800. However, aside from combat power, neither his defense nor his speed could compare to those of a true fighter. Don't forget that other fighters also possess talents. Therefore, only those who surpass 500 in base combat power without relying on talents can be considered true fighters. In the past, Fong Yu had only seen real ferocious beasts during school field trips. After all, the all-out war between the human race and the ferocious beasts had already ended. In my dreams, I'm invincible. Fong Yu knew full well that this was a dream, and he wasn't afraid of the iron-skinned boar standing not far away. He walked straight toward it. The iron-skinned boar was considerably larger than an ordinary domestic pig, covered entirely in iron scales and sporting unusually long tusks. In addition to its formidable offensive power, it also possessed strong defenses. This iron-hided boar had already spotted Fong Yu and glared at him menacingly, ready to strike at any moment. Roar! Instantly, the iron-hided boar let out a roar and lunged directly at Fong Yu. Draconic Right Arm. If he'd encountered an iron-hided boar in real life, Fong Yu would certainly have run for his life, but seeing it in a dream, he felt no fear at all. After activating his D-rank talent, Draconic Right Arm, Fong Yu's right hand transformed into a pitch-black, powerful Draconic Right Arm, its claws razor-sharp. He watched the iron-hided boar charging toward him. Die! As soon as the iron-skinned pig entered the range of his Draconic Right Arm, Fong Yu roared and swiped at it with his claw. The iron-skinned pig was instantly torn to pieces and met its end. Am I really this strong? Fong Yu was stunned. Even though the Draconic Right Arm gave him a significant combat power boost, there was no way he could instantly kill a steel-hued boar. After all, don't forget that the steel-hued boar had very strong defense. It must be a dream. Well, then it's fine. Once Fong Yu realized he was in a dream, he felt relieved. In a dream, of course, he was invincible. He'd even had dreams before where he could fly. Ding! Slayed a steel-hided boar. +1 level point. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Fong Yu's mind. A system? Fong Yu was startled, finding it hard to believe. A system actually appeared in a dream. Damn it, it doesn't show up in reality, but it appears in a dream. Never mind. At school, he was bullied every day by that bastard Hao, but now, in his dream, he was not only invincible but also bound to a system. He wouldn't treat this as a dream, this was reality. He was going to go all out right here. A bold ambition suddenly welled up in Fong Yu's heart. Level up points? Fong Yu checked the function of the level up points and discovered that they could actually be used to upgrade his talents. Draconic Right Arm plus dot. A plus sign appeared next to his talent. When he tapped it, the single upgrade point he'd originally possessed vanished. Fong Yu knew that if there were ferocious beasts in these ruins, it certainly wouldn't be just one iron hairy boar, there were bound to be others as well. Don't wake up, please, don't wake up. All Fong Yu wanted right now was to stay in his dream. Once he woke up, he'd be nothing more than a poor kid who'd been expelled from school and had no connections. That's right, he was running away from reality. If hard work were enough, he would succeeded long ago. But to become a powerful fighter, hard work alone simply wasn't enough. Just as he'd suspected, there were other ferocious beasts in the ruins besides that iron-hided pig. Before long, Fong Yu spotted 2 shadow cats. Shadow cats were also Tier 1, entry-level ferocious beasts. They were extremely fast, possessed decent attack power, but their defense was slightly weaker than that of the iron-hided pig. Fong Yu now knew he was invincible in his dream, so he wasn't afraid at all. With a single bound, he charged toward the 2 shadow cats. Seeing Fong Yu rush at them, the shadow cats refused to back down and pounced toward him as well. Whoosh, whoosh. The draconic right arm struck the 2 shadow cats with 2 swipes of its claws. The 2 shadow cats let out a piercing scream before collapsing in a pool of blood. Ding! Slayed 1 shadow cat, plus 1 level point. Ding! Slayed 1 shadow cat, plus 1 level point. After slaying the 2 shadow cats, the notification of his increased level points appeared in his mind once again. That's strange. Why do I feel like my combat power has increased too? Although Fong Yu could instantly kill ferocious beasts, he had a distinct feeling that his combat power had also increased, albeit extremely slowly. He sighed. How wonderful it would be if this weren't just a dream. Fong Yu didn't plan to spend those 2 upgrade points just yet. He'd wait until he had more before using them all at once. He continued searching the ruins for ferocious beasts. It seemed he wasn't the only one hunting ferocious beasts. The beasts within the ruins had apparently spotted him as well and were hunting him down. Holy shit, so many ferocious beasts. Wait, am I surrounded by them? To Fong Yu's surprise, he found himself surrounded by more than a dozen ferocious beasts. The group consisted of iron-hided boars and shadow cats. Bring it on! If he were surrounded by this many ferocious beasts in real life, it would essentially be a death sentence. But in a dream, aren't these beasts here to meet their doom? Roar! The dozen or so ferocious beasts surrounding Fong Yu let out a roar, then pounced on him one after another. Watching the dozen or so beasts charging at him from all directions, Fong Yu couldn't help but laugh. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 3 swipes. With every swipe, he killed a ferocious beast. Even if these beasts managed to strike Fong Yu, he wouldn't feel any pain. In other words, they had absolutely no way of breaking through his defenses. Ding! Slayed a shadow cat. Plus 1 level point. Ding! Slayed a shadow cat. Plus 1 level point. Ding! Slayed a iron-hided boar. Plus 1 level point. Before long, Fong Yu had slain over a dozen beasts. Fong Yu checked his current level points. He had a total of 17. Chapter 3, Could the dream actually be real? Fong Yu allocated all 17 upgrade points at once. Draconic right arm plus dot. Progress, 0.1% 100%. Once progress reaches 100%, the draconic left arm will appear. Holy crap! Looking at the data appearing in his mind, Fong Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Once the progress reaches 100%, he'll be able to obtain the Dragon's left arm. That means he'll have both the right and left arms. He be able to attack with both hands? Let's keep going. Even though this was just a dream, it still gave him a huge thrill. Who cares if it's a dream or reality? There are still ferocious beasts in the ruins. Fong Yu found himself searching for ferocious beasts in his dream again, and after a moment, he located more than a dozen of them. As soon as these beasts spotted him, they all let out a roar and pounced toward him. Fong Yu raised his draconic right arm. A cold gleam flashed from its sharp claws. Once the dozen or so beasts were within striking range, he began attacking them. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 3 swipes. Slaying ferocious beasts in a dream was so satisfying. Just 1 swipe was all it took, with no need for extra attacks. Ding! Slayed an iron-hided hairy boar. Plus 1 level point. Ding! Slayed an iron-hided hairy boar. Plus 1 level point. Ding! Slayed a shadow cat. Plus 1 level point. After slaying more than a dozen beasts, Fong Yu checked his level up points and found he had 15. After allocating these level up points, he resumed searching the ruins for more beasts. Not even the donkeys in the production brigade would dare to do something like this. But Fang Yu was bound to be disappointed next, because there were no more beasts left in the ruins. It didn't matter, though Dungeon 1 was still vast. After leaving the ruins, Fang Yu looked ahead to see a vast plain stretching out before him, where numerous beasts were clearly visible to the naked eye. With so many beasts, I can really go on a killing spree. Fang Yu couldn't wait to head toward the plain. Beep, beep, beep. But just then, a loud alarm went off. Holy crap! After waking up, Fang Yu grabbed the alarm clock and almost smashed it to pieces, but thinking of his family's financial struggles, he held back his anger. Wait a minute. Fang Yu looked at his hands. How come he felt? It seemed like his strength had increased a bit? And combat experience was imprinted in his mind? He sensed that slaying those ferocious beasts in his dream had actually granted him real combat experience. Could it be that what he gained in his dreams could carry over into reality? In other words, had he really bound himself to the system? Then the upgrade points earned from slaying those beasts could actually level up his talents. I'll just check my combat power to find out. Fang Yu's heart was racing. If this were true, what would getting expelled matter? What would it matter if he couldn't attend the martial arts university? When he stepped out of his room, Xiao Xiao was already awake. Seeing Fang Yu stumbling about, she looked thoroughly puzzled. Brother, where are you going? To check my combat power. Fang Yu dropped those 4 words and ran out of the house. Fang Yonghua and Du Lan also came out of the kitchen. They looked at Xiao Xiao. Does your brother have something to do this early in the morning? He said he is going to check his combat power. Hearing Xiao Xiao's reply, Fang Yonghua and Du Lan's faces betrayed a barely perceptible look of sadness. Martial arts were highly developed on Blue Star, and even in a rundown neighborhood like Jiangming, there was a combat power testing machine. Fang Yu arrived at a corner of Jiangming and looked at the combat power testing machine before him. All he had to do was punch the machine, and his true combat power would appear on the screen. Raising his fist, Fang Yu looked at the combat power testing machine, took a deep breath, and then slammed his fist hard against it. Instantly, a number appeared on the machine's screen. 302. Whoa! Looking at the combat power reading on the screen, Fang Yu couldn't help but gasp. 302? He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. It's real, it's really real. Fang Yu couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with excitement. What had happened in his dream was actually real. His original combat power was 204, and in just one night, it had increased by nearly 100. Such a surge was truly staggering. Plus, in Dungeon 1, he hadn't actually slain that many beasts. The real horde was out on that plain. As long as he entered the dream again tonight and went on a killing spree on the plain, he'd gain a massive combat power boost. And let us not forget the talent upgrade. Once his progress reaches 100%, he'll obtain the dragon's left arm, but he knew this was merely the beginning. He had no idea how far his talent would evolve in the distant future, but he could already imagine just how terrifying it would become. No one on Blue Star could compare. After all, he now had a cheat. He didn't need to worry about running out of beasts to slay. He could simply hunt them down in his dreams. Now that he is bound to the system, then. Fang Yu clenched his fists tightly. The Wang family. He knew that with current strength, he stood no chance against a colossus like the Wang family, but it didn't matter. Soon, he'd be able to exact his revenge. Whether it was his own grudge or his father's, he'd settle them both. The Wang family owned a publicly traded company in Jiangnan City called Haojiang Group. Although its chairman, Wang Hua, was just an ordinary person, Haojiang Group had spent a fortune hiring a group of fighters, making it virtually impossible for anyone to mess with them. Fang Yu hurried back home. He was overjoyed, wondering if this could be considered turning adversity into opportunity. After all these years since he'd been transported to Blue Star, he'd finally bound himself to the system. Bro, why are you so happy? Xiao Xiao's cold had improved somewhat, and as she was getting ready for school, she saw Fang Yu return with a beaming smile on his face. A look of confusion crept onto her round cheeks. Yeah, Xiao Yu, what's going on with you? Fang Yonghua and Du Lan looked at Fang Yu with concern. In their eyes, someone his age couldn't possibly be so carefree. He'd just been expelled from school yesterday, yet today he was so happy they simply couldn't figure out what was going on. It's okay, Mom and Dad. I just suddenly realized that not going to college is actually pretty good. Fang Yonghua, Du Lan, and Xiao Xiao were all stunned by Fang Yu's words. Not going to college is pretty good? For someone like Fang Yu, who had awakened his talent, college was absolutely the only option. It was the only place where he could access better resources. If you don't go to college, unless you possess an incredibly extraordinary talent, you'll never become a fighter in your lifetime. But then again, if you had that kind of talent, you'd have been snapped up by Blue Star's major martial arts schools long ago, so how could you possibly not go to college? Xiao Yu, your mindset. Don't worry, Dad. My mindset hasn't changed at all. Fang Yu smiled. He didn't reveal the truth. Some things were best kept hidden. Chapter 4, Back in Dungeon 1. A massacre on the plains. In last night's stream, Fang Yu had been slaying ferocious beasts inside Dungeon 1. Time seemed to pass very quickly there, and it didn't drain his stamina, otherwise, he wouldn't be looking so energetic today. During the day, Fang Yu didn't idle either. He practiced the basic body tempering technique. Every school in Jiangnan City taught this technique, and Fang Yu had long since mastered its moves by heart. But even with constant practice, because he only possessed a D-rank talent, his combat power didn't increase very quickly. As he practiced the basic body tempering technique, he thought about Dungeon 1, hoping he could enter it again tonight. Once he entered Dungeon 1, he would be able to slay the ferocious beasts on the plains outside the ruins. In the afternoon, after eating, Fang Yu returned to his room. Seeing this, Fang Yonghua and Du Lan exchanged glances, both looking somewhat worried. Sigh, it's all my fault this kid is like this. Fang Yonghua shook his head. Old Fang, don't dwell on it so much. Do you think I didn't know you didn't sleep a wink last night? Maybe this is just fate. Jinghua Book Pavilion. Du Lan comforted Fang Yonghua. Don't you think Xiao Yu is acting a bit strange? Fang Yonghua looked at Du Lan. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel like Xiao Yu must have his own reasons. Let us not disturb him for now. Du Lan said. Fang Yonghua nodded upon hearing this and said no more. Back in his room, Fang Yu resumed practicing the basic body forging technique. He wanted to push himself to the limit so he could better prepare for Dungeon 1. Time flew by, and as Fang Yu continued his training, night fell. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the bright moon hung beautifully in the sky. Time to sleep. After a full day of practicing the basic body forging technique, Fang Yu felt exhausted. Before going to sleep, he made sure to turn off his alarm. Lying in bed, it wasn't long before Fang Yu fell into a deep sleep. Dungeon 1. Seeing the words Dungeon 1 engraved on the stone steel, Fang Yu was overjoyed. He had entered Dungeon 1 once again. He looked at the ruins before him. He had already cleared them of all ferocious beasts the day before. He strode quickly through the ruins and emerged onto the plain beyond. He had planned to go out onto the plain yesterday to slay ferocious beasts, but had been woken up by the alarm. Fang Yu clenched his fist. He was currently at the edge of the plain, but he could already see many ferocious beasts. Roar! A few minutes later, Fang Yu approached a ferocious beast, a low-level, first-tier iron-hided boar. He had slain quite a few iron-hided boars in the ruins. He had already summoned his D-rank talent, Draconic Right Arm. His right hand had transformed into a powerful, pitch-black Draconic Right Arm, and the dragon's claws glinted with a cold light. The iron-hided boar spotted him as well. It let out a roar and charged straight at him. Watching the charging iron-hided boar, Fang Yu had no intention of getting bogged down in a prolonged fight. He needed to slay more beasts after the dream ended to earn more experience points. Boom! Fang Yu threw a direct punch, and the dragon's claw pierced the iron-hided boar's body. Ding! Slayed an iron-hided boar. +1 level up point. The data showing the increase in level up points appeared. Fan Yu now knew that slaying ferocious beasts within the dream realm could increase his combat power, even if it wasn't displayed. He realized that slaying ferocious beasts allowed him to gain both points and cultivation experience at the same time. This was absolutely amazing. Roar! 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 No sooner had Fang Yu killed this iron-hided hairy boar than the roars of numerous ferocious beasts filled the air around him. It seemed he had drawn the aggro of a large number of nearby ferocious beasts. Bring it on after all, he is invincible in this dream. The more beasts that come, the better. Fang Yu glanced around and saw beasts appearing from all directions, rapidly closing in on him. Iron-hided boars. So many iron-hided boars. Fang Yu realized that almost all the ferocious beasts rushing toward him were iron-hided boars. It was as if he had stumbled into their lair. He was thrilled with so many iron-hided boars, he could earn a lot of experience points. Roar! Once the iron-hided boars surrounding Fang Yu closed in to a certain range, they began charging, unleashing wave after wave of roars at him. However, what these iron-hided boars would never know was that they couldn't even break through Fang Yu's defense. One swipe. Ding! You've slain an iron-hided boar. +1 level up point. 2 swipes. Ding! You've slain an iron-hided boar. +1 level up point. 3 swipes. Ding! You've slain an iron-hided pig. +1 level point. Swish 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 swish. Because there were so many iron-hided pigs, even a random swipe from Fang Yu was enough to take one down. His swiping speed had reached its absolute limit. These iron-hided boars had only one fate, to become Fang Yu's experience points. They had no chance of survival. Ding! Slayed an iron-hided boar. +1 experience point. Ding! Slayed an iron-hided boar. +1 experience point. Ding! Slayed an iron-hided boar. +1 experience point. The merciless slaughter, fueled by the ruthless draconic right arm, sent the iron-hided boars at the edge of the plain into a frenzy of death. Finally, Fang Yu had slain every single iron-hided boar that had been besieging him. He could feel his combat power increase once again, and by a greater margin than it had the previous day in the ruins. After checking his upgrade points, he discovered he had amassed a whopping 200 upgrade points. 200 upgrade points that meant he'd slain 200 iron-hided boars. How little time had passed. He knew that if this were the real world, he'd be the #1 prodigy in Jiangnan City. Points. I'll add them. Fang allocated all 200 upgrade points to the draconic right arm. The system was pretty user-friendly in every other aspect, but the fact that he had to manually assign these upgrade points one by one was a bit of a pain for Fang Yu. What if there were a lot of upgrade points? Wouldn't that be a real hassle? Fang Yu knew this was just the beginning. He was currently only at the edge of the plain and would have to venture further in. He walked deeper into the plain, but before long, he spotted a large gathering of shadow cats. Could it be? Was that the iron-hided fur pig's lair earlier, and had he now arrived at the shadow cat's lair? Without giving it much thought, Fang Yu moved closer to where the shadow cats were gathered. As Fang Yu drew nearer, the shadow cats all spotted him and fixed their gaze on him, their pupils glowing with a vicious, icy light. Fang Yu looked at the shadow cats, a smile spreading across his face. His draconic right arm was already ravenous for blood. What the shadow cats could never have imagined was that, instead of them attacking Fang Yu first, he was the one charging toward them. Ding! You've slain a shadow cat. +1 level up point. Chapter 5, The Dragon's Heavy Claw, over 500 combat power. Fang Yu began slaughtering these shadow cats. To them, his very presence was a blow from a higher dimension. Don't be fooled by the fact that his base combat power in reality was less than 500 in his dreams. He was the ruler of the human race. Ding! You have slain a shadow cat. +1 level point. Ding! You've slain a shadow cat. +1 level point. Ding! You've slain a shadow cat. +1 level point. The numbers representing his level points kept popping up frantically in Fang Yu's mind. Before long, Fang Yu had earned another 270 level points. Seeing so many upgrade points, Fang Yu grinned. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. He switched to manual allocation mode, and before long, Fang Yu had allocated all of these upgrade points to the Draconic Right Arm. Draconic Right Arm upgrade progress, 1.3% 100%. Not enough, not nearly enough. Looking at the upgrade progress of the Draconic Right Arm, Fang Yu felt the pace was far too slow. At this rate, who knows when he'd ever be able to upgrade to the Draconic Left Arm. Never mind that for now. He'd continue searching for ferocious beasts. Fang Yu began walking deeper into the plains. Skyblood ants? A dozen or so minutes later, Fang Yu spotted a large swarm of skyblood ants ahead. Skyblood ants were no ordinary ants, their bodies were about the same size as a shadow cat, entirely crimson in color, and highly aggressive. Fang Yu had seen them in the Beast Compendium and knew their stats well, but in Dungeon 1, those stats didn't matter at all. Ha 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 ha. Realizing this, Fang Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Skyblood ants were also low-level, first-tier beasts. No matter how big they were still ants, and ants were social creatures that came in vast numbers. When Fang Yu had looked up the celestial blood ant in the Beast Compendium, he'd been thinking that if he ever encountered them, his chances of survival would be slim because you wouldn't be facing just one celestial blood ant, but thousands upon thousands of them. Sure enough, after advancing toward the celestial blood ants, Fang Yu discovered their nest. There was no need for him to enter the nest once he had slain the skyblood ants on the ground, those inside would naturally emerge. With a single stride, he was right in front of several skyblood ants. Before they could even react, Fang Yu struck with a few swipes of his claws. Ding! 1 skyblood ant plus 1 level point. Ding! Slayed 1 skyblood ant plus 1 level point. Ding! Slayed 1 skyblood ant plus 1 level point. After slaying these skyblood ants, the data showing the increase in level points began to appear. Fang Yu was slaying skyblood ants right outside their nest. It was like stirring up a hornet's nest. In an instant, countless skyblood ants surged out of the nest. Seeing such a massive swarm of them, Fang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Just how many experience points would all these skyblood ants be worth? After countless skyblood ants crawled out of the nest, they began to swarm Fang Yu. But how could Fang Yu possibly fear these skyblood ants while inside the dream? If anything, he was worried there wouldn't be enough of them for him to kill. 1 swipe, 2 swipes, 3 swipes. 100 swipes. Just as he had when slaying iron skin boars and shadow cats, Fang Yu wildly swung his Draconic Right Arm, each swipe leaving a heavenly blood ant escorpse in its wake. The data showing his increasing level up points kept flashing through Fang Yu's mind one after another. In short, Fang Yu was on a killing spree. No matter how the skyblood ants attacked Fang Yu, they still couldn't break through his defenses. They couldn't even inflict any damage on him, so how could they possibly kill him? Fang Yu was killing to his heart's content. He knew that if he kept this up, it wouldn't be long before his strength underwent a qualitative transformation. Although there were many skyblood ants, under Fang Yu's claw strikes, they were all wiped out. 1,500 level up points. Seeing so many level up points, Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was absolutely exhilarating. Points, I'm clicking, clicking, clicking. Although it was tiring for his hands, Fang Yu still felt an immense sense of exhilaration in this leveling up mode. Draconic Right Arm upgrade progress, 7% 100%. Although it only 7%, at least he was making progress toward 100% while out in the wild. Ha! Fang Yu suddenly noticed a personal inventory icon had appeared in his mind. After tapping to open it, he discovered an additional item in the inventory slots. After checking the item description, Fang Yu smiled. Dragon's Heavy Claw, upon mastery, grants a 3-fold critical strike boost and triggers an area of effect attack. And a combat skill. Fang Yu knew that one could only master combat skills after becoming a martial trainee. At the provisional fighter and fighter levels, practitioners typically trained in basic body forging techniques, since mastering combat skills required absorbing mana. And mana could only be absorbed after breaking through to the martial trainee rank. After fighter comes martial apprentice. Wait a minute. Just as Fang Yu was about to figure out how to train the dragoness heavy claw, he discovered to his surprise that he had already mastered it. The dragoness heavy claw combat skill felt as if it were deeply imprinted in his mind, as though he had been practicing it for a very, very long time. This feeling was simply incredible. After staring in stunned silence for a few seconds, Fang Yu couldn't help but think that this system was truly incredible. Fang Yu opened his eyes. Phew! After exhaling a breath of stale air, he realized it was already dawn. Having slain so many ferocious beasts on the plain, he felt he should be satisfied. Moreover, the area where he killed the skyblood ants seemed to be the junction between the outskirts and the depths of the plain. If he ventured further inward, he reached the heart of the plain, but whether the beasts there would be even more powerful remained to be seen. However, Fang Yu knew that with the dragon claw, he would be able to slay beasts even faster. After all, the dragon claw inflicted severe wounds on his targets. I should go check my combat power. After slaying so many beasts, it must have increased quite a bit. Fang Yu could clearly feel that his combat power had increased significantly, but he wouldn't know the exact value until he checked it. Leaving his home, Fang Yu made his way to the combat power testing machine in the corner of the neighborhood. He looked at the machine in front of him, then slammed his fist into it. Boom! 607. Staring at the combat power reading on the machine, Fang Yu froze in disbelief. He only spent 2 nights inside Dungeon 1, and he was already a fighter? 500 combat power was the baseline for a novice fighter, and he surpassed that by a full 100 points or more. Fang Yu never would have imagined he'd become a fighter so quickly. It all felt a bit surreal. Becoming a fighter meant he could be certified by the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance, and everyone was eligible to receive the fighter allowance. Although Fang Yu no longer had to worry about training expenses, he still had no money. His family was struggling financially as far as his parents were concerned. He was still living off them, so having the fighter allowance was better than nothing. Plus, he wouldn't have to worry about the Wang family finding out he'd become a fighter. Chapter 6, Martial Arts Alliance, Combat Power Assessment. Certifying a fighter with the Martial Arts Alliance is a highly confidential matter. The information is never leaked. To Fang Yu, the Wang family is a colossal force, but in Jiangnan City, they're just another publicly traded company. If Fang Yu had attended a better school, he wouldn't have been expelled, but there was nothing he could do. His school, Zhenghe Martial Arts School, was just an average institution in Jiangnan City. His awakened talent was also grade D in Jiangnan City's martial arts schools. Admission wasn't something money could buy. Fang Yu stared at the screen of the combat power testing device before him. He wondered, under the threefold strike amplification of the dragoness heavy claw, just how high would his combat power reach? Boom! 1 times. 1,214. 2 times. 1,821. Triple, 2,428. After summoning the draconic right arm, Fang Yu unleashed the dragoness heavy claw attack against the combat power detector. In addition to the triple strike boost, the dragoness heavy claw also had an area of effect capability, though, of course, this wasn't reflected on the combat power detector. Looking at the combat power reading on the machine, 2000 combat power is the baseline for an advanced fighter. He had already reached that level with the dragoness heavy claw. But as always, while his combat power had reached that level, he couldn't compare to an advanced fighter in any other aspect. Isn't that Fang Yu? Is he here to check his combat power? He must not be willing to accept it. Poor Fang Yu, he worked so hard at our school, yet he was expelled. I wonder if there is some kind of underhanded deal going on. I'm sure there is something fishy going on, but there is nothing we can do about it. After all, we don't have any connections. In the Jiangming residential complex, Fang Yu wasn't the only student at Zhenghe Martial Arts School. At that moment, 2 other students from the same complex were preparing to check their combat power before heading to school, and they spotted Fang Yu. After becoming a junior fighter, Fang Yu's hearing had become even more acute, and he overheard the 2 students' conversation. "It's you guys." "Yeah, Fang Yu." The 2 didn't exactly have a good relationship with Fang Yu, but it wasn't bad either.
After exchanging greetings, Fang Yu didn't linger there any longer and walked toward the exit of Jiangming residential complex.
The two of them also walked up to the combat power testing machine. Just as they were about to check their combat power, they noticed that the numbers on the machine's screen hadn't faded away yet.
2,428.
Their pupils suddenly contracted, and they quickly rubbed their eyes, convinced they must have seen it wrong.
The combat power of an advanced fighter? How could the combat power of an advanced fighter appear on the screen of a residential complex's combat power testing machine?
Besides, the numbers on the combat power testing machine usually disappear very quickly unless someone had just tested their combat power. At this thought, both of them simultaneously thought of one person, Fang Yu, who had just left.
No.
They shook their heads again.
How could Fang Yu possibly possess the combat power of a high-level fighter? That was absolutely impossible. So the residential complex's combat power scanner must be broken.
One of them realized suddenly.
Hearing this, the other one understood it was the only possibility. Bam! 199.
After this man slammed his fist hard against the combat power testing machine, the screen displayed his combat power.
Strange, it's not broken. But how come?
The two were baffled, wondering if Fang Yu had already become an advanced fighter. They shook their heads to them. This was completely unbelievable.
Unable to figure it out, they stopped trying.
After checking each other's combat power, they left the complex.
Martial Arts Alliance. The Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance is located in the city center. It was established to mobilize all fighter resources in Jiangnan City in the event of major incidents.
Therefore, in Jiangnan City, every fighter is required to be certified by the Martial Arts Alliance. Failure to do so results in penalties. The Martial Arts Alliance building stood dozens of stories tall, looking extremely majestic and imposing.
Fang Yu entered the first floor of the Martial Arts Alliance. As soon as he stepped onto the first floor, a female staff member approached him.
"Sir, are you here to have your qi and blood levels checked? Vital energy is closely linked to combat power in most places. There are only combat power testing machines, not vital energy testing machines. If you're here to have your vital energy tested, there is a
1,000 yuan testing fee.
Charging a fee is perfectly normal. Otherwise, if people came in for vital energy tests for no good reason, it would." She had already assumed Fang Yu was the kind of prodigy, a certified fighter who would undoubtedly rush in, thrilled beyond measure, to get certified as soon as his combat power reached 500. But she never would have imagined that Fang Yu's combat power would actually exceed the baseline for a beginner fighter by more than 100 points, no less.
At such a young age.
Fang Yu hadn't expected his baseline combat power to reach 610 either. It seemed that the rickety combat power testing machine in the neighborhood wasn't up to par. It had underestimated his combat power.
Assessment, entry, level fighter. Don't be fooled by the fact that Fang Yu only threw a single punch at the precision testing machine. In reality, the machine had accurately. Ever since his talent had awakened and he entered the martial arts academy, there had been no such thing as Saturdays or Sundays. He spent almost every day at school. Of course, he had freedom over his time. He could stay on campus, but he could also leave at any time. Because Fang Yu worked so hard, he spent almost all his time at school. Xiao was only 13 this year, so naturally she could still enjoy the wonderful weekends. This was the age of carefree days. Once their talents were detected, the harshest days would await them. Fang Yonghua and Dulan had both gone to work, leaving only Fang Yu and Xiao at home. "Brother, what are your plans for the future?" Bored out of her mind, Xiao started looking for a topic to chat with Fang Yu. Fang Yonghua and Dulan looked utterly dejected. "We've both been expelled." "Fired?" Fang Yu was taken aback, wondering how they could have been fired out of the blue. "Is it because I never imagined Wang Hua would be so ruthless. Back then, I just didn't want to go down the same path as him. It was bad enough that he framed me and sent me to prison, but I never expected." "Old Fang, why are you talking about this here? Xiao is still here." Before Fang Yonghua could finish his sentence, Dulan cut him off. Hearing this, Fang Yonghua fell silent, sitting on the sofa with his head bowed. As the head of the household and the family's main breadwinner,
his dismissal had made their already strained financial situation even worse. And with Dulan also being fired, it was like adding insult to injury. Mom and Dad, actually, I've known about this for a long time. We're all family, I've overheard you two talking about it many times. Xiao Xiao looked at Fang Yonghua and Dulan. The reason my brother got fired was because of that Wang family, wasn't it? Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao all froze for a moment. They hadn't expected Xiao Xiao to have known about this all along. Sigh. Fang Yonghua let out a sigh. Now that Wang Hua has spread the word, no construction site will hire us. Without a source of income, Fang Yonghua instantly felt as if a mountain were crushing him. The situation was incredibly difficult. Dulan also lowered her head clearly, she had thought of this as well. Silence fell over the living room. Just then, a strong, firm hand rested on Fang Yonghua's shoulder. Fang Yonghua startled, he felt the warmth and strength of the hand. Looking up along the hand, he discovered that it belonged to his son, Fang Yu. From now on, I'll shoulder the family's burdens, Fang Yu said to his father, Fang Yonghua. He knew that the Wang family's actions amounted to an attempt to wipe them out completely. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to fight fire with fire. However, for now, he had to bide his time. Fang Yonghua knew Fang Yu was trying to comfort him. He shook his head. Xiao Yu, I'm the one who ruined your life. You could have gotten into college and become a great fighter, but because of me, everything has changed. Dad, you don't think I'm just comforting you, do you? I mean it, I'm already a fighter. Some things should be kept secret, while others shouldn't be. For example, the fact that he had already become a fighter didn't need to be hidden from his family. You're already a fighter? Fang Yu's words stunned Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao. They all stared at him with blank expressions. Bro, you're not joking, are you? Xiao Xiao was the first to snap out of it. She immediately asked Fang Yu again. Of course not. As he spoke, Fang Yu took out his allowance card and the golden one-star wolf head badge. This is a badge that only he knew that with the Dragon Claw, entering Dungeon 1 tonight would allow him to explore the depths of the plains. Chapter 8, Fire Attribute Crimson Fire Slash. Dungeon 1. Fang Yu looked at the 4 large characters Dungeon 1 engraved on the stone steel. He knew that this time, armed with the Dragon Claw, he would be able to reach the depths of the plains and slay the ferocious beasts much faster. After all, the Dragon Claw possessed an area of effect attack. After weaving through the ruins, Fang Yu arrived in the middle of the plain. He didn't linger on the outskirts but pressed straight toward the heart of the plain. Before long, Fang Yu reached the boundary between the outskirts and the heart of the plain. Once he crossed this line, he would be in the heart of the plain. Immediately, Fang Yu stepped into the depths of the plain. As soon as he entered the depths, a ferocious beast came into Fang Yu's view. Looking at it, a faint smile appeared on his face. A first-tier, mid-level ferocious beast, the iron-hided rhinoceros. A Tier 1, mid-level ferocious beast is equivalent to a human mid-level fighter. Fang Yu looked at the iron-hide rhinoceros. He had seen it countless times in the ferocious beast compendium. Like the iron-hide boar, the iron-hide rhinoceros is a ferocious beast with extremely formidable attack and defense capabilities. At that moment, the iron-hided rhinoceros had already noticed Fang Yu. A breath of fury seemed to pour from its nostrils. Roar! Immediately afterward, the iron-hided rhinoceros lunged fiercely toward Fang Yu. This was the first time Fang Yu had encountered a Tier 1, intermediate-level ferocious beast inside Dungeon 1. But so what? In front of him, this iron-hided rhinoceros was nothing more than an ant. What could he do? After all, this was his dream. Fang Yu had already summoned his draconic right arm, a pitch-black, powerful limb that radiated wave after wave of awe-inspiring energy. The iron-hided rhinoceros had already entered striking range. Fang Yu raised his draconic right arm and swiped at it with a single claw. Unsurprisingly, the iron-hided rhinoceros was no match for such an attack. It instantly collapsed in a pool of blood, meeting its end. Ding! Slayed an iron-hided rhinoceros. +2 level points. After slaying the iron-hided rhinoceros, the data on the increased level points appeared in Fang Yu's mind. The iron-hided rhinoceros was a Tier 1, mid-level ferocious beast. It was only natural that it yielded more level-up points than a Tier 1, low-level ferocious beast. It had to be said that ferocious beasts were indeed plentiful deep within the plains. No sooner had he slain this iron-hided rhinoceros than Fang Yu saw numerous others rushing toward him from all directions. There were easily dozens of iron-hided rhinoceroses. Although their individual strength wasn't anything to write home about, when dozens of them gathered together, they created a rather intimidating presence. Fang Yu watched these iron-hided rhinoceroses charging toward him and couldn't help but chuckle. These iron-hided rhinoceroses had all come to keep him company. As the iron rhinoceroses, coming from all directions, closed in on Fang Yu, they began to surround and attack him. Dragon's Heavy Claw. Fang Yu activated Dragon's Heavy Claw. In an instant, a layer of bright light appeared on his draconic right arm, aglow, representing the ability's attributes. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 94 level-up points. That was far too few. Not enough, not nearly enough. After manually adding the 94 level-up points, he prepared to continue searching for ferocious beasts deep within the plains. But a few seconds later, Fang Yu realized he didn't need to search for ferocious beasts deep within the plains at all. They were everywhere. Roar! 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 The roars of iron-hide rhinoceroses echoed constantly around Fang Yu. If anyone else had heard those earth-shaking roars, they would surely have been scared out of their wits, but to Fang Yu, such roars were the most melodious sounds imaginable. A horde of iron-hided rhinoceroses began attacking Fang Yu. They seemed to have gone mad, looking utterly terrifying. Yet Fang Yu didn't panic at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Empowered by the Dragon's heavy claws, the draconic right arm began swinging at lightning speed so fast that after images could be seen. Iron-hided rhinos fell to the ground one after another, and the entire ground was stained red with their blood. Level up points, 560. Looking at the level up points earned from this wave of iron-hided rhino kills, Fang Yu shook his head once more. Although there were far more points than last time, it still wasn't enough. But it didn't matter. Deep in the plains, there was a shortage of everything except for ferocious beasts. In this wave, countless iron-hided rhinoceroses charged toward him. Their numbers were as vast as a dark cloud looming overhead, creating an oppressive presence as massive as a mountain. Dragon's Heavy Claw. 1 swipe, 2 swipes, 3 swipes, 4 swipes, 100 swipes. Fang Yu kept swinging his draconic right arm, yet he felt not a trace of fatigue. On the contrary, he grew more and more vigorous. This time, he didn't even know how many iron-hided rhinoceroses he'd slain. Level up points, 2,200. Looking at the level up points this time, Fang Yu finally nodded in satisfaction. With this many points, he had to allocate them properly. Point, point, point. I'm pointing, pointing, pointing. Fang Yu went into frenzied stat allocation mode. After allocating his points, Fang Yu opened his personal inventory in his mind. While he'd been frantically slaughtering the iron-horned rhinoceroses, he sensed something drop. Upon opening his personal inventory, sure enough, there was an item inside. Fire attribute, can be enchanted onto a talent. Upon successful enchantment, the talent gains the fire attribute. Whoa! Reading the item's description, Fang Yu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He never would have imagined this was even possible. Enchant? Enchant! Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu selected Enchant. Ding! Enchantment successful. The talent Draconic Right Arm has been successfully enchanted with F-rank fire attribute. Fire attribute divine ability mastered, Crimson Fire Slash. Fang Yu looked at his Draconic Right Arm and noticed that the once pitch-black limb now carried a faint aura of the fire attribute. And he'd even mastered a fire attribute divine ability Crimson Fire Slash? Fang Yu smiled. Roar! Suddenly, over 100 iron-hide rhinoceroses. The Crimson Fire Slash was incredibly powerful. Over 100 iron-hided rhinoceroses were cut down in an instant. However, Fang Yu knew that the Crimson Fire Slash could unleash such immense power only because he was in a dream. In reality, with his current strength, it was simply impossible for him to unleash the technique's full potential.
He knew that with an area of effect attack like the Crimson Fire Slash at his disposal, slaughtering ferocious beasts on a large scale would be far more efficient. A red snake? Suddenly, Fang Yu spotted a crimson snake about 10 meters away from him. Like the iron-hided rhinoceros, the crimson snake was a first-tier, mid-level ferocious beast. As Fang Yu walked toward it, more than a dozen other crimson snakes emerged. Fang Yu was far too close to them, and they had spotted him as well. Hiss, hiss. The red snakes were bright red all over, flicking their tongues, a sight that was truly terrifying. With a few swipes of his claws, Fang Yu slew all dozen or so red snakes. Ding! Slayed one red snake, plus 2 level points. Ding! Slayed one red snake, plus 2 level points. Ding! Slayed one red snake, plus 2 level points. Ding! Slayed one red snake, plus 2 level points. To Fang Yu's surprise, after he'd slain over a dozen red snakes, the sounds of red snakes began to echo from all around him. Damn it! Only then did Fang Yu realize that the area he was in was riddled with snake holes. If he had a fear of crowds, he would have been scared to death by now. Countless red snakes crawled out of the holes, each several meters long, a sight that instinctively struck fear into anyone who saw them. However, Fang Yu certainly wasn't afraid of these red snakes. As far as he was concerned, the more of them there were, the better. They were all level-up points, after all. Suddenly, countless crimson snakes swarmed toward Fang Yu and began attacking him. But these snakes couldn't even break through Fang Yu's defenses, let alone do him any harm. Dragoness Heavy Claw. Crimson Fire Slash. Fang Yu began slaying the crimson snakes attacking him. Under the onslaught of Dragoness Heavy Claw and Crimson Fire Slash, the snakes began dropping like flies. Ding! Slayed one red snake, plus 2 level points. Ding! Slayed one red snake, plus 2 level points. Ding! Slayed one red snake, plus 2 level points. The level points kept piling up at a frantic pace. There were simply too many red snakes. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Yu finally managed to slay them all. Level up points, 8,500. Seeing so many level up points, Fang Yu couldn't help but gasp in surprise, but once he came to his senses, a delighted smile spread across his face. Points, points, points. I'm spending points, points, points. Fang Yu began frantically allocating his level up points to the draconic right arm. This is such a pain. After allocating all his upgrade points, Fang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Draconic right arm upgrade progress, 25%, 100%. Looking at the progress bar, he thought to himself, it's almost done. He continued deeper into the plains. Since he wasn't awake yet anyway, he might as well not waste any time. A moment later, Fang Yu encountered yet another large group of iron-hided rhinoceroses and crimson snakes. These creatures had gathered together to form a powerful legion of ferocious beasts. Seeing such a vast number of iron-hided rhinoceroses and crimson snakes, Fang Yu's face lit up. He knew he'd be able to earn a lot of upgrade points again. Fang Yu was the first to charge toward the iron-hided rhinoceroses and crimson snakes. The iron-hided rhinoceroses and crimson snakes hadn't expected Fang Yu to attack them first. In the split second they froze, countless of them had already fallen in pools of blood. Crimson Fire Slash. Dragoness Heavy Claw. Fang Yu, who was invincible in his dreams, unleashed a terrifying slaughter upon the iron-hided rhinoceroses and crimson snakes. Level up points, 5,400. Although the points weren't as many as in the previous wave, they were still quite decent. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Fang Yu allocated the level up points to the draconic right arm. Just as he was about to continue slaughtering the ferocious beasts, he woke up from his dream. Fang Yu still felt a bit unsatisfied. The draconic right arm was getting closer and closer to being upgraded. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than a few days to upgrade the Jiao Dragoness left arm. After getting up, saying hello to his parents, and eating breakfast, Fang Yu returned to his room and turned on his phone. He opened an app called the Jiangnan City Fighter Forum. Have you guys seen the news? The Dragon River Paragon slayed a vicious dragon in the Blackwater River. The Thousand Islands nation was besieged by ferocious beasts in just 3 days. The entire country's territory was overrun by them. Afterward, Jiangnan City will hold a wilderness trial. The first place winner will receive a prize of 10,000. Scrolling through the numerous posts in the app, Fang Yu was drawn to the one about the wilderness trial. Fang Yu discovered that the destination for the wilderness trial was the Cold City ruins. Participants had to be 24 years old or younger, and the event was organized by the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance. Wilderness trials like this were held every year, with the goal of building survival skills and real-world combat experience in the wild. Otherwise, participants would remain nothing more than greenhouse flowers. Fang Yu was still pretty short on cash right now. 5 million was a huge sum to him. Plus, he did get real combat experience, why not give it a shot? At worst, he did just wear a mask so he wouldn't be recognized. By then, he did have upgraded his dragoness left arm. Who would even guess he was Fang Yu? It's not that Fang Yu was overly cautious, it's that he has to be careful right now. Even though some powerful figures are protecting him, that's not his own strength, and those powerful figures can't possibly stay by his side forever. So, his own strength is what matters most. He knows that geniuses or scions with powerful backgrounds generally won't participate in trials like this, perhaps because they look down on them. In that case, his chances of taking first place will be incredibly high. Oh, right. To check his combat power. Fang Yu figured his combat power must have made another breakthrough by now. Arriving at the combat power testing machine in the corner of the complex, he slammed his fist hard against it. 905. Instantly, the combat power reading appeared on the machine's screen. 1200 combat power is the baseline for an intermediate fighter. Fang Yu was on the verge of breaking through to that level. And to think it had only been a few days. Fang Yu knew that tonight's Dungeon 1 would once again be a bloodbath. He would unleash a brutal slaughter on the ferocious beasts inside. After checking his combat power, Fang Yu seemed a bit at a loss for what to do. Once he returned home, he decided to lie down on his bed. He tried to get some sleep, hoping he might be able to enter Dungeon 1 at noon, but his attempt failed. It seemed he'd have to wait until nightfall. Fang Yu suspected this system restriction was only temporary. Chapter 10, Beast Tide, Stat Allocation Change. Night. While asleep, Fang Yu entered Dungeon 1 once again. Upon arriving in Dungeon 1, Fang Yu headed straight for the depths of the plains. He had already traveled a long way deep into the plains. After slaying some iron-hided rhinoceroses and crimson snakes, he spotted a boundary marker not far ahead. The marker bore 4 large characters. Forest of Fierce Beasts. Fang Yu noticed that ahead lay not a plain, but a vast, boundless forest. The ruins were home to Tier 1, low-level fierce beasts. The depths of the plain housed Tier 2, mid-level fierce beasts. Could the Forest of Fierce Beasts be home to Tier 1, high-level fierce beasts? Fang Yu knew that if the forest contained Tier 1, high-level fierce beasts, the experience points earned from defeating them would naturally be higher. Without giving it much thought, Fang Yu set off toward the Forest of Fierce Beasts. Just as he was about to enter the forest, a fierce beast emerged from within. A Tier 1 advanced fierce beast, the Steel Fierce Tiger. Fang Yu looked at the beast before him. He had seen this creature in the Fierce Beast Compendium. The Steel Fierce Tiger's entire body was encased in steel, and both its defense and attack power surpassed those of the iron-hided rhinoceros. A high-tier level 1 ferocious beast is on par with a high-level fighter. Seeing the Steel Fierce Tiger before him, Fang Yu felt reassured. The presence of a Steel Fierce Tiger proved that the ferocious beasts within the Forest of Ferocious Beasts were of a higher tier than those found deep in the plains. Roar! Just as Fang Yu was feeling elated, the Steel Fierce Tiger let out an angry roar. As the roar faded, the Steel Fierce Tiger lunged violently toward Fang Yu. Boom! With a single punch, the Steel Fierce Tiger was knocked to the ground. Without even using his innate ability, the Steel Fierce Tiger was already dead. Ding! Slayed a Steel Fiend Tiger. +3 level-up points. Seeing the increase in his level-up points, a smile spread across Fang Yu's face. He summoned the Draconic Right Arm. After imbuing it with fire magic, a fiery aura emanated from the Draconic Right Arm, making it look even more terrifying. Next, it was time to enter the forest of fierce beasts and unleash a bloodbath. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu strode straight into the forest of fierce beasts. Upon entering, Fang Yu spotted over a dozen steel fierce tigers. Before they could even react, he took a single stride and charged toward them. Swish, swish, swish. With just a few swipes of his dragon-scaled claws, Fang Yu had slain all of them. High-tier level 1 ferocious beasts yield more experience points. Fang Yu knew that as long as he continued to slaughter them relentlessly within the forest of ferocious beasts, the amount of experience points he'd gain would be staggering. There were far more ferocious beasts in the forest of ferocious beasts than in the depths of the plains. Just as Fang Yu had slain a dozen or so steel fierce tigers, he realized that his current position had been surrounded. There were hundreds of them, all high-tier, first-tier steel fierce tigers. Crimson Fire Slash. Just as hundreds of steel fierce tigers were about to pounce on Fang Yu, he immediately unleashed his fire attribute divine ability, Crimson Fire Slash. Under the power of this fire attribute divine ability, a massive golden flame soared over 10 meters long, swept through the ranks like a whirlwind. Wherever it passed, the steel fierce tigers fell one after another, instantly turning the entire scene into a battlefield of hell. Ding! Slayed 1 steel fierce tiger, plus 3 level up points. Ding! Slayed 1 steel fierce tiger, plus 3 level up points. Ding! Slayed 1 steel fierce tiger, plus 3 level up points. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu had slain hundreds of steel fierce tigers. Level up points, 1,200. Looking at the level up points, a smile spread across Fang Yu's face. Click, click, click. I'll click, click, click. After manually allocating these level up points, Fang Yu was just about to head deeper into the forest of fierce beasts when, at that very moment, countless earth-shaking roars echoed in his ears. Roar! 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 Hearing so many roars, Fang Yu froze. What's going on? Coming to his senses, Fang Yu realized that countless ferocious beasts were charging toward him from ahead. So many ferocious beasts. Is this a beast tide? These ferocious beasts were all, without exception, Tier 1 advanced steel fierce tigers. As far as the eye could see, there were nothing but steel fierce tigers. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but get excited. It's a beast tide, it must be a beast tide. He knew that only a beast tide could produce such a spectacle. So many steel fierce tigers, just think of how many experience points he'd earned by slaying them all. Packed tightly together like a dark cloud looming overhead, the steel fierce tigers moved with blinding speed in an instant. Countless of them were upon Fang Yu. These steel fierce tigers launched their attacks on Fang Yu one after another. But how could these steel fierce tigers possibly be a match for Fang Yu? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dragon's Heavy Claw. Crimson Fire Slash. Fang Yu began furiously slaying these steel fierce tigers. Ding! Slayed 1 steel fierce tiger, plus 3 level up points. Ding! Defeated 1 steel fierce tiger, plus 3 level points. Ding! Defeated 1 steel fierce tiger, plus 3 level points. The numbers representing the increase in level points flashed frantically through Fang Yu's mind. Fang Yu was killing to his heart's content as he fought. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Awesome, just awesome. With the Dragon's Heavy Claw, Crimson Fire Slash, and Fang Yu's lightning fast claw strikes, he wiped out the entire wave of steel fierce tigers. Level up points, 20,000. Whoa! Seeing such a massive number of level up points, Fang Yu couldn't help but gasp. Activate the 10,000 point per use attribute allocation mode. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Fang Yu's mind. Hearing the system's voice, Fang Yu relaxed, thinking to himself that this meant he'd only need to manually click twice to spend the 20,000 experience points. Click, I'll click. One click adds 10,000 experience points, another click, and 20,000 experience points are gone. This way, the rate at which he spends experience points will be significantly reduced. Onward! There were surely more beasts in the beast forest, and so far, he'd only encountered the steel fierce tiger. He strode quickly deeper into the beast forest. After about 10 minutes, a completely new beast came into view.
It had to be said the Beast Compendium truly was an encyclopedia of beasts, documenting nearly every species on Blue Star. The beast that appeared before him was the human-faced spider, also a high-level first-tier beast. The human-faced spider wasn't large, but it was by no means small. Its face was pitch black and human-like, giving it an incredibly eerie appearance. In terms of attack power, speed, and defense, the human-faced spider was inferior to the steel-fierce tiger, but it possessed one thing the steel-fierce tiger lacked: a deadly venom. However, in a dream, whether it was highly venomous or not didn't matter. Just as Fang Yu was about to walk toward the human-faced spider, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a stream of green liquid shot rapidly toward him. Fang Yu knew this was the human-faced spider's unique venom in reality. Given his current strength, being struck by it would mean certain death. But here, he would stand his ground and face the human-faced spider's venom head-on. Chapter 11, Draconic Right Arm Upgrade, Dungeon 1 closed. Fang Yu stood motionless as a statue. If this were reality, faced with the human-faced spider's venom, he would have fled for his life at the fastest speed imaginable. But now it was different. In a dream, what did he have to fear from the human-faced spider's venom? Instantly, the human-faced spider's venom struck his body. But it had absolutely no effect on him. Just as the human-faced spider was about to launch another attack on Fang Yu didn't give it a chance. He struck first. Ding! Slayed a human-faced spider. Plus 3 level points. After slaying this human-faced spider, many more appeared around Fang Yu. Though it seemed as if they had surrounded him, in reality, they had come to grant him level-up points. Fang Yu began slaying them, dispatching over a dozen in the blink of an eye. Watching the increase in level-up points appear in his mind's eye, Fang Yu thought there must be many more human-faced spiders in this area. He had to slay as many as possible before he woke up. Sure enough, just as Fang Yu had expected, after taking only a few steps, he spotted countless human-faced spiders clinging to the trees. Their sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Seeing so many human-faced spiders before him, a smile spread across Fang Yu's face. This many meant he could earn a lot of experience points. Suddenly, the swarm of human-faced spiders began attacking Fang Yu. Crimson Fire Slash. Dragon's Heavy Claw. Fang Yu didn't stand idly by. He launched his own attacks against them. There were simply too many human-faced spiders. Under the assault of Dragon's Heavy Claw and Crimson Fire Slash, Fang Yu went on a killing spree. Ding! Slayed one human-faced spider, plus 3 level-up points. Ding! Slayed one human-faced spider, plus 3 level-up points. Ding! Slayed one human-faced spider, plus 3 level-up points. Watching the experience points flood into his mind, Fang Yu felt a surge of joy. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 3 swipes. The human-faced spiders were subjected to an unprecedented, overwhelming assault. They had absolutely no chance of withstanding Fang Yu's attacks, falling to the ground in droves and perishing one after another. Moments later, Fang Yu had wiped out every last one of them. Level-up points, 10,000. Facing such a massive haul of level-up points, if he hadn't unlocked the feature to spend 10,000 points at a time, the surplus would have given Fang Yu quite a headache. But now, 10,000 level-up points could be spent with just a single click. Click. Fang Yu instantly allocated 10,000 upgrade points to the Draconic Right Arm, which made him feel a bit nostalgic for that click, click sensation. It was such a thrill. Draconic Right Arm Upgrade Progress, 55%. Seeing the progress bar, Fang Yu knew he'd definitely be able to upgrade the Draconic Right Arm in time for the start of the Cold City trial. Just as he was about to continue slaying beasts in the forest of fierce beasts, he woke up. Upon waking, Fang Yu didn't even have time to wash up. He ran to the combat power testing machine in the corner of the residential complex and slammed his fist hard into it. The moment Fang Yu's fist made contact with the machine, his combat power rating appeared on the screen. 1457. Looking at the number on the screen, Fang Yu felt a surge of excitement. 1,200 combat power was the baseline for an intermediate fighter, and he had already far surpassed that baseline. It looked like he would be able to break through to the advanced fighter rank during the Cold City trial. An 18-year-old advanced fighter was a rare find even across the entire city of Jiangnan.
But he knew he couldn't get complacent just yet. With the system, his future held infinite possibilities, but if someone were to nip his potential in the bud now, what future would there be to speak of? Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. Tomorrow was the day the Cold City Ruins trial would begin. Fan Yu had been in Dungeon 1 for some time. Over the past few days, he had been frantically slaying beasts in the Forest of Beasts. It had to be said that the Forest of Beasts was teeming with them. Draconic right arm upgrade progress, 98%. Looking at the upgrade progress of the Draconic right arm, Fan Yu knew that he only needed to slay a few more beasts for the Draconic right arm to successfully upgrade. Not far away, more human-faced spiders appeared. There were well over 200 of them. If he could kill these 200 plus human-faced spiders, that should be enough. Dragoness Heavy Claw. Crimson Fire Slash. Without a second thought, Fan Yu began slaying these human-faced spiders. How could they possibly withstand his attacks? Death was the only fate awaiting them. The human-faced spiders let out a series of blood-curdling screams. When the screams died down, Fan Yu had slain all 200 of them. Level up points, 680. Less than 10,000 level up points. All it takes is a single click. Click. After Fan Yu clicked, the 680 level up points vanished in an instant. Ding. Draconic right arm successfully upgraded. Ding. Mastered innate combat skill, Dragoness Frenzied Shadow Claw. Ding. Dragoness left and right arms, innate skill level assessment grade. A series of system notifications echoed in Fan Yu's mind. Fan Yu looked at his left and right hands and saw that they had both transformed into pitch black, powerful dragon arms. The pitch black arms radiated a fiery aura that looked incredibly domineering, and the razor-sharp claws glinted with a chilling, menacing light. Dragoness Frenzied Shadow Claw. Suddenly, Fan Yu unleashed the Dragoness Fierce Shadow Claw, and hundreds of dragon claws instantly appeared in the air, creating a terrifying sight. The talent S level assessment also changed to grade. As far as Fan Yu knew, there wasn't a single quasi-fighter in the entire Dragon Kingdom who had simultaneously awakened both dragon left arms. But Fan Yu knew this was only the beginning. He continued deeper into the forest of fierce beasts. But Fan Yu realized he had actually reached the end. Ding. Exploration of Dungeon 1 has ended. Dungeon 1 will now close. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Exploration of Dungeon 1 was already over? Then when would the other Dungeon 1s open? After thinking for a moment, Fan Yu decided not to dwell on it any further. After all, there was no way the system could only generate a single Dungeon 1. Once Dungeon 1 closed, Fan Yu returned from the dream to reality, though dawn had not yet broken. Fan Yu looked out the window at the dim, hazy sky. He didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. Instead, he could sense a tremendous power surging within him. He couldn't wait to run to the combat power meter in the corner of the neighborhood, where he punched it with all his might. Bam! 2413. Looking at the combat power reading on the screen, Fan Yu smiled to himself. That's over 400 points higher than the base combat power of an advanced fighter. Chapter 12, The Cold City Trial begins. After dawn, Fan Yu went to a mask shop and bought a mask, a ghostly face that looked somewhat terrifying. He knew that the Martial Arts Alliance was organizing this Cold City trial, so there would likely be video surveillance. It would be safer to wear a mask. After all, there was no rule against wearing a mask during the trial. He took a taxi to a certain location, and before long, the taxi pulled up at the Martial Arts Alliance. In a square, there were over 100 people. Just as Fan Yu had expected, there were no geniuses or well-connected individuals participating in the Cold City trial. It couldn't be helped. Those people had powerful figures backing them and had already undergone countless training expeditions in the wild. Even Hao had been on so many such expeditions that Fan Yu found it hard to believe. Besides, the reward was only 5 million blue star coins. Although 5 million blue star coins were very important to Fan Yu, they weren't that significant to others. Look at that guy, he's actually wearing a ghost mask. What's that all about? No idea. Is he ugly or something? Come on, these days it's all about strength. Who cares if he is ugly? He is probably just a weirdo.
Hundreds of young people in the square stared at the masked Fang Yu, whispering among themselves, puzzled as to why he had come wearing a mask. Once Fang Yu entered the square, he remained silent. He had long anticipated this kind of reaction. Before long, a staff member brought over a machine. When Fang Yu placed his hand on it, the machine accurately displayed his age.
Once his age was verified, a staff member began distributing point watches.
These watches could automatically detect the level of ferocious beasts and, after slaying them, calculate how many points would be earned.
The person with the highest points would be the winner. For this Cold City trial, teaming up was allowed. Before Fang Yu arrived, some people had already formed teams. Hello, are you looking to join a team? We're one person short.
Generally speaking, a team of 4 is the optimal configuration.
Fang Yu shook his head.
Seeing that Fang Yu had declined, the person didn't press the matter further. Before long, everyone in the square had joined a team except for Fang Yu, who remained alone. Clearly, everyone in the square had noticed this. They couldn't understand why Fang Yu wasn't joining a team. Was it because he possessed absolute strength, or was he simply out of his depth? After all, the beasts in the Cold City trial were all low-level, first-tier beasts. For powerful cultivators, low-level, first-tier beasts were indeed nothing to worry about, but for those like them who had just entered the fighter realm, they were creatures that required extreme caution. The powerful figures in Jiangnan City were all well known, and clearly, none of them would wear a mask like Fang Yu did. For a moment, everyone in the square regarded Fang Yu as someone who didn't know his place, but they didn't say much about it. After all, it was Fang Yu's own choice. If he were to die in the Cold City ruins, he'd have no one to blame but himself. Next, we'll be traveling by bus to the Cold City ruins. Everyone knows the first place prize is 10,000 blue star coins, right?
We know.
Alright, everyone, follow me. With that, a staff member led the 100 or so people out of the square. They arrived at a large bus and began boarding.
Fang Yu thought to himself, a bus that could seat over 100 people and with seats to boot?
There probably weren't buses this big in Huaxia. The bus pulled away,
heading toward the Cold City ruins.
Fang Yu knew he'd soon have 10,000. Once he had that, his family's current financial crisis would be resolved, and his parents could finally rest easy. With no more worries weighing him down, he'd be able to focus fully on his cultivation. A few hours later, the bus came to a stop. They had arrived outside the Cold City ruins. After more than 100 people got off the bus, they gazed at the Cold City ruins in the distance, their faces filled with expressions of wonder. For almost all of them, this was their first time participating in a wilderness trial, and they felt both boundless anticipation and fear toward the wilderness. Although this was Fang Yu's first time at the Cold City ruins, having battled in Dungeon 1 for so long, he had lost all interest in wilderness maps like this one. After all, the only beasts inside the Cold City ruins were low-level, first-tier beasts, the red AO dogs. Even among low-level, first-tier beasts, there are variations in strength. The red arrow dogs are significantly weaker than the iron skin boars and shadow cats.
Everyone has seen it by now. That is the Cold City ruins.
You will spend 12 hours inside the Cold City ruins. The trial will end after 12 hours. The staff member addressed the crowd of over 100 people.
Now, the trial begins.
As soon as the staff member finished speaking, the group of over 100 people set off at a brisk pace toward the Cold City ruins. Fang Yu also headed toward the Cold City, but unlike the others who were all in teams, he was alone, wearing a mask. This made Fang Yu seem a bit out of place. The Cold City ruins. About 10 minutes later, Fang Yu entered the Cold City ruins. Before it was overrun by ferocious beasts, Cold City had been a decent city, but now it lay desolate and overgrown with weeds.
100 people wasn't a large number for a city.
Once inside the Cold City ruins, each team began operating independently. They certainly didn't want to get into arguments over ferocious beasts.
Fang Yu set out on his own as well.
There was only one type of ferocious beast in the Cold City ruins, the Chiao dog. Naturally, he had seen this creature in the Ferocious Beast Compendium. A few minutes later, Fang Yu finally spotted a Chiao dog inside an abandoned building.
This Chiao dog was considerably larger than an ordinary dog, its body all muscle, with bloodshot eyes and unusually long fangs. It was constantly drooling, and its appearance was truly terrifying. Roar! The Chiao dog let out a roar at Feng Yu, then lunged toward him. Seeing the charging red AO dog, Feng Yu threw a punch at it. A whoa! The punch landed squarely on the red AO dog's head. It let out an agonized howl, then fell silent. Ding! Slayed a red AO dog. +1 level up point. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Feng Yu's mind. Feng Yu was taken aback. He never would have imagined that slaying a ferocious beast in the real world would actually earn him level up points. If that's the case, then that's fantastic. He glanced at the points watch on his wrist again and saw that 10 points had appeared on the display. It seemed one red AO dog was worth 10 points. Meanwhile, in a small room at the Martial Arts Alliance, several martial masters were watching the surveillance screen in front of them. I thought this trial would be a bore, but it turns out there's a pretty decent kid here after all. Yeah, he took down a red AO dog with a single punch. He must be an intermediate fighter. Let us keep an eye on him. Let us see just how good this masked contestant really is. The martial artists were quite impressed by Feng Yu's ability to crush a red AO dog with a single punch. Chapter 13, The Shock of Several High-Level Martial Artists. Feng Yu knew the Cold City Ruins trial was under video surveillance, otherwise, he wouldn't have come wearing a mask. He knew he had to slay as many red AO dogs as possible to secure his ranking. If a team killed a single red AO dog, the points were split among the members, each person getting no more than 0.2 points. That was why Feng Yu chose not to team up. He continued searching for red AO dogs in the area, and before long, he spotted several more. As soon as these Chiao dogs spotted Feng Yu, they lunged straight at him, looking as if they wanted to tear him limb from limb and devour him. Feng Yu stared directly at the charging Chiao dogs, a smile spreading across his face. These creatures were pitifully weak compared to him. Bang! 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 After a few punches, the Chiao dogs were all killed. It was no surprise, as a high-level fighter, he didn't even need to use his talent to slay these first-tier, low-level ferocious beasts. After dispatching them, the points on his wristwatch reached 5. Feng Yu didn't stop to rest. He continued searching the area for more red AO dogs. A moment later, he arrived outside a large building. The walls of this building were covered in moss, and the interior was overgrown with weeds, giving it an indescribably desolate appearance. Feng Yu had keen eyes. He spotted a red AO dog inside. After scaling the wall, he appeared right in front of it. The red AO dog hadn't expected a human to suddenly appear before it and froze for a moment. But in the next second, it snapped out of it and let out a ferocious roar at Feng Yu. Roar! Smack! Before the red AO dog could launch its attack, Feng Yu struck it with an open palm. What's there to roar about? Looking at the red AO dog's corpse before him, Feng Yu shook his head. Ding! Slayed a red AO dog. +1 level up point. These level up points weren't particularly useful to Feng Yu, but knowing that he could earn them by slaying ferocious beasts in the real world, already quite good, especially since a major war between humans and ferocious beasts was likely to break out again in the near future. When that time came, he would not only be able to slay ferocious beasts but also earn level up points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, he could sense that slaying ferocious beasts in the real world also increased his combat power. After slaying this Chiao dog, he sensed that this abandoned building likely harbored more than just one Chiao dog. He would have to search it thoroughly. Immediately, he entered the abandoned building to begin his search for Chiao dogs. Inside the room, several martial artists were all extremely intrigued by Feng Yu. They were all high-level martial artists after all. The standards for the Cold City Ruins trial weren't very high, otherwise they wouldn't have been assigned to review the surveillance footage. What do you guys think his talent level is? Looking at his profile, he is only 18 years old, yet he is this strong. He must have an S-class talent. Very likely. It might even be an S-class talent. These senior martial artists had already come to regard Feng Yu as a once-in-a-generation genius. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the sound of numerous Chiao dogs roaring filled the video feed of Fong Yu. The senior martial artists stopped their discussion and turned their attention to the video feed, where they saw that Fong Yu had been surrounded by more than 20 Chiao dogs. With so many red AO dogs, he should be showing off his talent by now. One of the high-level martial artists said. Fong Yu looked at the red AO dogs surrounding him. He hadn't expected there to be so many of them in this abandoned building. Just as he was about to step inside to investigate, more than 20 red AO dogs had instantly charged out and surrounded him. Bring it on! Fong Yu gave the Chiao dogs a beckoning gesture with his finger. Once he de-slain these 20-plus Chiao dogs, he should be able to pull ahead of the other teams. Dragon Arm. Instantly, Fong Yu summoned his talent, and his right hand as well as his left transformed into powerful dragon arms. Holy crap! He has actually awakened both the draconic right arm and the dragon arm at the same time? As far as I know, a talent like this has never appeared in Jiangnan City before, has it? That's right. It's usually either the draconic right arm or the dragon arm. Strange. There's a different kind of aura emanating from his dragon arms. That's really odd. The several high-level martial artists watching the video surveillance footage of Fong Yu were all quite surprised. But even if he has awakened both the draconic right arm and the Gelon left arm at the same time, the talent S rank probably isn't very high. The senior martial artists were all somewhat disappointed. They knew that on Blue Star, there were countless types of talents, and it was perfectly normal for some people to awaken talents they'd never heard of. They had originally thought Fong Yu's talent would be at least S rank after all, his combat power was already so formidable at such a young age. But now it seemed they were wrong. With such a weak talent, no matter how hard he worked in this lifetime, he would never become one of those super powerful fighters. The three great titans of Blue Star, the talents they VE awakened are SSS class. Jiangnan City has produced just one SSS class prodigy, who has already gone to the city of the world to become a disciple of one of the human race titans. Dragon S Heavy Claw. Crimson Fire Slash. Fong Yu didn't want to get bogged down in a prolonged battle with these 20-plus Crimson AO dogs, so he immediately unleashed his talent-based combat techniques and fire attribute divine abilities. Under the assault of Dragon S Heavy Claw and Crimson Fire Slash, all 20-plus red AO dogs were instantly slain. Although Fong Yu couldn't match the strength he displayed in Dungeon 1 in the real world and there was a gap between his innate combat techniques and fire attribute divine abilities, the difference wasn't significant. After all, he was executing these skills with the strength of a high-level fighter. Whoa! The several high-rank martial masters watching the surveillance footage couldn't help but gasp in shock. They stared in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. They never would have imagined that the 20-plus Crimson AO dogs surrounding Fong Yu would be instantly wiped out by him. That's over 20 Crimson AO dogs, after all. They clearly saw that Fong Yu had just used a combat technique. Combat techniques only fighter-level martial trainees are capable of cultivating them. Could it be that Fong Yu was already a martial trainee? The senior martial artists exchanged glances, each at a loss for words. Essence Book Pavilion. Naturally, they knew nothing about fire attribute divine abilities. But if Fong Yu's talent wasn't exceptional, how could he have become a martial apprentice at such a young age? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. For a moment, these senior martial masters were torn by conflicting thoughts. We'd better report someone like this. With that, one of the senior martial masters strode quickly out of the room. Fong Yu looked at the points watch on his wrist. His total had reached 31. Barring any surprises, he was already in first place. Ha! Fong Yu noticed that the personal inventory in his mind had lit up. It seemed he'd acquired something. Chapter 14, Lightning Attribute, Blood Burst Pill. Fong Yu opened his personal inventory. To his surprise, there were 2 items inside. Item 1, Lightning Attribute. Item 2, Blood Burst Pill. Lightning Attribute can be enchanted onto a talent. Blood Burst Pill, upon use, boosts strength to the Grandmaster level for 10 minutes. Expires after 1 day. Looking at the descriptions of the 2 items in his personal space, Fong Yu couldn't help but feel overjoyed.
He never would have imagined that killing nothing more than a low-level, first-tier beast in the ruins of Cold City would yield such valuable rewards.
Enough said, time to enchant first. Ding. Do you wish to enchant the Dragon Arms talent with the lightning attribute? Yes. Enchant. Ding. Enchantment successful.
As the system's voice faded, an aura of the lightning element had already appeared on Fong Yu's left and right dragon arms.
Ding. Mastered the lightning element divine ability, Thunder Dragon Roar. After enchanting them with the lightning element, he had also successfully mastered the lightning element divine ability, Thunder Dragon Roar.
And there was also the Blood Burst Pill. It could boost his strength to the Grandmaster level even if only for 10 minutes, that was already pretty impressive. However, the Blood Burst Pill would expire in a day, which troubled him somewhat. He was currently in the Cold City ruins, and there was no real need to use the Blood Burst Pill here.
Oh well. Fong Yu decided not to dwell on it any further.
He searched the abandoned building for the Chi-Ao dogs but found that none remained inside. He left the building and arrived at an open area, where he spotted several Chi-Ao dogs.
Roar!
These red AO dogs also spotted Fong Yu. They let out a roar directed at him and charged right at him. Watching the charging red AO dogs, a look of boredom flashed across Fong Yu's face. These dogs were simply too weak to pose any threat to him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Before the red AO dogs could reach him, he threw a few punches at them, and they were instantly killed.
Ding!
Slayed a red AO dog, +1 level point.
Ding!
Slayed a red AO dog, +1 level point.
Ding!
Slayed one red AO dog, +1 level point. The data on the increased level points appeared in Fong Yu's mind. Several senior martial artists watching the surveillance footage were staring intently at Fong Yu. They were becoming increasingly interested in this villain. Before long, led by a senior martial artist, a junior grandmaster entered the room. Grandmasters hold a revered status in every nation on Blue Star.
A grandmaster must not be disrespected. Everyone on Blue Star knows this. Grandmaster Lin Wu, that's him.
Judging by the combat techniques he just used, I believe his mastery has reached the pinnacle, and he has awakened both his draconic right arm and left arm. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. And he is only 18 years old. The senior martial master introduced the junior grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu looked at the video feed of Fong Yu and noticed that Fong Yu was wearing a ghost mask, which gave him a somewhat eerie appearance.
Let us wait and see.
Even if he has simultaneously awakened both the draconic right arm and left arm, it's no big deal.
In this world, talent is what counts.
Lin Wu paid no heed to the senior martial master's words, thinking he was simply exaggerating.
Beep, 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 beep. Just then, an urgent alarm sounded from the video monitor. No way.
Several senior martial masters in the room cried out in shock.
What is going on?
Lin Wu looked at the senior martial masters in the room. A beast horde, that's the alarm that sounds for a beast horde. A beast horde has appeared in the Cold City ruins.
What?
Lin Wu was startled. He hadn't expected a beast horde to appear in a low-level wilderness map like the Cold City ruins.
Then what are we waiting for?
Make an announcement immediately. Order everyone undergoing trials in the Cold City ruins to evacuate immediately. Lin Wu snapped back to his senses and hurriedly ordered.
Yes, Grandmaster Lin Wu.
At that very moment, everyone participating in the trials at the Cold City ruins could feel a distinct tremor, as if an earthquake were about to strike.
Fong Yu was also puzzled, unsure what was suddenly going on. All personnel, evacuate the Cold City ruins immediately. A beast tide has appeared in the Cold City ruins. All personnel, evacuate the Cold City ruins immediately. A beast horde has appeared in the Cold City ruins.
Suddenly, a voice rang out from above the Cold City ruins. Hearing this, the faces of everyone inside the Cold City ruins turned pale in an instant. They didn't dare linger for a moment longer and frantically ran toward the exit of the Cold City ruins at the fastest speed they ever managed.
A beast horde? Fong Yu froze for a moment.
He hadn't expected a beast horde to appear in the Cold City ruins.
If he didn't have the blood-burst pill, he would surely be running out of the cold city ruins right now. But now, he had the blood-burst pill. Combined with the lightning attribute he just enchanted onto it, why not go all out? Yeah, let us do this. Fang Yu knew full well that fortune favors the bold. The blood-burst pill would expire anyway if he didn't use it, and now he had the chance to put it to use. As for where the beast tide was coming from, he had no idea. Perhaps there was an underground world teeming with ferocious beasts beneath the cold city ruins. Although Fang Yu had decided to go all out in the cold city ruins, he wasn't about to get overconfident. He first found a hidden spot to lie in wait. Beast swarms are also ranked by tier. Some high-level beast swarms pose a mortal danger not just to grandmasters, but even to paragons. He wasn't yet sure what tier the beast swarm in the cold city ruins belonged to. Inside the room, Lin Wu, watching Fang Yu's surveillance feed, saw that Fang Yu hadn't retreated but had instead gone into hiding. At that moment, the surveillance feed couldn't detect exactly where Fang Yu was hiding. What is he doing? He's not retreating? Lin Wu slammed his fist down on the table. It's over. This guy is beyond help. Lin Wu let out a heavy sigh. The several high-level martial artists in the room knew that if Fang Yu didn't retreat, death was undoubtedly the only fate awaiting him. Grandmaster Lin Wu, we've already sent people to pick up the participants of the Cold City Ruins trial. A staff member entered the room to report to Lin Wu. Understood. Lin Wu nodded, his gaze fixed on the video feed of Fang Yu's location, but Fang Yu was nowhere to be seen. Boom! Hiding in the shadows, Fang Yu heard a loud roar coming from nearby. He instantly looked in that direction and spotted a large number of ferocious beasts. A beast horde was just that there were many of them. But having already witnessed grand spectacles inside Dungeon 1, Fang Yu showed no signs of shock or fear at the sight. They're all first-tier ferocious beasts. Then I'll be fine. Fang Yu realized that even the strongest among these beasts were merely high-level first-tier beasts, roughly equivalent in strength to a human high-level fighter. So, with the blood-burst pill, he would be more than capable of slaughtering them thoroughly. Besides, the number of beasts so overwhelming as to be shocking. Chapter 15, 30,000 level-up points, countless calculated scores. Inside the room, Lin Wu and several advanced martial masters stared intently at the video surveillance feed, watching as hordes of ferocious beasts surged toward them. Although the beasts' levels weren't high, if their numbers were too great, there was no way an ordinary fighter could handle them. He won't make it out of the cold city ruins, Lin Wu said as he watched the surveillance feed. The several high-level martial artists in the room all understood what Grandmaster Lin Wu meant. They remained silent. He's out. Suddenly, one of the high-level martial artists in the room cried out in surprise. Instantly, everyone in the room turned their gaze to the surveillance feed, where they saw Fang Yu reappear on screen. Has he lost his mind? As a junior grandmaster, Lin Wu had seen a great deal in his life, but he had never encountered anyone as bizarre as Fang Yu. Hiding though the odds were slim at least offered a glimmer of hope for survival. But coming out now to face the horde of beasts head-on would mean certain death. Lin Wu and the several senior martial artists all knew that Fang Yu would be a dead man in an instant. Not even a corpse would remain. How could they possibly know that Fang Yu possessed something called the blood burst pill? Activate the blood burst pill. Fang Yu looked at the vast horde of ferocious beasts before him. He materialized the blood burst pill from his personal space and swallowed it in one gulp. He knew that although the dragon serpent arms were only level 1, with the enchantments of fire and lightning attributes, their true power was far beyond that of a mere level 1. Moreover, he possessed divine abilities of fire and lightning that was truly terrifying. Roar! 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 As the ferocious beasts at the forefront of the beast horde reached Fang Yu, they roared at him and immediately pounced. Fang Yu had seen all these beasts in the Beast Compendium and had encountered nearly all of them in Dungeon 1. Iron-hided boar, shadow cat, skyblood ant, scarlet snake, iron-hided rhinoceros. Thunder dragon roar. Fang Yu was the first to unleash the lightning attribute divine technique, Thunder Dragon Roar. Powerful lightning energy condensed on his 2 dragon arms, rapidly coalescing into a terrifying lightning dragon dozens of meters long. The blood-burst pill could boost his strength to the Grandmaster level, a vague concept, since Grandmaster is divided into 3 tiers: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Fan Yu wasn't sure exactly what the strength levels of the initial, intermediate, and advanced Grandmaster tiers entailed, but he knew his current strength was that of a Grandmaster, so what did it matter which tier he belonged to? A Thunder Dragon roar unleashed at the Grandmaster level was naturally far more terrifying than one cast at the Advanced Fighter level. The Lightning Dragon, stretching dozens of meters long, instantly swept away countless ferocious beasts. The entire space shook, and the earth trembled. But this single strike alone was certainly not enough to wipe out every ferocious beast in the beast horde. Fan Yu didn't linger. The blood burst pill's effects lasted only 10 minutes, and he couldn't afford to waste any time. Crimson Fire Slash. At the Grandmaster level, the Golden Flame Greatsword condensed by the Crimson Fire Slash expanded from its original length of over 10 meters to several meters. As the Golden Greatsword slashed down with ferocious force, a long trench gouged through the ground in an instant, reducing every ferocious beast in its path to ashes. Dragon Shadow Fist. Countless claw shadows appeared throughout the space, with the dragon's claws striking relentlessly. They swept through the ferocious beasts, and hordes of them fell, lying in pools of blood. After unleashing these 2 elemental divine abilities and his innate combat techniques, Fan Yu activated the dragon's heavy claws, charging into the battlefield and launching a frenzied slaughter against the beasts. This section of the Cold City ruins instantly turned into a hellish inferno. Whoosh! Inside the room, Lin Wu and several high-ranked martial masters watched the scene unfold. They all gasped in shock, speechless. It was a bolt from the blue. They stood frozen like statues, unable to snap out of it for a long time even in. Next upgrade, B-rank talent, Draconic Aspect. Draconic Aspect, huh? Fan Yu checked and discovered that Draconic Aspect was the kind of talent that, once activated, transformed his entire body into a humanoid dragon-like form. Although the highest tier talent on Blue Star was SSS class, he wasn't worried. He knew he'd reach SSS class sooner or later. Once his talent reached SSS class, he'd already imbued it with countless attributes. Other people's SSS class talents simply couldn't compare to his. Alright, let us see how. Why is he just coming out now? I don't know. He must have been hiding somewhere and only came out after the beast horde had passed. That's the only explanation. It's not like he could have taken out every single beast in the horde, right? The crowd watched Fan Yu emerge and began whispering among themselves. Fan Yu walked into the crowd. Though he said nothing, his heart was racing with anxiety since his points had exceeded the system's calculation limit. He wasn't sure if the 5 million bonus was still available. If not, that would be such a letdown. Please wait here for a moment. Grandmaster Lin Wu was on his way. A staff member suddenly announced. Hearing this, everyone froze in surprise. They certainly hadn't expected Grandmaster Lin Wu to show up here. As a junior Grandmaster, Lin Wu was a well-known figure in Jiangnan City, but they had no idea what his purpose was in coming here. It wasn't just them. Even Fan Yu had no clue why Grandmaster Lin Wu. But to everyone's surprise, Grandmaster Lin Wu didn't say a word. Instead, he walked in a certain direction. They all looked in the direction Grandmaster Lin Wu was heading and spotted Fan Yu, wearing a ghost mask. Why was Grandmaster Lin Wu walking toward him? A huge question mark appeared in everyone's minds. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Wu walked up to Fan Yu, who hadn't expected Grandmaster Lin Wu to come toward him. Immediately, he understood. It must have been because the combat power he displayed after taking the blood burst pill in the Cold City ruins was so astonishing that Lin Wu, a junior Grandmaster, had come here in person. Hello, my name is Lin Wu. Once Lin Wu reached Fan Yu, he extended his hand toward him. Whoa! Seeing this, everyone present immediately erupted into an uproar. They never would have imagined such a scene, not even in their wildest dreams. Grandmaster Lin Wu was extending his hand to Fan Yu, the man with the ghost mask? What gives? Could it be that this man has an extremely powerful background? Hello! After a few seconds of stunned silence, Fan Yu also extended his hand. He knew that for Grandmaster Lin Wu to act this way was already a sign of humility and respect. He had now figured out Grandmaster Lin Wu's purpose for coming to the Cold City ruins, but He knew full well that he wasn't strong enough yet. For now, he had to lie low. He couldn't reveal himself. May I ask your name?
Lin Wu looked at Fang Yu, who was wearing a ghost mask. Participating in the Cold City Ruins trial required nothing. All one had to do was arrive at the Martial Arts Alliance on the day the trial began and undergo an age verification check.
This was absolutely perfect for Fang Yu. Jiang Lai. Fang Yu casually gave a name.
Although he knew the martial arts would take him seriously, the fact remained, he wasn't strong enough yet, so he had to be extremely cautious.
Jiang Lai?
Everyone present pondered for a moment, realizing they never heard the name Jiang Lai before. He must be some up-and-coming talent who recently emerged.
Jiang Lai, how about joining our martial arts alliance?
Lin Wu said with a smile, addressing Fang Yu.
What? Join the martial arts alliance? Grandmaster Lin Wu was actually inviting him to join the martial arts alliance? What on earth is going on?
Everyone was utterly shocked to see Grandmaster Lin Wu inviting Fang Yu to join the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance.
Master Shihu, do you know what is going on?
Suddenly, a staff member asked the senior martial artist who had arrived with Grandmaster Lin Wu. He single-handedly wiped out the beast horde at the Cold City Ruins. Martial artist Shihu replied to the staff member.
My God!
Hearing martial artist Shihu's answer, the staff member's pupils contracted rapidly. He never would have imagined such a response. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Fang Yu, eager to know whether he would join the Martial Arts Alliance. Fang Yu knew that joining the Martial Arts Alliance would grant him better resources, but he didn't need them right now. Dungeon 1, generated by the system, was more than enough.
I'd better not join. Sorry, I'm not interested for the time being.
Fang Yu shook his head at Lin Wu, who stood before him. Had he refused? No one had expected Fang Yu to turn them down. They all froze in shock.
All right, then. If you ever change your mind, feel free to come find me at the Martial Arts Alliance anytime.
Lin Wu didn't seem particularly surprised by Fang Yu's refusal. He smiled at him as he spoke.
Chapter 17, Returning Home, 5 million deposited.
Everyone present listened to the exchange between Lin Wu and Fang Yu, their faces etched with utter astonishment. They never would have imagined that Grandmaster Lin Wu had come here specifically to invite this person wearing a ghost mask to join the Martial Arts Alliance. By the way, Jiang Lai, about that 10,000 reward you. Lin Wu looked at Fang Yu. He knew that Fang Yu might simply not be interested in the Martial Arts Alliance right now, but might take an interest in the future. Grandmaster Lin Wu, if possible, please transfer 5 million to this card. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yu pulled his allowance card out of his pocket.
No problem.
Lin Wu knew that someone with Fang Yu's personality didn't want to be in the spotlight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worn a mask to participate in the Cold City Ruins trial. After jotting down the card number, he handed the card back to Fang Yu.
Grandmaster Lin Wu, how many points did he get? Why is he in first place? I don't buy it.
Suddenly, a young man spoke up.
Right, I don't buy it either. I don't buy it either.
Me neither. Over 100 participants in the Cold City Ruins trial voiced their opinions. After all, Grandmaster Lin Wu hadn't revealed Fang Yu's score, so it was unclear whether there was some hidden story behind it.
Scores?
Lin Wu smiled and looked at Fang Yu.
I almost forgot about that. Jiang Lai, hand me the score watch.
Without any hesitation, Fang Yu handed the points watch on his wrist to Lin Wu. After taking the points watch from Fang Yu, Lin Wu glanced at it, thinking to himself, just as I suspected.
Everyone can take a look.
Because the points are too high, the points watch can no longer calculate them. With that, Lin Wu had a staff member hold up the points watch for each of the over 100 participants in the Cold City Ruins trial to see. These people knew that Grandmaster Lin Wu hadn't deceived them, but...
Grandmaster Lin Wu, may I ask why the points have become so high that they can't be calculated? What is the reason? A young man addressed Grandmaster Lin Wu.
Everyone present turned their gaze toward Grandmaster Lin Wu, eager to hear his explanation.
If I told you that Jiang Lai single-handedly slaughtered the entire beast horde inside the Cold City Ruins, would you believe me? Whoa! Everyone present listened to Grandmaster Lin Wu's words. They all gasped in shock, startled and dumbfounded. It was as if they had heard the most unbelievable thing in history. Were they sure they hadn't misheard? He single-handedly took down the beast horde in the Cold City ruins? How was that possible? Everyone looked at Feng Yu in disbelief, then back at Lin Wu. I know this is hard for you to believe, but every word I've said is true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here in person to invite Jiang to join our fighter alliance. Having said that, Lin Wu saw no need to explain further. Next, led by a staff member, Feng Yu and the others boarded a large bus, which set off toward Jiangnan City. Feng Yu was still feeling quite happy inside. He'd come out of this trial in the Cold City ruins with his pockets full. It couldn't have been more satisfying. The bus pulled into the Martial Arts Alliance, but Feng Yu didn't linger there for long. After leaving the premises and making sure no one was following him, he took off his ghost mask and casually tossed it into a trash can. Just as he was about to get back on the bus to go home, spotted a combat power testing machine in the square not far away. He thought to himself that after slaying so many ferocious beasts in the Cold City ruins, he could clearly feel a change in his combat power. He might as well check just how high it had gone. Immediately, he made his way to the square. Besides him, there were several other young people in the square testing their combat power. Boom! 452. Ha, my combat power is almost at the baseline for a junior fighter. Tell me, are you impressed? Boom! 420. My combat power isn't as high as yours, but it's not bad either. The young people had all checked their combat power. Their scores were all in the 400s, not far from the junior fighter threshold. Alright, let us not block the front here. We don't want to get in the way of others checking their combat power. The young men stepped aside to make room for Feng Yu, all watching to see just how high the combat power of this guy who looked about 2 years younger than them would be. Talent determines everything. They wouldn't assume Feng Yu's combat power was inferior to theirs just because he was younger. Feng Yu fixed his gaze on the combat power testing machine in front of him. He clenched his fist and then slammed it into the machine. Boom! After his fist struck the machine with a heavy thud, a number appeared on the screen. 3,275. A combat power of 4,000 is the baseline for a junior martial trainee. He was already close to reaching that level. Over the years of martial arts practice on Blue Star, the fighter realm has been clearly defined. Fighter, martial trainee, that's speed. In all the years since he'd been transported to Blue Star, Feng Yu had never possessed this much money before. For a moment, he actually felt a bit at a loss. He knew that with these 5 million, his parents would have almost no financial pressure left. He returned home. Xiao Yu, where have you been? We were really worried about you. Upon arriving home, his mother, Dulan, spoke to Feng Yu in a reproachful tone. That's right, Xiao Yu. You left without even saying a word. Feng Yongwu put down the newspaper he was holding and looked at Feng Yu. Chapter 18, A Family Full of Excitement and Joy. Feng Yu knew his parents wouldn't pay attention to trials like the Cold City ruins. He took out his allowance card. The 5 million was meant for his parents anyway, since he had no use for the money. I participated in a trial and came in first place. Feng Yu said to Feng Yongwu and Dulan. Feng Yongwu and Dulan listened to Feng Yu's words, and they were both a bit stunned. Oh, that's good. Once they had recovered from the shock, they weren't quite sure how to respond. Mom and Dad, there's 5 million on this card. Feng Yu handed the allowance card to Feng Yongwu. What? Feng Yongwu and Dulan were struck as if by lightning, staring wide-eyed at the allowance card in Feng Yu's hand. Xiao Yu, are you kidding me? 5 million? Feng Yongwu shook his head, clearly not believing that the allowance card in Feng Yu's hand could possibly contain 5 million. Dulan felt the same way as Feng Yongwu. Neither of them believed the card held 5 million Blue Star coins. For some people, 5 million Blue Star coins might be pocket change, but for a family like theirs, it was an astronomical sum. It's true. Take it. Feng Yu felt that no matter what he said, neither Feng Yongwu nor Dulan would believe him, so he simply shoved the allowance card into Feng Yongwu's hand. I'm hungry. I'll cook right away. Du Lan hurried into the kitchen. Fang Yonghua, however, rushed out of the house, heading off to who knows where. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was on her way home from school when her classmate Wang Jing, who was walking with her, asked, "Xiao Xiao, are you going to join that intensive study program the school recommended?" "No, thanks." Xiao Xiao shook her head. "Why not? Your grades are so good, maybe they'll get even better if you join." "It's precisely because my grades are good that I'm not joining." Wang Jing heard Xiao Xiao's words and said nothing more. In this world, talent screening requires reaching a certain age. Children who haven't reached that age yet usually have a backup plan. In case no talent is detected by the time they turn 16, they can still study hard to get into a good university and find a decent job in the future. If they lack talent and aren't good at studying, they'll be relegated to the very bottom of society. Blue Star is nothing like Earth. The status of those at the very bottom of society is terrifyingly low. They have no say in matters, and the law doesn't even favor them. Xiao Xiao would love nothing more than to join the intensive training program, but she understood her family's current situation. She knew she wasn't a child anymore and needed to be responsible. After parting ways with Wang Jing, she returned to the Jianming residential complex. Meanwhile, Fang Yonghua entered a string of numbers on his he'd already learned the password from Fang Yu before leaving. Balance, 5 million. After checking the balance, Fang Yonghua's pupils suddenly contracted. He never would have imagined that the card Fang Yu gave him actually contained 5 million blue star coins. Is this real? Fang Yonghua swallowed hard, clearly unable to believe it. But then he thought about it. His son was now a fighter, so winning a prize from the trials wasn't really that surprising. He just couldn't wrap his head around it right away. Immediately, Fang Yonghua set off toward home, overcome with excitement. Upon returning home, Fang Yonghua headed straight for the kitchen. "Dad, what's going on? You look so excited." Xiao Xiao, sitting on the sofa watching TV, looked puzzled with her chubby little face. Once in the kitchen, Fang Yonghua looked at Du Lan. "Alan, there really is 5 million. What? Really?" Du Lan was stunned as well. She recalled how Fang Yu had handed Fang Yonghua the allowance card just moments ago. There really was 5 million on the card, but why did her son seem so calm? This was 5 million, after all. When Du Lan came to her senses, she realized Fang Yonghua had already walked to the kitchen doorway, so she followed him out. "Xiao Yu." Fang Yonghua walked over to Fang Yu and handed him the allowance card. "Even though we're your parents, Dad, can I just timidly ask how much money is actually on this card?" Xiao Xiao stared with wide eyes at the allowance card in Fang Yonghua's hand. "Not much, just 5 million. Fang Yu ruffled Xiao Xiao's hair as he spoke. 5 million. Xiao Xiao jumped up from the sofa, her big, watery eyes wide with surprise. Then does that mean I can join that intensive learning program the school recommended?" Xiao Xiao blurted out eagerly. "Of course." Fang Yu smiled, then turned to Fang Yonghua. "Dad, Xiao Xiao needs money too. You guys can keep the money, it's settled then." Hearing Fang Yu say this, Fang Yonghua didn't press the issue any further inside, he was simply overwhelmed with excitement. That night, the night sky outside his window was dotted with stars. Fang Yu fell asleep, and a strange force entered his mind, drawing him back into a dream. There, Fang Yu found himself in a vast, boundless wasteland. The land was pitch black, and acid rain fell from the sky, creating a scene of utter desolation and loneliness. Essence Book Pavilion. A massive stone stele suddenly appeared before Fang Yu's eyes, bearing 4 large characters. Dungeon 1 Number 2. Looking at the words on the stele, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel excited. After Dungeon 1 had closed, he knew the system would surely generate other Dungeon 1s, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Dungeon 1 Number 2 was completely different from Dungeon 1. In the distance, Fang Yu had already spotted several ferocious beasts. He walked toward them. They were high-tier, first-tier iron-blood wolves. Starting off with high-tier first-tier beasts like this gave a clear indication of the strength of the beasts within Dungeon 1 Number 2. As soon as these Ironblood wolves spotted Fong Yu, they all pounced on him. Never mind being inside Dungeon 1, even in the real world, Fong Yu wouldn't necessarily be afraid of these Ironblood wolves. He immediately summoned his dragon arm. He was going to use it sooner or later anyway. Swish, swish, swish. With a few swipes of its claws, it killed all the Ironblood wolves. Ding! Slayed an Ironblood wolf, plus 3 level points. Ding! Slayed an Ironblood wolf, plus 3 level points. Ding! Slayed an Ironblood wolf, plus 3 level points. The data on the increased level points appeared in Fong Yu's mind. After slaying these Ironblood wolves, Fong Yu continued deeper into the wasteland. He had no idea just how vast this wasteland was. All he knew was that it seemed to stretch endlessly. A few minutes later, Fong Yu spotted even more Ironblood wolves. There were easily hundreds of them. Whoa! Seeing so many Ironblood wolves all around him, Fong Yu let out a breath of relief. Slaying this many of them would be truly exhilarating. The moment they spotted Fong Yu, the Ironblood wolves charged straight at him without the slightest hesitation. Hundreds of Ironblood wolves charging at Fong Yu at once was undoubtedly a massive spectacle. If an ordinary person were faced with such a scene, they would surely sink into deep despair. But here, Fong Yu would be the one to drive these Ironblood wolves to despair. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Frenzied Dragon Shadow Claw. He didn't waste a moment, unleashing thunder and fire attribute divine abilities directly at the hundreds of Ironblood wolves, combined with his innate combat technique, the Frenzied Dragon Shadow Claw. In an instant, fire and lightning energies intertwined within the area occupied by the hundreds of Ironblood wolves, and countless razor-sharp claw shadows swept through the air with terrifying ferocity. The Ironblood wolves fell frantically into pools of blood. It was a completely one-sided battle. In the blink of an eye, Fong Yu had slaughtered all several hundred Ironblood wolves. He checked his level up points. 1,200 points. In an instant, all 1,200 upgrade points were depleted. Naturally, 1,200 upgrade points meant little to Fong Yu. Now he knew there were far more ferocious beasts in this wasteland, and he would have to explore it thoroughly. But what Fong Yu didn't expect was that just as he had slaughtered hundreds of Ironblood wolves, another few hundred charged toward him. Watching the hundreds of Ironblood wolves charge at him once more, Fong Yu's expression was quite a sight. Charge! With a single stride, he entered the midst of the hundreds of Ironblood wolves. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 3 swipes. No matter how he chose to slay these Ironblood wolves, it didn't take long. Before long, Fong Yu had wiped them out once again. After allocating his experience points, Fong Yu scanned his surroundings and realized there were no other ferocious beasts nearby, so he had no choice but to continue deeper into the wasteland. Ha! Fong Yu noticed more Ironblood wolves not far away, but this time, their numbers far exceeded his expectations. There were as many as a beast horde. Seeing so many Ironblood wolves, Fong Yu felt reassured. The beasts in Dungeon 1, Number 2, were not only high level but also numerous. That's what made it interesting. Fong Yu walked straight toward the Ironblood wolves. There were likely several thousand of them, forming a dense, swarming mass. He had nothing to fear. If anything, it was the Ironblood wolves who should be afraid. Thousands of Ironblood wolves had already spotted Fong Yu, and they let out deep, rumbling growls. Instantly, thousands of Ironblood wolves charged toward Fong Yu at breakneck speed. Watching so many Ironblood wolves charging at him, Fong Yu not only felt no sense of pressure whatsoever, but his face was actually brimming with excitement. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Dragon-S Frenzied Shadow Claw. Dragon-S Heavy Claw. Fong Yu unleashed all his skills, determined to slay these Ironblood wolves as quickly as possible. Ding! Slayed an Ironblood wolf, plus 3 level points. Ding! Slayed an Ironblood wolf, plus 3 level points. Ding! Defeated 1 Ironblood wolf, plus 3 level points. Under Fong Yu's relentless assault, the Ironblood wolves fell frantically into pools of blood. The scene had become a gruesome sight. Level points, 20,000. Points, I'll spend them. Fong Yu allocated the 20,000 level points to his dragon arm. He continued walking deeper into the wasteland.
A moment later, a new type of ferocious beast came into view. A Tier 1 advanced ferocious beast, the red-tailed scorpion. Fang Yu had, of course, seen the red-tailed scorpion in the ferocious beast compendium. Its tail was highly venomous, and it was extremely aggressive, but none of that mattered much to Fang Yu, who was currently in Dungeon 1, Number 2. He walked up to the red-tailed scorpion, a high-tier level 1 beast, and the moment it spotted him, he ended its life. Ding! Slayed a red-tailed scorpion. +3 level points. What Fang Yuan-Ti expected was that the moment he slew the red-tailed scorpion, he heard a swarm of scuttling sounds. It was as if countless red-tailed scorpions were heading his way. Sure enough, before long, countless red-tailed scorpions appeared all around Fang Yu. Truly, there were countless of them. The red-tailed scorpions were entirely crimson, and now Fang Yu was surrounded on all sides by this color. Their sheer number sent a thrill through him. He knew this must be the red-tailed scorpion's lair. With so many of them, just think how many level-up points he'd earn if he killed them all. The countless red-tailed scorpions surrounding Fang Yu didn't linger for long. They immediately began crawling rapidly toward him from all directions. Watching the red-tailed scorpions charging at him, Fang Yu's dragon arms were already itching for action. Chapter 20, 150,000 level-up points, Junior Fighter. As he watched the red-tailed scorpions crawling rapidly toward him from all directions, the fire and lightning attributes on Fang Yu's dragon arms began to tremble, as if overcome with excitement. Thunder Dragon Roar. A mighty thunder dragon surged forth, instantly sweeping away countless red-tailed scorpions. Crimson Fire Slash. Under the fire attribute divine technique Crimson Fire Slash, countless red-tailed scorpions were split in two. Dragoness Frenzied Shadow Claw, Dragoness Heavy Claw. Under the assault of his innate combat skills, these red-tailed scorpions were reduced to dust one after another, and the entire scene had turned into a massacre of unimaginable horror. Ding! Slayed a red-tailed scorpion, +3 level points. Ding! Slayed a red-tailed scorpion, +3 level points. Ding! Slayed a red-tailed scorpion, +3 level points. The data on the increasing level points flashed frantically through Fang Yu's mind. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Slaying these ferocious beasts this time was truly exhilarating. It felt just like picking up money. Picking it up is a momentary thrill, but the more you pick up, the more exhilarating it gets. Ding! Slayed a red-tailed scorpion, +3 level points. Ding! Slayed a red-tailed scorpion. +3 level points. Ding! Slayed a red-tailed scorpion. +3 level points. Ding! Slayed a red-tailed scorpion. +3 level points. The beasts in Dungeon 1 weren't afraid of death. They charged headlong at Fang Yu. Fang Yu didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue as he wildly swung his dragon arm. Swish, swish, swish. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 3 swipes. He didn't know how long he'd been killing them, but he finally wiped out every last red-tailed scorpion. Level up points, 100,000. Whoa! Seeing so many level up points, Fang Yu couldn't help but gasp. It was the first time he'd ever earned this many. Click, click, click. I'm clicking, clicking, clicking. After 10 clicks, he allocated all 100,000 level up points to his dragon arm. Awesome, just awesome. Dragon arm upgrade progress, 20%. He knew there must still be vast areas left to explore in Dungeon 1, Number 2. Once he finished exploring it, his dragon arm should have upgraded to the draconic aspect. Just as he was preparing to hunt for more beasts, Fang Yu woke up. Looking at his own powerful arms, he knew he'd gained a significant boost in combat power in Dungeon 1, Number 2. He had to check maybe he was already a martial trainee. He hurried out the door and made his way to the combat power testing machine in the corner of the neighborhood. He stared straight at the machine in front of him, then punched it with all his might. Boom! 4056. Looking at the number displayed on the combat power testing machine, Fang Yu thought to himself, so I become a junior martial trainee after all. Then it's time to go to the Martial Arts Alliance to update my information. He headed toward the Martial Arts Alliance.
Martial Arts Alliance. Upon arriving at the Martial Arts Alliance, a staff member greeted him. It was the same female staff member who had assisted him last time. "Sir, I assume you're here to check your vitality this time?" This staff member had a strong impression of Fong Yu. Last time, she assumed he was there to have his chi and blood tested, but it turned out he was there to get certified as a fighter. This time, she was certain Fong Yu had no other purpose besides having his chi and blood tested. "No, I'm here to update my information." Fong Yu shook his head at the staff member standing before him. The staff member was taken aback. She hadn't expected Fong Yu to be here to update his chi and blood information rather than have it tested. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she gave Fong Yu a sweet smile. "What information would you like to update, sir?" "My fighter rank." "Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken?" The sweet smile on the female staff member's face vanished instantly, and she stared at Fong Yu in utter shock. She would never have dreamed that Fong Yu had come to update his fighter realm information. It had only been a few days. She remembered clearly that the last time Fong Yu had his combat power tested, it was 610, meeting the standard for a junior fighter. Could it be that in just a few days, he had already broken through to intermediate fighter? Although the female staff member didn't believe it, she still led Fong Yu to a precision combat power testing machine. "Sir, please test your combat power." Fong Yu looked at the precision combat power testing machine in front of him, raised his fist, and punched it right in the... After a long moment, the female staff member finally snapped back to her senses. She swallowed hard as she addressed Fong Yu. "Sir, perhaps this combat power testing machine is malfunctioning. Please follow me." With that, the female staff member led Fong Yu to another high-precision combat power testing machine. "I'm sorry, sir. Could you please retake the test?" The female staff member bowed to Fong Yu, making sure to observe proper etiquette. Bam! Without a word, Fong Yu punched the high-precision combat power testing machine. 4060. It was exactly the same as before. If one combat power testing machine had malfunctioned, it was impossible for this one to be malfunctioning as well. In other words, Fong Yu's combat power really was 4060. Combat Power Assessment, Beginner Martial Trainee. Fong Yu's assessment had already appeared on the screen of the Precision Combat Power Testing Machine. The female staff member's eyes widened as she stumbled back a few steps to her. This was nothing short of a fairy tale. How could his combat power have gone from 610 to 4060 in just a few days? How was that even possible? The female staff member simply couldn't believe it. There was one other possibility. Suddenly, the female staff member thought of another possibility, that Fong Yu had held back during the first test, which is why it registered 610 combat power, and that his current combat power was his true level. With that thought, the female staff member felt relieved. She stole a glance at Fong Yu and realized how young he was to have become a junior martial disciple at such a young age. No. The female staff member didn't want to dwell on it any further. She knew what her duties were, and she knew that these combat power test results had to remain confidential. She absolutely could not let them leak out. This was precisely why Fong Yu had dared to come to the Martial Arts Alliance to be certified as a fighter. Now that he was a junior martial trainee, he could begin cultivating combat techniques. Combat techniques are divided into two types: innate combat techniques and regular combat techniques. Innate combat skills are tied to one's natural talent, while regular combat skills aren't as restrictive, though it's clear that they're somewhat weaker than innate ones. For Fong Yu, combat skills were completely optional. Chapter 21, Choosing Combat Skills and Cultivation Techniques. Combat skills were optional for Fong Yu at this stage, but then again, having them was better than not having them. For example, in certain situations where it's not suitable to use a talent, if you have a combat skill, you can use it directly. It doesn't hurt to have one anyway. Moreover, aside from combat skills, after breaking through to the martial disciple rank, you can also cultivate martial arts techniques. Martial arts techniques allow you to absorb mana and temper your physical body, thereby increasing your combat power. Fong Yu felt that now that he had broken through to the martial disciple rank, he should not only choose a combat skill but also a cultivation technique that would undoubtedly be the best course of action. As for combat skills and cultivation techniques,
once he broke through to the martial disciple rank, the Martial Arts Alliance would have dedicated halls for them where he could make his selection.
Sir, I'll update your information right away.
The female staff member had already guessed that Fong Yu had concealed his true strength during his first combat power assessment. She reasoned that Blue Star was such a vast place, home to all manner of prodigies, so she shouldn't be too surprised. It didn't take long for the female staff member to update Fong Yu's cultivation level information.
Sir, your information has been updated. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
Once the information was updated, the fighter allowance he received would also change accordingly. I'd like to go select some combat techniques and cultivation methods,
Fong Yu said.
Upon hearing this, the female staff member immediately understood and hurriedly handed Fong Yu a pass, telling him the locations of the Combat Techniques Hall and the Cultivation Methods Hall. Having learned the locations of the Combat Techniques Hall and the Cultivation Methods Hall, Fong Yu made his way there. A few minutes later, Fong Yu arrived outside the Combat Techniques Hall. There were several guards stationed outside. After showing them his pass, he entered the hall. Once inside, Fong Yu surveyed the vast array of combat techniques on display. Stone, shattering fist, flying cloud palm, sky-splitting palm, wave-shattering long fist. These combat techniques were all suitable for cultivation by fighter-level martial trainees.
After some deliberation, Fong Yu selected a manual titled Red Tiger Fist.
Upon mastering it, one could use mana to manifest a red tiger and attack a target. To be honest, it wasn't particularly useful, but it was still nice to have. He picked up the Red Tiger Fist manual and opened it to take a look.
He flipped through the pages one by one. Strange. Why do I feel like finished?
Fong Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected that after reading through the Red Tiger Fist, he would have mastered it instantly. His mind was already filled with the techniques of the Red Tiger Fist, and his proficiency was exceptionally high. Fong Yu had thought that combat techniques could only be mastered in dreams, but he never imagined it was possible in reality. This was simply unbelievable. Each person could only choose one combat technique and one cultivation method. Otherwise, Fong Yu would have loved to master every single combat technique. But to be honest, these combat techniques were just icing on the cake. They didn't serve much practical purpose, so it didn't really matter. He left the Combat Techniques Hall and arrived outside the Cultivation Methods Hall once more. As before, he showed his pass to the guard and successfully entered the hall. As soon as he entered the Cultivation Techniques Hall, he spotted a girl who appeared to be about 2 years older than him.
Is that her? Fong Yu recognized this girl.
Her name was Qing Chushue, the granddaughter of the Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild. She had awakened an SS rank talent, the Ice Queen, and was currently the most powerful prodigy in Jiangnan City. The Soaring Dragon Guild was also one of Jiangnan City's most powerful martial arts schools, boasting tens of thousands of students. Compared to such a powerhouse, the Wang family was like trying to crack a nut with an egg. Fong Yu thought to himself, no wonder she has an SS class talent. She looks about the same age as me, yet she is already at the martial trainee level. Though it seems she has only just broken through, otherwise, I wouldn't have run into her here. Thinking it over, he felt at ease.
When it comes to cultivating an SS level talent, no other talent except for an SSS level 1 can compare.
Moreover, she comes from a powerful background. After her talent was detected, she has been enjoying a wealth of resources. It's only natural that she break through to the martial trainee rank at an age similar to his. But she is no match for him after all. He broken through to the martial trainee rank in such a short time.
It comes down to the same thing. What is the point of awakening a powerful talent?
She still can't compare to him, because he is on a whole different level.
Her SS class talent, Ice Queen, radiates intense cold.
Although she hadn't unleashed it yet, even from a distance of over 10 meters, Fong Yu could feel the chill emanating from Qing Chushue's body. With only Fong Yu and Qing Chushue in the entire cultivation hall, it would be hard for Qing Chushue not to notice Fong Yu. Fong Yu was the type who wasn't exactly handsome but had delicate, refined features. He didn't want to talk to Qing Chushue because he felt their lives would never intersect. He just wanted to find a cultivation technique suited to him in the Hall of Cultivation Techniques and then leave. Just as he was about to start looking for a technique, to his surprise, Ching Shushue actually took the initiative to speak to him.
"Hello, my name is Chung Shushue." Fong Yu was taken aback.
He stopped in his tracks and turned his gaze back to Ching Shushue's face.
"Hello."
He returned her greeting. After all, you can't just ignore someone who greets you. If you're interested, please join our Soaring Dragon Guild.
Chang Shushue got straight to the point.
Listening to her, Fong Yu realized why she had greeted him in the first place. She wanted to recruit him into the Soaring Dragon Guild. Since Ching Shushue saw that he was so young yet had already come here to select a martial art technique, that meant he had broken through to the martial trainee realm just like her. Breaking through to the martial trainee realm at such a young age undoubtedly marked him as a genius among geniuses. As the granddaughter of the Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild, Ching Shushue had no intention of passing up this opportunity to recruit a genius for her martial arts school.
If I get the chance, I'd like to check out the Soaring Dragon Guild too. Fong Yu nodded at Chung Shushue.
Ching Shushue knew, however, that Fong Yu's response was practically the same as a refusal. She brought up a few more topics with him, but Fong Yu brushed them all off.
In truth, joining the Martial Arts Alliance was optional.
Joining it was like becoming a civil servant stable, with decent resources. But Fong Yu didn't really need those resources. All he had to do was go on a killing spree in Dungeon 1, which had been generated by the system. However, he might want to consider joining other factions, since they were private entities. If anything happened, private factions would definitely stand up for their own. The Martial Arts Alliance was responsible for regulating all fighters in Jiangnan City, with the goal of being able to mobilize all of the city's fighter resources in the event of a major incident. Lin Wu's reason for inviting him to join the Martial Arts Alliance was simply that he felt someone like Fong Yu might leave Jiangnan City for a more powerful place and never return. Fong Yu didn't know if he'd leave or not, but he knew one thing for certain: having lived in Jiangnan City for so long, if ferocious beasts were to attack the city, he would certainly charge forward without hesitation or fear.
Chapter 22, The Slaughter continues in Dungeon 1, 300,000 level up points.
That's why joining a private faction is far better than joining the Martial Arts Alliance.
However, Fong Yu had no intention of joining any faction right now. There was no need.
Seeing that Fong Yu showed no interest in joining the Soaring Dragon Guild, Ching Shushue didn't press the matter further. Fong Yu browsed through the collection in the Cultivation Technique Hall, and a manual titled Ju caught his eye.
Ju Yuan Ju allowed one to gather mana and channel it into the body.
He flipped through Ju Yuan Ju, and after reading it cover to cover, he successfully grasped its essence.
He then set the manual aside and prepared to leave. Wait, aren't you going to pick out any other cultivation techniques?
Ching Shushue was taken aback when she saw Fong Yu put down the Ju Yuan Ju and prepare to leave.
Yeah, I'm heading out.
Fong Yu gave Ching Shushue a quick wave before leaving the Cultivation Techniques Hall. Watching Fong Yu's slightly gaunt figure recede into the distance, Ching Shushue couldn't help but shake her head. What a strange guy. After leaving the Martial Arts Alliance, Fong Yu realized it was still early, so he decided to find a place to test the effects of the Ju Yuan decision. He stopped on a busy street in the bustling city center to use the Ju Yuan decision. Since outsiders couldn't tell he was using it, he didn't need to worry.
A few minutes later, mana flowed into Fong Yu's body. Mana plus 70. The data showing the increase in mana also appeared in Fong Yu's mind.
He shook his head.
To be honest, the mana here was far too sparse. It wasn't worth the effort.
After wandering around for a while, Fong Yu still couldn't find any spots with dense mana.
With no other choice, he gave up and returned to the Jiangming residential complex.
At the entrance to the complex, Fong Yu cast the Gathering Essence technique once more. The technique began gathering all the mana around him and absorbing it into his body.
Mana plus 50. Damn, the mana levels are ridiculously low. This is pointless.
I might as well go home and chill.
Fong Yu returned home and waited for nightfall. Dungeon 1, Level 2.
It was still that seemingly endless wasteland devoid of any vegetation, with acid rain falling from the sky. Everything looked utterly desolate.
Fong Yu ventured deep into the wasteland.
It would still take some time for his dragon arm to upgrade to the draconic aspect, so he needed to slay more beasts in Dungeon 1, Number 2.
Last time, he killed far too many red-tailed scorpions. This time, he didn't see any on the wasteland. Presumably, he wiped them all out. He kept walking forward. A dozen or so minutes later, a ferocious beast came into Fong Yue's view. As he looked at it, a look of excitement flashed across his face. A low-tier second-stage ferocious beast, the steel rhino. A low-tier second-stage ferocious beast is roughly equivalent in strength to a beginner martial practitioner. At this moment, the steel rhino hadn't spotted him yet, so he walked straight toward it. By the time the steel rhino noticed him, it was already too late. Red Tiger Fist. A crimson tiger materialized and lunged violently at the steel rhino, killing it instantly. Ding! Slayed a steel rhino. Plus 5 level points. Looking at the increase in his level points in his mind, Fong Yu thought to himself, not bad. Essence Book Pavilion. Next, he spotted many more steel rhinos. It had to be said that there were simply too many beasts in Dungeon 1, number 2. Ding! Slayed a steel rhino. Plus 5 level points. Ding! Defeated a steel rhino, plus 5 level points. Ding! Defeated a steel rhino, plus 5 level points. The numbers showing his level points increasing appeared frantically in Fong Yue's mind. Before long, Fong Yu had wiped out all the steel rhinos in this area. Level up points, 8,000. Fong Yu took a moment to review his level up points. He reasoned that, just as with the red-tailed scorpions, the area ahead must be a steel rhino lair, teeming with countless steel rhinos. He continued deeper into the wasteland. Another 10 or so minutes passed, and as Fong Yu looked at the scene before him, he froze in shock. Before him stood countless steel rhinos. He merely thought about it for a moment. He never imagined this would actually be their lair. There seemed to be even more of them than there were red-tailed scorpions. Fong Yu couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. He knew he'd be able to slaughter another wave of them. His left and right hands had already transformed into dragon arms, their claws glinting with a cold light, looking utterly terrifying. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and charged into the herd of steel rhinos, beginning to slaughter them. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Gold Mystic Fire Sword. Dragoness Frenzied Shadow Claw. Dragoness Heavy Claw. Fong Yu furiously slaughtered the steel rhinos, racking up experience points like crazy. But there were simply too many steel rhinoceroses. Fong Yu had no idea how long he'd been fighting, yet he still hadn't wiped them all out. Fong Yu grew more and more excited as he fought, thinking to himself how incredibly exhilarating this was. He hadn't even reached the deepest part of the wasteland yet. Surely there were even more ferocious beasts waiting there. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his dragon arm could upgrade to the draconic aspect. Thunder dragons and fire swords intertwined throughout the battlefield, while the dragoness frenzied Shadowclaw could slay countless ferocious beasts in the blink of an eye. The entire scene was truly terrifying. Finally, he had wiped out every last one of the steel rhinoceroses. Fong Yu checked his upgrade points, and upon seeing the total, he was stunned. Upgrade points, 300,000. Although each steel rhinoceros only granted 5 upgrade points, 300,000 upgrade points was simply too much. Fong Yu couldn't help but laugh. If he continued deeper into the area, just how many upgrade points would he accumulate? Points, points, points. I'll keep racking them up. Next, Fong Yu allocated all those upgrade points to the Dragoness arm. Onward. After assigning the 300,000 upgrade points, a sense of ambition welled up within Fong Yu. A moment later, he spotted many more ferocious beasts. Low-tier, second-stage purple-faced snakes. These purple-faced snakes were also highly venomous. Their bodies were entirely purple, and they looked truly terrifying. Fong Yu looked at the purple-faced snakes and thought that time was running out. He had to slay them all before he woke up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Once the purple-faced snakes spotted Fong Yu, they all rushed toward him, crawling at breakneck speed. Watching the approaching purple-faced snakes, Fong Yu struck back. Thunder Dragon Roar. After unleashing his Thunder Attribute Divine Technique against the rapidly crawling purple-faced snakes, they were all slain. Still not awake? Fong Yu had thought he was about to wake up, but it turned out he wasn't, so he'd just have to keep going. He wasn't walking anymore, he was running. He had already figured out the pattern of Dungeon 1, Number 2, if purple-faced snakes appeared here, then there must be a purple-faced snake nest further inside. Where there is a purple-faced snake nest, there will be more purple-faced snakes, and slaying them would earn him plenty of experience points. While running, Fang Yu checked the upgrade progress of his dragon arm. 45% 100%. Chapter 23, Progress Boost, Watching Mountain. Fang Yu looked at the upgrade progress of his dragon arm. He knew it wouldn't be long before it upgraded to draconic aspect. He ran forward, knowing there was bound to be a purple-faced snake nest ahead. Sure enough, the current situation played out exactly as he expected. There was indeed a purple-faced snake nest up ahead. A dense swarm of purple-faced snakes had already appeared before his eyes. The entire wasteland was covered with nothing but them, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive sight. Seeing so many purple-faced snakes, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel excited. He knew that if he slaughtered them all, the upgrade points he'd gain would be unimaginable. Instantly, he ran to the front of the swarm and lashed out with several swipes of his claws. Under the power of the dragon's heavy claws, dozens of purple-faced snakes were instantly slain. Witnessing this, the remaining purple-faced snakes went berserk and launched a ferocious attack on Fang Yu. But Fang Yu didn't give them a second thought. He began wildly swinging his left and right dragon claws, slaughtering the purple-faced snakes with relentless fury. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 3 swipes. 100 swipes. He thought to himself that having only 2 claws wasn't quite enough. If only he could have more claws after upgrading to the draconic aspect, though that was clearly impossible. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Dragon's Frenzied Shadow Claw. Dragon's Heavy Claw. He unleashed his innate combat skills and elemental abilities against the purple-faced snakes, and they fell one after another. Ding! Slayed a purple-faced snake, plus 5 level points. Ding! Slayed a purple-faced snake, plus 5 level points. Ding! Slayed a purple-faced snake, plus 5 level points. Watching the rapidly accumulating level points, Fang Yu knew this batch would definitely exceed the amount he'd earned from slaying the steel rhinoceros. In the dream world, Fang Yu was absolutely invincible. No matter how many purple-faced snakes there were, they were nothing more than warm-up fodder for him. 1 swipe, 2 swipes. Fang Yu swung his arms frantically, moving faster than he ever had before, so fast that after images appeared. Don't wake up, please don't wake up. Fang Yu was in the thick of the battle, thinking that if he were to wake up right now, it would be worse than eating shit. The purple-faced snakes kept dying, their corpses oozing copious amounts of purple blood, staining the entire wasteland purple, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. Countless purple-faced snakes was merely a figure of speech. No matter how many there were, Fang Yu would eventually wipe them all out. Fang Yu unleashed a few more swipes. After the last few dozen purple-faced snakes were slain, he had effectively wiped out all the purple-faced snakes in this area. Having slaughtered every last one, Fang Yu couldn't wait to check his experience points. 450,000. Whoa! Seeing so many upgrade points, Fang Yu couldn't help but gasp, his expression one of sheer delight. This many upgrade points, it's so damn satisfying. Click, click, click. I'm clicking. Fang Yu quickly allocated all these upgrade points to the dragon arm. Dragon arm upgrade progress, 65% 100%. It won't be long. The dragon arm should be upgraded in just a few days. Just as he was getting ready to continue hunting ferocious beasts, he woke up. Looking out the window, he saw that it was already daylight. Fang Yu was very satisfied with waking up at this hour. He truly struck it rich last night in Dungeon 1, Number 2. Having slain so many ferocious beasts, his combat power had likely seen a significant boost. Even without checking it yet, he could already sense a noticeable change. He stepped outside and made his way to the combat power testing machine in the corner of the residential complex. This machine tended to underestimate a person's combat power, but fortunately, the margin of error wasn't too large. Fang Yu punched the combat power testing machine. Boom! 6,520. This. Looking at the combat power reading on the machinist screen, Fang Yu was a bit dumbfounded. The number seemed too good to be true. Over 2,000 combat power in just one night? How is that possible? Bang! He delivered another powerful punch to the combat power testing machine, but the reading on the screen remained the same. Did he really gain over 2,000 combat power in a single night? Could it be that, since the level of the ferocious beasts has increased, the combat power gains are generally higher as well? Fang Yu thought that must be the case. He smiled calmly. If that were true, it wouldn't be long before he reached an incredibly terrifying level of combat power. Let us go back and have some breakfast. Fang Yu was full of energy even after battling all night in Dungeon 1, Number 2, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. He was currently only a junior martial trainee, and 8,000 combat power was the baseline for an intermediate martial trainee. He was already incredibly close to that level. Though it seemed unbelievable, he wasn't yet at a stage where he could go without eating. Even martial trainees get hungry. Even a grandmaster couldn't hold out for too long without food. Back at home, Dulan was already preparing breakfast, with Fang Yonghua helping out. Bro, I was bored yesterday, so I browsed the Jiangnan City Fighter Forum. I noticed that the mana on Huaqing Mountain seems pretty good. Lots of people go there to absorb mana. Xiao Xiao, who hadn't left for school yet, suddenly spoke up to Fang Yu. Huaqing Mountain? Fang Yu, of course, knew about Huaqing Mountain. It was located in Guangming District, Jiangnan City. But he didn't pay much attention to Xiao Xiao's words. Even if the mana on Huaqing Mountain was indeed dense, it was still limited. When it came to mana, it was the various cultivation chambers, mana crystals, and the long river of mana that truly offered dense concentrations. That was precisely why resources were so important. Without resources, relying solely on one's own efforts was useless on Blue Star. If he hadn't bound to the system, he would have been destined to achieve nothing in this lifetime. Fang Yu knew his current strength wasn't high, so he had to bide his time for now. With Dungeon 1, derived from the system, he could quickly become a powerful fighter, and by then, he wouldn't fear anyone. As for the many people Xiao Xiao mentioned who go to Mount Huaqing to absorb mana, it goes without saying that they're just the ones who awakened the most basic talents. But since the rumor is out there, he might as well head up to Mount Huaqing to check it out. He's got nothing better to do anyway. After finishing breakfast, he and Xiao Xiao headed out together. You'd better study hard at school, you hear? Otherwise, I'll spank you. Fang Yu said, pinching Xiao Xiao's round little cheeks. Got it, big bro. Xiao Xiao said, pouting. Then, Fang Yu set off toward Huaqing Mountain. Huaqing Mountain. A little over half an hour later, Fang Yu arrived at the foot of Huaqing Mountain. Along the way, he saw some young people a few years older than him heading up the mountain. In addition to them, there were also some middle-aged and elderly people. Fang Yu also began his ascent up Huaqing Mountain. Chapter 24, Meeting Cheng Chuxue again, the trial after the college entrance exams. Huaqing Mountain was quite high. After walking for over an hour, Fang Yu finally reached the summit. Along the way, he saw people, both fighters and ordinary folk. It must be said that the scenery on Huaqing Mountain was truly beautiful. If this were in Huaxia, it would certainly be a great tourist attraction. But on Blue Star, with the constant threat of ferocious beasts, the idea of a tourist attraction was out of the question. Once he reached the summit of Huaqing Mountain, Fang Yu didn't linger long to admire the scenery. He activated the gathering essence technique that was the sole reason he'd come here. Mana plus 200. Looking at the mana increase displayed in his mind, Fang Yu thought to himself that the mana at the summit of Huaqing Mountain was indeed much denser, but for him right now, such a small amount of mana was completely useless. It's you? Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice rang in Fang Yu's ears. He looked up and saw Cheng Chuxue. It's you! Fang Yu hadn't expected to run into Cheng Chuxue at the summit of Huaqing Mountain. I came here to enjoy the view, Cheng Chuxue said with a smile. Fang Yu also thought she was there to enjoy the scenery. After all, she had just broken through to the martial apprentice realm, so it would be unusual for her to have grasped mana techniques so quickly. By the way, the college entrance exams are coming up soon. Have you decided which schools you're planning to apply to? Cheng Chuxue looked at Fang Yu standing before her. Fang Yu hadn't told her his name earlier, so she didn't know it. Fan Yu paused for a moment upon hearing Qing Chushue's words. That's right, the college entrance exams were coming up. There were only a dozen or so days left until the exams. No. Fan Yu shook his head. He didn't plan on telling Qing Chushue that he was no longer a student. Hearing Fan Yu's reply, Qing Chushue realized he didn't want to tell her, so she didn't press the issue any further. After the college entrance exams, our Soaring Dragon Guild will release some ferocious beasts into the wilderness. Those beasts can be used to extract ferocious beast blood, and anyone, whether they're part of the Soaring Dragon Guild or not, can participate. Cheng Chushue said to Fan Yu. Ferocious beast blood, huh? Fan Yu knew that ferocious beast blood could stimulate the physical body, serving to enhance combat power. However, a person could only use beast blood once. Most of the beast blood circulating on the market was adulterated with impurities and wasn't pure. Many people had already used beast blood while they were still provisional fighters, so this trial organized by the Soaring Dragon Guild was likely intended to recruit new members for the guild. If you want to go, just head to the outskirts of Muyu Forest on the third day after the college entrance exams end. Cheng Chushue added. Okay. Fan Yu looked at Cheng Chushue. Cheng Chushue glanced at Fan Yu. She was merely passing this information along to him. She figured that a prodigy of Fan Yu's caliber had surely already used beast blood, so why would he even bother going to the trial hosted by the Soaring Dragon Guild? In fact, she wouldn't be going either. After all, she had already used beast blood herself. She knew that if Fan Yu were willing to join their Soaring Dragon Guild, the guild's future achievements would surely reach new heights. Fan Yu had originally come to Huashan Mountain to absorb mana. He hadn't expected to receive such information. He hadn't used beast blood yet, so naturally, he wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. He didn't leave Huashan Mountain right away but continued to absorb mana at the summit using the Gathering Essence technique. After returning home, Fan Yu waited for nightfall. It seemed there were still many ferocious beasts deep within the wasteland. He had already slain so many purple-faced snakes. If there were even more ferocious beasts, that would be absolutely fantastic. As long as his dragon arm could be upgraded to the draconic aspect, his strength would rise to a whole new level. That night, a mysterious force entered Fan Yu's mind, and he successfully entered Dungeon 1, Level 2. In the wasteland, Fan Yu arrived at the spot where he had slain the purple-faced snakes. The terrifying scene of their slaughter had now been completely cleared away, leaving no trace behind. He continued deeper into the wasteland. A dozen or so minutes later, he spotted more ferocious beasts again. To Fan Yu's surprise, this time there weren't just a few, there were many. In other words, he had stumbled right into a den of ferocious beasts. Seeing so many ferocious beasts, Fan Yu's face lit up with excitement. He had, of course, seen these beasts in the bestiary, low-tier second-stage ferocious beasts, the Skyblood Demon Wolves. The Skyblood Demon Wolves were extremely ferocious. Their eyes glowed crimson, giving off a spine-chilling aura. Seeing such a vast number of heavenly blood demon wolves, Fan Yu knew this was going to be yet another brutal slaughter. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the countless heavenly blood demon wolves let out terrifying roars directed at Fan Yu. As the roars died down, they lunged madly toward him. Fan Yu knew that if anyone suffered from trypophobia, they would likely have been terrified to death by this swarm of heavenly blood demon wolves. Unfortunately for them, not only did Fan Yu not suffer from trypophobia, but he was also invincible against these beasts. Die! At that moment, Fan Yu's arms had transformed into those of a dragon, jet black and formidable, imbued with the elements of fire and lightning. Fan Yu met the charging heavenly blood demon wolves head-on with a few swipes of his claws. Swish, swish, swish. These claws emitted a terrifying cold glow and looked utterly fearsome. Under the impact of the dragon's heavy claws, countless heavenly blood demon wolves fell one after another into pools of blood. Slayed one heavenly blood demon wolf, plus 5 level points. Slayed one heavenly blood demon wolf, plus 5 level points. Slayed one heavenly blood demon wolf, plus 5 level points. Seeing the experience points appear in his mind, Fan Yu's face lit up with delight. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Dragon's Frenzied Claw. Fan Yu furiously slaughtered these heavenly blood demon wolves. They were utterly helpless against his attacks, and nothing but death awaited them. Without a doubt, Fan Yu had killed every single one of these celestial blood demon wolves. Level up points, 500,000. Seeing such a massive number of level up points, Fan Yu was overcome with excitement. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Immediately, Fan Yu allocated all these level up points to his dragon arm. Almost there. The dragon arm is about to upgrade to draconic aspect. Next, Fan Yu continued searching for beasts in Dungeon 1, Number 2, but to his surprise, there didn't seem to be many beasts left there. Still, even a small catch is better than nothing. Whenever Fan Yu spotted a ferocious beast in Dungeon 1 Number 2, he would slay it. He suspected he had already wiped out the large groups of ferocious beasts in Dungeon 1 Number 2, leaving only a few small groups remaining. Even so, after taking the college entrance exam and completing the trials in the Mulwan Forest, the dragon arm would be able to upgrade to the draconic aspect. Chapter 25, Dragon Arm Upgrade. Time flew by, and before he knew it, there were only a few days left until the college entrance exam. Fan Yu was watching TV in the living room when Xiao Xiao came home from school. "Brother!" Xiao Xiao called out to Fan Yu. "Mm." Fan Yu nodded in response to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao walked over and sat down in front of Fan Yu, then said to him, "Bro, the college entrance exams are coming up soon." "Yeah." Fan Yu looked at Xiao Xiao, not quite sure what she was getting at. "Actually, big brother, you're so talented, it's just that you got expelled from Brother Jiang's martial arts school. You should have no problem getting into Jiangnan City's top martial arts school now, right?" "You?" Xiao Xiao looked at Fan Yu. Although she didn't finish her sentence, the implication was clear. "There's no need." Fan Yu shook his head at Xiao Xiao sitting in front of him. "No need?" Xiao Xiao froze, not understanding what Fan Yu meant. "But bro." "Alright, let us not talk about this anymore." Fan Yu knew how to explain it to Xiao Xiao, but she wouldn't understand right now anyway. After quite a while, Fan Yu glanced at the night sky outside the window and decided it was time to enter Dungeon 1 Number 2. After returning to his room, he lay down on the bed. Before long, a mysterious force entered his mind, and he entered Dungeon 1 Number 2 once again. Over the past few days, he had been slaying beasts inside Dungeon 1 Number 2. However, there were no longer large herds of beasts, there were only small groups. Although slaying them wasn't particularly exciting, he still had to do it. He wandered through the wasteland, looking for small groups of ferocious beasts nearby. The Mulwan Forest trial was just a few days away, and his dragon arm hadn't yet been upgraded to the draconic aspect. He calculated his upgrade rate and determined that, at this pace, he would be able to upgrade the dragon arm to the draconic aspect in time for the Mulwan Forest trial. A moment later, Fan Yu spotted a pack of beasts, over 100 of them, all low-tier second-stage black moon wolves. The 100-plus black moon wolves were pitch black all over and enormous in size, their appearance enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Fan Yu looked at the 100-plus black moon wolves before him. Having grown accustomed to grand spectacles in Dungeon 1 Number 2, a mere 100 black moon wolves were nothing to speak of. He walked straight toward the pack. The black moon wolves also spotted Fan Yu approaching them and began howling at him in unison. Immediately afterward, all of them lunged toward Fan Yu. As the pack closed in, Fan Yu had already summoned his dragon arm. It took him just a single strike to slay them all. Dragon's Frenzied Claw. Once the hundreds of black moon wolves had closed to a certain distance, Fan Yu unleashed his innate combat skill upon them. Instantly, the area where the wolves were gathered was filled with countless terrifying dragon claw shadows, which began to slaughter the black moon wolves. The black moon wolves were utterly powerless against such an attack. They could only let out agonized screams. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Fan Yu had slaughtered every single one of them. Level up points, 720. Looking at the level up points he had earned, Fan Yu felt a wave of indifference wash over him. He allocated the points to his dragon arm. Dragon arm upgrade progress, 98%. Just 2% remained before the dragon arm could upgrade to the draconic aspect, but earning those final 2% of upgrade points wouldn't be so easy. Fang Yu didn't linger for a moment. He continued searching the wasteland for small groups of beasts. He knew there were no longer any large groups of beasts left in Dungeon 1 Number 2. A dozen or so minutes later, Fang Yu finally spotted a small group of beasts of reasonably decent size. The beasts were blood evil stags, low-tier second-stage beasts. This was the first time Fang Yu had seen blood evil stags in Dungeon 1 Number 2, but he knew their attributes very well from the Beast Compendium. There were several thousand blood evil stags. Although several thousand might seem like a large number, within Dungeon 1 Number 2, it could definitely only be considered a small group of beasts. However, what put Fang Yu's mind at ease was the fact that by slaying these blood evil stags, his dragon arm should be able to upgrade to the draconic aspect. Thinking of this, Fang Yu secretly felt relieved. All he needed to do was ensure the dragon arm had been upgraded to the draconic aspect by the time the Mahara trial began. Fang Yu's arms had already transformed into the Dragon Arm 2 pitch black, powerful dragon arms enchanted with fire and lightning attributes. The aura of these two elements was truly terrifying, and the dragon claws glinted with a cold light. Before these blood evil deer had even spotted Fang Yu, he had already charged toward them. By the time the thousands of blood evil deer noticed Fang Yu, he had already plunged into their herd and begun a massacre. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Dragoness Frenzied Shadow Claw. Dragoness Heavy Claw. Fang Yu unleashed his elemental abilities and innate combat techniques upon the blood evil deer. Despite their numbers, thousands of them it wouldn't take long for them to be completely wiped out under such a terrifying onslaught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ding slayed 1 blood evil deer, plus 5 level points. Ding slayed 1 blood evil deer, plus 5 level points. Ding. Slayed 1 blood evil deer, plus 5 level points. The numbers representing the increase in level points flashed wildly through Fang Yu's mind. His heart raced with excitement. He knew his dragon arm would soon upgrade to the draconic aspect. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Fang Yu had slaughtered every last one of the thousands of blood evil stags. Level up points, 20,000. Looking at the level up points, a smile spread across Fang Yu's face. Click, I'll click. With just 2 clicks, the 20,000 level up points were completely spent. When all 20,000 level up points were allocated to the dragon arm, the system's voice echoed in Fang Yu's mind. Ding. The dragon arm has been upgraded to draconic aspect. Ding. Unlocked innate combat skill, 6 arms of the dragon. Ding. Unlocked innate combat skill, Dragoness Thunderclap. Fang Yu knew that draconic aspect was rated as a B-class talent, but this was the system's evaluation, not Blue Star's. By Blue Star's standards, draconic aspect would certainly be rated higher. After all, a talent like this had never appeared on Blue Star before. Coupled with the fire and lightning element enchantments, he felt he wouldn't be intimidated even if it were an SSS-ranked talent, though he wasn't sure if that was just his imagination. Draconic aspect. Without a second thought, Fang Yu immediately activated draconic aspect. Instantly, his entire body transformed into a humanoid-like dragon, a dragoness head, a dragoness body, dragoness arms, and dragoness legs. His form was pitch black, and his entire body radiated the aura of fire and lightning. Fang Yu knew that draconic aspect had increased his combat power by an immeasurable multiple compared to his previous dragon arm form. His current strength had risen to an entirely new level. Chapter 26, The Muyu Forest Trial is how there, too. Fang Yu knew that after upgrading his dragon arm to the draconic aspect, his strength had risen to a whole new level, but he knew even more clearly that this upgrade was merely the beginning. After all, the system had rated the draconic aspect as nothing more than a grade B talent. On top of that, he had directly mastered the innate combat techniques 6-armed dragon and dragon thunderstrike. Fang Yu already had proficiency levels for 6-armed dragon and dragon thunderstrike in his mind, and he knew exactly what they entailed as if he'd used them countless times before. Still, he couldn't resist unleashing them. Dragoness 6 arms. Instantly, Fang Yu activated the innate combat skill Dragoness 6 arms. Upon activation, his original pair of dragon arms transformed into 6 dragon arms. The 6 pitch black, powerful dragon arms were an utterly breathtaking sight. Ha 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 ha. Fong Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. When he had previously slaughtered large herds of ferocious beasts, he had lamented not having enough hands. Now, with the six-armed dragon, it was simply incredible. He knew that with the six-armed dragon, he would be able to slaughter large herds of ferocious beasts even more swiftly in the future. Thunderous Dragon Hands. After Fong Yu activated the Dragon Thunderstrike, his six dragon arms actually extended by dozens of meters. If he were facing a massive horde of ferocious beasts right now, he'd be unstoppable. Ding! Dungeon 1, number 2, is closing. Ding! Dungeon 1, number 2, has closed. Just as Fong Yu was about to revel in his joy for a long time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. He woke up. With Dungeon 1 number 2 closed, he knew the system would next generate Dungeon 1 number 3. It wasn't even dawn yet. Phew! Fong Yu went back to sleep. After daybreak, he got up without even bothering to wash up and headed straight for the combat power testing machine in the corner of the residential complex. As soon as he reached it, he punched the machine with all his might. Boom! 9,527. Looking at the combat power reading on the screen, Fong Yu didn't show much excitement. 8,000 combat power was the baseline for an intermediate martial practitioner. He was now more than 1,000 points above that baseline, and that was only because there had been so few ferocious beasts in Dungeon 1 number 2 these past few days. Otherwise, he felt he would have already broken through to the advanced martial practitioner level. An advanced martial trainee at 18, it was almost too good to be true. But even though he was still an intermediate martial trainee, he was confident that among everyone his age in Jiangnan City, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare claim to be first. Fong Yu wasn't particularly looking forward to the Mohara trial, but since he'd never used beast blood before, giving it a try wouldn't hurt. He knew that if he absorbed the beast blood effectively, it would significantly boost his combat power. However, for most people, the results weren't ideal because beast blood was simply too overpowering. The start time for Dungeon 1 number 3 was still unknown, and there were still a few days left before the Mohara trial. Fong Yu decided to take a break for the next few days. As for using the gathering essence technique to absorb mana, Fong Yu felt it was completely unnecessary. The process was simply too slow. He returned home and had breakfast. Now that his family had the 5 million Blue Star coins he'd given them, they didn't need to worry about money for the time being, and the couple was happily living a carefree life, exactly what Fong Yu wanted to see. That day, the college entrance exams took place. Whether students were taking the martial arts track or the liberal arts track, the exams were held on the same day, a day hailed as one that could change the course of one's life. However, this day was destined to have nothing to do with Fong Yu. In fact, if he hadn't been expelled and hadn't bound to the system, he could have gotten into a decent martial arts university through his own hard work and gone on to become a respectable fighter, though he would have been destined to remain far from the ranks of the true powerhouses, given the limitations of his innate talent. But now, he was bound to the system. A martial arts university? No need for that. People strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. His sole ambition now is to become the greatest on Blue Star. No. Being the greatest on Blue Star is just the beginning. After surpassing the 3 great powers, his journey will span the entire universe. On Blue Star, there are alien ruins, and alien spacecraft have even crashed here due to energy depletion. These events have all been reported in the news. Every Blue Star resident knows that Blue Star is by no means the only habitable planet in the universe. In fact, judging by the technology on those alien spacecraft, Blue Star is likely just a relatively primitive planet, while the universe is home to countless more advanced habitable worlds. But none of that matters most right now. The most important thing is to fend off the ferocious beasts. Although the large-scale war between Blue Star and the ferocious beasts has now ended, it's important to note that the wilderness maps of Blue Star contain numerous entrances to the underworld, which is teeming with countless ferocious beasts. No one knows when these beasts might emerge en masse to once again engage the human race of Blue Star in a cataclysmic battle. According to Qing Chuxue, 3 days after the college entrance exams, anyone wishing to participate in the Muyu Forest trial should go to the outskirts of Muyu Forest. Participation is open to everyone, regardless of whether they are members of the Soaring Dragon Guild. Fong Yu didn't plan to wear a mask this time,
because there would be no video surveillance of activities inside the Muyu forest. Plus, since he worn a mask during the last trial at the Cold City ruins, wearing one again would inevitably cause a stir and there wasn't much point in doing so. The college entrance exams are over. Some rejoice, while others grieve. However, none of this had anything to do with Fang Yu anymore. What he was most looking forward to now was the opening of Dungeon 1 Number 3. The beasts in Dungeon 1 Number 2 were countless times more ferocious than those in Dungeon 1, so naturally, he was even more eager for the opening of Dungeon 1 Number 3. 3 days later, Fang Yu woke up early in the morning, freshened up briefly, and then set off for Mowan Forest. The Mowan Forest lay just outside Jiangnan City, not too far away. When Fang Yu arrived at the edge of the Mowan Forest, he found that many people were already there. Almost all of them were young people, though there were also some middle-aged individuals presumably accompanying the younger ones. The Soaring Dragon Guild would release numerous ferocious beasts capable of yielding blood into the Mowan Forest. Whoever could slay them and obtain their blood would prove their skill. Everyone here knew the details of the trial, and their faces were filled with anticipation. How? To Fang Yu's surprise, Hao was actually among them. Besides Hao, there were several other classmates, and a middle-aged man stood behind Hao, wearing a 2-star golden tiger head badge on his chest, a sign that he was an intermediate martial master. It seemed this intermediate martial artist was there to protect Hao, no, more accurately, to help Hao slay the ferocious beasts. Ferocious Beast Blood isn't exclusive to fighters. Aspiring fighters can use it as well. Hao's talent, like Fang Yu's, hadn't yet reached 500, so he wasn't a junior fighter. Chapter 27, We'll Meet Again. Fang Yu certainly hadn't expected Hao to show up here. After all, Hao's father was the chairman of a publicly traded company. He never would have imagined that someone like that hadn't used a ferocious beast's blood yet. Fang Yu? Suddenly, Hao and a few classmates spotted Fang Yu, and they all froze for a moment. Once he regained his composure, a cold smile spread across Hao's face as he walked step by step toward Fang Yu. These classmates knew it was Hao who had gotten Fang Yu expelled, and now smiles appeared on their faces as well. They knew exactly what Hao was about to do. Watching Hao walk toward him, Fang Yu shook his head. His current perspective was now completely different from that of someone like Hao. Hao and the other students walked up to Fang Yu. Hao gave him a cold sneer and said, "Fang Yu, you got expelled and left without even saying goodbye. You aren't blaming me for that, are you?" Hao began to throw sarcastic remarks at Fang Yu. As Fang Yu listened to Hao's words, his expression remained completely impassive. To him now, Hao was nothing more than an ant among ants. If he weren't still trying to lie low for the time being, he could have wiped Hao out right then and there for speaking to him that way. Seeing that Fang Yu's expression remained completely unchanged, as if he hadn't heard a word Hao said, Hao realized this was a far cry from the Fang Yu he used to know. At that moment, Hao couldn't help but boil with rage, and he snapped at Fang Yu. "Fang Yu, can't you hear me talking to you? If you don't answer right now, do you think I'll have Uncle Li kill you once we're inside the Mowan Forest?" As Fang Yu listened to Hao's words, a cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. That's right, inside the Mowan Forest. If he ran into Hao there, he wouldn't be able to blame anyone but himself. Fang Yu had no intention of getting into a verbal spat with Hao right now. After all, the Mowan Forest was vast, and there was no guarantee he'd run into Hao there. He walked off alone to a corner. "Brother Hao, there is no need to get angry at someone like Fang Yu. He has already been expelled from school. He has no future left. Yeah, I really don't get why Fang Yu came here. It's absolutely ridiculous. He is probably just here to see the world. He has no idea his life is already ruined." A few classmates standing next to Hao also began to belittle Fang Yu. Before long, members of the Soaring Dragon Guild began bringing in one iron cage after another, each containing ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were all suitable for extracting beast blood. They glared viciously at the people before them. If they broke out of their cages, they would attack without hesitation. The fighters from the Soaring Dragon Guild led the beasts into the Mowan Forest to release them, then returned to the forest's edge to explain the rules of the trial once more. "Now, everyone may enter the Mowan Forest," said a senior martial master. Hearing the senior martial master's words, the hundreds of participants in the Mowan Forest trial immediately entered the forest.
Fan Yu knew that a middle-aged man and intermediate martial master was accompanying Hao.
Although the cultivation level of an intermediate martial master isn't particularly high, the fact that he served as Hao's bodyguard was proof enough of the Wang family's strength. The Muyu forest was vast, and shortly after hundreds of people entered, they lost sight of one another. Once Fan Yu was inside the Muyu forest, he didn't know if Hao was deliberately looking for him, but in any case, he was deliberately looking for Hao. The Wang family had not only gotten him expelled from school, ruining his future, but had also caused his parents to lose their jobs. This was tantamount to making life miserable for his entire family. If he found Hao, with his strength as an intermediate martial artist, he would have absolutely no chance of protecting Hao. Although Fan Yu was currently only an intermediate martial trainee, he knew that with the draconic aspect combined with the fire and thunder attributes, an ordinary intermediate martial artist would be no match for him. Having battled so many ferocious beasts inside Dungeon 1 No. 2, his combat experience would carry over from his dreams. He was confident of that. Fan Yu searched for Hao while also hunting for ferocious beasts. If he could kill two birds with one stone, that would be nothing short of perfect. The Moan forest was filled with towering trees. Sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting an eerie gloom over the entire forest. Essence Book Pavilion. He didn't know how much time had passed when a ferocious beast appeared before his eyes. A high-level first-tier ferocious beast, the Flying Firewolf. The Flying Firewolf was staring intently at Fan Yu. It had already assumed an attacking stance and was ready to pounce on him at any moment. Fan Yu knew that the Muyu forest originally had no ferocious beasts. This Flying Firewolf had been released by the Soaring Dragon Guild. Roar! Before Fan Yu could even make a move against it, the Flying Firewolf lunged toward him. The Flying Firewolf was merely a high-tier, first-tier ferocious beast. How could it possibly be a match for Fan Yu? Just as the Flying Firewolf was about to land on top of Fan Yu, he delivered a heavy punch straight at it. Instantly, the Flying Firewolf collapsed in a pool of blood. Fan Yu took out a small vial he had prepared in advance and filled it with the Flying Firewolf's blood. Once refined, this would yield pure beast blood. Had he not encountered Hao, he would have naturally left the Muyu forest after slaying the Flying Firewolf, but now he had no intention of leaving so soon. He continued to roam through the Muyu forest, hoping to find Hao. Sure enough, they were bound to cross paths. A dozen or so minutes later, he spotted Hao and the intermediate martial artist protecting him. However, the several students who had been with Hao outside the Muyu forest were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, Hao and the intermediate martial artist had also spotted Fan Yu. Oh, it's Fan Yu. Hao couldn't help but laugh smugly. He walked slowly toward Fan Yu, with the intermediate martial artist close behind. When they were within a certain distance, he stopped. Fan Yu, I told you back outside the Moan forest that if I ran. After all, a B-ranked draconic aspect was the system's rating by Blue Star standards. The draconic aspect could never be merely a B-ranked talent. Fan Yu, why aren't you afraid? Seeing that Fan Yu still looked completely unafraid, Hao couldn't help but fly into a rage. You're the one who should be afraid. Fan Yu looked at Hao, and as his words trailed off, a chilling gleam flashed in his eyes. Having slain so many ferocious beasts in Dungeons 1 and 2 had filled Fan Yu with a terrifying killing intent. Hao sensed the glint emanating from Fan Yu's pupils. A chill ran up his spine from the base of his tailbone to the crown of his head, leaving him feeling as if he'd been plunged into an ice cave. Only then did he realize that Fan Yu was now completely different from the Fan Yu he had known before. How little time had passed. He simply couldn't fathom why Fan Yu had suddenly become so terrifying. Hao was still reeling from the shock. Fan Yu's gaze moments ago had felt as though he'd been cast into the 18th circle of hell, enduring the most brutal torture. The sensation was simply unbearable. After a few more seconds, Hao regained his composure. He told himself he shouldn't be afraid. After all, he had a mid-level martial master right by his side. Uncle Lee, give me. Hao was just about to order the intermediate martial artist standing beside him to kill Fan Yu, but before he could finish speaking, he noticed that Fan Yu was actually walking toward them. Looking at Fan Yu's face, for some reason, a sense of dread welled up inside him, filling Hao with terror. This aura was something Fan Yu had cultivated only after slaying countless ferocious beasts in Dungeon 1 and Dungeon 2. How could a quasi-fighter like Hao, a flower grown in a greenhouse, possibly withstand such an aura? Stop him, Uncle Lee.
Quick, stop him.
Seeing Fang Yu closing in on them, how couldn't he help but shout? It wasn't he just how even Li Hu, an intermediate martial artist, was startled by the aura Fang Yu was now radiating. It wasn't he until he heard Hao's words that he snapped back to his senses. He swallowed hard, clenched his fist, and prepared to strike at Fang Yu.
Fang Yu knew this intermediate martial artist was about to attack him, but so what, surprised? Fang Yu looked at Hao with a cold smile. Seeing Hao in such a state of utter terror, Fang Yu couldn't help but recall the Hao from their school days who used to mock and belittle him constantly. Back then, Hao had a pack of sycophants around him, and his connections were far beyond anything Fang Yu could match. He had no choice but to endure it in silence. Now, Fang Yu, we were classmates, aren't we? You're not going to wipe us out completely, are you? Hao forced himself to suppress his fear as he spoke to Fang Yu. Ha, classmates? Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh. You got the principal to expel me and had my parents fired from their jobs. Why didn't you remember I was your classmate back then? But if you lay a finger on me, my dad will never let you off the hook. You know how powerful my dad is. He is not someone you can mess with. My dad. Hao quickly brought up his father, hoping to use his father, Wang Hua, to scare Fang Yu into backing down. Die. Go be an animal in your next life. Fang Yu didn't want to waste any more words on Hao. No, I don't want to die. Ah. With a single swipe of his claw, Hao's life vanished from this world forever. A ball of flame appeared on Fang Yu's dragon arm. He incinerated the bodies of Li Hu and Hao, and only left after they had been reduced to ashes. Having found the ferocious beast in the Muwan forest, there was no longer any reason for him to stay there. Immediately, he left the Muwan forest. Once outside the forest, he handed the vial containing the flying fire wolf's blood to a fighter from the Soaring Dragon Guild. After the Soaring Dragon Guild fighter informed Fang Yu to return in 3 days to collect the beast's blood, Fang Yu set off toward Jiangnan City. Back in Jiangnan City, Fang Yu thought to himself that now that he had slain Hao, Wang Hua was next. He returned home to let his family know he was safe. Dungeon 1, Level 3, hadn't opened yet, so he'd wait until he obtained the beast's blood. Meanwhile, inside the Haojiang Group headquarters, a middle-aged man slammed his fist down on the table. My son hasn't come back? Hurry up and find him. We've searched the entire Muwan forest, but we haven't found the young master. The middle-aged man slumped onto the leather sofa, as if all his strength had been drained from his body. The man was none other than Wang Hua, chairman of Haojiang Group, Hao's father. A few minutes later, an employee of Haojiang Group rushed in. Chairman, we found 2 charred patches in Muyu forest. It should be. I should F you. Smack. Wang Hua was suddenly overcome with rage. His previously limp body seemed to be injected with adrenaline as he rose from the leather sofa and slapped the employee hard across the face. Chapter 29, Absorbing the Blood of a Fierce Beast. Is Fang Yu crazy? Wang Hua was furious beyond measure. His eyes bulged. The Haojiang Group employee who'd been struck felt utterly wronged. He never would have imagined he'd be hit. Go get old Zhang. Wang Hua closed his eyes, as if overcome by profound grief. Yes, Chairman. The employee didn't dare linger here for even a moment. He hurriedly left. As the chairman of Haojiang Group, Wang Hua's reputation was well deserved. He knew full well that his son, Hao, was already dead. But revenge. He would definitely exact it. Before long, the employee returned with an elderly man. The man appeared to be in his 60s, yet he was full of vigor and looked radiant. Old Zhang, you're here. Xiao Hua, has something happened? The old man sensed something was amiss. He knew something must have occurred. Who accompanied Xiao Hua to participate in the trials held by the Soaring Dragon Guild, and they both died in the Muhuan forest. What? Hearing Wang Hua's words, old Zhang involuntarily took several steps back. He never would have imagined Wang Hua would say such a thing. Xiao Hua, is that really true? Yes. Wang Hua was overcome with grief. How was his only son? He never could have imagined he would die in Muyu forest. Li Hu was old Master Zhang's disciple.
Old Master Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Shan, was a high-level elite fighter and the most powerful fighter in the Haojiang group. Zhang Shan clenched his jaw tightly, his face contorted with rage, as he demanded of Wang Hua.
Who did this? I don't know yet. My men reported finding 2 charred spots in the Muyu forest, so. Wang Hua didn't continue, but the implication was clear without further explanation. Ha! Zhang Shan let out a cold laugh. I've left a distinctive scent on Ahu.
As soon as I encounter the person who killed him, I'll sense that scent.
Just wait. Master Zhang, I'm counting on you for this. Wang Hua said.
Fang Yu, of course, had no idea that Li Hua's scent was already on him. He hadn't gone anywhere since returning home. He'd been following the news on his phone and noticed there were no reports about Hao or Li Hu. The day had finally arrived to collect the beast's blood, so he headed toward the Soaring Dragon Guild. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Soaring Dragon Guild. As one of the most powerful martial arts
schools in Jiangnan City, the Soaring Dragon Guild was naturally magnificent and imposing. The 30-story building was truly awe-inspiring.
Upon entering the Soaring Dragon Guild, Fang Yu noticed that, besides himself, several other people had arrived. They, too, were there to collect the ferocious beast blood, and their faces all bore a look of excitement. Ha, we'll have the ferocious beast blood soon. I can't wait.
Who isn't looking forward to it? I'm absolutely dying to try it.
I hope that after using the ferocious beast blood, I can increase my combat power by 200.
That would be fantastic.
All of them expressed their anticipation for the ferocious beast blood. Fang Yu was no exception. He was also eagerly looking forward to it. After all, he had never used it before. You're all here for the ferocious beast blood, right? Before long, a fighter from the Soaring Dragon Guild walked up to them.
Yes.
They all nodded in unison.
Please follow me.
With that, the Soaring Dragon Guild fighter led them toward a certain location.
Fang Yu naturally followed along.
A few minutes later, guided by the Soaring Dragon Guild fighter, Fang Yu arrived in a grand hall. Inside the hall, everyone gazed at the numerous spots.
Just then, several construction workers arrived at the abandoned building and happened to see Fang Yu running back and forth. What's wrong with this guy? No idea. He must be crazy. Let us call the police.
Otherwise, if we go over there and he stabs us, that's no joke. The workers all thought Fang Yu was a complete lunatic, so they immediately picked up their phones to call the police.
Let us just wait here.
The police will be here soon.
One of the workers said.
Fang Yu hadn't expected there to be workers at the abandoned building, but he didn't have time to worry about that. Now he needed to finish absorbing the beast's blood inside him first. Half an hour later, Fang Yu finally felt that the beast's blood had been almost completely absorbed, and the pain had largely subsided. He looked at his arms, veins bulging, and could clearly feel a massive surge in strength. It seemed absorbing the beast's blood had worked quite well. His combat power must have increased significantly. He needed to check his combat power. But just as Fang Yu was about to leave the abandoned building, the police arrived.
Hello, sir. Someone called the police, saying you.
I was just absorbing the blood of a ferocious beast. Fang Yu said to the police officers standing before him.
At that moment, several construction workers stepped forward.
They had all heard Fang Yu speak and were momentarily stunned.
Absorbing a ferocious beast's blood? Haven't they ever seen a pig run, even if they've never eaten pork? Absorbing a ferocious beast's blood in this rundown place?
They exchanged glances, all convinced that Fang Yu must be out of his mind. You might as well just say you're the Thunder King himself.
One of the workers said with a laugh. Chapter 30, Dungeon 1, Number 3 Unlocked the Underworld.
The Thunder King, one of the 3 great powers of Blue Star, was a household name on the planet. Clearly, these workers didn't believe a word Fang Yu said. Fang Yu had only claimed he was absorbing the blood of a ferocious beast because he wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. Jiangnan City took mental health issues extremely seriously. Anyone suspected of having a mental illness would be taken to a specialized facility for evaluation. If the police didn't believe Fang Yu either, he'd be taken for a psychiatric evaluation, which would be a huge waste of time, since he still needed to get his combat power tested.
Essence Book Pavilion. Sir, please come with us. When these police officers arrived, they had seen Fong Yu running back and forth here, giving them every reason to suspect he was mentally unstable. Listening to the officers, Fong Yu knew they didn't believe a word he said. He had no choice but to pull out a one-star golden leopard head badge, the one a staff member had given him the last time he went to the Martial Arts Alliance to update his cultivation level information. Whoa! Seeing the badge in Fong Yu's hand, everyone, police officers and workers alike, couldn't help but gasp in shock. After all, a one-star golden leopard head badge was something only a junior martial trainee was eligible to possess. Was this man a junior martial trainee? At his age? The police officers and workers were stunned. They suddenly felt like they'd been living in a bubble. In their understanding, someone Fong Yu's age could absolutely not be such a powerful fighter. Even if there were, they'd be a figure of immense fame in Jiangnan City like Qing Chushua, the prodigy of the Soaring Dragon Guild. In Jiangnan City, the police only had the authority to manage ordinary citizens. Fighters fell under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Alliance. After exchanging a few words with Fong Yu, they left the scene. He. The workers gave Fong Yu an awkward smile. We hope you'll understand us. We were coming this way, and you were running back and forth here. Who knows if you might have attacked us? It's fine. Fong Yu smiled at the workers. His father had once been a worker too, so he knew that most workers were down-to-earth people. After exchanging a few more words with them, Fong Yu left. Watching him go, the workers exchanged glances, thinking to themselves how wonderful it would be if their own children could one day awaken their talents and become fighters. Jiangming Residential Complex. After returning to the Jiangming Residential Complex, Fong Yu made his way to the combat power testing machine in the corner. After absorbing the blood of the ferocious beast, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, he felt his combat power had increased significantly. He had read in a book that if the absorption of a ferocious beast's blood was highly effective, the resulting increase in combat power could be unimaginable. He stared intently at the combat power testing machine in front of him. Boom! Then, he slammed a heavy punch into the machine. Fong Yu's combat power rating appeared on the screen. 12,064. Oh my god. Looking at the combat power reading on the screen, Fong Yu felt as though he defied the heavens. After all, before absorbing the blood of the ferocious beast, his combat power was only a little over 9,000 and now it had jumped straight to 12,000? A combat power of 12,000 was already the baseline for a high-level martial trainee. In other words, Fong Yu had now become a high-level martial trainee, a speed that was truly unmatched. Fong Yu couldn't hide the joy on his face. He knew that if things continued this way, even if Wang Hua discovered that he was the one who had slain Hao and Li Hu, he would have absolutely nothing to fear. Ding! Dungeon 1, number 3, has opened. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Fong Yu's mind. It's finally open. Fong Yu's heart raced with excitement, but to his surprise, the interface for Dungeon 1, number 3 appeared in his mind. Could it be? A possibility occurred to him: if he tapped the interface, he might be able to enter Dungeon 1, number 3. He had previously thought that entering Dungeon 1 required falling asleep, but this might just be a temporary system setting. It wouldn't necessarily stay that way forever. He tapped to open the Dungeon 1 number 3 interface in his mind. Ding! Do you wish to enter Dungeon 1 number 3? No. Sure enough, he guessed right. But he didn't choose to enter Dungeon 1 number 3 right away. He still didn't know if his physical body would go in with him. Otherwise, it would be too strange for him to remain frozen here like a carved stone statue. He decided to return home before entering Dungeon 1 number 3. Upon arriving home, Fong Yu greeted Fong Yonghua in Dulan, then went into his room and locked the door from the inside. He opened the Dungeon 1 number 3 panel in his mind once more. Ding! Do you wish to enter Dungeon 1 number 3? Yes. After selecting yes, Fong Yu entered Dungeon 1 number 3. As soon as he arrived in Dungeon 1 number 3, he looked at the 4 large characters Dungeon 1 number 3 inscribed on the stone stele before him, and the rules of Dungeon 1 number 3 appeared in his mind. He discovered that he could enter Dungeon 1 number 3 at any time during the day,
but only once. Fang Yu thought to himself that although it wasn't too much different from Dungeon 1 number 1 and number 2, at least he didn't have to be asleep to enter. Who knows, maybe the next Dungeon 1 would allow unlimited entries. At the same time, upon entering Dungeon 1 number 3, his true form would also follow him inside. Without giving it much thought, Fang Yu looked at the scene before him. Dungeon 1 number 3 wasn't like Dungeon 1 number 2, which was full of wasteland. At that moment, Fang Yu found himself in a forest. He discovered that right before his eyes was a massive entrance. This was... Fang Yu had seen a very similar entrance in a book before. That's right, this was the entrance to the underworld. Fang Yu knew that once he entered this passage, he would reach the underworld. Many of Blue Star's underground realms are divided into layers, the first, second, third. The more powerful the underground realm, the more layers it has, the deeper the layers, the stronger the ferocious beasts within. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu walked toward the entrance to the underground realm. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, several ferocious beasts crawled out from within. Second tier, mid-level ferocious beasts, thunder-striped leopards. These thunder-striped leopards hadn't expected to encounter a human here. After freezing in place for a few seconds, they let out terrifying roars at Fang Yu. Roar! As their roars died down, the thunder-striped leopards pounced toward Fang Yu. Fang Yu watched the charging thunder-patterned leopards and threw a punch. Red Tiger Fist. The red tiger formed from condensed mana slammed heavily into the bodies of the thunder-patterned leopards, killing them instantly. Ding! Slayed one thunder-patterned leopard, plus 7 level points. Ding! Slayed a thunder-striped leopard, plus 7 level points. Ding! Slayed a thunder-striped leopard, plus 7 level points. Watching the level points increase in his mind's eye, Fang Yu thought to himself that he'd really go all out in the underworld next. He'd heard so much about the underworld, but had never actually set foot in it before. Chapter 31, Kill, Kill, Kill. Points, points, points. After entering the underworld, Fang Yu had barely reached the first level when a notification informed him that this particular underworld consisted of 30 levels in total. A 30-level underworld was considered a small one among the many such realms on Blue Star. Upon reaching the first level of the underworld, he immediately spotted countless thunder-patterned leopards. Seeing so many thunder-patterned leopards, a delighted smile spread across Fang Yu's face. He could swear he'd never seen so many ferocious beasts in Dungeon 1 or Dungeon 2. If he could slay all these beasts, just imagine how many level-up points he'd earn. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu summoned the draconic aspect, instantly transforming into the form of a dragon. Roar! 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 The thunder-striped leopards on the first level of the underworld had now spotted Fang Yu as well, and they lunged toward him. 6 arms of the dragon. Instantly, Fang Yu unleashed his innate combat skill, 6 arms of the dragon, and 6 powerful dragon arms appeared on the draconic aspect. As countless thunder-patterned leopards charged toward Fang Yu, the 6 dragon arms began to slay them. 6 claws, 12 claws, 24 claws. 6 attacks in a single strike, combined with the effect of the dragon's heavy blow, made Fang Yu shout with sheer exhilaration as he slaughtered them. Dragon's thunderous hands. After enjoying the thrill of using the 6-armed dragon, Fang Yu once again unleashed his innate combat skill, Dragon Thunderstrike. The 6 dragon arms began to extend dozens of meters, carrying out a brutal slaughter of the thunder-patterned leopards in the first layer of the underworld. Ding! Slayed one thunder-patterned leopard, plus 7 level points. Ding! Slayed a thunder-striped leopard, plus 7 level-up points. Ding! Slayed a thunder-striped leopard, plus 7 level-up points. Ha 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 ha. Watching the level-up points pile up in his mind's eye, Fang Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. You have to experience this for yourself to truly understand just how exhilarating it is. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Frenzied Dragon Claw. Fang Yu unleashed all his other attribute-based abilities and innate combat techniques as well. The thunder-patterned leopards on the first level of the underworld began falling like crazy in pools of blood, but there were still plenty of them left. Fan Yu knew that if he wiped out every thunder-patterned leopard on the first level, the number of experience points he'd earn would reach a staggering figure. Kill, 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 kill. Fan Yu had thought that slaying beasts in Dungeon 1, levels 1 and 2, was thrilling enough, but he never imagined that slaughtering beasts in Dungeon 1, level 3, would be the most exhilarating of all.
Ding! Slayed a thunder-striped leopard, plus 7 level points. Ding! Slayed a thunder-striped leopard, plus 7 level points. Ding! Slayed a thunder-striped leopard, plus 7 level points.
He didn't know how much time had passed, but Fan Yu had finally slaughtered every single thunder-striped leopard on the first level of the underworld.
Level up points, 900,000.
Looking at such a massive haul of level up points, Fan Yu felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. After all, this was 900,000 level up points. Points. Fan Yu allocated the 900,000 upgrade points to Draconic Aspect.
Draconic Aspect upgrade progress, 1% 100%. Draconic Aspect will next upgrade to True Dragon Form. True Dragon Form? A dragon transforming into a true dragon? Fan Yu was thrilled.
However, as the talent S level increases, it becomes extremely difficult to upgrade it again. After all, a staggering 900,000 upgrade points only amounted to 1%.
Onward!
The first layer of the underworld wasn't home to just the thunder-patterned leopards. The first layer was vast, and Fan Yu knew it would take quite some time to fully explore it. Half an hour later, he discovered another group of ferocious beasts on the first level of the underworld, a large group of them. Second tier, mid-level ferocious beasts, blood-red tigers.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Slaying small groups of ferocious beasts is no fun if you're going to kill, go for the big ones.
It's just like peeing. What's the point of a trickle as thin as a faucet?
You want a big hose blasting out. Now that's the real thrill. Fan Yu had seen the crimson blood tigers many times in the Beast Compendium. He thought to himself that it was a good thing he studied hard back in school, otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized many of these beasts. These crimson blood tigers hadn't spotted Fan Yu yet. Before they even knew what was happening, 6 draconic right arms, each dozens of meters long, swept toward them.
Boom!
A series of deafening roars echoed through the area where the red blood tigers were gathered.
In an instant, the entire pack descended into chaos. Finally, the red blood tigers spotted Fan Yu.
They roared furiously at him and immediately charged toward him.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 dragon arms were no joke. 6 claws in a single strike. Combined with the effect of the dragon's heavy strike, the impact of those 6 claws was truly terrifying.
The 6-armed dragon was on a killing spree. All 6 arms left after images behind. Not only were the crimson blood tigers being slaughtered relentlessly, but the visual spectacle was also utterly breathtaking. Combined with thunder and fire attribute divine abilities, the crimson blood tigers were suffering the most terrifying, dimension-lowering assault in history. Fortunately, this was merely Dungeon 1 generated by the system. If it were real, these crimson blood tigers would likely have fled at the fastest speed in history long ago. Fan Yu didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. The more he killed, the more excited he became. Not even a donkey in a production brigade would dare to work this hard. He was on a killing spree. A real killing spree. The area where Fan Yu stood was already littered with the corpses of crimson blood tigers, and the ground beneath his feet had been stained red with their blood. Yet countless more crimson blood tigers were still swarming toward him.
Come on, bring it on.
Fan Yu was overjoyed. He simply couldn't get enough of this slaughter.
If he could, he'd keep killing like this forever.
But to Fan Yu's surprise, before he could finish off all the crimson blood tigers, he was kicked out of Dungeon 1 number 3 because his time was up.
Whoa, I'm already out?
Fan Yu froze. He hadn't expected to be kicked out of Dungeon 1 number 3 at such a critical moment.
The upgrade points haven't disappeared, have they? Fearing the upgrade points might vanish, Fan Yu hurriedly checked them. Upgrade points, 1 million.
Thank goodness the upgrade points are still there. Seeing that the upgrade points hadn't vanished, Fan Yu felt relieved. And to think he had 1 million upgrade points, that number was downright staggering,
especially considering he hadn't even finished off all the Crimson Blood Tigers yet. Click click click, click, click. Fan Yu clicked 100 times, successfully applying all those upgrade points to his draconic aspect. Phew! Fan Yu exhaled, thinking that since he wouldn't be able to enter Dungeon 1 number 3 until tomorrow, he'd better not wander around aimlessly these next few days and just keep an eye on the news instead. The fact that his slaying of Hao and Li Hu in the Muyu forest hadn't made the news was perfectly normal, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to kill them so recklessly. Fan Yu stayed home, waiting to enter Dungeon 1 number 3 the next day. Chapter 32, The Second Layer of the Underworld, Wind Attribute Enchantment. The next day, Fan Yu entered Dungeon 1, number 3 once again. The first layer of the underworld. There were red blood tigers again. Last time, he'd slain countless red blood tigers, but when he left Dungeon 1, number 3, he still hadn't wiped them out completely. Now, he was surrounded by a horde of crimson blood tigers, ready to pounce on him at any moment. If he weren't absolutely invincible here, he would be terrified beyond words, facing such a massive swarm of crimson blood tigers. He had already summoned the draconic aspect. Roar! The crimson blood tigers surrounding Fan Yu suddenly attacked him. Countless of them swept toward him from all directions at blinding speed. Watching the crimson blood tigers lunge at him, Fan Yu had no intention of giving them much time to live. Six-armed dragon. Thunder dragon hand. Frenzied shadow hand. Thunder dragon roar. Crimson fire slash. Fan Yu began using his innate combat skills and elemental abilities to deal with these crimson blood tigers. Ding. Slayed a crimson blood tiger, plus 7 level points. Ding. Slayed a crimson blood tiger, plus 7 level points. Ding. Slayed a crimson blood tiger, plus 7 level points. The crimson blood tigers lunging at Fan Yu began falling like crazy, at a speed so fast it was truly terrifying. Fan Yu had already slain far too many crimson blood tigers here yesterday, so the remaining number was naturally nowhere near what it had been the day before. After Fan Yu had wiped out the remaining crimson blood tigers, he checked his level up points. Level up points, 300,000. Points, I'll spend them. Fan Yu allocated all 300,000 upgrade points to Draconic Aspect. He continued deeper into the first layer, and before long, he discovered the entrance to the second layer of the underworld. Looking at the entrance to the second layer, he knew it would only be more terrifying than the first. As for just how terrifying it would be, he'd have to go inside to find out. Instantly, Fan Yu entered the second layer of the underworld. Upon reaching the second level, Fan Yu was met with a vast, boundless expanse. The number of ferocious beasts in the second level of the underworld seemed immense. Fan Yu knew that the number of ferocious beasts on the second level far exceeded that of the first, and he would be able to earn a great many upgrade points here. A Tier 2 Advanced Ferocious Beast, the Ironblood Demon Tiger. Tier 2 Advanced Ferocious Beasts are on par with human advanced martial disciples in strength. Looking at the multitude of second-tier advanced fierce beasts, the Ironblood Demon Tigers before him, Fan Yu knew that these creatures were not only a source of level-up points but would also significantly boost his combat power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fan Yu extended his 6 dragon arms and began attacking the Ironblood Demon Tigers. He slaughtered them relentlessly, causing his level-up points to skyrocket. Ding! Slayed 1 Ironblood Demon Tiger, plus 10 level-up points. Watching the level-up points increase in his mind, Fan Yu's expression lit up with delight. He hadn't expected that slaying a single high-tier second-stage ferocious beast would grant him 10 level-up points. With so many Ironblood Demon Tigers, the number of level-up points he would gain was nothing short of staggering. 6 claws. 12 claws. 18 clawed ones. 24 clawed ones. The combination of 6-armed dragon and the dragon smash effect allowed Fan Yu to slay numerous iron-blooded demon tigers with every strike. Not to mention his other innate combat skills and attribute-based abilities, which made these iron-blooded demon tigers even more helpless against him. Fan Yu knew that the number of iron-blooded demon tigers at the edge of the second layer of the underworld wasn't particularly large. It didn't take long for him to wipe them all out. Level up points, 400,000.
Although the Iron-blood demon tigers were a large group of ferocious beasts, they were no match for the crimson-blood tigers deep within the first layer. After allocating all his level-up points to the draconic aspect, instantly, 10 violent tornadoes, each several meters high, appeared on the ground. They swept toward the Iron-blood demon tigers at breakneck speed. When the 10 violent tornadoes slammed into the bodies of the Iron-blood demon tigers, the beasts instantly let out agonizing screams that were too gruesome to bear. At the same time, data on the increase in level-up points kept appearing in Fong Yue's mind.
Level-up points, 380,000. After slaying all the Iron-blood demon tigers, Fong Yu obtained 380,000 level-up points. For Fong Yu, 380,000 level-up points was now a mere trifle. He allocated them once again to the draconic aspect. Not enough. Far from enough.
He knew that although he was now slaying more and more ferocious beasts and earning an increasing number of level-up points. But as his battle body level rose, the number of upgrade points required was also increasing.
He had to slay even more ferocious beasts in Dungeon 1, Level 3.
The iron-blooded demon tigers on the second level of the underworld were currently just the beasts found on the outskirts. He was certain there were even more ferocious beasts lurking deeper within the second level of the underworld. Fong Yu didn't linger for a moment. He strode swiftly toward the depths of the second level of the underworld.
Sure enough, just as he had expected, the second layer of the underworld indeed contained even larger herds of ferocious beasts. Before him were dense hordes of blue-feathered wolves. These were also high-tier second-stage ferocious beasts, comparable in strength to human high-level martial practitioners. Looking at such a vast number of blue-feathered wolves as far as the eye could see, nothing but blue-feathered wolves, their numbers far exceeded those of the crimson-blooded tigers in the depths of the first layer. I'm in luck. Fong Yu blurted out those two words instinctively.
He knew that if he slaughtered this many blue-feathered wolves, the upgrade points he'd earn would be beyond his wildest imagination.
Kill.
Immediately after shouting the word kill at the blue-feathered wolves, Fong Yu charged into the pack.
Chapter 33, Ching Chushua's Invitation, Talent Level Assessment.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fong Yu charged into the pack of blue-feathered wolves and began a frenzied slaughter.
What a rush, what a rush.
Fong Yu slashed away with such exhilarating intensity that, just as when he slew other ferocious beasts, after images appeared from his 6 jet-black, powerful dragon arms, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring.
Ding.
Slayed a blue-feathered wolf.
Plus 10 level points. Ding.
Slayed a blue-feathered wolf.
Plus 10 level points. Ding.
Slayed a blue-feathered wolf.
Plus 10 level points. Watching the rapidly increasing level points, Fong Yu began to get excited.
He knew that once he had slain all the blue-feathered wolves, he would earn a staggering number of level points. Time ticked by second, but Fong Yu wasn't worried. Time flowed differently inside Dungeon 1 Number 3 than it did outside. Yesterday, he had spent a long time inside Dungeon 1 Number 3, yet only half an hour had passed on the surface. From the moment he entered this underground world, he'd learned that it had a total of 30 levels. He was currently only on the second level, so he had to eliminate these blue-feathered wolves as quickly as possible. At his current rate of killing them, no matter how numerous they were, it wouldn't take too long. Fong Yu was on a killing spree, and the blue-feathered wolves were dropping like flies. After Fong Yu killed the last few blue-feathered wolves in the area, he checked his level-up points.
Level up points, 1.8 million. Awesome.
Seeing such a huge number of level-up points, Fong Yu felt absolutely thrilled. This feeling was truly amazing. Click, click, click. I'm clicking, clicking, clicking.
Although he could spend 10,000 upgrade points at a time, 1.8 million upgrade points would still take some time. Essence Book Pavilion.
After adding 1.8 million upgrade points to Draconic Aspect, Fong Yu continued exploring the second layer of the underworld. When Fong Yu emerged from Dungeon 1, Number 3, he checked the progress of Draconic Aspect's upgrade.
5%. Damn, that's way too slow.
He knew that as his progress increased, the number of upgrade points required would also rise, but he never imagined it would be
this absurd. Never mind.
After all, the underworld has 30 layers, and who knows how many ferocious beasts lurk inside.
Fang Yu could worry about anything, but he certainly didn't need to worry about ferocious beasts. He entered Dungeon 1 number 3 at 8:30 that morning, and it was only 9 o'clock now, still early. Just as Fang Yu was about to head out, Cheng Chushue sent him a message via Weinan. While he was at the Soaring Dragon Guild picking up beast blood, he run into Cheng Chushue, and they added each other as friends on Weinan. Cheng Chushue, are you there? Fang Yu, yeah. Cheng Chushue, we at the Soaring Dragon Guild are planning a raid to clear a low-level underground realm shortly. Do you want to join us? Reading Cheng Chushue's message, Fang Yu was taken aback. He really hadn't expected her to contact him about this. A low-level underground realm meant there weren't any particularly powerful beasts down there. If it were a high-level underground realm, Cheng Chushue wouldn't have asked him to come. Going there would be tantamount to suicide. Fang Yu, sure, I'll go. Cheng Chushue, great. I'll wait for you at the Soaring Dragon Guild. Fang Yu, okay. After a quick breakfast, Fang Yu headed toward the Soaring Dragon Guild. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Soaring Dragon Guild. Shortly after entering the guild, he spotted Cheng Chushue. When Cheng Chushue saw Fang Yu arrive, she quickly walked over to him. You're here. Hearing Fang Yu's reply, Cheng Chushue paused for a few seconds before asking him. We've known each other for so long, could you tell me your name? Fang Yu. Fang Yu and Cheng Chushue had met a few times before. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he considered himself to have a certain understanding of her. Cheng Chushue was absolutely not the type to blab. Fang Yu? Cheng Chushue thought for a moment and realized she had never heard the name Fang Yu before. Don't tell anyone my name. Although Fang Yu knew Cheng Chushue wasn't the type to blab, he still gave her a gentle reminder. Don't worry. Cheng Chushue understood this, of course. She knew Fang Yu's personality, otherwise, he wouldn't have waited so long to tell her his name. Fang Yu's participation in the Soaring Dragon Guild's plan to clear out the lower levels of the underworld was driven by 2 things. One was experience points, and the other was real combat experience. After all, while he knew he was invincible in Dungeon 1, reality, he had to dodge dangers at every turn. To put it simply, drills are like real combat, but drills are, after all, not the real thing. Fang Yu, an elite fighter from our Soaring Dragon Guild, will be leading the way later. We'll just follow along. A look of anticipation flashed across Cheng Chushue's fair cheeks. I've never been to the underworld before. Oh, by the way, does your Soaring Dragon Guild have any equipment to test for talents? Yes, we do. Cheng Chushue replied. After answering, she looked at Fang Yu with confusion, not understanding why he was asking this question. After all, Fang Yu had already awakened his talent, and since talents don't change, retesting would certainly be pointless. Can you take me there? Sure. Cheng Chushue knew that since Fang Yu had said that, he must have a reason. She led Fang Yu in a certain direction. A few minutes later, guided by Cheng Chushue, Fang Yu arrived at a hidden room. Inside the room were precise combat power testing machines, as well as talent testing instruments. Fang Yu, this is the place, Cheng Chushue said, glancing at Fang Yu. I'll step out for now. Cheng Chushue tactfully left. Although she was also curious about Fang Yu's talent level, it wouldn't be right to check without his consent. Once Cheng Chushue had left, Fang Yu looked at the high-precision combat power testing machine. He hadn't checked his combat power in days. The last time he checked, his combat power had already reached the baseline level of an advanced martial apprentice. He wondered how high it had risen after the frenzied slaughter in Dungeon 1, number 3. He clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and then slammed it hard into the high-precision combat power testing machine in front of him. Boom! 20,724. 20,000 combat power was the baseline for a junior martial master. Had he really broken through from advanced martial trainee to junior martial master in such a short time? Fang Yu couldn't help but marvel. His rate of advancement was as easy as drinking water. Immediately afterward, he turned his attention to the talent scanner in front of him. According to the system's evaluation, the draconic aspect was rated B class. But he knew that, according to Blue Star's standards, draconic aspect could never be just a B-rank combat physique. He placed his hand on the talent detection device, and before long, the screen displayed the talent rank of draconic aspect. Draconic aspect, S-rank talent. Chapter 34, Underground World number 98. Looking at the rating of draconic aspect, Fong Yu found it perfectly normal. But it's important to note that the draconic aspect S rating didn't include the three major attributes: fire, lightning, and wind. If those three attributes were factored in, it would clearly have reached the SSS class level. Ha! Fong Yu suddenly noticed another machine in the corner, one he'd never seen in the real world. Was this a true combat power assessment machine? Fong Yu had seen similar machines described in books. The so-called true combat power assessment machine evaluates combat power, speed, defense, combat techniques, and innate combat skills. It assesses everything a person possesses by having them demonstrate it fully. For example, a peerless genius with an SSS rank innate talent can easily challenge opponents several ranks above them. In such cases, a true combat power assessment machine is needed to evaluate their true strength. Fong Yu thought to himself that although he was currently a junior martial artist, his true strength was certainly beyond that of a junior martial artist. Let us assess it. He approached the true combat power assessment machine, pressed a few buttons as prompted, and a white light enveloped his entire body. Immediately afterward, Fong Yu found himself transported into a virtual space. Inside was a wooden dummy. Fong Yu knew that by unleashing all his attacks on this wooden dummy, he could assess his true strength. He summoned the draconic aspect. 3 heads, 6 arms. Thunder Dragoness Charging Hand. Thunder Dragoness Frenzied Shadow Claw. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Frenzied Wind Whirl. Dragoness Heavy Claw. He unleashed every attack he had on the wooden dummy before him. Boom! 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 Countless deafening explosions rang out in the area where the wooden dummy stood. A few minutes later, Fong Yu stepped out of the virtual space. Fong Yu's strength rating had already appeared on the screen of the True Strength Assessment machine. Assessment: Intermediate Elite Fighter. Looking at the assessment on the screen, Fong Yu thought it was pretty much what he had expected. After the evaluation was complete, he didn't linger there for long. Upon stepping out, he saw Qing Chuxue. Fong Yu, you're done with the evaluation. Fong Yu nodded in response to Qing Chuxue. Then let us head over there. Immediately, Qing Chuxue led Fong Yu toward a certain location. As they walked, Qing Chuxue briefed Fong Yu on the plan to clear the low-level underground world they were tasked with. The target was Underground World number 98, one of the weakest in the wilderness around Jiangnan City. The underground world consisted of 3 levels. Led by Lei Qing, an elite fighter from the Soaring Dragon Guild, their mission was essentially a learning experience. Fong Yu, elite fighter Lei Qing is a junior elite fighter. He is very powerful. But it's still an underworld, after all. Fong Yu voiced his concerns. It's just a low-level underworld. The strongest beasts inside are no more than low-tier second-stage beasts. Low-tier second-stage beasts are on par with human junior martial disciples in strength. Hearing Qing Chushue's words, Fong Yu felt reassured. Clearing out a low-level underground realm like this could indeed be handled by a junior elite fighter leading the team. After all, the Grandmaster didn't have that much time to spare. A moment later, Qing Chuxue led Fong Yu to a square where several dozen people were gathered. Most of them were martial masters, with a few elite fighters among them. These were the fighters preparing to clear out the underground realm. Fong Yu looked at the dozens of fighters in the square and thought that if this was the case, then there probably weren't many ferocious beasts in the low-level underground realm. Otherwise, given their numbers, trying to clear out a powerful underground realm would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Young lady, who is this? Lei Qing, an elite fighter, cast a puzzled glance at Fong Yu. Oh, he. Upon hearing Lei Qing's words, Qing Chuxue wasn't quite sure how to respond. After all, Fong Yu had told her not to speak out of turn. All right, let us get going. Lei Qing could see Qing Chushue's dilemma and didn't want to dwell on the issue. However, he believed it was a complete mistake for Qing Chushue to bring someone here whom she didn't know and whose strength was unknown. The underworld was no joke. Dozens of people boarded the large bus, ready to depart. Once on board, Lei Qing glanced at Fang Yu again and said, "While you're in the underworld with the young miss, there will be people to protect you. This trip is mainly for you to see the world. Don't act on your own." "Got it." Fang Yu nodded at Lei Qing. He knew he could now gradually reveal his true strength. He had already reached the level of an intermediate elite fighter. Even if the Wang family discovered him, he wasn't particularly afraid anymore. After all, he could join the Soaring Dragon Guild in the blink of an eye. As for whether the Wang family had connections to a grandmaster, that was something Fang Yu still didn't know. That was precisely why he hadn't acted rashly. If his current strength were enough to deal a devastating blow to the Wang family, he would have gone straight to their estate, grabbed Wang Hua, and taken him out into the wilderness to kill him. He knew he wouldn't be sitting idle in the underworld. His purpose for going there this time was to slay ferocious beasts. Otherwise, what would be the point of going to the underworld? Besides, Lei Qing would never even imagine that his true strength was that of an intermediate elite fighter. On Blue Star, aside from SS and SSS tier talents, whose strength can fluctuate, even S tier talents generally have little discrepancy between their perceived strength and their true strength. The large bus pulled up at the foot of Mount Wangqiu. They still had to cross Mount Wangqiu and several other major mountains before finally reaching the 98th underground world. After getting off the bus, led by Lei Qing, the elite fighter, the group of several dozen people set off in a grand procession toward Mount Wangqiu. Upon reaching the summit of Mount Wangqiu, they crossed several more mountains of similar size before finally spotting the entrance to the 98th underground world. "Is this the entrance to the number 98 underground world?" Cheng Chushue's lovely face was full of curiosity. Although she had seen images of the entrance to the underground world many times in books and online, this was her first time actually visiting, so she was brimming with wonder. Fang Yu, on the other hand, was used to seeing the entrance to the underworld and even the ferocious beasts within. "By the way, Fang Yu, we have to be extra careful later. The underworld is extremely dangerous," Cheng Chushue reminded Fang Yu. "Got it." Fang Yu nodded. "Fang Yu, I applied to Longqing University." "What about you?" "The University of Life," Fang Yu replied. He figured that if he didn't say anything, Cheng Chushue might keep asking this question, so he might as well just get it out of the way. "The University of Life?" Cheng Chushue paused, puzzled. She thought for a moment it seemed there was no University of Life among the martial arts universities in Longhua. "Don't worry about it. I didn't take the college entrance exam." "You didn't take the college entrance exam?" Cheng Chushue was startled. "Someone like you didn't take the college entrance exam? Wait a minute." Suddenly, Cheng Chushue realized a possibility. She had been misjudging Fang Yu's strength all along. Had she encountered Fang Yu in the Martial Arts Alliance's technique hall simply because the guard stationed there was his relative? No, that didn't make sense. Then how had he obtained the ferocious beast's blood? Chapter 35, Entering Underground World Number 98. Cheng Chushue knew that if Fang Yu didn't possess a certain level of strength, he would never have been able to slay a ferocious beast and obtain its blood during the trial in the Muyu forest. She felt she should trust her own judgment. She definitely hadn't misjudged Fang Yu. "Let us enter underground world number 98 right now. Once we're inside, everyone needs to be extra careful," Lei Qing, the elite fighter, said to the group. After everyone nodded, led by Lei Qing, the elite fighter, they headed toward the entrance to the number 98 underground world. Shortly after passing through the entrance to the number 98 underground world, they reached the first level. The underground world was vast. Even though the number 98 underground world was only a low tier 1, that didn't diminish its size. As everyone took in the scene on the first level, desolate and bleak, a sense of dread welled up in their hearts involuntarily. Is this what the underworld is like? Since it was her first time entering the underworld, Cheng Chushue swallowed hard. The beasts on the first level of the number 98 underworld are all quite weak, but there are quite a few of them. Lei Qing, the elite fighter, began to explain. There are beasts over there. Everyone looked in that direction and spotted dozens of beasts several hundred meters away low level, first-tier beasts known as iron hide boars. Fang Yu had slain quite a few iron hide boars back in Dungeon 1. He really couldn't muster much interest in low-level, first-tier beasts, but it seemed there was no other option but to slay these creatures. You guys can handle these low-level, first-tier beasts, Lei Qing said. Hearing Lei Qing's words, the martial artists didn't linger. As martial artists, low-level, first-tier beasts were no match for them. Let us go too, Fang Yu said to Cheng Chuxue. Cheng Chuxue was taken aback. She hadn't expected Fang Yu to suddenly say something like that. But I came here this time just to take a look at the underground world. I wasn't prepared to actually fight and kill ferocious beasts, Cheng Chuxue said to Fang Yu. Jinghua Book Pavilion. Fang Yu smiled at her words. What? You don't really want to be a flower in a greenhouse, do you? With that, Fang Yu didn't bother to say much more to Cheng Chuxue. He joined the martial artists as they headed toward the herd of iron skin boars. Cheng Chuxue watched Fang Yu's back. She gritted her teeth and followed after him. She knew Fang Yu was right, and besides, she wanted to see just how strong he really was. So far, she only knew that Fang Yu's strength was no weaker than her own. Lei Qing saw Cheng Chuxue heading toward the herd of iron skin boars as well, but his face showed no sign of concern. The iron skin boars were merely low-tier, first-rank ferocious beasts, with strength equivalent to that of a human entry-level fighter. There was absolutely no need to worry. Dozens of martial masters came to a halt about 10 meters away from the iron skin pigs, and a standoff ensued. Although they were all martial masters, they lacked experience in wilderness combat. Even though they knew these iron skin pigs were quite weak compared to them, rushing in recklessly didn't seem like the right move. Cheng Chuxue also stopped in her tracks. Fang Yu, do you think? Just as Cheng Chuxue was about to say something to Fang Yu, she realized he had no intention of stopping. He continued walking toward the dozens of iron-hided boar. They never expected this young man, who looked no older than 20, to be so bold, daring to walk straight toward the iron-hided boar. Roar! 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 Before they could react, the dozens of iron-hided pigs let out a roar and lunged at Fang Yu. Fang Yu, watch out! Seeing this, Cheng Chuxue cried out in alarm. Red Tiger Fist! Bang! 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 Watching the iron-hided boars charge at him, Fang Yu unleashed his combat technique, the Red Tiger Fist, landing a punch on one boar after another. Ding! Slayed one iron-hided boar. +1 level point. Ding! Slayed one iron-hided boar. +1 level point. Ding! Slayed one iron-hided boar. +1 level point. Whoa! Cheng Chuxue and dozens of martial artists had originally intended to come to Fang Yu's aid, but upon witnessing him unleash the Red Tiger Fist to slaughter these iron-hided hairy pigs, they all gasped in shock, as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief. They certainly hadn't expected such a scene. After all, these were ferocious beasts. Was it really that easy for Fang Yu to slay these ferocious beasts, as simple as cutting through melons and vegetables? Who exactly was this man? Dozens of martial artists were left speechless. Cheng Chuxue and Lei Qing were equally stunned. Neither of them had imagined Fang Yu to be this kind of person. They were both certain they'd seen it clearly. Fang Yu hadn't used any innate abilities while slaying those iron-hided pigs. In other words, Fang Yu's strength far surpassed that of these iron skin boars. Fang Yu wasn't he supposed to be about the same level as me? Cheng Chuxue said blankly. Fang Yu's expression remained as calm as still water. Killing a low-level, first-tier ferocious beast only yielded 1 level-up point, a truly meager amount. Fortunately, slaying ferocious beasts here was no different from doing so in Dungeon 1. Fang Yu had already wiped out all several dozen iron-hided boars. Dozens of martial masters stared at the corpses of the iron-hided boars on the ground, still somewhat dazed. They were martial masters of the Soaring Dragon Guild. After all, why had they hesitated even for a moment when facing these iron-hided boars, while this man had acted with such valor? Young lady, who exactly is he? Lei Qing had also realized Fang Yu's extraordinary abilities.
Although he was an elite fighter meant next to nothing in the grand scheme of Dragon Nation. He was certain Fong Yuan, a member of the Soaring Dragon Guild, yet he was with young lady Qing Chushue, so he concluded that Fong Yu must have a very powerful background.
I don't know either.
Apart from knowing Fong Yu's name, Qing Chushue knew absolutely nothing else about him. Hearing Qing Chushue's reply, Lei Qing assumed the young miss simply didn't want to say, so he didn't press the matter further.
Fong Yu knew that his slaughter of these iron-hided boars would shock people. It was exactly what he expected.
Ha! Just as Fong Yu was about to speak, he spotted more iron-skinned hairy pigs in the distance. There were quite a few of them, hundreds, in fact. Looking at the hundreds of iron-skinned hairy pigs, though this number wasn't enough to excite Fong Yu, even a small fly is still meat, he might as well kill them first. Seeing Fong Yu head toward the hundreds of iron-hided pigs not far away, everyone was left speechless and utterly astonished.
Could it be?
Suddenly, a scene flashed through their minds.
Fong Yu looked at the hundreds of iron-hided pigs before him.
Not wanting to let too many of them survive, he immediately activated his talent.
Draconic Aspect. Chapter 36. What kind of talent is this? Who exactly is Fong Yu? Fong Yu unleashed Draconic Aspect directly upon the iron-skinned hairy pigs.
Instantly, his head, body, arms, and legs transformed into those of a dragon. Draconic Aspect seemed as if cast from molten iron, appearing stern and unyielding, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure.
What kind of talent is this?
No one present had ever seen a talent like Draconic Aspect before. They were all stunned, staring intently at Fong Yu's manifestation of it.
Dragon-S Frenzied Shadow Claw.
Before the hundreds of iron-hided boar could even react, Fong Yu had already unleashed his talent-based combat technique directly upon them. As soon as the frenzied Dragon Claw was unleashed, hundreds of Dragon Claw shadows instantly appeared in the air. These Dragon Claw shadows began to slaughter the iron-hided boar. The iron-hided boar were merely low-level, first-tier ferocious beasts. There was no way they could withstand such an attack. In the blink of an eye, Fong Yu had slaughtered hundreds of iron-hided boar. The entire process was so fast that the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild hadn't even had time to react. At that moment, everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they had witnessed a scene they would never have expected to see. They were dumbfounded and speechless. Never mind the talent itself, after all, Blue Star is vast, and the variety of talents it has spawned is immense. It's perfectly normal that they never seen a talent like Draconic Aspect before. However, they were certain that Fong Yu's talent must be SSS rank, because the visual impact of Draconic Aspect was simply too overwhelming. But as for his strength, they would never have imagined in their wildest dreams that this young man before them, who looked to be no more than 20, could be this powerful. That's hundreds of iron-hided pigs, after all. Moreover, the combat techniques he unleashed with his talent were visibly terrifying.
Essence Book Pavilion. Since when has Jiangnan City been home to such a being? No. He definitely isn't from Jiangnan City. He must be a peerless genius from Dragon City. Dragon City is the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. They felt it was absolutely impossible for someone like Fong Yu to come from Jiangnan City at such a young age. His strength had already surpassed their wildest imaginations. Qing Chushue stood frozen in place like a wooden statue, her fair face etched with nothing but sheer shock. Before entering the number 98 underground world, she had even doubted whether she had misjudged Fong Yu. But now it seemed her previous thoughts were not only wrong, but wildly off the mark. Lei Qing, an elite fighter, had also guessed that Fong Yu definitely wasn't from Jiangnan City. At that moment, he felt a sense of glee. He sensed just moments ago that Fong Yu must have powerful connections, and it turned out he'd been right all along. The fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild all speculated that Fong Yu was a fighter from Dragon City. If they knew that Fong Yu was actually from Jiangnan City and had no connections whatsoever, who knows what they would think. Let us continue. Fong Yu turned around and said to the fighters from the Jialong Martial Arts Hall.
Okay. Lei Qing was the first to snap out of it. He nodded at Fong Yu. Then, they continued searching for ferocious beasts on the first level of Underground World number 98. On the first level, aside from Fong Yu slaying ferocious beasts, the others were also doing the same. Unfortunately, however, there were simply too few beasts on the first level of Underground World number 98, and they had already reached the entrance to the second level. According to the information they received earlier, Underground World number 98 had a total of 3 levels and was classified as a low-tier underground world. This is the entrance to the second level of Underground World number 98. We're about to enter the second level. Lei Ching looked at the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild. The beasts on the second level are stronger and more numerous. As I've said before, everyone needs to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Ching walked toward the entrance to the second level. Seeing Lei Ching, the elite fighter, set off, the others quickly followed suit. The second level. Everyone entered the second level of Underground World number 98. The scenery on the second level was similar to that of the first. The initial visual impression was much the same. They spotted beasts the moment they entered. First tier, mid-level ferocious beasts, black blood wolves. The pack numbered in the hundreds, and they glared menacingly at the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild. Just as the Soaring Dragon Guild fighters froze in shock, they noticed Feng Yu walking toward the pack of black blood wolves. Let us go over there too, or these black blood wolves will definitely be killed in an instant. With that, dozens of martial artists from the Soaring Dragon Guild immediately followed suit. Feng Yu didn't mind even if he slaughtered the entire pack of black blood wolves. The experience points he'd gain wouldn't be anything to write home about. It wasn't particularly worthwhile. As he and the Soaring Dragon Guild fighters approached the pack, hundreds of black blood wolves began howling at them. Then, hundreds of black blood wolves lunged at Feng Yu and his group. Feng Yu and the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild began slaying the black blood wolves. There weren't many black blood wolves, and they were no match for the attacks of Feng Yu and the Soaring Dragon Guild's martial artists. They were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Feng Yu now just wanted to quickly wipe out all the beasts in Underground World number 98. He was finding it increasingly boring. It was like someone who could earn 1 million a month suddenly being asked to earn only 2,000. Anyone would find that boring. Led by Lei Ching, an elite fighter, they continued searching for beasts on the second level of Underground World number 98. Feng Yu, what cultivation realm are you actually at? When she first met Feng Yu at the Martial Arts Alliance's cultivation hall, she had assumed he was a genius who had just broken through to the junior martial disciple realm. But now she realized that Feng Yu's strength was by no means limited to that of a junior martial disciple. You'll find out in due time. Feng Yu had no intention of revealing his true strength to Cheng Chuxue. All right. Cheng Chuxue nodded in response. Under the combined assault of Feng Yu and the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild, the ferocious beasts on the second level of Underground World number 98 were quickly wiped out. Next up, the third level. Feng Yu and the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild had already entered the third level of Underground World number 98. The most powerful beasts on the third level were low-tier second-stage ferocious beasts. Information they obtained before entering Underground World number 98. As soon as they entered the third level of the number 98 Underground World, they spotted dozens of first-tier high-level ferocious beasts. Steel fierce tigers. First-tier high-level ferocious beasts are on par with human high-level fighters in terms of strength. Dozens of steel fierce tigers were no match for them. They simply moved in and wiped them out. Just as the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild had finished slaying these steel fierce tigers, they heard a dense, swarming cacophony of crawling sounds. Human-faced spiders. So many human-faced spiders. Suddenly, a martial master shouted. Everyone turned their gaze toward a single spot and saw countless human-faced spiders advancing toward them. Back in Dungeon 1, Feng Yu had slain this type of beast before. Its venom was extremely potent, which made it the most difficult enemy to deal with. How could there be human-faced spiders in Underground World number 98? Chapter 37, 4th Tier Intermediate Beast Blood Demon Steelox. Lei Ching, an elite fighter, never would have imagined that a beast like the human-faced spider would exist in Underground World number 98. Although individual human-faced spiders aren't particularly powerful, their sheer numbers and venom are terrifying. Their mission to enter Underground World number 98 was ostensibly to clear it out, but in reality, it was merely a trial. The Soaring Dragon Guild had assigned him to lead the team into Underground World number 98. If there were heavy casualties, he would naturally have a hard time explaining himself upon their return.
All the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild knew that the human-faced spiders were highly venomous, and there must be over 1,000 of them. For a moment, they were at a loss as to what to do. Let us retreat. Just as the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild were at a loss, Lei Qing, the elite fighter, spoke up. Hearing Lei Qing's words, the fighters all nodded. Faced with so many human-faced spiders, they had no desire to fight either. However, Fang Yu had no intention of leaving. Now that these human-faced spiders had appeared, how could he possibly let them go? He summoned his draconic aspect, then fixed his gaze directly on the human-faced spiders before him. The fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild were startled to see Fang Yu summon his talent. Lei Qing, the elite fighter, had already ordered a retreat. By summoning the draconic aspect at this moment, could Fang Yu possibly be intending to wipe out these human-faced spiders? But given the sheer number and toxicity of the human-faced spiders, Fang Yu, why don't we just call it quits? Cheng Chushue said to Fang Yu with concern. It's fine. They're just some human-faced spiders. Fang Yu smiled at Cheng Chushue. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a few steps forward and shouted softly. Six-armed dragon. After unleashing his innate combat skill, Six-armed dragon, 6 arms appeared on the draconic aspect. Seeing the transformation of the draconic aspect, all the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild were utterly stunned. They never imagined the draconic aspect could manifest 6 arms. 6 pitch black and powerful dragon arms, their claws flashing with a chilling, menacing light in the air. What kind of innate ability is this, exactly? Even Lei Qing, despite being a junior elite fighter, couldn't help but be utterly astonished. Dragon Thunder Strike. Dragon Frenzy Claw. Dragon Heavy Claw. Fang Yu immediately unleashed his innate combat techniques against the swarm of human-faced spiders. After activating Soaring Dragon Thunder Hand, 6 formidable dragon arms instantly reached into the swarm of human-faced spiders. Under the area of effect attack of Soaring Dragon Heavy Claw, the human-faced spiders began falling in droves. The 6 dragon arms were on a killing spree. This. The fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild, witnessing the scene before them, were all left speechless and frozen in shock. Holy shit, that innate combat skill is insane. What kind of once-in-a-lifetime prodigy is this? Who the hell is this guy? Compared to him, I feel like absolute trash. I feel like the gap between us is like night and day. The martial artists of the Soaring Dragon Guild all knew that when facing Fang Yu, they had absolutely no chance of winning. A person like this was simply too terrifying. They all knew that the 6 dragon arms could extend because of a natural combat technique, and now they were filled with endless curiosity about Fang Yu. He didn't even need to use his elemental abilities to kill these human-faced spiders. Fang Yu simply wiped them all out. Even though there were so many of them, the experience points Fang Yu gained were still quite meager. Fang Yu. Cheng Chushue hurried over to Fang Yu's side, her gaze firm, as if she had made up her mind about something. Would you consider joining our Soaring Dragon Guild? Fang Yu had thought Cheng Chushue had come over for some other reason, but to his surprise, it was yet another request for him to join the Soaring Dragon Guild. Let us talk about it in a while. Okay, alright. Hearing Fang Yu's reply, Cheng Chushue realized his response was clearly different from the last time. She knew there was a real possibility Fang Yu might join their Soaring Dragon Guild. If Fang Yu were to join, it would have a significant impact on the guild. Roar! Just then, a roar suddenly rang out. Everyone immediately looked toward the source of the sound, and upon seeing what was there, they were all stunned. A 4th-tier mid-level ferocious beast, the Blood Demon Steelox. Shouted Lei Qing, an elite fighter. Impossible. How could there be a 4th-tier intermediate fierce beast here? Everyone was stunned. They never would have imagined that a 4th-tier intermediate fierce beast could exist in the 98th underground world. After all, a 4th-tier intermediate fierce beast is equivalent to a human intermediate elite fighter. Among them, the strongest was Lei Qing, an elite fighter, whose strength was only at the junior elite fighter level. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Lei Qing shouted again. He knew that even if they managed to join forces and slay this Blood Demon Steelox, they would pay an extremely heavy price. Fang Yu looked at the fourth-tier intermediate class fierce beast, the blood demon Steelox, not far away, and a look of excitement flashed across his face. During the real strength assessment, his detected strength was that of an intermediate-level elite fighter. Now that a ferocious beast of comparable strength had appeared before him, he had no intention. Thunder Dragon Roar! In an instant, a terrifying thunder dragon materialized at lightning speed and slammed into the blood demon Steelox. Boom! As the thunder dragon struck the blood demon Steelox, a fourth-tier mid-level ferocious beast with full force, a violent explosion erupted in the area where it stood. The fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild's pupils dilated once more. They couldn't fathom what kind of fighter Fang Yu truly was, or how many more tricks he had up his sleeve. Earlier, there had been the six-armed dragon and the dragoness Thunderstrike. And now, the Thunder Dragon Roar, something none of them had ever seen before. Moreover, he was facing a fourth-tier mid-level ferocious beast. Chapter 38, Leaving Underground World Number 98, Returning Home. Ding! Slayed a fourth-tier mid-level. If converted to a human fighter, that would mean a mid-level elite fighter had been killed in an instant? Even Lei Qing, an elite fighter, was only a junior elite fighter. Just how powerful was Fang Yu, exactly? After the initial shock wore off, the members of the Soaring Dragon Guild all froze in place like carved stone statues. For them, this expedition to the 98th underground world had been filled with far too many shocking revelations. Aren't we going to continue exploring? Fang Yu walked over to Lei Qing, the elite fighter, and asked him. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Lei Qing snapped back to reality. Looking at Fang Yu standing before him, a trace of embarrassment involuntarily flashed across his face. When they set out for the number 98 underground world, he had even instructed Fang Yu to stay by young Miss Qing Chushui's side. Back then, how could he have imagined that Fang Yu's strength would be this formidable? He knew that if he had faced Fang Yu in battle just now, he would already be dead. No, I don't think so. The number 98 underground world is likely connected to other underground worlds. What if an even more powerful beast appears? Then. Lei Qing looked at Fang Yu, deliberately leaving his sentence unfinished to see how Fang Yu would respond. All right. Fang Yu nodded in agreement. He thought Lei Qing made a valid point. If a Grandmaster-level beast were to appear, he wouldn't stand a chance against it. The draconic aspect provided significant boosts to his strength, defense, and speed, but at his current level, he was still only an intermediate elite fighter at best. If a ferocious beast appeared, it would be able to dodge his attacks, and he might not necessarily be able to dodge the beast's attacks. To be on the safe side, Fang Yu felt it would be better to leave underground world number 98. Seeing Fang Yu say this, Lei Qing spoke to the other fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild, and they began to leave underground world number 98. The surface. Once the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild reached the surface, they all still looked a bit shaken. Fang Yu, however, looked somewhat bored. He thought to himself that from now on, he'd stick to slaying beasts in Dungeon 1. Otherwise, he'd head to some more powerful underground worlds. He wouldn't be returning to these low-level ones again. While in underground world number 98, Fang Yu hadn't noticed it, but once he reached the surface, he realized that the icon for his personal inventory had lit up in his mind. Fang Yu smiled and immediately opened his personal inventory to see what good items he'd acquired. Dungeon 1 Extension Potion, upon use, extends the duration you can stay in Dungeon 1. Reading the item description, Fang Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a thing to exist. A Dungeon 1 Extension Potion? Fang Yu felt a surge of joy, thinking that when luck was on his side, nothing could stop him. Now he could really go on a killing spree in Dungeon 1 number 3. He was currently deep within the second floor of Dungeon 1 number 3 and was likely nearing the entrance to the third floor. Let us head back. After Lei Qing, the elite fighter, spoke up, the other fighters from the Soaring Dragon Guild all nodded in agreement. Soaring Dragon Guild. After getting out of the car, Fang Yu was about to leave. Qing Chushue called out to him. Fang Yu. Hearing Qing Chushue's voice, Fang Yu stopped in his tracks. He turned around to look at her, wondering why she had called him over. How long are you planning to take to decide? Qing Chushue said, hesitating as if she were holding back. Fang Yu immediately understood what she meant. Suddenly, it hit him. The Dungeon 1 extension potion allowed him to extend his time inside Dungeon 1. If he were at home, it wouldn't look good if someone called him for dinner or tried to open the door only to find him not in his room. He'd have to enter Dungeon 1 number 3 from outside. After all, his true self would be entering Dungeon 1 number 3 anyway, and time passed very slowly there. He thought to himself that he might as well go to the Soaring Dragon Guild and reserve a mana training room to play around in. "I'll come find you tomorrow." "Really?" Qing Shushue was pleasantly surprised. She clearly hadn't expected Fang Yu to answer that way. Fang Yu nodded, then walked toward the exit of the Soaring Dragon Guild. Qing Shushue watched Fang Yu's retreating figure and let out a long sigh, thinking to herself that it was a good thing she'd worked so hard, otherwise, a genius like Fang Yu would have gone to another faction. After the events in Underground World number 98, she knew Fang Yu's future achievements would surely be boundless, and by then, their Tinkong Martial Arts Academy would also benefit from his success. Jiangming Residential Complex. Fang Yu returned home. It was Saturday again, and the mischievous Xiao Xiao was at home. As soon as Xiao Xiao saw Fang Yu come back, she immediately came over to chat with him. But Fang Yu, of course, had absolutely no interest in Xiao Xiao's topics. If you ignore me now, I'll ignore you later." Seeing that Fang Yu was paying her no mind, Xiao Xiao stood there with her hands on her hips, looking indignant. It was already past dinner time, but since Fang Yu hadn't eaten yet, Dulan reheated the meal, and Fang Yu began to eat. "Bro, how is your strength now?" While Fang Yu was eating, Xiao Xiao asked him curiously. Fan Yongguo and Dulan also looked at Fang Yu. They were quite curious about his strength as well. Intermediate elite fighter. Fang Yu bluntly revealed his true strength. Bro, do you know what my strength level is?" "What kind of strength?" "Human race king." Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at Fang Yu, clearly not believing a word he said. It wasn't just Xiao Xiao. Fan Yongguo and Dulan didn't believe him either. "I really am an intermediate elite fighter. I really am a human race king." Xiao Xiao chimed in. Fang Yu knew that no matter what he said, they wouldn't believe him, so he gave up and went back to eating. "By the way, I'm heading to the Soaring Dragon Guild tomorrow for a few days. You guys don't need to wait for me to come home during that time." Fang Yu added. Fan Yongguo, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao were taken aback. To the Soaring Dragon Guild. Chapter 39, SSS Rank Training Room, entering Dungeon 1, Number 3. None of Fang Yu's family members had expected him to go to the Soaring Dragon Guild. They were all taken aback. "Brother, what are you going to the Soaring Dragon Guild for?" "It's one of the most powerful martial arts schools in Jiangnan City." Xiao Xiao's round little face was filled with confusion. Fan Yongguo and Dulan also looked at Fang Yu in confusion. "I have some business there," Fang Yu said. "Oh." Xiao Xiao nodded. Seeing this, Fan Yongguo and Dulan didn't press him for further details. Early the next morning. After leaving the Jiangming residential complex, Fang Yu headed toward the Soaring Dragon Guild. With the Dungeon 1 extension potion in hand, he knew he could go on a proper slaughter spree in Dungeon 1 Number 3. It was sure to feel amazing. Before long, Fang Yu arrived outside the Soaring Dragon Guild. To Fang Yu's great surprise, Qing Shushue and Fang Yu paid no heed to the trainee's chatter. She turned to Fang Yu and explained. "Fang Yu, this is the training room area of our Soaring Dragon Guild. The training rooms are divided into F through SSS grades. Which grade would you like?" No sooner had Qing Shushue asked the question than she realized she might have phrased it wrong, so she quickly added. "Someone like you should, of course, use an SSS class training room." As soon as she finished speaking, Qing Shushue took out a purple gold card, swiped it over the sensor on the training room door, and the door to an SSS class training room swung open. "Fang Yu, this is the SSS class training room," Qing Shushue said. Fang Yu nodded. Qing Shushue had gone to all this trouble solely to get him to join the Soaring Dragon Guild. He was well aware of that, and he wasn't the type to be ungrateful. Without giving it a second thought, he stepped into the SSS class training room. The trainees around them were taken aback. Why does it seem like the young lady is being a bit respectful toward him? You're right. Who is this guy, anyway? No idea. He must have some powerful connections.
These students all assumed Fong Yu must have powerful connections, otherwise, why would Qing Chushua speak to him in that tone?
Once inside the SSS level training room, Fong Yu first used the gathering essence technique to absorb some mana. The mana inside the SSS level training room was indeed extraordinary. It was completely different from what was outside.
However, his purpose for coming to the SSS level training room wasn't to absorb mana. He tapped to open the Dungeon 1 number 3 icon in his mind.
Ding! Do you wish to enter Dungeon 1 number 3? Enter. Ding! You have successfully entered Dungeon 1 number 3. As the system's voice faded, Fong Yu had already entered Dungeon 1 number 3.
He was now in the deepest part of the second layer of Dungeon 1 number 3's underground world. He knew it wouldn't be long before he could see the entrance to the third layer of the underground world.
Last time he was here, he had slain countless blue-feathered wolves and earned a substantial number of experience points. He continued deeper into the second layer.
It wasn't long before he spotted more beasts again, though this time it was only a small pack, just over 1,000 in number. The types of beasts were varied. There were all kinds.
Fong Yu summoned the draconic aspect. His plan was to finish this quickly. Dragoness Frenzied Shadowclaw. Dragoness Thunderous Palm.
After unleashing his talent-based combat techniques, the thousands of beasts not far from Fong Yu were all slain, and the data showing his increased level-up points appeared in his mind. This small gain in level-up points was hardly worth mentioning, so Fong Yu kept walking. A dozen or so minutes later, he spotted the entrance to the third level of the underworld. Looking at the entrance to the third layer, Fong Yu couldn't help but smile to himself, thinking that once he reached the third layer, there would be countless more ferocious beasts for him to slay. Without lingering too long outside the entrance, Fong Yu stepped into the third layer of the underworld. Upon reaching the third layer, Fong Yu saw a vast, boundless expanse of land, with ferocious beasts visible everywhere as far as the eye could see. The vast swarm of ferocious beasts before Fong Yu consisted of black dragon scorpions, high-level second-tier beasts of extraordinary power. Seeing the countless black dragon scorpions before him, Fong Yu felt a surge of excitement. Slaying them would earn him plenty of upgrade points. Six-armed dragon. He summoned the six-armed dragon. Boom! 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 Countless black dragon scorpions began attacking Fong Yu, filling the air with a deafening roar. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Frenzied Wind Whirl. Thunder Charging Dragon Fist. Fong Yu unleashed all his attribute-based divine abilities and innate combat skills. In an instant, countless black dragon scorpions were reduced to dust, and the scene instantly became a gruesome sight. Ding! Slayed one black dragon scorpion, plus 10 level-up points. Ding! Slayed one black dragon scorpion, plus 10 level-up points. Ding! Defeated one black dragon scorpion, plus 10 level-up points. The numbers representing the increase in level-up points appeared frantically in Fong Yu's mind. 6 claws, 12 claws, 18 claws, 24 claws, 300 claws. The 6 dragon arms moved so fast they left after images, and sonic booms even echoed through the air. The sound was truly terrifying. After Fong Yu's relentless slaughter, every last black dragon scorpion was wiped out. The upgrade points earned this time far exceeded those gained from slaying the blue-feathered wolves. Upgrade points, 2.2 million. Seeing so many upgrade points, Fong Yu was overjoyed. Click, click, click. I'm clicking, clicking, clicking. After allocating all 2.2 million upgrade points to his dragon arms, Fong Yu gloated inwardly. He could stay in Dungeon 1, Level 3 for a long time yet. Onward. He began searching Dungeon 1, Level 3 for other large groups of ferocious beasts. After all, he was invincible in Dungeon 1 no matter what kind of beasts he encountered. Plus, he possessed an area of effect ability, which Ding! Slayed one iron-tailed water snake. Plus 10 level-up points. Ding! Slayed an iron-tailed water snake. Plus 10 level points. Ding! Slayed an iron-tailed water snake. Plus 10 level points.
It didn't take long for Fang Yu to wipe out every last one of these iron-tailed water snakes. Level up points, 2.4 million. Seeing such a massive haul of level up points, Fang Yu's mouth stretched into a wide grin. Points, I'll spend them all. Fang Yu quickly allocated all these level up points to the draconic aspect. Not enough. Still nowhere near enough. Fang Yu knew that leveling up the draconic aspect would require a great many more upgrade points. As an absolutely invincible force within Dungeon 1 combined with his innate combat skills and elemental abilities, Fang Yu was unstoppable. There no ferocious beast could stand in his way. He could stay inside Dungeon 1 for a very, very long time. Only after 3 days had passed in the real world would he emerge from Dungeon 1. 3 days might not sound like a long time, but it's important to realize that the passage of time inside Dungeon 1 is completely different from that in the real world, which is truly terrifying. The 4th floor. The 6th floor. Fang Yu charged straight to the 6th floor in one go. Upon reaching the 6th level, the first beast Fang Yu encountered was a low-tier 3rd stage beast, the black-striped Demonox. A low-tier 3rd stage beast is equivalent to a human at the entry-level martial artist rank. Roar! 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 A swarm of black-striped demon oxen swept toward Fang Yu, overwhelming him like a dark cloud pressing down from above, a scene that would indeed be terrifying if it were in the real world. But this wasn't the real world. After all, what was there for Fang Yu to fear? Draconic aspect. With a low shout, he summoned the draconic aspect. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Frenzied Wind Whirl. 6-armed dragon. Thunder Charging Dragon Hand. Fang Yu frantically unleashed his innate combat skills and elemental abilities. His sole objective now was to end this quickly. After all, no matter how powerful the beasts he encountered, he could instantly kill them, and the stronger the beast, the more experience points he'd gain. Ding! Slayed a black-striped demon ox. Plus 15 experience points. Ding! Slayed a black-striped demon ox. Plus 15 level up points. Ding! Slayed a black-striped demon ox. Plus 15 level up points. While he was there, Fang Yu encountered many low-tier 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Earning 15 level up points for slaying a low-tier 3rd-tier ferocious beast didn't surprise him much. Under such a powerful onslaught, even though there were many black-striped demon bulls, Fang Yu quickly wiped them all out. Level up points, 3 million. Ha ha ha. Seeing so many level up points, Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Click, click, click. I'm clicking, clicking, clicking. Fang Yu abruptly allocated all these upgrade points to the draconic aspect. In addition to the change in the draconic aspect's upgrade progress, Fang Yu could feel that his strength had increased significantly. After a whirr, the golden cloud-winged celestial tiger let out an agonized scream, collapsed to the ground, and fell silent. Ding! Slayed a golden cloud-winged celestial tiger. Plus 40 level up points. Seeing the increase in level up points in his mind, Fang Yu felt a quiet sense of joy. He knew that as the strength of the ferocious beasts increased, their numbers naturally decreased. It wasn't the case that as the layers of the underworld deepened, all the beasts within would automatically be of a higher overall level than those on the previous layer. Rather, the combined strength of the beasts on the next level should be greater than that of the previous one. Fang Yu had originally thought there was only one golden cloud-winged sky tiger in his area, but to his utter surprise, slaying this one was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Suddenly, a multitude of golden cloud-winged sky tigers appeared before Fang Yu's eyes. Watching these golden cloud-winged celestial tigers come to their deaths, Fang Yu couldn't have been happier. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Frenzied Wind Whirl. Dragon Thunder Strike. Kill, 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 kill. Fang Yu went on a killing spree, unleashing his elemental abilities and innate combat techniques. He knew that draconic aspect, combined with the elemental abilities enchanted onto it, surpassed even Blue Star SSSS rank talents. In other words, his current talent was in a league of its own on Blue Star. And with draconic aspect, this was just the beginning. Before long,
Fang Yu had slain all the golden cloud-winged celestial tigers, and he checked his level up points.
Level up points, 1 million.
The points weren't that many, but that was because there weren't very many golden cloud-winged celestial tigers to begin with. After slaying these golden cloud-winged celestial tigers, Fang Yu continued onward into the underground world. A short while later, he encountered a massive horde of beasts. The beasts he encountered this time were unlike any he had ever seen on other levels, as the horde consisted of many different species, each of varying levels. Most importantly, this was the largest horde of beasts he had ever encountered in Dungeon 1.
Holy crap, just think of how many upgrade points I'll get from this.
Facing so many beasts, even Fang Yu, who was used to seeing grand spectacles, couldn't help but be stunned. Roar! 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 Before Fang Yu could even savor the moment, countless beasts charged toward him.
Bring it on!
Fang Yu's eyes blazed with intensity, and the claws on his 6 dragon arms were already itching for blood. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Yu began frantically slashing through the beasts, and the numbers for his experience points were skyrocketing in his mind. As he unleashed his innate combat techniques and attribute-based abilities, the entire area had turned into a battlefield of hell.
Chapter 41, High-Level Grandmaster, Qing Zhan. Ding! Slayed a blood ape. Plus 20 experience points. Ding! Slayed a blood ape plus 15 experience points. Ding! Slayed a thunderlight scorpion plus 15 experience points. Ding! Slayed a celestial blood python plus 25 experience points.
The variety of beasts in this horde was truly vast, but that didn't stop Fang Yu from relentlessly slaughtering them, with the rising experience point totals constantly flashing through his mind. Fang Yu knew that if he wiped out this massive horde of ferocious beasts, the reward in level up points would be staggering.
Level up points, 8 million.
When Fang Yu finally wiped out the entire massive horde of ferocious beasts, he checked the level up points he had earned.
8 million upgrade points.
Fang Yu knew that slaying so many beasts would yield a lot of upgrade points, but he never imagined he'd receive this many.
After all, this is 8 million upgrade points.
Even if a single click consumed 10,000 upgrade points, it would still take some time to use up all 8 million. Click, 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 I'm clicking, clicking, clicking.
Fang Yu began frantically tapping away at the 8 million upgrade points.
After slaying that massive horde of ferocious beasts, he could clearly feel a marked increase in his strength. He knew that if he checked his combat power right now, he would surely be startled by how high it had become.
Time flew by. In the real world, the second day had passed, and it was now the third day.
Fang Yu had reached the 20th level of the underworld. The higher the level, the greater the number of ferocious beasts. He knew he wouldn't be able to reach the 30th level in the final day, but it was more than enough.
Level up points, 9.6 million. Fang Yu once again wiped out a massive horde of ferocious beasts.
Looking at all those level up points, Fang Yu's face lit up with delight. He allocated all of these experience points to his draconic aspect.
Meanwhile,
a middle-aged man with an imposing, towering build approached Qing Chuxue.
Chuxue.
The middle-aged man called out to Qing Chuxue. Hearing this all-too-familiar voice, Qing Chuxue immediately turned around. Looking at the man before her, she hurriedly called out, "Dad!" The middle-aged man was none other than Qing Chushue's father, Qing Zhan, a high-level grandmaster. At the same time, Qing Chushue's grandfather was Qing Kuan, the Grand Guildmaster of the Soaring Dragon Guild. Qing Kuan, one of Jiangnan City's most renowned powerhouses, was a high-level paragon. Countless fighters could only look up in awe when facing a high-level paragon.
"Dad, what's wrong?"
Qing Chushua noticed that her father didn't look well, and she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled.
"Who is that young man you brought with you?" Qing Zhan asked Qing Chuxue.
Upon hearing Qing Zhan's words, Qing Chuxue immediately understood.
"Dad, you've misunderstood.
He is just a friend of mine, and his strength.
You must understand you have an SSS class talent, and your future achievements are limitless. Some people wait."
Qing Zhan had just been about to give Qing Chuxue a stern warning, but after hearing her words, he stopped himself from continuing.
You said his strength?
As a high-level grandmaster, Cheng Zhan knew that if Qing Shushua put it that way, it proved Fang Yue's strength must be quite impressive.
Yes, Dad. His strength is incredible.
I want him to join our Soaring Dragon Guild. Cheng Shushua looked at Cheng Zhan with great seriousness. I believe that once he joins our Soaring Dragon Guild, we'll definitely become the strongest martial arts school in Jiangnan City. Hearing this, Cheng Zhan fell silent. His daughter possessed SSS-level talent, yet she held such high regard for someone else. Could he truly be a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy? If that were the case, then he couldn't let such a prodigy slip through his fingers. Where is he now? In the SSS-level training room. I'll take you there right now. With that, Cheng Shushua led her father, Cheng Zhan, toward a training area. A few minutes later, Cheng Zhan arrived at the Soaring Dragon Guild's training area and stopped in front of an SSS-level training room.
Whoa!
The surrounding Soaring Dragon Guild trainees stared at Cheng Zhan and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They certainly hadn't expected him to show up here.
How did Grandmaster Cheng Zhan end up here? Do you remember that 2 days ago, someone entered this SSS class training room?
I remember it was young lady Cheng Shushua who brought them in.
That's right. Now that even Grandmaster Cheng Zhan has arrived, it seems that person must have an incredibly formidable background.
The surrounding Soaring Dragon Guild trainees all began to buzz with speculation.
The 20th floor. Fang Yu looked at the horde of ferocious beasts before him.
Once again, there were many of them, but they were all of the same type. They were all low-tier third-stage ferocious beasts, the vicious blood apes. Slaying a single low-tier third-stage ferocious beast yields 15 level-up points. If he wiped out all these vicious blood apes, he would gain a substantial number of level-up points.
Draconic Aspect.
After activating Draconic Aspect, Fang Yu began furiously slaying these low-tier third-stage ferocious beasts, the vicious blood apes.
Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Raging Wind Whirl. Six-Armed Dragon.
Fang Yu relentlessly unleashed his innate combat techniques and elemental abilities upon the vicious blood apes.
Ding! Slayed one vicious blood ape. Plus, level points. Ding! Slayed one vicious blood ape. Plus 15 level points. Ding! Slayed one vicious blood ape. Plus 15 level points.
Watching the level-up points skyrocket in his mind, Fang Yu grew more and more excited as he killed. This was way too much fun. Kill, kill, kill. I'm killing, killing, killing. It didn't take long for Fang Yu to wipe out every last vicious blood ape.
Level up points, 7 million. Points, points, points. I'm spending points, points, points.
Fang Yu allocated all his level-up points to the Draconic Aspect.
At first, the skill allocation system had changed so that each point cost 10,000 level-up points, and back then he thought the system was incredibly user-friendly.
But now, as the number of level-up points grew, even at 10,000 per point, it still took an incredibly long time.
If only the skill allocation system could change one more time. Level 21. Level 22. Level 23. Shortly after reaching level 23, Fang Yu once again encountered a massive horde of ferocious beasts.
The horde consisted of many different species, stretching as far as the eye could see. Looking at so many beasts, Fang Yu thought to himself how lucky he was to have stumbled upon another massive horde like this. Once he slaughtered every last one of them, his upgrade points would likely reach 10 million.
Kill.
After activating the Draconic Aspect, Fang Yu charged into the massive horde of ferocious beasts and unleashed a terrifying slaughter.
The data showing the increase in experience points flooded into Fang Yu's mind. Fang Yu laughed out loud as he continued to slay the beasts. Dungeon 1 Extension Potion YYDS.
His combat power had already reached a truly terrifying level.
Chapter 42, Dungeon 1 Ends, Combat Power Check.
Fang Yu frantically slaughtered these beasts. There were simply too many of them, an unimaginable number. Kill, 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 kill. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Fang Yu finally slaughtered every last one of the beasts. He checked his upgrade points.
Level up points, 12 million. Seeing such a massive amount of level up points, Fong Yu was overjoyed. Ding! Skill allocation mode has changed. Each allocation will now consume 1 million level up points. Just as Fong Yu was about to allocate his points to the draconic aspect, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ha ha! Fong Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He'd just been thinking how nice it would be if the point allocation mode could change again, and now it actually had. With each click consuming 1 million upgrade points, that meant he could allocate all 12 million in just 12 clicks. Click, click, click. I'm clicking, clicking, clicking. After 12 clicks, all 12 million. He wasn't a fool. He knew that if Fong Yu was truly that formidable, he certainly wasn't from Jiangnan City. After all, it was impossible for such an exceptionally talented prodigy to come from Jiangnan City. He had to be from somewhere else. If he were the scion of a powerful family in the imperial capital, Longcheng, then for the Soaring Dragon Guild to forge a connection with him would be nothing but beneficial. Seeing that her father refused to leave, Qing Chushua felt helpless and had no choice but to stay and wait with him. The next morning, some trainees from the Soaring Dragon Guild arrived at the cultivation area and immediately spotted Qing Zhan and Qing Chushua standing outside the SSS class cultivation room. They're still here? I remember they were here yesterday, right? That's right, you're not mistaken. I wonder who is actually inside that SSS class training room. I'm so curious. I don't even want to train anymore. I just want to wait for whoever's inside to come out. Just as the trainees were buzzing with speculation, the door to the SSS class training room in front of Qing Zhan and Qing Chushua swung open. The door's open. As soon as the door to the SSS class training room opened, all the trainees' eyes immediately turned in that direction. They all wanted to know exactly what kind of being was inside. When Qing Zhan and Qing Chushua saw the door open, their eyes widened involuntarily. Fong Yu walked out slowly from the SSS class training room. He was beaming with joy and brimming with pride. It wasn't that he was gloating over his success. After all, the Dungeon 1 extension potion had allowed him to stay in Dungeon 1 number 3 for such a long time. Having spent so much time in Dungeon 1 number 3, he didn't even know how many ferocious beasts he had slain. He only knew that his current strength had undergone a complete and dramatic transformation compared to before. Fong Yu. Qing Chushua called out to Fong Yu. It's okay. This is my dad, Qing Zhan. Qing Chushua introduced him to Fong Yu. Fong Yu had, of course, heard of Qing Zhan, the senior grandmaster of the Soaring Dragon Guild, and had even seen him in the news, so his face betrayed no surprise. Hello. Qing Zhan knew that although he was a senior grandmaster, Fong Yu before him looked about the same age as his daughter, Qing Chushua. But he understood one truth deeply: you can't judge a book by its cover, nor can you measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. He knew that if his daughter's words were true, then Fong Yu must certainly have extremely formidable power backing him. He extended his hand toward Fong Yu. The surrounding Soaring Dragon Guild trainees were all stunned to see Grandmaster Qing Zhan actually extend his hand to Fong Yu. This guy looks like he is 20 at most, right? He is the one who came here with Miss Qing Chushua, and then he went into the SSS class training room. Yeah, I remember that too. I just didn't expect Grandmaster Qing Zhan to do something like this. I wish I were that guy. Getting to shake hands with Grandmaster Qing Zhan would be the happiest moment of my life. Hello. Fong Yu also extended his hand and shook hands with Qing Zhan. He had already decided to join the Soaring Dragon Guild. As the saying goes, private organizations are more protective of their own than official ones. He knew that with his current strength, even if the Wang family found out he'd joined the Soaring Dragon Guild, he wouldn't have to worry about being secretly targeted within the guild. Although he hadn't tested his current combat power yet, he knew he was truly powerful now. Joining the Soaring Dragon Guild wasn't because he thought the guild was particularly impressive, but because it could protect his family in the future. My name is Fong Yu. After telling Qing Zhan his name, Fong Yu exchanged a few more words with him before preparing to have his combat power tested. Fong Yu, where are you going? Qing Chushua watched Fong Yu's retreating figure with a heavy heart. She had assumed that Fong Yu had come to the Soaring Dragon Guild of his own accord because he wanted to join, but now it seemed she had read too much into it. To test my combat power. Fang Yu stopped in his tracks and spoke those 4 words to Qing Shuxue.
Upon hearing this, both Qing Shuxue and Xing Zhan froze in surprise. They had assumed Fang Yu was preparing to leave the Soaring Dragon Guild, but they never expected he was actually going to test his combat power.
Can we come too?
Qing Shuxue stared blankly at Fang Yu.
Sure. Fang Yu nodded in response.
He felt there was no longer any need to continue hiding his true strength. His draconic aspect was about to evolve into the true dragon form, and it was well known that his current talent was in a league of its own on Blue Star. If he upgraded to the draconic aspect, he would become even more unstoppable, and his strength would undergo a qualitative leap.
After saying this, Fang Yu continued on his way.
Qing Shuxue and Cheng Zhan exchanged glances. They both decided to follow Fang Yu to the combat power testing station. A few minutes later, Fang Yu arrived at a combat power
testing machine.
Cheng Zhan and Cheng Shuxue followed closely behind, both watching Fang Yu, knowing he was about to test his combat power. Fang Yu stared at the combat power testing machine in front of him and raised his fist. Chapter 43, 100,000 Combat Power, True Strength at the Grandmaster Level. Fang Yu raised his fist, his gaze fixed intently on the combat power testing machine before him. After slaying ferocious beasts for so long inside Dungeon 1, Number 3, he could clearly sense a massive shift in his strength. As soon as his fist struck this combat power testing machine, he would know exactly what level his combat power had reached. Xing Zhan and Qing Shuxue even held their breath naturally. They wanted to know Fang Yu's combat power.
Boom! Fang Yu slammed his fist hard into the combat power testing machine.
A combat power reading appeared on the machine's screen.
Combat power, 100,000. Whoa!
Seeing the combat power displayed on the screen, Xing Zhan and Chang Shuxue couldn't help but gasp in shock. They stared in disbelief, as if struck by lightning.
100,000 combat power?
Qing Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief at Fang Yu's combat power. After all, 100,000 combat power was the baseline for a junior elite fighter.
This young man before them, who looked to be no more than 20, was actually a junior elite fighter?
Qing Zhan swallowed hard. On his journey from fighter to grandmaster, he'd been shocked many times, but this was by far the most shocking moment of all. He couldn't imagine how a young man about the same age as his own daughter could possibly be a junior elite fighter.
What was most terrifying was that his daughter possessed SSS level talent, and SSS level talent was merely at the martial trainee level. What kind of talent would it take to become a junior elite fighter at such a young age? No!
Qing Zhan quickly regained his composure.
He knew that on Blue Star, SSS level was the highest talent rating. Fang Yu's talent was certainly only SSS level as well.
For her to become a junior elite fighter at such a young age, there was only one possibility. It was that Fang Yu had unparalleled connections and had been showered with countless resources, which is why she'd become a junior elite fighter at such a young age.
Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible.
Xing Zhan knew that, as a senior grandmaster, he possessed a certain level of discernment. But what Xing Zhan didn't know was that Fang Yu didn't have any powerful connections at all she had was a cheat. After her initial shock, Cheng Shuxue regained her composure. She hadn't told her father about what happened in the number 98 underground world, because Fang Yu was a low-key person. In the number 98 underground world, it wasn't just her many fighters from the Soaring Dragon Guild had witnessed Fang Yu instantly kill a low-tier 4th-tier fierce beast. A low-tier 4th-tier fierce beast is equivalent to a human junior elite fighter. Fang Yu's current combat power reading was merely the baseline combat power of a junior elite fighter. Looking at it this way, Qing Shushue's pupils suddenly contracted rapidly. She knew Fang Yu had once again concealed his true strength. Just how terrifying was this man, after all? Qing Shushue suddenly felt that, in front of Fang Yu, she was nothing more than a pitifully weak ant, a feeling that was undeniably shocking. Fang Yu, please join our Soaring Dragon Guild. As long as you're willing to join us, we'll grant you any request. Once Qing Zhan came to his senses, he immediately extended an olive branch to Fang Yu. His daughter, Qing Shushue, was absolutely right. If Fang Yu joined the Soaring Dragon Guild, it would undoubtedly become the most powerful martial arts school in Jiangnan City.
Sure. Fang Yu nodded. Really? Xing Chuxue had expected Fang Yu to refuse again. She never imagined he'd agree so readily. Of course. Fang Yu nodded at Cheng Chuxue. Yay! Seeing that Fang Yu was truly joining the Soaring Dragon Guild, Xing Chuxue made a victory gesture she never made before. Fang Yu, let us go register right now. Xing Chuxue then led Fang Yu to a specific location. Once they arrived at the registration desk, Fang Yu filled out his personal information. Excuse me, Mr. Fang Yu, you've filled in your cultivation level incorrectly here. The staff member said to Fang Yu. It's not wrong. Before Fang Yu could say anything, Xing Chuxue spoke up. It's not wrong? Hearing the young Miss Xing Chushue's words, the staff member couldn't help but be startled. He looked at the cultivation level field again. If it wasn't a mistake, wouldn't that make Fang Yu a junior elite fighter? Was that even possible? However, the staff member didn't dwell on the thought. After the registration was complete, Xing Chuxue was thrilled. Fang Yu, if you ever need anything, just come to me. If I go to Dragon City to study, you can contact my dad. Sure, no problem. Fang Yu nodded. By the way, we have plenty of villas in the Soaring Dragon Guild. If you don't mind, you're welcome to move right in. Sure. Fang Yu thought to himself that this was perfect. The Jiangming residential complex had been around for so many years, and it would be good for his parents and Xiao Xiao to have a change of scenery. Fang Yu, I've got some things to take care of, so I'll head out now. Okay. Fang Yu nodded. After Cheng Chuxue left, Fang Yu returned to the true strength assessment machine. He wanted to see what his current true strength was. Immediately, he entered the spatial realm and began unleashing a barrage of attacks on the wooden dummy in front of him. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Raging Wind Whirl. Dragon Thunder Strike. Before long, Fang Yu emerged from the spatial realm and looked at the true strength assessment on the machine's screen. Strength Assessment, Junior Grandmaster. Fang Yu knew that such an assessment was already. That meant even if he encountered an SSS class entry-level Grandmaster, he wouldn't be the least bit afraid. I'll head over to the Martial Arts Alliance. His cultivation level information hadn't been updated in a long time, so Fang Yu needed to go update it after all. That was a regulation in Jiangnan City. As for the fighter allowance, that was a minor matter. He wasn't short on money at all right now. After leaving the Soaring Dragon Guild, he headed toward the Martial Arts Alliance. Although Fang Yu felt like it had been a long time, it actually hadn't been that long. Training to become a fighter naturally takes time, and the fact that he had broken through to the rank of junior elite fighter in such a short period was simply unimaginable to others. Chapter 44, Fang Yonghua? Dulan? Xiao Xiao? Sir, you're here again. It was the same female staff member who had greeted Fang Yu last time. What brings you here today? Last time, she had been utterly stunned by Fang Yu, so this time she didn't dare to make any assumptions about his purpose. However, even though she didn't say it out loud, she knew there was no way Fang Yu had come just to update his cultivation level information again. After all, it was impossible for anyone to train that quickly. I'm here to update my cultivation level. Fang Yu said to the female staff member standing before him. What? The female staff member's eyes widened. She never would have imagined that Fang Yu had actually come to the Martial Arts Alliance again just to update his cultivation level. Sir, are you sure? How could I not be sure? Fang Yu knew the female staff member had said that out of sheer shock, so he smiled at her. I'm sorry, sir. Please follow me. The last time Fang Yu came to update his cultivation level, it was listed as a junior martial trainee. The female staff member assumed he must have broken through to intermediate martial trainee. In reality, the stipend differences between martial trainee ranks aren't that significant, so updating one's cultivation level by skipping a major rank is the best option. The female staff member led Fang Yu to a precision combat power testing machine. Fang Yu looked at the precision combat power testing machine in front of him, clenched his fist, and punched it. Boom! After his fist struck the precision combat power scanner, a combat power reading appeared on its screen. 100,317. That's impossible.
The female staff member stared at the combat power reading on the screen and couldn't help but scream.
She immediately rubbed her eyes, convinced she must have misread it. How could anyone possibly have 100,000 combat power?
But the result made it clear to the female staff member that she hadn't misread it. The combat power index on the precision combat power testing machine's screen was truly 100,000. 100,000 combat power, the combat power of a junior elite fighter.
Is this person an elite fighter? Wasn't he just a low-level martial trainee last time? How much time has even passed? The female staff member simply couldn't believe it.
Sir, could you please test again? The female staff member's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. The last time Fong Yu came to update his realm information, she had also had him test twice. This time, as she asked Fong Yu to retest, she couldn't help but feel uneasy.
Sure.
Fong Yu walked over to another precision combat power testing machine and threw a punch at it. Instantly, Fong Yu's combat power reading appeared on the screen.
100,317.
It was exactly the same as the combat power reading from earlier.
The female staff member couldn't help but take a few steps back.
She hadn't known before, but now she finally realized that such a prodigy actually existed in this world.
Is that it?
Fong Yu said, looking at the female staff member, who was standing there dumbfounded. Hearing Fong Yu's words, the female staff member immediately snapped out of it.
Yes, that's it.
Immediately, the staff member hurriedly took Fong Yu to update his cultivation level information and gave him the badge reserved exclusively for elite fighters. After updating his cultivation level information, Fong Yu left the Martial Arts Alliance
Jiangming Residential Complex.
It had been a few days since he left home, so after leaving the Martial Arts Alliance, Fong Yu headed straight back.
Fang Yonghua and Du Lan were overjoyed to see him return. Afternoon.
After Xiao Xiao got home from school, the whole family enjoyed a happy meal together.
Brother, did you really go to the Soaring Dragon Guild these past few days?
Xiao Xiao looked at Fong Yu, her chubby little face full of curiosity. Fang Yonghua and Du Lan also turned to look at Fong Yu. They too wanted to know if he had really been at the Soaring Dragon Guild these past few days.
Yeah, we'll all go to the Soaring Dragon Guild together tomorrow. Fong Yu said. Fang Yonghua? Du Lan? Xiao Xiao?
They stared at Fong Yu, completely baffled. They never would have expected him to say something like that.
We're not fighters. What would we even do at the Soaring Dragon Guild? Fang Yonghua shook his head. There are lots of villas in the Soaring Dragon Guild area. We'll go pick one out and move in.
If you guys live there, I'll feel a little more at ease.
Fang Yu said.
Fang Yonghua, Du Lan, and Xiao Xiao froze in place as they listened to Fong Yu's words.
Go to the Soaring Dragon Guild to pick out a villa to live in? Was this really coming from his own son? Was this really coming from his own brother?
Fang Yonghua, Du Lan, and Xiao Xiao all stared blankly at Fong Yu, unable to fathom what kind of change had taken place in his mindset during the few days he'd been gone.
Bro, do you have a fever or something? Why else would you say something like that? Xiao Xiao said to Fong Yu in astonishment. I know you won't believe me no matter what I say. Just come with me to the Soaring Dragon Guild tomorrow. Fong Yu didn't plan to say anything more.
Fang Yonghua, Du Lan, and Xiao Xiao looked at one another, each feeling a mix of emotions they couldn't quite describe.
Then should I take a day off? Go ahead.
Fang Yu thought that since Xiao Xiao worked so hard, taking a day off now and then wouldn't be a problem.
Could it really be true?
When Fang Yonghua and Du Lan saw Fong Yu tell Xiao Xiao to take the day off, that thought crossed their minds. But a second later, they shook their heads, because they felt that what Fong Yu had just said was simply too far-fetched for them to believe.
Night. Fong Yu fell asleep. The next day, Fong Yu entered Dungeon 1, Level 3. Time flowed differently inside Dungeon 1, Level 3 than it did outside.
He had to slay all the beasts inside first, then head to the Soaring Dragon Guild with his family. That was the perfect plan.
The Underworld, Level 23. Inside Level 23, Fong Yu began searching for groups of beasts. As the levels increased, large groups of beasts became more and more common. Before long, Fong Yu encountered a massive horde of beasts. The stat allocation system had changed again. A single allocation could now consume 1 million upgrade points. He now just wanted as many upgrade points as possible. Draconic Aspect. After activating the Draconic Aspect, Fong Yu transformed into a dragoness head, dragoness body, dragoness arms, and dragoness legs. His entire body was pitch black, covered in fire, lightning, and wind elemental enchantments, and the auras of these three elements surged through the Draconic Aspect. The horde included many third-tier, mid-level ferocious beasts known as Blood Emperor scorpions. A third-tier, mid-level ferocious beast was equivalent to a human fighter at the mid-level martial master rank. Roar! 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 Upon spotting Fong Yu, this massive horde of beasts all roared at him in unison. Immediately afterward, countless beasts charged fiercely toward Fong Yu. Bring it on! Fong Yu let out a cold laugh. Six-armed dragon. After 6 pitch black, powerful dragon arms sprouted from his Draconic Aspect, Fong Yu unleashed the Dragon Thunder Strike. Instantly, the 6 dragon arms extended to dozens of meters in length. Chapter 45, The Grand Ho Master wishes to see Fong Yu. After the 6 dragon arms extended to tens of meters in length, they began furiously sweeping through the ferocious beasts with the power of the dragoness heavy claws. Fong Yu unleashed other innate combat techniques and elemental abilities. Dragoness Frenzied Shadow Claw. Thunder, Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Raging Fire Whirlwind. Under Fong Yu's powerful assault, the ferocious beasts fell in droves, lying in pools of blood. Ding! Slayed a Blood Emperor Scorpion. Plus 20 level points. Ding! Slayed a Blood Emperor Scorpion. Plus 20 level points. Ding! Defeated a Blood Emperor Scorpion, plus 20 level points. After a long while, Fong Yu had slaughtered every last one of the beasts. Level points, 14 million. Seeing such a massive number of level points, Fong Yu's face lit up with delight. Click, click, click. I'm clicking, clicking, clicking. After allocating all the experience points to Draconic Aspect at lightning speed, he set out once more to hunt for more groups of beasts. However, what followed were only small groups of beasts. Though small was relative to the massive herds he'd encountered earlier, even these yielded several million experience points when slain. Along the way, Fong Yu slew countless beasts and earned an immense amount of experience points. When he reached the entrance to the 24th level of the underworld, time had run out, so he emerged from Dungeon 1, number 3. After freshening up, his mother, Dulan, had already prepared breakfast. The family sat down to eat. Brother, I've already asked my homeroom teacher for a day off. You absolutely mustn't lie to me, otherwise, I'll have wasted my time for nothing. Xiao Xiao felt a bit skeptical. She just had a feeling something wasn't quite right. You can doubt anyone you want, but how could you not trust your own brother? Fong Yu smiled. After the family finished breakfast, they got in the car and headed toward the Soaring Dragon Guild. As one of the most powerful martial arts schools in Jiangnan City, Fong Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao had, of course, heard of the Soaring Dragon Guild. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Soaring Dragon Guild. Gazing at the Soaring Dragon Guild's imposing architecture, they all couldn't help but be awestruck, swallowing hard in unison. Let us go. Fong Yu led them inside the Soaring Dragon Guild. The Soaring Dragon Guild was vast, and he actually had no idea where the villa area was located. Just as he was about to contact Qing Chuxue, her voice suddenly reached his ears. Fong Yu. Hearing Qing Chushue's voice, Fong Yu looked in the direction it came from and saw that she was already walking toward him. Is that? Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. Although she didn't frequent the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Forum, she knew exactly who the girl approaching them was. The pride of Jiangnan City, Qing Chuxue. Fong Yonghua and Dulan had also seen Qing Chuxue in the news many times, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces as well. Uncle, auntie, little sister, hello. After Qing Chuxue reached Fong Yu's side, she greeted Fong Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao. Fong Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao were utterly stunned. They exchanged glances, and at that moment, they finally realized that Fong Yu hadn't lied to them. It was all true. For a moment, they couldn't accept it. They were just ordinary people from the lowest strata of Jiangnan City, people who had even caused Fong Yu to be expelled from school and lost their own jobs as a result. Yet, suddenly one day, Fong Yu had returned with 5 million. And now, Fong Yu was inviting them to the Soaring Dragon Guild to pick out a villa. Fong Yonggui and Du Lan stared at Fong Yu with blank expressions. Their son. Xiao Xiao was just as stunned. Her brother. What kind of person had he become now? After Fong Yu explained the purpose of their visit to Qing Chuxue, she immediately understood. She led Fong Yu and his family in a certain direction. A moment later, guided by Qing Chuxue, Fong Yu and his family arrived at the villa area of the Soaring Dragon Guild. Fong Yu, these villas are all vacant right now. You can pick whichever one you like. Once you've made your choice, I'll take your uncles to register, then issue them badges and assign them dedicated bodyguards. Cheng Chuxue said to Fong Yu. Fong Yu thought to himself that Qing Chuxue had really thought of everything. He hadn't even considered that himself. He naturally had little interest in the villas, but Xiao Xiao was full of excitement. She immediately ran inside one of them. Stepping into such a luxurious villa for the first time, Xiao Xiao felt completely lost inside. Fong Yonggui and Du Lan were fine, though after all, they were both seasoned veterans who'd seen it all. Fong Yonggui had been in business back in the day, but one thing was certain: the Wang family in Jiangnan City was no match for the Soaring Dragon Guild. After comparing several villas, Xiao Xiao chose the one designated as number 36. I'll be able to live in a villa from now on. Xiao Xiao was thrilled. She glanced at her brother again. Brother, does that mean we'll have endless money to spend from now on? You could put it that way. Fong Yu nodded. That's great. Hearing Fong Yu's reply, Xiao Xiao immediately cheered with joy. Fong Yonggui and Du Lan were also overjoyed. They had thought that, under the Wang family's oppression, they would no longer be able to make a living in Jiangnan City, but they never expected that a true dragon would emerge from the Fong family. At that moment, a sense of pride welled up in Fong Yu's heart. When he was expelled from school, he had once thought his life was over, but he never expected to obtain the system in the midst of despair. He knew that obtaining the system under such circumstances was an incredibly rare stroke of luck. Besides striving to become incredibly powerful, he also bore a responsibility. On Blue Star today, there are countless underground realms. One day, a great war between the beasts and the human race will erupt once again. When that time comes, he would make the beasts of Blue Star realize just how many eyes the Horse King actually has. Fong Yu. Just then, a voice rang out in Fong Yu's ear. Fong Yu and his family all looked over and saw that it was Qing Zhan. Dad? Qing Chuxue hadn't expected her father to suddenly show up here either. Fong Yonggui, Du Lan, and Xiao Xiao, however, were stunned. They had, of course, seen Qing Zhan on the news. Qing Zhan, a high grandmaster of the Soaring Dragon Guild and the son of Qing Kuan, the Grand Guild Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild. A high grandmaster had actually come looking for their son on his own initiative? Fong Yonggui and Du Lan glanced at Fong Yu standing beside them. They simply couldn't imagine what level of achievement their son had reached for a high grandmaster to come find him in person. Dad, do you need something from Fong Yu? Once Qing Zhan had approached, Qing Chuxue asked him. Qing Zhan nodded. Then, introduced by Qing Chuxue, Qing Zhan greeted Fong Yu's family. Fong Yonggui, Du Lan, and everyone from Xiao Xiao to Xiao Xiao were still completely baffled. A high-level grandmaster. This is a high-level grandmaster, for crying out loud. The gap between them and a high-level grandmaster was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yet now, it felt so close. Fong Yu, my father wants to see you. Qing Zhan said to Fong Yu. Chapter 46, High-Level Paragon, Qing Kuan. Qing Zhan's father, Qing Chushue's grandfather. Qing Kuan, the Grand Guild Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild, was a high-level paragon and one of Jiangnan City's most renowned powerhouses. Fong Yu didn't say much. He simply followed Qing Zhan in a certain direction. Miss, may I ask what level of fighter my son has reached now? After Fong Yu and Qing Zhan had left, Fong Yonggui asked Qing Chuxue. Dulan and Xiao Xiao also turned to look at Qing Chushua. They were eager to know what level Fang Yu had actually reached. Junior Elite Fighter. What? Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao were all stunned by Qing Chushua's answer. They stared at her as if struck by lightning. A junior elite fighter? Their son was actually an elite fighter? But he was still just a child. Fang Yonghua and Dulan exchanged glances, making sure they hadn't misheard. Xiao Xiao was also dumbfounded. Suddenly, she couldn't help but recall something Fang Yu had said to her at home one day. One day, my achievements won't fall short of those of the big three. Back then, Xiao Xiao certainly hadn't believed Fang Yu's words. But now, Xiao Xiao knew that her brother might actually achieve the same level of success as the big three. It's so wonderful to have a brother like this. Xiao Xiao was thrilled. Uncle, aunt, let me take you to register now. With that, Qing Chushua led Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao toward a certain location. The top floor of the Soaring Dragon Guild's main building. On the top floor of the main building was the office of Qing Kuan, the Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild. After Chang Zhan escorted Fang Yu into Qing Kuan's office, he left. The vast office was now occupied only by Fang Yu and Qing Kuan. As a high-ranking paragon, Qing Kuan had seen countless geniuses. To put it simply, his granddaughter, Qing Chushua, was a true prodigy with SSS-tier talent. Her future achievements were naturally boundless. Yet for some reason, the moment Qing Kuan laid eyes on Fang Yu, he was struck by a sense of unfathomable depth. This feeling. Qing Kuan steadied his composure as he gazed into Fang Yu's serene yet profound eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that Fang Yu was not as simple as he seemed. Hello, Fang Yu. I am Qing Kuan, Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild. Qing Kuan introduced himself to Fang Yu. According to his son, Qing Zhan, Fang Yu was a junior elite fighter. At the time, he hadn't believed it. After all, it was absolutely impossible for someone so young to be a junior elite fighter. But now, he was beginning to believe it. Never before had a young person given him such a feeling. He now knew that Fang Yu must have a background that was nothing short of extraordinary. As for Fang Yu bringing his family to the Soaring Dragon Guild, he'd just heard about it. He suspected it was nothing more than a smokescreen on Fang Yu's part. Those weren't Fang Yu's real family. Otherwise, no matter how terrifying Fang Yu's talent might be, it would be impossible for him to become a junior paragon at such a young age. He'd still need a powerful background and countless resources. Hello, Grand Master. My name is Fang Yu. Fang Yu hadn't expected the Grand Guildmaster of the Soaring Dragon Guild to be so polite to him. But upon further reflection, it actually made sense. His strength was far beyond what one of his age should possess. On Blue Star, no matter how formidable a fighter might be, hearing that someone his age had already become a junior elite fighter would undoubtedly leave them utterly stunned. Fang Yu, if I'm not mistaken, you must be from Dragon City or the City of the World, right? The City of the World, the gathering place for Blue Star's most powerful fighters, also housed the world's most terrifying underground realm. That place was hell for the humans of Blue Star, yet the brave and powerful fighters of Blue Star chose to stand guard there. Qing Kuan looked at Fang Yu. He knew that only places like these could produce someone like Fang Yu. Yes. Fang Yu nodded in response. Hearing Qing Kuan's words, he understood the mindset behind them, so he decided not to explain. After all, it was something that couldn't be verified anyway. Hearing Fang Yu's reply, Qing Kuan felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself that, as a high-ranking paragon, he was right 9 times out of 10. Fang Yu, actually. Qing Kuan looked at Fang Yu. Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. I think. I understand. Before Qing Kuan could finish his sentence, Fang Yu nodded at him. After saying that, he walked over to a combat power testing machine in the corner of the office. Staring at the combat power testing machine before him, Fang Yu clenched his fist and then punched it with all his might. Bam! After Fang Yu's fist made violent contact with the machine, his combat power score appeared on the screen. 111,347. Fang Yu had entered Dungeon 1, number 3 again this morning, so it was only natural that his combat power had increased since yesterday.
Looking at the combat power reading on the screen, Ching Kuan nodded with relief. He possessed an SS-class talent and had been full of vigor in his youth now, having become a high-rank paragon, he had essentially reached the pinnacle of his life. But he knew that compared to Fong Yu, his younger self was nothing but a pile of shit. There was simply no comparison. Fong Yu, from now on, you'll have the highest authority in our Soaring Dragon Guild.
Ching Kuan said to Fong Yu. Got it. After exchanging many more words with Ching Kuan in the office, Fong Yu left Ching Kuan's office. After leaving the office,
Fong Yu thought to himself that his current strength was already formidable, and with the Soaring Dragon Guild as his backing, it was time to find an opportunity to take on the Wang family. He arrived at the Soaring Dragon Guild's villa complex and discovered that Ching Chushue had already selected bodyguards for her parents.
Fong Yu, you're here. Upon seeing Fong Yu arrive, Ching Chushue greeted him.
Fong Yu had quite a favorable impression of Ching Chushue. Usually, a prodigy like Ching Chushue would be extremely arrogant, but he sensed no trace of arrogance or pride in her.
Let us go for a walk. Are you talking to me? What else would I be doing?
Fong Yu glanced around. A few seconds later, Ching Chushue finally caught on and nodded at Fong Yu. Then, Fong Yu and Ching Chushue walked out of the Soaring Dragon Guild. But what neither of them could have imagined was that, once they stepped outside the Soaring Dragon Guild, something like this would actually happen.
Chapter 47, The Truth Will Come Out, Life and Death Arena.
After Fong Yu and Ching Chushue left the Soaring Dragon Guild, just as they were about to continue on their way, an elderly man in his 60s fixed his gaze on Fong Yu. Immediately, the old man's face turned ashen with rage. He was furious to the extreme. Both Fong Yu and Ching Chushue noticed the old man. Fong Yu, he is from the Thunder Guild. His name is Zhang Shan, and he is a high-level elite fighter.
Ching Chushue said to Fong Yu.
Fong Yu looked at the old man before him in confusion. Although a high-level elite fighter was nothing to him now, he couldn't understand why Zhang Shan was acting as if they had a deep-seated grudge, especially since they had no history of conflict and didn't even know each other.
Ha!
Zhang Shan gave Fong Yu a cold laugh and continued.
It was you killed my disciple, Ahu.
Ahu? Fong Yu froze. He had only killed 2 people, Hao and Li Hu, during the Muyu trial. He was certain that the Ahu Zhang Shan was referring to was Li Hu. He had thought this matter would never be discovered after all. He'd been very discreet, but he hadn't expected to be found out.
You thought you'd covered your tracks perfectly, but do you know that you're carrying the same distinctive scent I left on Ahu?
Zhang Shan gritted his teeth and spoke coldly to Fong Yu.
Thank goodness.
I originally came to the Soaring Dragon Guild to take care of some business, but I never expected to run into the murderer who killed Ahu. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Shan's ashen face. He knew he would soon be able to avenge Ahu. Ching Chushue, standing nearby, had no idea what was going on. She was completely baffled.
Fong Yu killed someone?
Ahu?
Yes, it was indeed me who killed Li Hu and Hao,
Fong Yu said, looking at Zhang Shan. But they were the ones who tried to kill me. Fong Yu nodded at Zhang Shan standing before him.
Enough of that. Let us head to the life and death arena.
Zhang Shan said coldly to Fong Yu. The life and death arena was a place where fighters could battle to the death, but it was restricted to those below the Grandmaster rank. Grandmasters and those above were not allowed to engage in life and death matches there. The Soaring Dragon Guild had its own life and death arena, and if one died in battle there, they would face no repercussions.
As soon as Zhang Shan spoke, Ching Chushue's expression immediately turned icy.
She glared coldly at Zhang Shan standing before her under the influence of her SSS rank talent, Ice Queen. The temperature around them dropped noticeably.
Senior Zhang Shan, do you think it's appropriate to send a genius from our Soaring Dragon Guild to the life and death arena right outside our guild's premises?
Ching Chushue glared coldly at Zhang Shan. Hearing Ching Chushue's words, Zhang Shan couldn't help but be taken aback. He hadn't expected her to say something like that. Even if Ching Chushue were to say this, it proved that Fong Yu and Ching Chushue must have a very good relationship. A few seconds later, Zhang Shan gritted his teeth and said,
Our Thunder Guild isn't afraid of your Soaring Dragon Guild.
Like the Soaring Dragon Guild, the Thunder Guild was one of the most powerful martial arts schools in Jiangnan City, boasting tens of thousands of students.
I can speak for the Soaring Dragon Guild, but can you speak for the Thunder Guild?
Cheng Chuxue challenged Zhang Shan, who stood frozen before her. Hearing her words, Zhang Shan fell silent. Cheng Chuxue was right, he was merely a high-level elite fighter with no influence or backing within the Thunder Guild. He certainly couldn't represent the guild. Whether or not I can represent the Thunder Guild, I'm still a member of the Thunder Guild. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Shan turned his gaze back to Fang Yu and spoke coldly. You killed my disciple, Li Hu. Even if I can't avenge him today, I will exact my revenge sooner or later.
I told you, they were the ones who wanted to kill me. Fang Yu repeated to Zhang Shan.
He actually had quite a bit of respect for Zhang Shan. At the very least, he had the resolve to avenge his disciple. He didn't harbor any deep-seated grudges against Zhang Shan or Li Hu, but at that moment, he had no other choice.
Hao had to die.
And so did Li Hu. If Li Hu returned alive, the fact that he had killed Hao in the Muyu forest would be exposed. Therefore, he didn't want to harm Zhang Shan, but it seemed Zhang Shan was now determined to pursue him relentlessly.
Do you realize that without the protection of the Soaring Dragon Guild, I could kill you in the blink of an eye?
Zhang Shan glared at Fang Yu and spoke coldly.
That's right. I can't do anything to you right now, but what about your family?
I'll go back right now and ask Wang Hua if he knows your family. As he spoke, Zhang Shan reached for his phone to take a photo of Fang Yu. The moment those words left his mouth, Fang Yu's expression changed. He had actually admired Zhang Shan quite a bit, but now that Zhang Shan had said something like that, his admiration had faded considerably. A dragon has its weak spot, and his family was his weak spot. Cheng Chuxue glared coldly at Zhang Shan and said, if you don't leave right now, we at the Soaring Dragon Guild will make you regret this for the rest of your life.
No need.
Fang Yu simply waved his hand.
Fang Yu, you. Cheng Chuxue froze, not understanding what Fang Yu meant.
I'll make sure he never has a chance to regret it. Fang Yu smiled, his gaze fixed on Zhang Shan before him.
You wanted to face me in a life or death battle, didn't you? Let us go.
Hearing Fang Yu's words, Cheng Chuxue turned pale with shock and hurriedly said to him.
Fang Yu, you're crazy. He is a high-level elite fighter. It's fine.
Fang Yu gave Cheng Chuxue a reassuring look. Zhang Shan had already been preparing to leave. He knew he absolutely couldn't do anything to Fang Yu outside the Soaring Dragon Guild. If he made a move, he might provoke the Soaring Dragon Guild's wrath, leading them to demand that the Thunder Guild hold him accountable. After all, powerful fighters wield immense influence in
Jiangnan City.
But as long as the other party agreed to step into the life and death arena, that would be a different story altogether.
Kid, you really want to face me in the life and death arena?
Zhang Shan stared at Fang Yu in disbelief.
Yes. Fang Yu nodded.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Yu walked toward the Soaring Dragon Guild. He'd been looking for an opportunity to settle the score with the Wang family anyway. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, there was no reason to pass up this chance. Cheng Chuxue watched Fang Yu's retreating figure. Her mind went blank, and her face turned deathly pale. She couldn't understand why Fang Yu dared to step onto the life and death arena with Zhang Shan. If they stepped onto the life and death arena, even within the Soaring Dragon Guild, no one would dare to intervene. Once on the arena, the battle would continue non-stop until one of them fell. Zhang Shan was a high-level elite fighter, after all.
Ha! Zhang Shan let out another cold laugh.
He knew that as long as Fang Yu agreed to step onto the life and death ring, even if he killed her there, the Soaring Dragon Guild wouldn't be able to do anything to him. No fighter had ever dared to break this rule in Jiangnan City. Even if Fang Yu changed her mind and refused to step onto the life and death ring, he wouldn't be in any trouble. After all, he was a high-level elite fighter from the Thunder Guild. He didn't believe he'd be killed by the Soaring Dragon Guild's powerhouses just because he was there. Without giving it a second thought, Zhang Shan walked toward the Soaring Dragon Guild.
Chapter 48. So what if he is a high-ranking elite fighter? Let us step onto the life and death arena. The life and death arena.
Not to mention inside the Soaring Dragon Guild. Even in Jiangnan City, it had been a long time since a life and death arena had appeared.
Life is precious unless there is a deep-seated grudge. How many people would actually step onto the life and death arena? Ding! Ding! Ding!
At that moment, a series of deep, resonant bell chimes echoed throughout the entire Soaring Dragon Guild. Everyone inside the Soaring Dragon Guild was stunned.
7 bell chimes. Does this mean the life and death arena has been opened?
The martial arts hall has opened the life and death arena.
Let us go check it out. The life and death arena, it's actually appeared.
In an instant, countless students from the Soaring Dragon Guild rushed frantically toward the life and death arena.
Even the high-ranking officials of the Soaring Dragon Guild hadn't expected anyone to open the life and death arena. What kind of deep-seated grudge could possibly drive such a move?
After all, the life and death arena requires the consent of both parties.
If my strength isn't greater than yours, only a fool would agree to it.
It's extremely rare to find two people of equal strength who also harbor such deep-seated grudges, which is why life or death battles are so uncommon.
Dad!
Cheng Chuxue found her father, Cheng Zhan. The life or death battle was initiated by Feng Yu and Zhang Shan from the Thunder Guild.
What?
Cheng Zhan was startled. His pupils contracted rapidly. He never would have imagined that the life or death arena had been initiated by Feng Yu and Zhang Shan. Life or death arenas within a faction are restricted to members of that faction. Jiangnan City has no such regulation. Even though Zhang Shan is a member of the Thunder Guild, if someone from the Soaring Dragon Guild agreed to enter the life or death arena, then Zhang Shan could participate in the Soaring Dragon Guild's arena. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Shan is a high-level elite fighter.
What on earth is Feng Yu up to? I don't know either. That's why I came to you.
You've got to go talk some sense into Feng Yu,
Cheng Chu said hurriedly. Okay. Cheng Zhan didn't dare linger for even a moment.
He had always thought Feng Yu was a reserved person, but he never expected Feng Yu to be so arrogant at times. Although it was impressive for Feng Yu to become a junior elite fighter at such a young age, he was, after all, only a junior elite fighter who had reached the basic combat power level. Even with his terrifying talent, he still stood no chance against Zhang Shan, who had been a senior elite fighter for many years. Cheng Zhan hurriedly left, and Cheng Chuxue went to find her grandfather, Cheng Kuan.
Hearing Cheng Chushue's words struck Cheng Kuan like a bolt from the blue. He stared at her in utter astonishment.
Chuxue, is what you're saying true?
Of course it's true, Grandpa.
The bell of life and death outside has already tolled 7 times. You heard it too.
Hurry and go talk some sense into Feng Yu.
Cheng Chuxue was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. She knew she couldn't persuade Feng Yu herself. She could only hope her father and grandfather would be able to convince him. Upon hearing this, Cheng Kuan couldn't sit still any longer. He hurriedly left his office and headed toward the arena of life and death.
Villa number 36.
Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao had also heard the life and death bell tolled by the Soaring Dragon Guild. At first, they didn't understand what was going on, but after asking the bodyguards Cheng Chuxue had selected for them, they finally grasped the meaning of the life and death bell.
Let us go take a look, too, Xiao Xiao said to Fang Yonghua and Dulan. Fang Yonghua and Dulan exchanged glances, then nodded. After leaving the villa, they headed toward the life and death arena, led by their bodyguards. The life and death arena. By now, a large crowd of Soaring Dragon Guild trainees had gathered below the arena. Almost none of them had ever witnessed a battle there before. They were brimming with curiosity and anticipation.
That must be Zhang Shan, the elite fighter from the Thunder Guild.
Yeah.
I wonder what deep-seated grudge he has against one of our Soaring Dragon Guild fighters, that he actually come here in person to challenge the life and death arena.
You're absolutely right.
I'm sure our Soaring Dragon Guild fighter will win. Let us teach those guys from the Lei Ji Martial Arts Hall a lesson and show them just how formidable the Soaring Dragon Guild really is.
Exactly. What's so great about the Thunder Guild? Do they really think they're such a big deal?
The Soaring Dragon Guild trainees gathered below the life and death arena all dismissed Zhang Shan of the Thunder Guild. In their eyes, Zhang Shan, a member of the Thunder Guild, had the audacity to step onto the life and death arena of their Soaring Dragon Guild. Just as Feng Yu was about to step onto the life and death arena, Cheng Zhan found him.
Feng Yu, don't be impulsive. Cheng Zhan hurriedly grabbed Feng Yu's arm.
A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years.
Fang Yu hadn't expected Qing Zhan to show up, let alone know that he was the one set to face Zhang Shan in a life or death battle on the life and death arena. But then it dawned on him Qing Chushue must have been worried about him, so she told Qing Zhan. "It's fine, Grandmaster Qing Zhan. Zhang Shan is no match for me. I know Zhang Shan is no match for you, but I don't think you should step onto the life and death arena right now. It won't mean much to you." Qing Zhan tried to dissuade Fang Yu, and before long, Qing Chushue and Qing Kuan arrived as well. When the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild saw the Grand Master arrive, they immediately went to greet him, but to their surprise, Grandmaster Qing Kuan hurried off in another direction. Fang Yu. Once Qing Kuan reached Fang Yu, he, too, began to try to dissuade him. As for Qing Kuan, he certainly didn't want the Soaring Dragon Guild to lose a peerless genius with limitless future potential. Seeing this, the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members were all stunned, for Fang Yu was a complete stranger to them. How could the Grand Guild Master place such importance on him? Moreover, judging by the Grand Guild Master's words, the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members were utterly shocked, for they had already caught on it was this young man in Zhang Shan who had stepped onto the life and death arena. But at such a young age? The high-ranking members shook their heads. They surmised that Fang Yu was a prodigy recently recruited by the Soaring Dragon Guild but one who didn't know his place, which was why the Grand Master had come here to plead with him earnestly. Before long, Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao also arrived. Upon seeing Fang Yu, they immediately made their way toward him. But when they learned that Fang Yu was about to step into the life or death arena against a high-level elite fighter, they all tried their hardest to dissuade him. "Xiao Yu, his name is Zhang Shan, and he's south very close to Wanhua. You absolutely mustn't act impulsively right now," Fang Yonghua said to Fang Yu. Everyone was trying to talk Fang Yu out of it. They didn't want him to risk his life. Fang Yu watched as these people tried to stop him, but rather than feeling annoyed, he was actually touched. No matter what their motives were, these people were all looking out for his best interests. "Everyone, please hear me out for a moment," Fang Yu said to the crowd in front of him. Qing Kuan, Fang Yonghua, and the others fell silent as they listened to Fang Yu, waiting to hear what he had to say. "I think you should trust me." "So what if he is just a high-level elite fighter? Do you really think I can't beat a high-level elite fighter?" With that, Fang Yu ignored their further attempts to dissuade him and walked straight onto the life and death ring. "Fang Yu. Xiao Yu. Bro." Seeing Fang Yu step onto the life and death arena, they all felt all the strength suddenly drained from their bodies and instinctively took a few steps back. Chapter 49, So Much Nonsense Instantly Defeating Zhang Shan. Whoosh! Below the life and death arena, the trainees of the Soaring Dragon Guild were all stunned to see Fang Yu step onto the arena. They had assumed that whoever had a grudge against Zhang Shan must also be a high-level elite fighter from the Soaring Dragon Guild. After all, unless their strengths were evenly matched, who would be willing to step onto the life and death arena? But they never would have dreamed in their wildest imaginations that the one stepping onto the arena would be a young man who looked no older than 20. This guy must be crazy. Doesn't he know that Zhang Shan from the Thunder Guild is a high-level elite fighter? How could he not know? The Life and Death Arena ISNTA game. I think he is just someone who doesn't know his place. That's right. This time, our Soaring Dragon Guild is going to lose face. The Soaring Dragon Guild trainees gathered below the Life and Death Arena had originally intended for their own fighters to teach Zhang Shan a lesson and show him just how formidable the Soaring Dragon Guild was. But the moment Fang Yu stepped onto the Life and Death Arena, those thoughts vanished instantly. They knew full well that against Zhang Shan of the Thunder Guild, Fang Yu had absolutely no chance of survival. When Zhang Shan saw Fang Yu step onto the Life and Death Arena, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought that avenging himself would take some effort. After all, Fang Yu had the Soaring Dragon Guild backing him. But he never expected that Fang Yu would actually agree to step onto the Life and Death Arena for a life or death battle. This was something he could never have imagined. As for whether Fang Yu possessed the necessary strength, Zhang Shan acknowledged that Fang Yu was a once-in-a-generation genius, but he knew Fang Yu could never possibly be his match. As a high-level elite fighter, he had that much confidence in himself. Everyone was pessimistic about Fang Yu's chances, because they all knew that no matter how powerful he was, he could never stand a chance against a high-level elite fighter. Actually, you don't have to die. Before Zhang Shan could say a word, Fang Yu spoke first. Everyone from the Soaring Dragon Guild watching from below the ring never expected that, even at this critical moment, Fang Yu would still dare to utter such arrogant words. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Zhang Shan burst out laughing. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say something like that to a high-level elite fighter? In Zhang Shan's view, Fang Yu's remark was simply too ridiculous. It must be said that, in the eyes of the many members of the Soaring Dragon Guild, Fang Yu's words to Zhang Shan were indeed quite laughable. Extreme Iron Steel Axe. Suddenly, Zhang Shan activated his talent. An A-rank weapon talent, Extreme Iron Steel Axe. A massive virtual axe appeared above Zhang Shan's head. Fang Yu knew that Zhang Shan was nothing in front of him after all. His current true strength was on par with that of a beginner grandmaster with an SSS class talent. An advanced elite fighter with an A-class talent was, quite frankly, far too weak to pose a threat to him. I'll slay you with my talent. Even in death, you'll have something to be proud of. Zhang Shan stared at Fang Yu and said with a cold smile. He knew Fang Yu would soon be nothing more than a cold corpse. In his view, as a high-level paragon, slaying a weakling like Fang Yu, even one who had activated his talent, was giving Fang Yu more than enough face. Everyone in the life and death arena held their breath. They knew Zhang Shan was about to strike Fang Yu. Come on. Fang Yu had no desire to waste any more words on Zhang Shan. He simply raised a finger and gave him a beckoning gesture. You're asking for death. Zhang Shan would never have dreamed that Fang Yu would dare make such a gesture toward him at a moment like this, and he was overcome with rage. After Zhang Shan let out a loud roar, the virtual giant axe above his head swept toward Fang Yu's position. Everyone in the life and death arena saw Zhang Shan strike at Fang Yu, and their pupils dilated several times over. The entire arena fell silent, filled only by the sound of the virtual giant axe sweeping toward Fang Yu. Qing Kuan, Chang Zhan, Qing Chushui. Fang Yonghua, Dulan, Xiao Xiao. At that moment, their hearts raced to the limit, and their expressions froze in time. The feeling was heart-wrenching and soul-shaking. Watching the virtual giant axe hurtling toward him, Fang Yu also activated his innate ability time to end this quickly. After activating the draconic aspect, he instantly transformed into a dragoness head, dragoness body, dragoness arms, and dragoness legs. His entire body was pitch black, his muscles as if cast from molten iron, exuding a sense of ultimate power. Fire, lightning, and wind elements were imbued into the draconic aspect, fully revealing its elemental aura. Essence Book Pavilion. Before anyone in the life and death arena had time to be stunned by Fang Yu's innate ability, the virtual giant axe had already reached him. Whoosh! Fang Yu watched the virtual giant axe hurtling toward him and lashed out with a single claw strike. After that single strike, the virtual giant axe vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. As the dragoness sharp claws sliced through space, visible cracks appeared in the fabric of reality. How is this possible? Zhang Shan couldn't help but shout in disbelief when he saw his attack had actually been blocked. Everyone from the Soaring Dragon Guild watching below the life and death arena was utterly stunned. They hadn't expected Fang Yu to block Zhang Shan's attack so effortlessly. Wait a minute. It wasn't until that moment that Zhang Shan and everyone below the life and death arena noticed Fang Yu's draconic aspect. What kind of talent is this? I don't know, but this talent feels terrifying. Could it be that Zhang Shan isn't his match? Otherwise, how could he have stepped onto the life and death arena? Some trainees had already considered this terrifying possibility. Many still had their hearts in their throats as far as they were concerned. The battle wasn't over, so they couldn't let their guard down. I wondered how you dared to challenge me on the life and death arena. It turns out you're this powerful after all, and besides. Just as Zhang Shan was about to say something else to Fang Yu before he could even finish his sentence, Fang Yu took a single stride toward him. The speed boost from the draconic aspect was immense. Zhang Shan, being merely a high-level elite fighter, was utterly unable to withstand such velocity. As Fang Yu closed in on Zhang Shan, he lashed out with a claw strike. Whoosh! The dragoness claw flashed with a terrifying cold light, and another rift appeared in space. Zhang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief as a massive claw mark appeared on his body, blood gushing out continuously. "You sure talk a lot." After retracting his claw, Fang Yu spoke these 4 words to Zhang Shan. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang Shan collapsed onto the life and death arena, no longer breathing. Fang Yu wasn't the least bit surprised by his instant defeat of Zhang Shan. Although he was only a junior elite fighter, his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary grandmaster. With such power, eliminating a senior elite fighter was nothing more than a single swipe of his claw. Whoa! Everyone watching from below the life and death arena gasped in shock upon seeing Fang Yu instantly kill Zhang Shan. They were stunned as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 50, Wang Hua, terrified beyond belief. Everyone from the Soaring Dragon Guild watching from below the life and death arena was utterly shocked. They never would have imagined in their wildest dreams that Zhang Shan, a high-level elite fighter, could be killed in an instant. Many hurriedly rubbed their eyes, convinced they must have seen it wrong. But rubbing their eyes only confirmed that they hadn't seen it at all. Zhang Shan, the high-level elite fighter from the Thunder Guild, had truly been instantly defeated by Fang Yu. Zhang Shan was actually defeated in an instant? He is a high-level elite fighter, after all. Could Fang Yu be a grandmaster? To instantly defeat a high-rank elite fighter apart from a grandmaster, no one at the same cultivation level should be able to do that. But Fang Yu's age. In the life and death arena, everyone from the Soaring Dragon Guild stared wide-eyed. To them, Fang Yu's instant defeat of Zhang Shan was simply too unbelievable. Many even thought they were dreaming. Fang Yu looked no older than 20, yet he was able to instantly defeat a high-level elite fighter. No one would believe it. Fang Yonghua, Dulan, Xiaoxiao, Cheng Kuan, Chang Zhan, Cheng Chushui, and the entire high-ranking leadership of the Soaring Dragon Guild at that moment, they all stared at Fang Yu on the life and death arena with utter bewilderment. They could absolutely swear this was the most shocking moment they'd ever experienced. Only now did they finally understand why Fang Yu had dared to step onto the life and death arena with Zhang Shan. Was his strength really this formidable? But wasn't Fang Yu's combat power test results supposed to be at the basic level of a junior elite fighter? Cheng Kuan, Cheng Zhan, and Chang Chushui exchanged glances, clearly baffled by Fang Yu's ability to take down Zhang Shan in an instant. The very next second, however, it all clicked for them. They all recalled the talent Fang Yu had just displayed. A talent like that apart from Cheng Chushui they had never seen or even heard of before. But with so many people on Blue Star and so many awakened talents, it was only natural that there were some they hadn't encountered or heard of. Fang Yu's combat power was on par with that of a junior elite fighter, yet he was able to instantly defeat Zhang Shan, a senior elite fighter. There was only one possible explanation: Fang Yu had relied on his talent. Without lingering on the life and death arena for long, Fang Yu stepped down from it. Fang Yu, you're actually this strong. Cheng Chushui looked at Fang Yu. She had originally thought that once he stepped onto the life and death arena, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. But now it seemed her assumption was completely wrong. Not bad. Fang Yu smiled at Cheng Chushui, then turned to his family. I'm sorry I worried you all. Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiaoxiao saw that Fang Yu was completely unharmed. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, their hearts finally settling back into their chests after being in their throats the whole time. Brother, you're just so strong. I'm in total awe of you. What kind of talent is that of yours? It's incredible. Curiosity lit up Xiaoxiao's chubby little face. It wasn't just Xiaoxiao. Everyone present turned their gaze toward her, eager to know what Fang Yu's talent was. Draconic aspect. Fang Yu simply told them his talent outright. After all, even if he revealed it, they'd only know the name Draconic aspect. It wouldn't do them any good. Draconic aspect? Cheng Kuan and the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild all began to ponder. They realized they had never heard of a talent called Draconic aspect. Fang Yu had slain Zhang Shan, a high-ranking elite fighter from the Thunder Guild, on the life and death arena, a feat that made every trainee in the Soaring Dragon Guild aware that a once-in-a-lifetime genius had joined their ranks. Ha 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 ha. After leading Fang Yu to the central hall of the Soaring Dragon Guild, Cheng Kuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thank goodness. The Soaring Dragon Guild has actually recruited a genius like you. I'm sure it won't be long before your name echoes throughout all of Jiangnan City. Qing Kuan said to Fang Yu.
As Fang Yu listened to Qing Kuan's words, he knew Qing Kuan wasn't just paying him a compliment with his current strength. If he wanted to, his name could echo throughout all of Jiangnan City at any time. After exchanging many words with Qing Kuan, Fang Yu left the Soaring Dragon Guild's central hall and headed in a certain direction.
Heojiang Group.
Wang Hua, chairman of Heojiang Group, stared at the report in his hands, his entire body trembling uncontrollably.
Old Zhang is actually dead?
He never would have imagined that Zhang Shan had been killed and that it was Fang Yu who had done it. He now knew that his son had been killed by Fang Yu. Not long ago, he'd spoken to the principal of Jianghe Martial Arts School and had Fang Yu expelled. He then pulled strings to have Fang Yonghua and Du Lan fired from their jobs. At the time, he'd assumed the Fang Yonghua family would leave Jiangnan City immediately, because if they stayed, he would make their lives a living hell.
But now,
he never would have dreamed, not even in his wildest dreams, that Fang Yonghua's son, Fang Yu, could be so ruthless as to kill old Master Zhang right there on the life and death arena. Old Master Zhang was his greatest ally in the martial arts world, and now even he had been killed by Fang Yu.
So what about him? Hey, Secretary Zhang, book me a flight. I'm heading to Longcheng.
Yes, Chairman.
Wang Hua knew Fang Yu would definitely come looking for him.
If he didn't lie low for now, he might very well lose his life. Chairman, the ticket's booked.
The flight leaves at 8 p.m. tonight.
Good.
Wang Hua nodded, then dialed his driver's number.
Little Li, take me to the airport. Wang Hua knew he couldn't stay at the company any longer. He had to head to the airport right away. No matter how powerful Fang Yu was, he surely wouldn't dare to attack him in a place like the airport. After rushing downstairs, Wang Hua got into the car, and the driver set off for the airport. Wang Hua let out a long breath, thinking to himself that as long as he was in the car and made it to the airport, he'd be safe. As for old Zhang being killed by Fang Yu, the Thunder Guild would surely deal with Fang Yu on their own. He was merely the chairman of a publicly traded company, not even a fighter, and had absolutely no say in such matters. Just as Wang Hua was secretly gloating over his own cleverness, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes.
What's going on?
Wang Hua was startled. Chairman, there's someone blocking the car up ahead. Driver Xiao Li hurriedly replied.
A person?
Wang Hua looked through the windshield and, upon seeing that the person blocking the car was a young man with delicate features, he couldn't help but gasp.
Fang Yu.
He was utterly shocked. He knew Fang Yu would come after him, but he never expected him to arrive so quickly.
Chairman, what should we do now?
Hearing the chairman's trembling voice, driver Xiao Li knew this wasn't a simple matter.
Run him over. Run him over.
Wang Hua didn't care about anything else at that moment. He shouted at driver Xiao Li.
Chapter 51, Revenge is served. Has the security guard arrived? Run him over?
Driver Xiao Li was stunned. But since the chairman had given the order, he didn't think twice and slammed the gas pedal, charging straight at Fang Yu. Watching the car barreling toward him, Fang Yu thought to himself, Wang Hua is pretty ruthless, but then he shrugged it off. After all, since he'd come to kill Wang Hua, it was only natural for Wang Hua to try to run him over. However, if a single car could kill him, then it would just go to show that the fighters on Blue Star were simply too weak. Fang Yu didn't dodge at all, letting the car hurtle toward him at full speed.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the speeding car slammed into Fang Yu's body.
The front of the car was completely wrecked. All the airbags inside the car deployed. Yet Fang Yu didn't budge an inch, as if nothing had happened. Inside the car, Wang Hua felt as if the world had turned upside down. Fang Yu walked slowly to the car door. He opened it and pulled Wang Hua out of the car, as if he were lifting a little chick.
Fang Yu, why you, what do you want?
After being yanked out of the car by Fang Yu, Wang Hua, reeling from the upheaval, stared at Fang Yu in utter terror.
What do I want?
Fang Yu smiled.
What do you think I want?
You, if you kill me, the law won't let you get away with it. You ran me over with your car. You were the one who tried to kill me first.
This is self-defense. Fang Yu smiled at Wang Hua again. No.
Hearing Fong Yue's words, Wan Hua was terrified to the extreme. His whole body began to shake violently. This was the most terrified he had ever been in his life. Crack! Fong Yu, of course, paid no heed to Wan. The Thunder Guild's high-ranking members were all visibly displeased that Zhang Shan had been slain by Fong Yu in the Soaring Dragon Guild's life or death arena.
That's not quite right.
After all, Zhang Shan is an elite fighter of our Thunder Guild.
Shouldn't the Soaring Dragon Guild have at least given us a heads up before opening the life or death arena?
I agree. They opened the life or death arena at the Soaring Dragon Guild without a word.
Even if both sides agreed, so what?
The Soaring Dragon Guild is treating us, the Thunder Guild, as if we don't exist. To become a high-ranking member of the Thunder Guild, one must be at least a junior grandmaster.
Several junior grandmasters voiced their opinions.
And I heard that. Lei Hu, the grandmaster of the Thunder Guild, continued speaking, adding, "The one who killed Zhang Shan was a young man not yet 20 years old." Hearing Grandmaster Lei Hu's words, the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Seeing that none of the high-ranking members were speaking, Lei Hu continued, "You should all be aware that with such a prodigy in the Soaring Dragon Guild, they are bound to surpass our Thunder Guild in the future." So, the high-ranking members in the Thunder Guild's Central Hall all held their breath, waiting intently for the Grandmaster's next words. "So, even if both Zhang Shan and his opponent agree to a life or death match, we must find a way to manipulate the situation. Otherwise, the Soaring Dragon Guild will dominate the martial arts world in Jiangnan City." Grandmaster Lei Hu addressed the senior members.
"Grandmaster, you are wise."
Hearing Grandmaster Lei Hu's words, the senior members of the Thunder Guild all agreed that he made a very sound point.
The Underworld, level 24.
Fong Yu had already slain numerous ferocious beasts on level 24.
Level up points, 18 million.
Facing such a massive amount of upgrade points, Fong Yu wasn't the least bit flustered.
Currently, a single point allocation consumed 1 million upgrade points.
18 million upgrade points were nothing, a mere drop in the bucket. Click, 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 click. Immediately, Fong Yu allocated all 18 million upgrade points to the draconic aspect.
After exiting Dungeon 1, number 3, he left.
The female security officer looked at Fong Yu, wondering how he would respond.
"I have no explanation."
Fong Yu shook his head at the female security officer standing before him. The female security officer was taken aback. She clearly hadn't expected Fong Yu to say that.
"If you have no explanation, then we can only conclude that, all right."
The female security guard nodded in response to Fong Yu, then led him to a true strength testing machine. "Please proceed with the test." Fong Yu looked at the true strength testing machine before him. He had used this type of machine several times before.
He knew the process like the back of his hand.
As for why Fong Yu didn't use the combat power detection machine to verify her cultivation level, she had no idea. The female security guard knew that if Fong Yu's combat power reached the Grandmaster level, they wouldn't be able to detain her and would have to release her from the security bureau. After leaving the security bureau, Fong Yu didn't show much joy on her face. Ever since he'd been detained by the security bureau, he'd known they would eventually release him. Just as Fong Yu was about to leave, he noticed several young men in their 20s staring at him intently.
It was as if they were tailing him. He wasn't quite sure what was going on.
He had already killed both Zhang Shan and Wan Hua. He no longer had any enemies in Jiangnan City, so why would anyone be tailing him?
After pondering for a few seconds, it dawned on him.
Zhang Shan was part of the Thunder Guild. Presumably, the Thunder Guild wasn't taking this lying down and was planning to take action against him.
But it didn't matter. He wasn't someone just anyone could take on anymore.
The few tailors, perhaps realizing Fong Yu had noticed them, hurriedly left the area. Fong Yu also headed toward the Soaring Dragon Guild. He thought that everything else was trivial. The most important thing was to finish exploring the underground world of Dungeon 1, number 3 as soon as possible. It wouldn't be long before the draconic aspect leveled up. Once it reached true dragon form, there was no doubt his power would undergo a qualitative leap.
Soaring Dragon Guild.
Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao all knew Fong Yu had gone to the security bureau, and they were initially very worried. But after learning from Cheng Chuxue that Fang Yu was a grandmaster and that the Security Bureau had no authority to prosecute him, they finally felt at ease.
Dad, now that brother has killed Wang Hua, we have no enemies left in Jiangnan City.
Seeing that her parents weren't saying anything, Xiao Xiao turned to Fang Yongguo and said,
"That's right, Uncle Fang. Little sister is right."
Cheng Chuxue, who was standing nearby, chimed in.
"Ha! Brother's back."
Just as Xiao Xiao was about to say something else, she noticed Fang Yu appear at the front door.
"Brother!"
After making sure she wasn't seeing things, Xiao Xiao jumped up from the sofa and ran toward Fang Yu.
Fang Yonghua and Du Lan also stood up.
Seeing Fang Yu return safely, a happy smile spread across Cheng Chushue's fair face. At first, she had indeed only intended to recruit Fang Yu into the Soaring Dragon Guild. She felt that the guild absolutely couldn't let a genius like him slip away. If he were poached by another powerful martial arts school, it would be nothing but a disaster for the Soaring Dragon Guild. But gradually, she didn't even know how it happened. She had secretly developed feelings for Fang Yu. But she didn't dare tell him. As Fang Yu's strength gradually became apparent, she realized just how insignificant she was in his presence. Even as the Ice Queen with an SS-class talent, her future achievements would surely fall short of even 1/10 or even 1/100th of Fang Yu's. This vast gap made Cheng Chuxue feel utterly out of reach when it came to such feelings.
Chapter 53, 30 million level up points are just a drop in the bucket? Dungeon 1, Number 3. The 24th level of the Underworld.
At this level, the number of ferocious beasts inside was practically countless. In fact, Fang Yu had already slain quite a few ferocious beasts on the 24th level, but he hadn't expected there to still be so many left. At that moment, all she could see before her were 9 nether wolves, one after another. 9 netherworld wolves are high-tier 3rd stage ferocious beasts. This was the first time Fang Yu had ever encountered such a massive number of high-tier 3rd stage ferocious beasts in Dungeon 1, Number 3. The 9 netherworld wolves looked like specters straight from the 9 netherworlds. Their fangs, dozens of centimeters long, gleamed with a terrifyingly icy light enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Facing the surging tide of 9 netherworld wolves, Fang Yu had already activated his draconic aspect.
6 arms of the dragon.
Before these 9 netherworld wolves could even attack him, he unleashed his innate combat skill, 6 arms of the dragon. Suddenly, 6 arms appeared on his draconic aspect. Roar! 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 At the same time, the overwhelming horde of 9 netherworld wolves swept toward Fang Yu like a tidal wave, a truly terrifying sight.
But would Fang Yu be afraid? Of course not.
He only hoped to encounter as many ferocious beasts as possible. The more ferocious beasts there were, the more upgrade points he would gain, allowing his draconic aspect to evolve into the true dragon form as quickly as possible.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Fang Yu began unleashing his innate combat skills and elemental abilities on these 9 netherworld wolves. Whoosh! 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 In Dungeon 1, Fang Yu was absolutely invincible. His attacks struck these 9 netherworld wolves like nuclear explosions.
In an instant, countless 9 netherworld wolves fell to the ground, their lives extinguished.
The air was filled with the auras of lightning, fire, and wind. Lightning, flames, and hurricanes suddenly appeared, as if the apocalypse had arrived.
This area truly felt like the 9 netherworlds. Ding!
Slayed a 9 netherworld wolf.
Plus 35 level up points. Ding! Defeated a 9 netherworld wolf. Plus 35 level points. Ding!
Slayed a 9 netherworld wolf, plus 35 level points. Looking at the rising level points, Fang Yu thought to himself, no wonder it's a high-tier 3rd stage ferocious beast slaying just one grants 35 level points. Slaying this pack of 9 netherworld wolves was just the beginning for Fang Yu. He had to finish this quickly.
Level points, 30 million.
A whopping 30 million experience points. This was the largest amount he ever earned from slaying beasts in Dungeon 1. Since he acquired so many experience points, what was there to wait for?
Wasn't he at time to go into crazy stat allocation mode?
Click, click, click. I'm clicking, clicking, clicking. Almost instantly, Fang Yu allocated all 30 million experience points to Draconic Aspect.
Draconic Aspect upgrade progress, 95%.
It must be said that as the progress increases, the number of upgrade points required keeps going up.
Once the Draconic Aspect is upgraded to true dragon form, even more upgrade points will be needed.
But with Dungeon 1 generated by the system,
before long, Fang Yu had wiped out every last one of them. Level up points, 25 million. 25 million upgrade points, that's pretty good. A look of delight flashed across Fang Yu's face.
Click, 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 click. After quickly allocating the 25 million upgrade points to the Draconic Aspect, Fang Yu was about to continue searching for beasts, but to his surprise, his personal inventory in his mind suddenly lit up. Seeing his personal inventory light up, Fang Yu knew he must have obtained something valuable again. Eager to see what it was, he opened his mental inventory and checked the description of the item he acquired.
Metal attribute: when enchanted onto a talent, it enhances the effects of talent combat skills and elemental abilities. Another attribute. And this one looks pretty awesome, too.
Fang Yu was delighted. He knew that with the metal attribute, his overall strength would rise to a whole new level. Inside Dungeon 1, his talent-based combat skills and attribute-based divine abilities were already terrifyingly effective at slaying ferocious beasts.
And now he acquired the metal attribute.
He just wanted to ask the ferocious beasts in Dungeon 1.
Do you even have any idea what you're about to face? Ding! Do you wish to enchant with the metal attribute? Enchant! Fang Yu chose to enchant without hesitation.
A few seconds later, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more.
Ding! Enchantment successful. As soon as the system's voice faded, Fang Yu noticed a metal elemental aura emanating from the Draconic Aspect.
A faint golden glow appeared on the pitch-black Draconic Aspect, giving it a touch of sanctity.
Onward! Fang Yu knew that although he was already very strong, it still wasn't enough. Above Grandmaster lies Paragon. Above Paragon lies Warlord.
Therefore, he had to break through as soon as possible and strive to become the strongest on Blue Star.
But Blue Star wasn't his ultimate goal.
Having traveled through time and bound to the system, his goal was undoubtedly to become the strongest in the universe. People strive for higher ground, and water flows downward. This is a timeless truth.
Just as Fang Yu was nearing the second entrance to the underworld, he once again encountered a massive horde of ferocious beasts.
By this point, he had already slain numerous smaller groups of them. 9 netherworld wolves, mystic iron blood ghosts, black-striped king tigers, 7-colored blood snakes. This massive horde was vast in number and diverse in species. But they were all high-tier third-stage ferocious beasts. Keep in mind that slaying a single high-tier third-stage ferocious beast yields 35 upgrade points. With so many high-tier third-stage ferocious beasts before him, Fang Yu had witnessed some major battles inside Dungeon 1, but seeing such a mass number of ferocious beasts, even he couldn't help but get excited. He knew that if he managed to wipe out all these high-tier third-stage ferocious beasts, the number of upgrade points he'd earn would be staggering. Earlier, he'd thought that the 30 million upgrade points earned from slaying the 9 nether wolves were already a huge amount.
But now it seemed
30 million upgrade points were nothing special after all. Chapter 54, Discovering a Loophole in the Cultivation Technique, and the 3 Junior Grandmasters of the Thunder Guild. Kill, 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 kill. Fang Yu charged into this massive horde of beasts the likes of which he had never seen before and began his slaughter. He unleashed a barrage of his innate combat skills and elemental abilities. Thanks to the metal element enchantment, the power of Fang Yu's innate combat skills and elemental abilities was greatly enhanced.
Ding! Slayed a 9 netherworld wolf. Plus 35 experience points. Ding! Slayed a mystic blood iron turtle. Plus 35 level points. Ding!
Slayed a black-striped king tiger.
Plus 35 level points.
He didn't know how much time had passed, but Fang Yu had wiped out the entire horde of ferocious beasts. Looking at the countless corpses of ferocious beasts on the ground, a sense of pride welled up inside Fang Yu.
Level points, 80 million. Holy shit! Fan Yu knew, of course, that he'd earn a lot of level up points after wiping out the beasts, but he never expected to get this many. 80 million. That's 80 million level up points, for crying out loud. Fan Yu stared at the 80 million level up points, his face beaming with excitement. Click, 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 I'm clicking, clicking, clicking. Immediately, Fan Yu began frantically allocating points. His hand speed was so fast it left after images. 18 years of being single has made my hands this fast, are you impressed? After pouring all 80 million upgrade points into Draconic Aspect, its progress bar naturally shifted. Draconic Aspect progress, 97. Only this much progress with 80 million upgrade points? It's way too hard. Fan Yu realized he was now standing at the entrance to the second underground world. Just as he was about to enter the second underground world, time ran out, and he returned to reality from Dungeon 1, Number 3. Fan Yu had no idea that another meeting concerning him was underway at the Thunder Guild. Lei Hu, the Grand Master of the Thunder Guild, looked at the high-ranking members gathered in the central hall. His gaze was piercing, and an aura of authority radiated from him. We received word that Fan Yu was taken into custody by the Security Bureau, but since he holds the title of Grandmaster and enjoys immunity from prosecution, he has now been released. What are your thoughts? Lei Hu asked the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members. Grandmaster, we can send someone to challenge Fan Yu. If someone from our Thunder Guild wins, we'll make the Soaring Dragon Guild hand over the mining rights to the mana crystals on Ironcloud Mountain to us. If we lose, we'll give them the mining rights to the mana crystals on Huangmu Mountain, said a junior paragon. Hearing the junior paragon's words, the high-ranking members in the central hall all fell silent. It was indeed a good plan. If they won, they could not only restore the Thunder Guild's lost prestige but also secure the mining rights to the mana crystals on Ironcloud Mountain from the Soaring Dragon Guild. But how can we be sure we'll win? Another junior paragon asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking officials in the central hall fell silent once more. Yes, winning would certainly kill two birds with one stone. But what made them think they could win? If Fan Yu could become a Grandmaster in such a short time, there was no doubt that he possessed SSS tier talent, and among the Grandmasters of the Thunder Guild, there wasn't a single one with SSS tier talent. If it came down to a fight, Fan Yu would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Then let us have a friendly sparring match. Let us test Fan Yu's strength first and see just how powerful he really is. Grandmaster, let us handle this. With that, several junior Grandmasters volunteered. All right. Grandmaster Lei Hu nodded. These junior Grandmasters didn't linger in the central hall any longer. After leaving the Thunder Guild, they headed straight for the Soaring Dragon Guild. Bam! Fan Yu punched the combat power testing machine. Instantly, Fan Yu's combat power rating appeared on the machine's screen. 160,000. Looking at the combat power displayed on the screen, Fan Yu was very satisfied with this result. 200,000 combat power is the baseline for an intermediate elite fighter. He was on the verge of becoming one. Now that he had arrived at the Soaring Dragon Guild, which boasted SSS class training rooms, Fan Yu felt he could select a decent cultivation technique from the Guild's collection and then absorb mana in an SSS class training room. The mana inside an SSS class training room was nothing like the thin, sparse mana found outside. No time to waste. Fan Yu headed to the Soaring Dragon Guild's Cultivation Manual Hall. Major organizations like the Martial Arts Alliance and the Soaring Dragon Guild naturally possessed excellent mana cultivation manuals. Back then, Cheng Chushue had only entered the Martial Arts Alliance's Cultivation Manual Hall out of curiosity. With the highest access privileges in the Soaring Dragon Guild, entering the Cultivation Manual Hall was a breeze for Fan Yu. It had been a while since he paid any attention to combat techniques or mana cultivation manuals. He knew that mana cultivation manuals could be grasped instantly, so he didn't need to worry about spending time cultivating them. After browsing through a few, a mana cultivation manual titled Star Gathering Primordial Art caught Fan Yu's eye. The Star Gathering Primordial Art was far superior to the Primordial formula, so Fan Yu flipped it open. Ha! The moment he opened Gathering Star Primordial Art, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately began flipping through the pages rapidly. He had actually discovered numerous flaws? Could he possibly deduce the gathering star primordial art on his own? He knew that talent not only determined one's cultivation ceiling but also influenced the speed at which one absorbed and cultivated combat techniques and arts. In short, the level of one's talent determined far too many things. His current talent clearly surpassed the SSS rank talent assessed by Blue Star. After finishing his review of the Gathering Star's primordial art, Fang Yu immediately comprehended it. The flowing golden characters were imprinted in Fang Yu's mind as if branded there. After successfully comprehending the star-gathering primordial art, in addition to his innate talent for absorbing mana, he gained an extra threefold increase in absorption speed. Furthermore, his mana value was tripled. In other words, while the mana in this area was originally only 50, after using the star-gathering primordial art, the mana value could reach 150. He decided to proceed with the derivation. Although Fang Yu wasn't certain he could successfully derive the star-gathering art, the fact that he discovered so many flaws in it meant the chances of success were quite high. He then took the star-gathering art with him. Since he was going to perform the derivation, he certainly couldn't do it in the cultivation hall. That just wasn't practical. Just as Fang Yu stepped out of the cultivation hall, several fighters from the Soaring Dragon Guild hurried up to him and spoke in an urgent tone. "Grandmaster Fang Yu, 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild have arrived, saying they wish to spar with you." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was taken aback. A sparring match? He knew that grandmasters and those of higher ranks were not allowed to engage in life or death battles, so was that why the Thunder Guild had sent 3 junior grandmasters to spar with him? But 3 junior grandmasters? The Thunder Guild was certainly underestimating him. Besides, why on earth should he agree to spar with them? "Lead the way," Fang Yu said to the Soaring Dragon Guild fighters. Chapter 55, No deal unless there's something in it for me. The Soaring Dragon Guild fighters led Fang Yu toward a certain location. A short while later, Fang Yu arrived at the Soaring Dragon Guild's central hall. Although the Soaring Dragon Guild and the Thunder Guild were rivals, the 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild were, after all, guests, and they had to be treated with the proper courtesy. As soon as Fang Yu stepped into the central hall, the 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild immediately turned their gaze toward him. Instantly, their expressions shifted to a mix of astonishment, bewilderment, and shock. They knew Fang Yu was young, but they never imagined he could be this young. "I am Fang Yu." Fang Yu looked at the 3 junior grandmasters of the Thunder Guild standing before him. "Are you here to spar with me?" Judging by their aura, Fang Yu surmised that none of these 3 junior grandmasters possessed particularly high natural talent. Of course, that was only from his perspective. For anyone else, reaching the rank of grandmaster meant they naturally possessed formidable talent. In fact, Fang Yu felt that defeating all 3 of these junior grandmasters single-handedly would be no problem at all. After all, he was now nearly at the level of an intermediate elite fighter. The 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild hadn't expected Fang Yu to get straight to the point right off the bat, without so much as a word of courtesy. "Ha, my name is Wu Zhan. Didn't your former teacher teach you any manners?" One of the junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild spoke coldly to Fang Yu. They were here represent. Fang Yu simply shook his head and said calmly to Wu Chang, who stood before him, "I'm sorry, but I don't want to have a friendly sparring match with you." "Ha! Unless..." Just as Wu Chang was about to burst out laughing, mocking Fang Yu for not daring to spar with them, Fang Yu spoke again. His laughter stopped abruptly, and he narrowed his eyes. "Unless what?" Everyone in the central hall was also eager to hear what Fang Yu would say next. "Unless there's something in it for me," Fang Yu said. He figured that trying to goad him wouldn't. If there was no benefit, he'd head back to Villa number 36 to refine the Gathering Star art. He didn't have that much time to waste here. A benefit? It wasn't just the 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild in the Central Hall were also taken aback. At first, they assumed Fang Yu would either agree to a sparring match or refuse it outright, but they hadn't anticipated this turn of events.
The high-ranking officials turned their gaze back to the three junior grandmasters of the Thunder Guild. Now it was up to them to respond.
What kind of reward do you want?
Wu Cheng snapped out of his daze and fixed his gaze on Fong Yu, completely taken aback by how difficult Fong Yu was to deal with.
If I were to say, Fong Yu said, looking at Wu Cheng, that I'll take on all three of you junior grandmasters by myself, what would you offer me in return?
What? Hearing Fong Yu's words, the three junior grandmasters of the Thunder Guild were stunned and speechless.
One against the three of them?
Wu Cheng was dumbfounded. He never would have imagined Fong Yu could be so arrogant.
However,
after regaining their composure, Wu Cheng and the other two junior grandmasters exchanged glances. They knew there was another possibility.
That was that Fong Yu's strength wasn't that of a junior grandmaster.
They had previously estimated that Fong Yu was likely a junior grandmaster.
And as a junior grandmaster with SSS tier talent, they were no match for him. But they'd come only to see just how strong Fong Yu really was.
However, if Fong Yu wasn't a junior grandmaster but an intermediate grandmaster, or even a senior grandmaster, then even if he were to face the three of them alone, they'd have no chance of winning.
Fong Yu, are you an intermediate grandmaster?
Wu Cheng stared coldly at Fong Yu.
No. Fong Yu shook his head. Boom.
Suddenly, he threw a punch, and a fist aura formed from mana swept out, instantly surging toward the exterior of the central hall.
Mana projection. No, he is a grandmaster.
Everyone inside the central hall's pupils contracted sharply.
A grandmaster's mana is pale gold.
Below the grandmaster rank, mana is all the same color, light silver.
Combat power can be concealed, but mana absolutely can be hidden.
Since the mana Fong Yu released wasn't pale gold, there was only one possibility: he wasn't a grandmaster.
But if he wasn't a grandmaster, how did Fong Yu manage to instantly defeat Zhang Shan, a high-level elite fighter?
Then, it dawned on them. Fong Yu's true strength had reached the grandmaster level after all. His talent was SSS rank. But at most, he could only be a junior grandmaster. Realizing this, the three junior grandmasters of the Thunder Guild all burst into laughter. They had originally assumed Fong Yu was already an intermediate grandmaster, which was why he dared to make such an arrogant claim about taking on all three of them. But they never expected that Fong Yu was merely a high-level elite fighter. Because only a high-level elite fighter with an SSS rank talent could have a true strength equivalent to that of a junior grandmaster. In that case, what right did Fong Yu have to act so brazenly in front of them? Just because he was a mere high-level elite fighter? The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild were also utterly astonished. They had assumed Fong Yu's cultivation level had already reached that of a grandmaster. As for Qing Kuan and his son Shangzhan, they had witnessed Fong Yu's combat power test, but when he slew Zhang Shan, they too had assumed Fong Yu was a grandmaster, believing the test had merely concealed his true combat power. But now it seems Fong Yu's actual strength is that of a high-level elite fighter thanks to his SSS class cultivation talent. His true strength has reached the level of a junior grandmaster. For a junior grandmaster, instantly defeating a high-level elite fighter is perfectly normal. Don't be fooled by the fact that there is only one minor cultivation level separating a high-level elite fighter from a junior grandmaster. The gap in actual strength is enormous. This also indirectly reflects just how terrifying SSS class talent truly is. Chapter 56, Simulating the Star Gathering Yuan Art 100 Yuan Cells.
Fong Yu, are you serious?
Wu Cheng looked at Fong Yu with a cold smile.
Now that he knew Fong Yu wasn't a grandmaster, what was there left to fear?
Of course.
Fong Yu nodded.
In the central hall, the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild saw Fong Yu's confidence and couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding.
All right, then. You take on the three of us.
If you win, our Thunder Guild will hand over the mining rights to the mana crystals on Huangmu Mountain to you. Conversely, if we win, the Soaring Dragon Guild will have to hand over the mining rights to the mana crystals on Taiyun Mountain to us. Wu Cheng gave Fong Yu a cold laugh. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such a windfall during this visit to the Soaring Dragon Guild. Immediately afterward, he continued, addressing Fong Yu. However, I must return first to seek approval from the Grand Guildmaster.
Regardless of the outcome, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Agreed. Fang Yu nodded without a moment's hesitation. We'll be on our way.
Suddenly, the three junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild addressed the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking officials in the central hall with those two words, then left the Soaring Dragon Guild. In the central hall, the faces of the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking officials turned ashen. They never would have imagined that Fang Yu would agree to such a major matter on his own, without even consulting them. This was the mining rights to the mana crystals of Ironcloud Mountain, after all. If it had been a one-on-one match, that would have been one thing, but now it was 1 against 3. More importantly, Fang Yu wasn't even a grandmaster yet, he was merely a high-level elite fighter. The eyes of the high-ranking members all turned to Grand Hall Master Qing Kuan. But to their utter surprise, Grand Hall Master Qing Kuan's expression remained completely calm, as if nothing had happened. Whether you believe in Fang Yu or not, I do. Grandmaster Qing Kuan addressed the senior leaders gathered in the central hall. Back when Fang Yu was about to face Zhang Shan in a life-or-death battle on the arena, he had indeed thought Fang Yu had chosen to step onto the arena out of sheer arrogance. But after witnessing Fang Yu instantly defeat Zhang Shan, his opinion changed. From that moment on, he knew Fang Yu was a reserved and meticulous individual. Since Fang Yu claimed he could handle the three junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild, there must be a sound reason for it. Grandmaster Qing Kuan felt that, while victory wasn't guaranteed, their chances were very high. Moreover, since the Thunder Guild had come knocking on their door, if the Soaring Dragon Guild didn't do something about it, the Thunder Guild might think they were afraid of them. Hearing the Grandmaster speak so decisively, the high-ranking officials in the central hall dared not say anything further. Their only hope now was that Lei Hu, the Grandmaster of the Thunder Guild, would absolutely refuse this request, otherwise, the Soaring Dragon Guild would be in dire straits. After all, this was the mining rights to the mana crystals of Taiyun Mountain. Fang Yu didn't linger in the central hall while there was still time, he had to go and work out the details of the star-gathering art first. After leaving the central hall, Fang Yu returned to Villa number 36. Grandmaster Fang Yu. Several bodyguards stationed outside Villa number 36 respectfully bowed to Fang Yu. Please go find me some notebooks, the more, the better. Fang Yu said to the bodyguards. They were all at the martial master level and were primarily responsible for the safety of Fang Yu's family. Although the bodyguards didn't know why Fang Yu needed so many notebooks, they didn't dare ask any questions. Yes, Grandmaster Fang Yu. One of the bodyguards immediately left to find the notebooks. Fang Yu was very confident in his ability to deduce the star-gathering art. A short while later, the martial master level bodyguard returned to Villa number 36 with a large stack of notebooks. Grandmaster Fang Yu, here are the notebooks you requested. The bodyguard respectfully handed the notebooks to Fang Yu. Thank you for your help. It is my honor to serve Grandmaster Fang Yu. After bowing to Fang Yu, the bodyguard withdrew from the villa. Fang Yonghua and Du Lan were both in the living room. As they looked at the more than 20 notebooks before them, puzzled expressions appeared on their faces. Xiao Yu, what do you need so many notebooks for? Fang Yonghua asked Fang Yu. To deduce the cultivation technique. Fang Yu smiled. With that, he took the notebooks back to his room. Fang Yonghua and Du Lan both froze for a moment. They exchanged glances, their faces etched with huge question marks. Simulating a cultivation technique? Back in his room, Fang Yu began writing down the star-gathering primordial art in the notebooks, relying on the memories imprinted in his mind. Then, he used a pen to mark the flaws in the star-gathering primordial art and the areas that could be improved. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Fang Yu finally succeeded in refining the star-gathering yuan technique. Looking at the completely revamped technique before him, he wondered what to name it. Let us call it yuan cells. Although the name sounded a bit tacky, thanks to Fang Yu's improvements, once mastered, the star-gathering yuan technique could now absorb mana through the yuan cells within the body. The more primordial cells there are, the more mana can be absorbed, and the faster the absorption rate becomes. Even with the refined star-gathering art, Fang Yu was able to master it immediately. He discovered that 100 cells had appeared within his body.
100 primordial cells. He wondered what effect they would have on mana absorption. Fan Yu didn't wait, he headed straight for the Soaring Dragon Guild's cultivation area. Once he reached the SSS class cultivation chamber, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began absorbing mana. The 100 yuan cells within his body began to operate at breakneck speed. Mana plus 10,000. Mana plus 10,000. Mana plus 10,000. Holy crap! Watching the mana increase in his mind, Fan Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He never would have imagined that 100 primordial cells could be this powerful. A few more hours passed. Mana plus 1,500. Seeing the mana level drop, Fan Yu knew he was about to completely deplete the SSS class training room's mana supply. Night had fallen. Fan Yu had absorbed all the mana in his SSS class training room, leaving not a single bit behind. The mana in an SSS class training room is derived from mana crystals. If the mana within the crystals is completely depleted, the training room will naturally run out of mana. Fan Yu didn't linger in the training chamber. He decided to wait and see how things would play out at the Thunder Guild tomorrow. Thunder Guild. After the 3 junior grandmasters returned to the Thunder Guild, all of the guild's high-ranking officials immediately convened a meeting. The meeting has been going on ever since. Some agreed, while others disagreed. Don't let Fan Yu's youth fool you, he is very cunning. Give me a break. He is not cunning at all, he is just a high-level elite fighter. In the eyes of some high-ranking members, even a diamond couldn't handle the delicate task of taking on 3 junior grandmasters. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Lei Hu, the grandmaster of the Thunder Guild, spoke up to silence the senior members who were still arguing heatedly. Wu Cheng, go tell Fan Yu tomorrow that the Thunder Guild agrees. After saying this, Grandmaster Lei Hu continued. But the battle must take place at our Thunder Guild headquarters. Chapter 57, 100 million level up points. Dungeon 1, Level 3. After entering Dungeon 1, Level 3, Fan Yu arrived at the entrance to Level 2. Looking at the entrance to Level 2 of the underworld before him, he knew there would only be more ferocious beasts inside. Without giving it a second thought, Fan Yu entered Level 2. Upon reaching Level 2, Fan Yu encountered over 100 low-tier, 4th-stage ferocious beasts, Thunder King birds. Slaying a high-tier 3rd-tier ferocious beast yields 35 upgrade points. Slaying a low-tier 4th-tier ferocious beast, however, yields 50 upgrade points. This clearly illustrates the gap between the two. Over 100 Thunder King birds let out angry screeches at Fan Yu, then swept toward him. In Dungeon 1, for Fan Yu, low-tier level 4 ferocious beasts were no different from low-tier level 1 ferocious beasts. He could take them down in an instant. He could slay over 100 Thunder King birds in the blink of an eye. Boom! Fan Yu unleashed a punch at the swarm of Thunder King birds charging toward him. Instantly, a terrifying fist aura surged from his fist. Immediately afterward, a violent explosion rocked the area where the Thunder King birds were. That single punch, fueled solely by his outwardly projected mana, wiped out all 100+ Thunder King birds. However, the experience points he gained were pitifully few after all. There were simply too few Thunder King birds. Without lingering too long at the edge of Underworld 2, Fan Yu headed deeper into the dungeon. A dozen or so minutes later, Fan Yu came to a halt, a smile spreading across his face. Looking at the ferocious beasts before him. Wow! So many Thunder King birds. He had assumed that was all there were in the second underground world, but he never imagined there would actually be this many more. Draconic Aspect. Fan Yu activated the Draconic Aspect. A dragoness head, a dragoness body, a dragoness arms, a dragoness legs. Fire, thunder, wind, metal. The auras of the 4 great elements appeared on the pitch-black, powerful Draconic Aspect. Roar! 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 Countless Thunder King birds spotted Fan Yu and began roaring furiously at him. Hearing the roars of these Thunder King birds, Fan Yu's heart raced with excitement, and his fighting spirit soared. Kill! After uttering the word kill, Fan Yu took a single stride and charged toward the flock of Thunder King birds. The numerous Thunder King birds began to surround and attack Fan Yu, but he was utterly unafraid of their assault. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Furious Wind Whirl. Six-Armed Dragon. Thunder Chasing Dragon Hand. Just as he had when slaying other ferocious beasts, Fang Yu frantically unleashed his innate combat skills and elemental abilities. Ding! Slayed a Thunder King Bird. Plus 50 level points. Ding! Slayed a Thunder King Bird. Plus 50 level points. Ding! Slayed a Bald Thunder King Bird. Plus 50 level points. There were simply too many Thunder King birds. But Fang Yu, now in a killing frenzy, only wished there were even more of them. The more there were, the more level points he could earn. Kill, kill, kill. I'll kill, 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 kill. Fang Yu grew more and more excited as he killed, more and more excited. Time flew by. He had slaughtered every single Thunder King bird. Level up points, 100 million. Whoa! Seeing such a massive amount of level up points, Fang Yu couldn't help but gasp. 100 million level up points. This was the first time he'd ever earned 100 million level up points. Fang Yu couldn't contain his excitement, his heart was racing with joy. Click, 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 I'm allocating, allocating, allocating. Immediately, Fang Yu began allocating his points. His fingers moved so fast you could only see after images. Before long, he had spent all 100 million upgrade points. After adding the 100 million upgrade points, the upgrade progress of Draconic Aspect reached 99%. Fang Yu knew that even though Draconic Aspect was only 1% away from upgrading to true dragon form, he knew that this final 1% would require an enormous number of upgrade points. He continued searching the second zone for other large groups of ferocious beasts. He had just entered the second zone, so there were bound to be numerous large groups of ferocious beasts there. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes, Fang Yu discovered an extremely large group of ferocious beasts. Low-tier 4th-tier ferocious beasts, black-striped demon eagles. The air and the ground were both filled with black-striped demon eagles. Their jet-black bodies had turned the entire area pitch black, creating an indescribable sense of oppression. If any other fighter had witnessed such a scene, they would likely have been so terrified that their soul would have fled their body. But Fang Yu was not afraid at all, on the contrary, as if he were seeing countless beautiful women, he flew straight toward these black-striped demon eagles. Death Top, Spin. Upon reaching the black-striped demon eagle's territory, Fang Yu activated the Dragon's 6 arms and then unleashed the Death Top. The rapidly spinning top reduced countless black-striped demon eagles to ashes in an instant, leaving a scene too gruesome to behold. Ding! Slayed one black-striped demon eagle. Plus 50 level points. Ding! Slayed a black-striped eagle, plus 50 level points. Ding! Slayed a black-striped eagle, plus 50 level points. Watching the numbers skyrocket in his mind, Fang Yu's face lit up with sheer delight. Black-striped demon eagles fell to the ground one after another. Their blood was black, staining the entire ground in the area pitch black. Hell! This was true hell. Even if the demons from the 18th layer of hell were to arrive, they'd be terrified to the bone. Level up points, 100 million. After slaying all the black-striped demon eagles, Fang Yu gained another 100 million level up points. Points, points, points. I'm racking up points. After allocating all his level up points to the Draconic Aspect, he didn't linger for a moment and continued searching for ferocious beasts in the second underground realm. Outside the Soaring Dragon Guild, a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon emblem on his chest arrived at the scene. The man strode purposefully, his face radiating confidence and smugness. This man was none other than Wu Chang, a junior grandmaster of the Thunder Guild. He had come to the Soaring Dragon Guild for one purpose only. That was to inform the Soaring Dragon Guild that their Thunder Guild had agreed to the battle. Immediately, Wu Chang entered the Soaring Dragon Guild. In fact, the moment Wu Chang arrived outside the Soaring Dragon Guild, the guild's high-ranking officials had already been informed. As soon as Wu Chang entered the Soaring Dragon Guild, someone escorted him to the guild's central hall. Upon arriving at the central hall, Wu Chang noticed that Fang Yu was not present,
but this did not affect what he was about to say.
Grand Master, distinguished guests.
Wu Chang first politely bowed to Qing Kuan, the Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild, and the other high-ranking members. Then, addressing everyone in the central hall, he said, "Our Grand Master of the Thunder Guild has agreed, but the battle must take place at our Thunder Guild's headquarters." Upon hearing Wu Chang's words, the expressions of the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members in the central hall all turned extremely grim. Only Grand Master Qing Kuan remained calm and composed.
Qing Zhan, go fetch Fang Yu.
Yes, father. High-ranking Grandmaster Qing Zhan immediately walked out of the central hall and headed toward Villa number 36. As soon as Qing Zhan arrived outside Villa number 36, he spotted Fang Yu, who had just stepped out of the villa.
Fang Yu, the Thunder Guild has agreed. Qing Zhan hurriedly told Fang Yu.
Chapter 58, Breaking Through to Intermediate Elite Fighter, Heading to the Thunder Guild.
Hearing Qing Zhan's words, Fang Yu's heart leapt with joy.
He hadn't expected the Thunder Guild to actually dare to agree.
Didn't they ever stop to wonder why he, all by himself, dared to challenge 3 junior grandmasters? Fang Yu didn't dwell on it. He followed Qing Zhan toward the central hall.
Upon arriving at the central hall, Fang Yu immediately sensed the disapproving glances from the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members.
He could understand why.
After all, he had agreed to Wu Chang's terms without consulting them first.
Fang Yu, elite fighter, you're here.
Wu Chang looked at Fang Yu with a cold smile, placing particular emphasis on the words elite fighter.
Fang Yu cut straight to the point. He looked at Wu Chang standing before him. When do we go? Tomorrow. We at the Thunder Guild will be waiting for you. All right. You may leave now.
Fang Yu made a gesture to show him out. Seeing this, Wu Chang couldn't help but clench his teeth. But he couldn't say anything after all. This wasn't their Thunder Guild's territory. After Wu Chang left, all the high-ranking members in the central hall turned their gaze toward Fang Yu.
Fang Yu, are you really confident?
Lu Shang, the deputy grandmaster of the Soaring Dragon Guild and an intermediate paragon, looked at Fang Yu. The other high-ranking members also turned their gaze to Fang Yu. They all wanted to know if he was truly confident that he could single-handedly defeat the Thunder Guild's 3 junior grandmasters. If Fang Yu's true cultivation level had reached grandmaster, there might be a sliver of hope, but right now, he was merely a high-level elite fighter.
I am. Fang Yu nodded.
In truth, the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members all knew Fang Yu was confident, but they had no confidence in him. Facing 3 junior grandmasters with the strength of a high-level elite fighter, just hearing it made it sound impossible.
Even if Fang Yu's talent were SSS class, so what?
The high-ranking members in the central hall glanced again at Grandmaster Qing Kuan, noticing that his expression remained as composed as ever. They simply couldn't understand why the Grandmaster had such faith in Fang Yu.
Was it a gamble? After the meeting ended, Fang Yu emerged from the central hall.
Instead of returning to Villa number 36, he headed to the Soaring Dragon Guild's cultivation area.
He didn't go to any other cultivation chamber but went straight to the SSS class cultivation chamber he'd used the day before.
Although he had already absorbed all the mana inside this SSS class training room,
restoring the mana was quite simple.
He just needed to continue placing mana crystals into the SSS class training room. Then, with the combined effects of the mana crystals and the room's properties, he could once again absorb vast amounts of mana.
Grandmaster Fang Yu.
Along the way, trainees from the Soaring Dragon Guild greeted Fang Yu. These trainees were unaware that Fang Yu had not yet broken through the Grandmaster realm. Only the higher-ups knew this.
Fang Yu arrived outside the SSS level training room he had used the previous day. He looked at a staff member of the Soaring Dragon Guild and said, "I absorbed all the mana from this training room yesterday." "Oh, really?"
Hearing Fang Yu's words, the staff member's pupils contracted to the size of needles. He never would have imagined Fang Yu would say something like that.
Fang Yu patiently repeated himself. Once the staff member realized he hadn't misheard, he swallowed hard, thinking to himself that he had just replaced those mana crystals yesterday and they'd been completely absorbed.
Oh, okay. The staff member didn't think twice about it. If Grandmaster Fong Yu said they'd been completely absorbed, then they must have been. Before long, the staff member approached Fong Yu and respectfully said,
Grandmaster Fong Yu, it's ready. Hearing the staff member's words, Fong Yu entered the SSS-level cultivation chamber.
Once inside, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began to circulate the 100 primordial cells within his body. As the 100 primordial cells circulated at a frantic pace, he began to voraciously absorb the mana from the SSS-level cultivation chamber.
Strange.
Although Fong Yu had derived the yuan cells from the star-gathering yuan art, he hadn't expected that today, the 100 yuan cells within his body
seemed to be absorbing mana much faster than yesterday. Could this be some kind of amplification effect?
Fong Yu didn't dwell on it further. Instead, he shook his head and gave a wry smile, thinking to himself that he still hadn't figured out the exact function of the yuan cells he devised.
That was a bit embarrassing. Never mind. Time to keep absorbing mana. An hour later, Fong Yu emerged from the SSS class training room not because he finished absorbing mana, but because he once again drained all the mana inside. Grandmaster Fong Yu, are you done absorbing mana?
The staff member standing guard outside immediately addressed Fong Yu respectfully upon seeing him emerge.
No, there is no more mana inside. I just came to let you know.
What? The staff member's pupils suddenly contracted. He never would have imagined that Fong Yu had once again absorbed all the mana in this SSS class training room. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, could it be that Grandmaster Fong Yu had become a Grandmaster at such a young age precisely because of his terrifyingly fast rate of mana absorption?
Essence Book Pavilion.
The staff member didn't dare dwell on it any further. He went back to fetch more mana crystals. An SSS-level training room can only hold 30 mana crystals. If you don't absorb the mana crystals inside the training room, the effect will be significantly reduced.
You must place the mana crystals in the training room to achieve the best absorption results. Once the staff had everything set up, Fong Yu entered the SSS-level training room once again. The next day,
Fong Yu began his slaughter once again in Dungeon 1, Number 3.
Although the Draconic Aspect's upgrade progress had reached 99%, he had no idea how many upgrade points the final 1% would require.
After exiting Dungeon 1, Number 3, he approached a combat power testing machine.
Bam!
He punched the combat power testing machine. Instantly, the combat power test
machine displayed Fong Yu's combat power rating. 230,000.
Looking at the combat power figure on the machine's screen, a smile spread across Fong Yu's face. A combat power of 200,000 was already the baseline for an intermediate elite fighter. Not only had he become an intermediate elite fighter, but he had exceeded the threshold by 30,000 combat power points.
Fong Yu walked toward the entrance of the Soaring Dragon Guild.
Upon reaching the entrance, Grandmaster Ching Kuan and the senior members were already waiting for him there. The Thunder Guild, also one of Jiangnan City's strongest martial arts schools, was located in the city center just like the Soaring Dragon Guild. Therefore, the two major martial arts schools were not far apart. Upon seeing Fong Yu arrive, the Soaring Dragon Guild led by Grandmaster Ching Kuan set off toward the Thunder Guild. The entire leadership of the Soaring Dragon Guild had turned out in full force, causing quite a stir among the residents of Jiangnan City along the way. In an instant, posts on the Jiangnan City Fighter Forum began to multiply like wildfire.
Shocking! The Soaring Dragon Guild's leadership has actually mobilized en masse, and it's all for. But none of this had anything to do with them. They had already arrived outside the Thunder Guild. Outside the Thunder Guild were several trainees. When they saw that the entire leadership of the Soaring Dragon Guild had gathered outside their dojo, stunned expressions spread across their faces. Is the Soaring Dragon Guild here to attack our Thunder Guild? Chapter 59, The Battle of the Grandmasters is about to begin. The Thunder Guild trainees were stunned. They never would have imagined that the entire leadership of the Soaring Dragon Guild would show up outside their dojo. Although they all knew that Zhang Shan, the Thunder Guild's high-ranking elite fighter, had died inside the Soaring Dragon Guild. They knew nothing else beyond that. Ha 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 ha.
Suddenly, a thunderous laugh rang out
in everyone's ears.
Just hearing that laugh felt like a bolt of lightning striking,
causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. Everyone knew that anyone capable of producing such a thunderous laugh must be a true powerhouse. The Grand Master has arrived. The Thunder Guild trainees immediately shouted in unison. There, the Grand Guild Master of the Thunder Guild, Lei Hu, and the high-ranking officials strode out of the Thunder Guild with heads held high in confident strides. Qing Kuan, it's been a while. Lei Hu looked at Qing Kuan with a cold smile. Enough with the small talk. Let us in first. Please. After Lei Hu made a gesture of invitation, the members of the Soaring Dragon Guild entered the Thunder Guild. As high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild, how could they possibly not have visited the Thunder Guild before? They were thoroughly familiar with every aspect of the Thunder Guild. Fang Yu, a senior elite fighter from the Soaring Dragon Guild, is challenging our Thunder Guild S3 Grandmasters, Wu Chang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao. Fang Yu, a senior elite fighter from the Soaring Dragon Guild, is challenging our Thunder Guild S3 Grandmasters, Wu Chang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao. Fang Yu, a senior elite fighter from the Soaring Dragon Guild, is challenging our Thunder Guild S3 Grandmasters, Wu Chang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao. Suddenly, this voice began echoing repeatedly in the ears of the Soaring Dragon Guild members. As the voice rang out, it drew the attention of numerous Thunder Guild trainees, who all stopped in their tracks to watch, their faces betraying expressions of disbelief. A high-level elite fighter is challenging 3 junior grandmasters from our Thunder Guild? Did I hear that right? Has the Soaring Dragon Guild lost its mind? That's just too arrogant. If I remember correctly, Fang Yu is the one who killed Zhang Shan, our Thunder Guild's high-level elite fighter, right there in the Soaring Dragon Guild. So what? Zhang Shan was just a high-level elite fighter. Now Fang Yu wants to take on 3 junior grandmasters all by himself. He doesn't stand a chance. The Thunder Guild trainees looked not only completely baffled but also wore expressions of disdain and anger. In the eyes of these Thunder Guild trainees, the Soaring Dragon was being far too brazen. With the strength of a single high-level elite fighter, even one with SSS-class cultivation talent, it was absolutely impossible to defeat 3 junior grandmasters. Qing Kuan, look over there. Suddenly, Lei Hu, the Grand Master of the Thunder Guild, pointed in a certain direction. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild all followed the direction of Lei Hu's finger. What met their eyes was a towering, massive arena. This arena is equipped with a special pressure mechanism. No one below the Paragon tier can cause any damage to it. Lei Hu smiled. Today, Fang Yu is going to face off against 3 grandmasters from our Thunder Guild right there. After saying this, Lei Hu wore a look of deep satisfaction, as if he were telling everyone from the Soaring Dragon Guild that the mana crystals of Taiyun Mountain were already theirs. However, to be on the safe side, I still hope Fang Yu can channel his mana. Lei Hu looked at Fang Yu. Let me see. Although he had never met Fang Yu before, he knew Fang Yu was a very young powerhouse. Looking around, Fang Yu was the only young person among the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members. No problem. Fang Yu simply nodded at Lei Hu. He opened his palm, and a cluster of pale silver mana appeared in the center of his hand. Seeing this cluster of pale silver mana, Lei Hu felt secretly relieved. He was now certain that Fang Yu was merely a high-rank elite fighter. No matter what hidden tricks he might have up his sleeve, he couldn't possibly defeat 3 junior grandmasters. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild looked grim as well. They didn't agree with Fang Yu's decision, but since the Grand Guild Master had such confidence in him, they couldn't say much. Wu Chang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao were the 3 junior grandmasters who had gone to the Soaring Dragon Guild that day. By now, they were fully prepared, their faces radiating absolute confidence. This battle was not only for the honor of the Thunder Guild but also for the mining rights to the mana crystals on Taiyun Mountain, currently held by the Soaring Dragon Guild. As long as they won, once the Soaring Dragon Guild lost the mining rights to the Ironcloud Mountain mana crystals, the Soaring Dragon Guild would, in the days to come, be unable to compare with their Thunder Guild. On the other side, with some time still left before Qing Chushua was to depart for the imperial capital, Dragon City, she had already been admitted to the best martial arts university in Dragon Nation, Longqing University. Upon returning to the Soaring Dragon Guild, she went to Villa number 36, only to find that Fang Yu wasn't there. Uncle Lu. Before long,
Cheng Chushue spotted a high-ranking elite fighter. Among the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members, one's strength must be at least that of a junior grandmaster, so the high-ranking elite fighter standing before Cheng Chushue hadn't gone to the Thunder Guild.
Chushue, what's the matter? The high-ranking elite fighter smiled at Cheng Chushue. Do you know where Fan Yu went? You don't know yet?
The high-ranking elite fighter's name was Lu Xing, and he looked at Cheng Chushue with some surprise.
Cheng Chushue froze. No what?
She didn't understand what Lu Xing meant, but she knew something must have happened. Seeing that Cheng Chushue truly had no idea, Lu Xing recounted everything that had happened over the past few days. Cheng Chushue's delicate eyebrows furrowed, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and an expression of disbelief spread across her lovely face.
Fan Yu was going to fight 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild? Uncle Lu, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?
Of course.
Lu Xing nodded.
Seeing Lu Xing's emphatic response, Cheng Chushue instinctively took 3 steps back, her fair cheeks betraying an expression she couldn't quite describe. Last time, when Fan Yu faced Zhang Shangshan in the life and death arena.
That alone had seemed unbelievable to her. And now Fan Yu is challenging 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild?
What's more, the stakes are the mining rights to the Mana Crystal Mountain belonging to both martial arts schools.
Back during that life or death match.
Even her grandfather and father had joined in trying to talk Fan Yu out of it.
Have they gone completely mad this time?
Cheng Chushue simply couldn't fathom how men's minds worked. Still, she felt she had to make a trip to the Thunder Guild. Even if Fan Yu gets beaten by the 3 junior grandmasters of the Thunder Guild, she has to be there to see it.
Thunder Guild. In the square.
Wu Cheng, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao, the 3 junior grandmasters of the Thunder Guild, had already taken the stage in the square. The stage was equipped with special shock-absorbing mechanisms, so there was no need to worry about the upcoming battle causing severe damage. Around the stage, Thunder Guild disciples had already gathered in a massive crowd.
I'm heading to the stage. Fan Yu announced to the members of the Soaring Dragon Guild, then walked straight toward the arena. Chapter 60, The Stunning Effect of the Draconic Aspect.
The Soaring Dragon Guild is just too arrogant, daring to send a single person to challenge 3 junior grandmasters from our Thunder Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Just watch, our Thunder Guild grandmasters are definitely going to teach him a lesson.
I feel like even if we from the Thunder Guild win, it might not be a fair victory. What do you mean by that? Are you a mole sent by the Soaring Dragon Guild? Under the watchful eyes of all the Thunder Guild trainees, Fan Yu stepped onto the arena.
At that moment, Cheng Chushue also arrived at the Thunder Guild, and she personally witnessed Fan Yu stepping onto the arena. Watching the 3 junior grandmasters facing Fan Yu, Cheng Chushue approached the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking officials.
Grandpa, why didn't you stop Fan Yu?
These are 3 junior grandmasters, after all.
Cheng Chushue looked at Cheng Kuan. Hearing Cheng Chushue's words, the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members all exchanged resentful glances. They had tried to dissuade the Grand Guild Master back then, but what could they do? He simply trusted Fan Yu. Chushue, what kind of person is Fan Yu in your eyes?
Cheng Kuan narrowed his eyes, a smile spreading across his face.
What kind of person? Cheng Chushue hadn't expected her grandfather to ask her this in return.
She couldn't help but ponder.
Is he a perfect person? Is he someone she can only look up to? Is he someone who radiates light? Is he someone she can't look directly at?
In short, in Cheng Chushue's heart, Fan Yu was the kind of person she could only admire from afar. She was well aware of her current feelings for Fan Yu. She hadn't revealed them easily, precisely because she was striving to improve herself. One day, she would be able to look Fan Yu straight in the eye.
Would it be in a fairy tale-like setting, with a gentle breeze and a few chirping birds? Perhaps even a small stream.
She would look directly into the eyes of the man she once dared not look at, the man who radiated such light that it was hard to keep her eyes open, and say,
"I've liked you for a long time." Cheng Chushue froze for a moment.
She quickly snapped back to reality, a flush spreading instantly across her fair cheeks.
What on earth was she thinking? She knew what her grandfather meant by asking her that he wanted her to trust Fong Yu. Yes, she felt that Fong Yu wasn't the type to act recklessly. To take on 3 junior grandmasters alone, he must have his own confidence, right?
Xing Chuxue nodded at Fong Yu on the stage. She decided not to ask any more questions and chose to trust him.
Fong Yu, oh Fong Yu, you're truly the most arrogant person I've ever seen in my entire life.
Wu Chang looked at Fong Yu with a cold sneer.
He wasn't exaggerating. As a junior grandmaster, he'd seen many geniuses.
Although he knew none of those geniuses could hold a candle to Fong Yu, not even 1/10,000th as good. Fong Yu's arrogance far outweighed his talent.
Me too. Me too.
Wang Kai and Lin Tao both nodded after hearing Wu Chang's words.
Ha ha ha, I've never seen anyone this arrogant either. Me too. Me too. Me too.
Immediately, the Thunder Guild trainees below the stage all began to cheer and jeer.
In terms of momentum, the Thunder Guild held an absolute advantage.
The Soaring Dragon Guild side gritted their teeth in frustration.
Damn it! Ching Koan couldn't help but curse.
Hearing the Grand Master's words, the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members were all left speechless.
The Grand Master swore? They'd never heard him do that before.
Ching Koan, noticing the astonished looks on the high-ranking members' faces, said,
"What are you staring at? Don't you want to curse too?"
The Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members snapped out of their daze. Those Thunder Guild trainees cheering from the crowd really did deserve a good scolding. Hee hee, the mining rights to the mana crystals on Ironclad Mountain belong to our Thunder Guild now.
Of course. I wonder if we'll get any benefits out of this. Of course we will. The mana crystals are all ours. How could we not get any benefits?
The Thunder Guild trainees below the arena erupted into heated discussion. The Thunder Guild leaders sat on the elevated platform, their eyes fixed intently on the arena.
Fong Yu dared to challenge 3 junior grandmasters. It wasn't that they hadn't wondered why he was doing this.
But knowing that Fong Yu was merely a high-ranking elite fighter, their experience told them it was utterly impossible for him to defeat 3 junior grandmasters.
They had nothing to fear.
Your nonsense, Fong Yu said calmly, looking at the 3 junior grandmasters before him, is just as pointless as Zhang Shan's.
As soon as those words were spoken, Wu Chang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao, the smile on their faces froze instantly, and their complexions turned ashen. A few seconds later, Wu Chang finally spoke coldly to Fong Yu. "It's just a pity that we aren't Zhang Shan and Zhang Shan isn't a grandmaster either." Fong Yu smiled. "If that is the case, then what are you waiting for? Come here."
Fong Yu gave a beckoning gesture with his finger toward the 3 junior grandmasters Wu Chang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao and continued.
"Let me defeat you." Whoosh!
A stir of commotion swept through the Thunder Guild trainees below the stage.
Hearing Fong Yu's arrogant words, they instantly erupted into an uproar.
They had thought it was arrogant enough for Fong Yu to take on 3 junior grandmasters by himself. But they never could have imagined that his words would be this brazen.
"You've got some nerve." Wu Chang was furious. Wang Kai was furious. Lin Tao was furious too. Thunder Demon Blood Tiger.
Crimson Gold Cold Sword.
Mighty Vajra.
Suddenly, all 3 activated their innate abilities at the same time.
All S-rank innate abilities.
2 beast-type abilities, 1 weapon-type ability.
The Thunder Guild trainees below the arena were all thrilled to see the 3 grandmasters activate their innate abilities. Because they knew Fong Yu was about to be defeated.
Seeing the talents they had activated, Fong Yu didn't hesitate for long and activated his own talent, Draconic Aspect. If, back when he was a junior elite fighter, he could still hold his own against 3 junior grandmasters in a 1-on-3 battle, then now that he had broken through to intermediate elite fighter,
fighting 3 junior grandmasters would be much easier. A dragoness head, a dragoness body, dragoness arms, dragoness legs.
A draconic aspect as pitch black as steel. The claws on his arms glinted with a terrifyingly icy light, and an aura of iron-blooded ferocity radiated out from his body in all directions.
This aura had been forged by slaying countless ferocious beasts within Dungeon 1. At that moment, every member of the Thunder Guild below the arena held their breath. They all sensed the overwhelming aura of death. Gazing at the iron-blooded dragon on the stage, their entire bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Fang Yu was like a god of slaughter from the endless abyss, truly terrifying. But upon a second glance, a faint, sacred glow shone from his pitch-black draconic aspect. Shock. Deep, profound shock. The entire square instantly fell into a deep silence. Not a sound could be heard. You could hear a pin drop. What kind of talent is this? Lei Hu, the Grand Master of the Thunder Guild, muttered to himself. Chapter 61, Fang Yu's Overwhelming Combat Power. Everyone from the Thunder Guild watched as Fang Yu unleashed his talent on the stage, their pupils all contracted to the size of needles. A sense of oppression. An immense sense of oppression radiated from the draconic aspect. None of them knew what tier Fang Yu's talent was, but they could feel an overwhelming killing intent, as deep as the ocean, emanating from his battle form. Wu Qiang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao, the three junior grandmasters who had already activated their talents, never imagined Fang Yu's talent could be this terrifying. Immediately, they exchanged glances, as if reaching some sort of agreement. The very next second, they launched their attack on Fang Yu. Roar! Wu Qiang, transformed into the Thunder Demon Blood Tiger, let out a mighty roar at Fang Yu and pounced toward him. Wang Kai, transformed into the Crimson Gold Cold Sword, leaped into the air and slashed a silver moon-like sword beam at Fang Yu. Lin Tao, transformed into the mighty Vajra, delivered a fierce punch toward Fang Yu, radiating the power of the extreme realm of great strength. The onslaught from these three junior grandmasters caused the Thunder Guild trainees below the stage to hold their breath, their eyes widening involuntarily. At that very moment, everyone's gaze converged on Fang Yu, including the members of the Soaring Dragon Guild. To them, this was an attack by three junior grandmasters. And what's more, an attack fueled by their innate talents. Everyone wanted to know how Fang Yu would withstand such a terrifying assault. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild had their hearts in their throats. If Fang Yu lost, the Soaring Dragon Guild would lose its mining rights to the mana crystals on Ironcloud Mountain. And it's not just the mana crystals. The Thunder Guild would certainly make a huge fuss over this. By then, the Soaring Dragon Guild would become the laughingstock of everyone in Jiangnan City. You absolutely must win. Although the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking officials unanimously agreed that even if Fang Yu were an SSS-tier elite fighter, there was absolutely no way he could defeat three junior grandmasters. The battle had already begun, and they had no choice but to pray for Fang Yu's victory. Fang Yu looked at the three men charging toward him and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Their objective was clear, they intended to defeat him in an instant. But how could that possibly happen? Thunder Dragon Roar! Just as Wu Qiang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao were about to reach Fang Yu, powerful lightning energy rapidly coalesced on his two pitch-black, powerful dragon arms. The lightning energy formed a thunder dragon dozens of meters long. Roar! The thunder dragon let out a majestic roar, instantly creating an overwhelming sense of pressure within hundreds of meters. Rumble! As the thunder dragon, dozens of meters long, swept toward the three men, the air crackled with sparks. If it weren't for the special pressure-absorbing mechanisms built into this massive arena, it would surely have been reduced to dust by now. Oh no! Wu Qiang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao's pupils contracted sharply, and their faces turned pale with shock. They hurriedly dodged. An early-stage grandmaster is an early-stage grandmaster. After all, it was absolutely unrealistic for Fang Yu to defeat three of them in an instant. After the three evaded the Thunder Dragon, the dozens of meters-long beast crashed into the arena. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the arena. It was as if the lightning dragon, dozens of meters long, had blasted a huge hole right through space. Gale force winds howled. Whoosh! All the Thunder Guild disciples watching from below the arena were instantly thrown into an uproar at the sight. They all gasped in shock. Even the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild were left speechless. Could this beast-like talent actually unleash such powerful lightning? Was this an elemental talent? Stop playing games. Wu Chang, Wang Kai, Lin Tao. After dodging the attack from the lightning dragon which stretched dozens of meters long, the three of them froze for a few seconds before clenching their teeth. They knew they were fighting for the Thunder Guild, they couldn't lose. As soon as the words were spoken, the three launched another attack on Fang Yu. This time, however, they didn't charge directly at him as they had before. Instead, they attacked him from a distance. The Thunder Demon Blood Tiger opened its gaping maw, and a stream of golden mana gushed out. The golden mana instantly transformed into the illusory form of a Thunder Demon Snow Tiger in mid-air. The Crimson Gold Cold Sword also split into countless sword projections, like 10,000 swords converging on a single point. Hundreds of these projections appeared in the air. The mighty Vajra clenched his fists, gathering a seemingly ethereal force upon them. The Phantom Thunder Demon Blood Tiger. Hundreds of Crimson Gold Cold Sword projections. The mighty Vajra's colossal shockwave. Boom! The three long-range attacks swept toward Fang Yu. The entire arena shook. Everyone below the stage saw that the three junior grandmasters had struck again. Once more, they held their breath and focused their attention. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild clenched their fists, sweat was already beading on their palms. Fang Yu watched the long-range attacks the three had unleashed, thinking to himself that these three did possess a certain level of strength. But he no longer wanted to waste too much time on them and was ready to end this quickly. Crimson Fire Slash. Just as the attacks unleashed by the three junior grandmasters were about to reach him, Fang Yu activated his fire attribute divine ability, Crimson Fire Slash. Suddenly, a massive golden fire sword tens of meters long swept across the battlefield. It was as if it were sweeping away 1,000 troops. Boom! In an instant, the illusory forms of the Thunder Demon and Snow Tiger, the shadow blades of hundreds of crimson gold cold swords, the massive shockwave of the mighty Vajra, vanished without a trace? As if they had never existed. But before anyone had time to react in shock, Fang Yu took a single stride forward, pushing the speed granted by his draconic aspect to its absolute limit. It must be noted that even when Fang Yu was a junior elite fighter, his true strength was already equivalent to that of a junior grandmaster with SSS tier talent. Naturally, his speed was also on par with that of a junior grandmaster with SSS tier talent. As for these three junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild, their talents were all merely S tier. Fang Yu's speed was, without a doubt, faster than theirs. Not to mention, he was now an intermediate elite fighter. His speed left Wu Chang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao completely unable to react. In an instant, Fang Yu was right beside the three of them. He swept out a claw strike. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound cut through the air. Before Wu Chang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao could even react, all three of them were sent flying backward. All the Thunder Guild trainees below the ring watched as the three grandmasters Wu Chang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao were sent flying backward. They all let out a collective cry. Oh my God! How is this possible? This can't be real. The Thunder Guild disciples wore expressions of utter disbelief. Even the Thunder Guild high-ranking members, who had been sitting steadily on the elevated platform, suddenly leaped to their feet, struck as if by lightning and utterly stunned. Ah ha 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 ha. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild watched the scene. They were taken aback at first, then burst into loud laughter. Chapter 62, The High-Ranking Members Cheering for Fang Yu. Ever since the day Fang Yu challenged the Thunder Guild's three junior grandmasters, a heavy burden had weighed on the minds of the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members. Today was the day of Fang Yu's battle against the Thunder Guild's three junior grandmasters, making them feel as if a lump were stuck in their throats, as if thorns were pricking their backs, and as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Now, as they watched the three junior grandmasters of the Thunder Guild fly backward, the heavy burden weighing on their hearts finally lifted. They couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fang Yu. Just as the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members were laughing, an extremely furious voice rang out from the arena. Everyone turned to look in that direction. There, to their surprise, Wu Qiang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao had managed to struggle to their feet on the arena. They glared viciously at Fang Yu, the fury in their eyes like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Fang Yu looked at the three men who had risen. Though they were all injured, they still had enough strength to fight on. It seems I still lack some control over the damage I inflict. He had originally thought that single claw strike would render the three of them incapable of fighting, but it seemed that wasn't the case. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild were now thrilled. They finally understood why Fang Yu had dared to challenge three junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild all by himself. They also realized they'd been too narrow-minded. At the same time, they deeply admired Grand Guild Master Qing Kuan. Back then, aside from Grand Guild Master Qing Kuan, who had chosen to trust Fang Yu, no one else had believed in him. Now it was clear that the Grand Guild Master's decision had undoubtedly been wise. Fang Yu, you're awesome. Fang Yu, go for it. Fang Yu, take them down. Suddenly, the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild began cheering for Fang Yu, each one shouting more enthusiastically than the last. If Wu Qiang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao were to stand up from the arena, it would prove that the battle was not yet over. These high-ranking members had never imagined that one day, they would be cheering so passionately for a young man. Is this getting intense? Qing Shushua watched the Soaring Dragon Guild leaders as they shouted themselves hoarse. She was shocked to discover that even her own grandfather, Qing Kuan, the Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild, had begun cheering for Fang Yu. This scene dealt a massive blow to Qing Shushua's worldview. In contrast, over on the Thunder Guild's side, everyone from trainees to high-ranking members looked as pale as death. Fang Yu. On the stage, Wu Qiang glared intently at Fang Yu. I refuse to believe the three of us can't beat you. With that, Wu Qiang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao lunged at Fang Yu once more. Below the stage, all the Thunder Guild trainees saw the three grandmasters attacking Fang Yu again, and hope flickered anew in their eyes. They knew that as long as these three junior grandmasters remained standing, anything was possible. But how could the already injured Wu Qiang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao possibly stand a chance against Fang Yu? Fang Yu hadn't wanted to waste time on them earlier, and now was no different. With the speed boost from the draconic aspect, Fang Yu charged toward the trio. Whoosh! 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 On the arena, Fang Yu appeared as a series of black shadows. His speed far outpaced that of these three junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild. The three, who were already seriously injured, could barely keep up with Fang Yu's movements. They had no choice but to halt in their tracks, trying to catch sight of him. Swish, swish, swish. But Fang Yu wasn't about to give them that chance. On the stage, several more claw-like energy blasts appeared, each accompanied by a sonic boom. Boom! Before Wu Qiang, Wang Kai, and Lin Tao could even react, they were sent flying backward once again. This time, they not only flew off the stage but also collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. They had completely exhausted their combat power. Did we lose? The Thunder Guild trainees watching the match were stunned, their minds reeling. Impossible! How could we possibly lose? Leihu, the Grand Master of the Thunder Guild, shouted in disbelief. He simply couldn't accept this reality. Fang Yu had displayed his mana. He was clearly just an elite fighter. Even if he had SSS tier talent, so what? He couldn't fathom how Fang Yu, with the strength of a high-level elite fighter, had managed to defeat three of the Thunder Guild's junior grandmasters. We won! Woohoo! I've never been this happy in my life, really. I thought I'd be crying today, but I never expected to feel this excited. If the tens of thousands of ordinary Soaring Dragon Guild trainees had been here, they would surely have been speechless. Could the usually stern and unsmiling high-ranking officials actually have a side like this? Fang Yu walked step by step toward the base of the arena. The high-ranking officials of the Soaring Dragon Guild immediately rushed to greet him. To them, Fang Yu was the Soaring Dragon Guild's hero, a superhero. If it weren't for their positions of authority, they would have loved to pick Fang Yu up and toss him into the air right then and there. The Thunder Guild's high-ranking members, on the other hand, slumped helplessly to the ground. They knew full well what a loss for the Thunder Guild would mean. Control of the Huangmishan mana crystals would now belong to the Soaring Dragon Guild.
Moreover, this defeat would completely destroy the Thunder Guild's reputation. After all, the Soaring Dragon Guild had only one representative, while the Thunder Guild had three. The Thunder Guild's trainees also hung their heads in shame. Now that the Thunder Guild had lost to the Soaring Dragon Guild, what else could they possibly say? Suddenly, Ching Koan, the Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild, strode toward Lei Hua's position, his face beaming with triumph. Seeing this, the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members immediately followed suit. They knew exactly what the Grand Master was about to say to Lei Hu. As the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members watched the Soaring Dragon Guild members approach, they all gritted their teeth, veins bulging on their foreheads. They looked furious to the extreme. Ching Koan, the Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild, walked up to Lei Hu and said to him, "Lei Hu, regarding the mining rights to the mana crystals on Huangmu Mountain held by your Thunder Guild, well, I accept the consequences." Lei Hu clenched his jaw. The words "I accept the consequences" were practically squeezed out from between his teeth. However what? Just as Ching Koan was about to speak to Lei Hu hadn't finished his sentence. They all became on high alert. Everyone knows that a cornered dog will jump over a wall. I don't believe he is an elite fighter. Lei Hu's gaze locked onto Fang Yu, a piercing glint sweeping out from his pupils. Fang Yu met Lei Hu's gaze without a hint of fear. If he had been training normally, he would naturally have been intimidated by a gaze like Lei Hu's. After all, Lei Hu was a high-level paragon. However, having slain so many ferocious beasts in Dungeon 1, he had cultivated an astonishing aura of killing intent. If he were to be intimidated by Lei Hu's gaze, that would make him a bit too weak. Lei Hu knew that if Fang Yu were merely an elite fighter, there was no way he could have defeated 3 junior grandmasters from their Thunder Guild so easily. There was only one possibility: Fang Yu was a grandmaster. Although, he didn't know why Fang Yu's mana wasn't pale gold. Chapter 63, Accepting Defeat, Returning to the Soaring Dragon Guild. As the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members listened to Grandmaster Lei Hu's words, they immediately came to their senses. That's right. Fang Yu wasn't an elite fighter at all to defeat 3 junior grandmasters of the Thunder Guild so easily. He must be at the grandmaster realm. As for the fact that Fang Yu's mana wasn't the pale gold mana characteristic of grandmasters, though they didn't know why, they decided to clarify his true rank first. If Fang Yu really is a grandmaster, then this is fraud. Naturally, this wager would be null and void. In that case, they wouldn't have to hand over the mining rights to the Huangmu Mountain mana crystals held by the Thunder Guild. Grand Guild Master Ching Koan, would it be alright to have Fang Yu test his combat power? Lei Hu looked at Ching Koan standing before him. Ching Koan, Grand Guild Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild, heard Lei Hu's words and turned his gaze toward Fang Yu, waiting to see what he would say. Seeing the calm expression on Fang Yu's face, he immediately understood and replied to Lei Hu. "No problem. Alright, follow me," Lei Hu said in a deep voice. Immediately, the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members all headed toward a specific location. The Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members followed close behind. A moment later, led by Lei Hu, Grand Master of the Thunder Guild, everyone arrived in front of a combat power testing machine. This combat power testing machine was identical to the one at the Martial Arts Alliance. It could not only measure combat power but also assess speed and defense, thereby evaluating one's martial arts realm. "Go ahead." After Lei Hu addressed Fang Yu, he stepped aside. Fang Yu stared straight at the combat power testing machine before him and walked toward it. Whether they were the high-ranking members of the Thunder Guild or the Soaring Dragon Guild, all their gazes were fixed on Fang Yu. Once Fang Yu reached the combat power testing machine, he clenched his fist. Then, he punched. Bam! As Fang Yu's fist slammed into the combat power testing machine, a number instantly appeared on its screen. Everyone turned their gaze toward the screen in unison. Combat power, 230,000. Whoa! Seeing the combat power rating on the screen, the high-ranking members of both the Thunder Guild and the Soaring Dragon Guild couldn't help but gasp in shock. They never would have imagined that Fang Yu's combat power was only 230,000. Rating, Intermediate Elite Fighter. Impossible. You must not have used your full strength. It's absolutely impossible. Lei Hu shouted.
He never would have dreamed that Fang Yu wasn't a high-level elite fighter at all, but merely an intermediate elite fighter. It was absolutely impossible for an intermediate elite fighter to easily defeat 3 junior grandmasters from their Thunder Guild. The Thunder Guild's high-ranking members couldn't believe it either. The Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members were also stunned. When Fang Yu channeled his mana in front of the Soaring Dragon Guild, they noticed that his mana was only a pale silver. This made them realize that Fang Yu wasn't a grandmaster, but a high-level elite fighter. But they never would have imagined that Fang Yu was actually just an intermediate elite fighter. There's one other possibility. As Lei Hu, the Grandmaster of the Thunder Guild, said, Fang Yu wasn't using his full strength, which is why he only scored 230,000 combat power. Fang Yu smiled. He looked at Lei Hu, the Grandmaster of the Thunder Guild, standing beside him, and said, "Since you think I wasn't using my full strength, then watch closely." Bang! 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 Fang Yu began pounding the combat power testing machine in front of him. Punch after punch with each strike, Fang Yu's combat power reading flashed across the machine's screen. 230,000. 230,000. 230,000. 230,000. Powerful fighters aren't fools. They could tell whether Fang Yu was using his full strength as he struck the combat power testing machine. Clearly, Fang Yu was indeed going all out. His combat power was that of an intermediate elite fighter. At that moment, everyone froze in place like wooden statues, their expressions seemingly frozen. Even for the high-ranking members of the Thunder Guild, they had never been so shocked as they were today. An intermediate elite fighter. He had so effortlessly defeated 3 junior grandmasters from their Thunder Guild. How could they possibly explain this? Who would believe it? But it was true. Today's events had dealt a massive blow to the Thunder Guild leadership's worldview. They had naively assumed Fang Yu was a senior elite fighter, yet he merely an intermediate elite fighter had effortlessly defeated 3 junior grandmasters. If that were a high-tier elite fighter, the outcome would be even more predictable. After a long while, Lei Hu, the Grandmaster of the Thunder Guild, and the other high-ranking members finally snapped out of it, a wry smile on each of their faces. We accept the outcome of the bet. The mining rights to the mana crystals on Huangmu Mountain are yours. With that, Lei Hu and the high-ranking members left the area. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild were ecstatic. They couldn't even help but jump for joy. Before coming, they had assumed they were there to do the Thunder Guild a favor by handing over the mana crystals from Taiyun Mountain. But now, the mining rights to Huangmu Mountain, which had been held by the Thunder Guild, were theirs. This massive reversal of fortune left them absolutely thrilled. These high-ranking members also knew that with the addition of fresh blood like Fang Yu to the Soaring Dragon Guild, the Soaring Dragon Guild was bound to become the most powerful martial arts school in Jiangnan City in the near future. Immediately afterward, the high-ranking members returned to the Soaring Dragon Guild. Just as Fang Yu was about to head to the training room, Grandmaster Qing Kuan called out to him. Fang Yu. Standing beside Qing Kuan were Qing Zhan and Qing Chushui. Hearing Qing Kuan call his name, Fang Yu stopped in his tracks and looked at him. I want to know, how exactly did you defeat 3 junior grandmasters with the strength of an elite fighter? Qing Kuan knew he couldn't figure this out on his own. To get an answer, he had to ask Fang Yu. Qing Zhan and Qing Chushui, standing beside Qing Kuan, also turned their gaze toward Fang Yu. They, too, were eager to know why such a strange occurrence had taken place. As far as they were concerned, this was absolutely impossible. Because those 3 were really weak. Fang Yu scratched his head, unsure quite how to answer. Hearing Fang Yu's response, Qing Kuan, Qing Zhan, and Qing Chushui felt a quiet sense of disappointment. Knowing that Fang Yu's response meant he didn't want to tell them why, they didn't press him further. I'm heading to the training room. After saying goodbye to the 3 of them, Fang Yu walked toward the Soaring Dragon Guild's training area. I'm coming too. Qing Chushui hurried to catch up with Fang Yu. Once they arrived at the training area, Fang Yu made his way to the door of that SSS class training room. When the attendant of this SSS class training room saw Fang Yu arrive, cold sweat immediately broke out on his brow, and he looked as if facing a formidable enemy.
In the entire Soaring Dragon Guild, he was probably the only one who knew just how fast Grandmaster Fong Yu could absorb mana. He had to be prepared. However, today should be fine. It wouldn't be long before nightfall, and he figured Grandmaster Fong Yu wouldn't be able to absorb mana in this SSS class training room for very long. Chapter 64, the 26th Layer of the Underworld. After entering the SSS class training room, Fong Yu began to activate the 100 yuan cells within his body to absorb mana. The more times the yuan cells absorbed mana, the faster they would absorb it. By then, it was almost dark. Fong Yu thought that after absorbing the mana, entering Dungeon 1, Number 3 the next day should allow his draconic aspect to level up. He'd been looking forward to this for a long time. The numbers representing the increase in mana kept flashing through Fong Yu's mind. This time, the absorption was only slightly faster than the previous 2 sessions. By the time he had absorbed all the mana in the SSS class training room, it was already dark. Fong Yu stepped out of the SSS class training room. The staff member standing guard outside saw Fong Yu emerge from the SSS class training room. He immediately bowed to Fong Yu and said respectfully, "Grandmaster Fong Yu." Fong Yu nodded at the staff member, then left the Soaring Dragon Guild's training area. After seeing Fong Yu leave, the staff member entered the SSS class training chamber. He used a mana technique to absorb some mana and discovered that his suspicions were indeed correct. The mana in this SSS class training chamber had been completely depleted. Grandmaster Fong Yu's speed in absorbing mana is truly terrifying. The staff member couldn't help but swallow a few times, even though he had known beforehand that Fong Yu absorbed mana very quickly. But now, seeing that there wasn't a single trace of mana left in this SSS class training room, he still couldn't help but be utterly shocked. After leaving the SSS class training room, the staff member saw young Miss Ching Chushue emerge from the adjacent SSS class training room. Young Mississippi. The staff member called out to Ching Chushue. Is Fong Yu gone? Ching Chushue glanced at the now empty SSS level training room. Yes, Grandmaster Fong Yu left shortly after completely absorbing all the mana in this SSS level training room. The staff member replied. Hearing this, Ching Chushue was momentarily stunned. Are you saying Fong Yu completely absorbed all the mana in this SSS class training room? That's right. The staff member nodded vigorously. How could that have happened in such a short time? All the mana in an SSS class training room was completely absorbed? That's impossible, isn't it? Thinking it was a tall tale, Ching Chushue walked into the SSS level training room. After using her cultivation technique to absorb some mana, a hint of surprise involuntarily flashed across her beautiful eyes. The staff member was absolutely right, the mana in this SSS level training room was truly gone. Ching Chushue shook her head silently and gave a wry smile, thinking to herself that the gap between her and Fong Yu was indeed growing wider and wider. After leaving the SSS class training room, Ching Chushue did not linger any longer in the Soaring Dragon Guild's training area. Fong Yu returned to Villa 36. Fong Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao were watching TV. Brother, you're back. As soon as Xiao Xiao saw Fong Yu return, her chubby little face lit up with delight. Xiao Yu. Fong Yonghua and Dulan also called out to Fong Yu. Dad, Mom. Fong Yu smiled. Just as he was about to continue talking with his parents, Xiao Xiao spoke up again. Brother, you're so amazing. Everyone in the Soaring Dragon Guild thinks of you as a hero now. You secured the mining rights to the mana crystals on Huangmu Mountain for the Soaring Dragon Guild. I really admire you. Xiao Xiao's big, watery eyes were filled with admiration. So, do you want to become a fighter someday? Fong Yu ruffled Xiao Xiao's little head, leaving her hair all messy. As for how Xiao Xiao found out about this, Fong Yu didn't think it was a big deal. It must have been when he went to the SSS level training room. The Soaring Dragon Guild had probably spread the news by then. A hero, huh? Fong Yu shook his head. If he had a choice, he actually wouldn't want to be a hero. But once you're in this line of work, you've got no choice but to go with the flow. Of course I want to be a fighter. Xiao Xiao nodded her head like a little chick pecking at grain.
I'm going to become the strongest empress someday. You're dreaming. Fan Yu gave Xiao Xiao's head another firm rub. Ouch, big brother, you're hurting me.
Xiao Xiao grumbled, her little face full of displeasure.
Fan Yonghua and Dulan watched this warm family scene and couldn't help but smile at each other, their faces beaming with happiness. Jinghua Book Pavilion. Who would have thought that not long ago, they were still worrying about how to make ends meet after being fired? Now, everything they had was thanks to their son, Fang Yu. It could be said that Fang Yu was a gift from heaven. After chatting with his family in the living room for a long time, Fang Yu returned to his room. He lay down on his bed and was fast asleep in no time. Time flew by. Before he knew it, the next day had arrived. Fang Yu woke up, stretched, and then activated the Dungeon 1 number 3 icon in his mind. Ding! Do you wish to enter Dungeon 1, number 3? Enter. Ding! You have successfully entered Dungeon 1, Level 3. As soon as the system's voice faded, Fang Yu found himself inside Dungeon 1, Level 3. The Underworld, Level 2. Last time, Fang Yu had slaughtered several massive groups of ferocious beasts on Level 2. The experience points he earned were all around 100 million. As he continued exploring for ferocious beasts on Level 2, he discovered there were no longer any large groups of them left. After dispatching a few scattered groups of ferocious beasts, Fang Yu arrived at the entrance to the 26th layer of the underworld. Looking at the entrance to the 26th layer, Fang Yu walked toward it without any hesitation. Moments later, Fang Yu reached the 26th layer of the underworld. As soon as he arrived on the 26th layer, he spotted numerous 4th-tier mid-level ferocious beasts, black steel-horned bulls. Before reaching the 26th level of the underworld, the highest level ferocious beasts Fang Yu had encountered were no higher than low-tier 4th-tier beasts. He had never encountered a mid-tier 4th-tier ferocious beast before. Killing a low-tier 4th-tier ferocious beast yields 50 level-up points. So how many level-up points would he get for killing a mid-tier 4th-tier ferocious beast? Fang Yu was already getting excited. Roar! Hundreds of black steel-horned bulls spotted Fang Yu at that moment and charged fiercely toward him. Although individual black steel-horned bulls were quite weak, when hundreds of them gathered together, they were formidable, like dragons plunging into the sea. Boom! As the hundreds of black steel-horned bulls closed in on Fang Yu, he struck first. Instantly, wave after wave of violent explosions erupted among the herd. Ding! Slayed one black steel-horned bull. Plus 65 level-up points. Ding! Slayed a black steel-horned ox. Plus 65 level points. Ding! Slayed a black steel-horned ox. Plus 65 level points. Ding! Slayed a steel-horned ox. Plus 65 level points. Ding! Slayed a black steel-horned ox. Plus 65 level points. Fang Yu thought to himself, a 4th-tier mid-level ferocious beast is indeed a 4th-tier mid-level ferocious beast. The level points earned are significantly higher. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu had slain hundreds of black steel-horned bulls. Almost there. He knew that once he encountered the next wave of ferocious beasts, his draconic aspect would be able to upgrade to true dragon form. Chapter 65, True Dragon Form. Hear the dragoness roar. After slaying hundreds of black steel-horned bulls, Fang Yu continued searching for ferocious beasts on the 26th level of the underworld. The 26th layer teemed with ferocious beasts. In just over 10 minutes, Fang Yu encountered a massive horde of them. On the pitch-black, endless expanse of land, a swarm of 4th-tier intermediate blood demon bugs covered the sky and the earth. The blood demon bugs were entirely blood-red, and both the areas Fang Yu could see and those he couldn't see were bathed in their crimson glow. Moreover, the blood demon beetles were utterly repulsive. Their very sight was nauseating. But Fang Yu possessed a strong mindset. No matter how repulsive they were, he wouldn't be repulsed. Fang Yu knew that once he had slain all these blood demon beetles before him, his dragon battle technique would upgrade to the true dragon form. His heart was already brimming with anticipation. Draconic aspect. After activating his innate dragon battle technique, Fang Yu transformed into a dragon man, his entire body pitch black.
His powerful draconic aspect, combined with the enchantments of the four major elements fire, lightning, wind, and metal made the draconic aspect look utterly awe-inspiring. Suddenly, Fang Yu accelerated and flew swiftly toward the blood demon bugs before him. He thought to himself that this was merely Dungeon 1, a system-generated instance. Otherwise, with such a leveling method, Blue Star simply wouldn't have enough ferocious beasts for him to level up on. Who would have thought that even though the Dragon Battle Technique's upgrade progress was already at 99%, that remaining 1% just wouldn't go up? Fang Yu had already reached the center of the Blood Demon Beetle. Six-armed dragon. Thunder-charging dragon fist. Death gyroscope. After unleashing his innate combat techniques Six-armed dragon and Thunder Dragon's hand, Fang Yu began spinning at breakneck speed. As his rotation accelerated and his position shifted constantly, countless blood demon beetles were mercilessly crushed. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Raging Wind Whirl. Dragon's Frenzied Shadow Claw. Book Pavilion. Dragon's Heavy Claw. In addition to the rapidly spinning death gyroscope, Fang Yu unleashed elemental abilities and other innate combat techniques. Roar. 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 Countless blood demon insects let out blood-curdling screams. The ferocious beasts within Dungeon 1 were all generated by the system, so they wouldn't flee, they would only charge forward without hesitation. On the vast battlefield of the blood demon insects, fire, lightning, and wind elemental powers intertwined to form a massive net, looking as if a god were delivering a dimensional strike against ants. Level up points, naturally, were also surging wildly in Fang Yu's mind. Ding! Slayed a blood demon bug. Plus 65 level points. Ding! Slayed a blood demon bug. Plus 65 level points. Ding! Slayed a blood demon insect, plus 65 level points. Though the blood demon insects were numerous, they were no match for Fang Yu's slaughter. Finally, every single blood demon insect in the area had been wiped out by Fang Yu. Level points, 120 million. Looking at the number of level up points, Fang Yu thought to himself that the amount of level up points he was earning was growing by the day. 120 million level up points were already enough to upgrade the draconic aspect to the true dragon form. Once upgraded to the true dragon form, the Jiao Dragon would no longer be a Jiao Dragon, but a true dragon. The blood flowing through its veins would no longer be that of a Jiao Dragon, but that of a true dragon. As the saying goes, a dragon with golden scales is no mere creature of the pond. When the winds of change blow, it becomes a dragon. Upgrading the draconic aspect to true dragon form would bring about a qualitative transformation. This is precisely why upgrading the draconic aspect to true dragon form requires so many upgrade points. So what was there to wait for now? Fang Yu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He began rapidly allocating 120 million upgrade points to the draconic aspect. Suddenly, the once pitch-black draconic aspect burst into a blinding golden light. The radiant golden glow illuminated the 26th layer of the underground world, as if lighting up every corner of the 20 layers. Meanwhile, the draconic aspect seemed to be undergoing some kind of evolution. Fire, lightning, wind, and metal elements swirled around the draconic aspect, as if cheering it on as it transformed into the true dragon form. This phenomenon lasted for several minutes before the golden light enveloping the draconic aspect finally faded away. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Fang Yu's mind. Ding! Draconic aspect has been upgraded to the Grade A talent true dragon form. Ding! Mastered the talent combat skill True King's Dragon Roar. Ding! Mastered the talent combat skill Sealing Dragon's Heavenly Claw. Listening to the system's voice, Fang Yu felt as though his body was now brimming with boundless power, a surging sensation so intense it felt as if his body were about to burst. True dragon form. True dragon blood coursed through his veins. Dragon blood also varies in quality. For example, the next time true dragon form levels up, it will become the Crimson Dragon battle form. By then, Crimson Dragon blood would be flowing through his veins. Draconic aspect was entirely pitch black. True dragon form, on the other hand, was a pale golden color all over. The sense of power was simply overwhelming.
Fan Yu found himself completely immersed in the experience. It was like suddenly swapping an Audi S7 for an Audi RS7. The feeling was indescribably wonderful. He even directly mastered the innate combat techniques True King's Dragon Roar and Sealing Dragon's Heavenly Claw. True King's Dragon Roar. It involves letting out the roar of an elemental dragon, shattering everything in its path. Countless bodies, and even souls, can be shattered by it. Sealing Dragon's Claw. It operates on a similar principle to the fierce Dragon's Shadow Claw, but its power is immeasurably greater. The time limit for Dungeon 1 hadn't ended yet. Fan Yu knew he had to slay more ferocious beasts on the 26th level of the underworld. He pressed forward. After a long while, he arrived at a vast open area. He could already sense the thick aura of ferocious beasts emanating from all directions. In an instant, countless ferocious beasts appeared all around him. The varieties were a motley mix. There was every kind imaginable. Black steel horned bulls, blood demon beetles, supreme king rabbits, ghost shadow flower carvings. But one thing was certain, all the ferocious beasts surrounding Fan Yu were mid-tier 4th stage beasts. As he looked at the ferocious beasts that had appeared, a hint of joy flashed across Fan Yu's face. It wasn't because there were so many of these 4th tier mid-level ferocious beasts that he could earn a lot of level up points. On the contrary, the number of 4th tier mid-level ferocious beasts surrounding Fan Yu wasn't actually that large. It was nothing compared to those massive herds of ferocious beasts. Fan Yu was happy because his true dragon form talent combat skill now had a chance to shine. Surrounding Fan Yu on all sides, these 4th tier intermediate fierce beasts glared at him menacingly, ready to pounce at any moment. Fan Yu remained calm and composed. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the numerous 4th tier intermediate fierce beasts from all directions roared furiously at Fan Yu. As their roars died down, the beasts charged toward Fan Yu's position. True dragon form. As the 4th tier mid-level fierce beasts closed in, Fan Yu activated his innate talent, True Dragon Form. Although True Dragon Form was only an A-rank talent, by Blue Star's rating system, it was undoubtedly an SSS rank talent. What can you do? After all, the highest ranked talent on Blue Star is only SSS class. Just as these mid-tier, 4th tier ferocious beasts were closing in, a sharp gleam flashed in Fan Yu's eyes. Beasts of all, hear the dragoness roar. Chapter 66, Flowing True Dragon Blood, Combat Power Assessment. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fan Yu activated his talent-based combat skill, True King's Dragon Roar. In an instant, a majestic and terrifying dragoness roar echoed throughout the entire area. Rumble. The ground began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The 4th tier intermediate ferocious beasts charging toward Fan Yu let out screams of utter terror. To these mid-tier, 4th tier ferocious beasts, such a dragoness roar was simply too terrifying. Immediately afterward, these mid-tier, 4th tier ferocious beasts exploded and perished. Now that was a true area of effect attack. Fan Yu watched the scene before him, overjoyed. After briefly basking in his joy, Fan Yu snapped back to reality and prepared to continue slaying ferocious beasts on the 26th level of the underworld. However, his time in Dungeon 1 had already run out. Fan Yu emerged from Dungeon 1, number 3. The first thing he did, naturally, was to test his current true strength. After leaving Villa number 36, Fan Yu made his way to a true strength testing machine at Tinglong Martial Arts. Entering the wooden dummy generated by the machine, Fan Yu launched a frenzied barrage of attacks against it. Bang! 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 Thunder Dragon Roar! Crimson Fire Slash! Frenzied Wind Whirl! True King's Dragon Roar! Sealing Dragon's Heavenly Claw! After unleashing a barrage of attacks on the wooden dummy generated by the True Strength Assessment Machine, Fan Yu emerged from the spatial pocket. Fan Yu's True Strength Assessment had already appeared on the machine's screen. Ability Assessment, Intermediate Paragon with SSS Tier Talent. Holy shit! Staring at the assessment on the True Strength Testing Machine's screen, Fan Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He had originally thought his strength would be that of an advanced grandmaster at the SSS tier,
But he never would have imagined it would actually be an intermediate paragon at the SSS tier.
A dragon cub has transformed into a true dragon. Is the gap really that big? And
after discovering the dragon blood flowing through his veins, Fang Yu noticed a change in his combat power, so he walked over to a combat power testing machine.
Bam!
He punched the combat power testing machine, and his combat power immediately appeared on the screen.
500,000.
Staring at the combat power reading on the screen, Fang Yu was left speechless.
500,000? His combat power had actually reached 500,000?
After all, 500,000 combat power is the baseline for a junior grandmaster.
Is this the true power of genuine dragon blood?
He also realized why his current true strength was equivalent to that of an intermediate paragon with SSS level talent.
So that's how it is.
He thought he was still an intermediate elite fighter if an intermediate elite fighter's strength could actually match that of an intermediate paragon with SSS tier talent. Not to mention others, even he himself wouldn't have believed it. It seems Fang Yu mused for a few seconds. I'll have to make another trip to the Martial Arts Alliance. His strength had risen too quickly now that he'd broken through to a major new realm. He should head to the Martial Arts Alliance to update his realm information. The Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance wasn't too far from the Soaring Dragon Guild, and before long, Fang Yu arrived there.
Sir, it's you again?
A look of astonishment flashed across the face of the female receptionist in the Martial Arts Alliance's lobby. She hadn't expected Fang Yu to show up again. She remembered Fang Yu all too well. In fact, the image of him was etched so deeply in her mind that she couldn't shake it off. She swallowed hard as she looked at the handsome Fang Yu. The last time he'd come to the Martial Arts Alliance to update his cultivation level, he'd been a junior elite fighter. Back then, she hadn't been able to believe that Jiangnan City could possibly have such a young junior elite fighter. But facts are facts. Had Fang Yu come again this time to update his cultivation level? No. Jiangnan City. No, wait. It was impossible for anyone on the entire Blue Star to cultivate at such a rapid pace. Not even the three great powers could manage it. However, Fang Yu had already defied so many impossibilities. To be on the safe side, the female staff member respectfully asked Fang Yu. Elite fighter Fang Yu, are you here to update your cultivation level this time? Yes. Fang Yu replied without hesitation. Ah. The female staff member had merely asked out of curiosity. She didn't think Fang Yu was actually here to update his cultivation level. But she never could have imagined that Fang Yu really was here to do just that. Could it be that, in such a short time, Fang Yu had already broken through from a junior elite fighter to an intermediate elite fighter? Just how terrifying must his cultivation speed be? Elite fighter Fang Yu, please follow me. Once she came to her senses, the female staff member led Fang Yu toward a specific area. After guiding Fang Yu to a precision combat power testing machine, she said respectfully, Elite fighter Fang Yu, please undergo the combat power test. Fang Yu had already clenched his fist as he looked at the precision combat power testing machine before him. Punch! As his fist collided with the combat power testing machine, a number instantly appeared on its display. The female staff member immediately looked up at the machine's screen. There, Fang Yu's combat power and cultivation level assessment were clearly displayed. Combat power, 500,342. Assessment, Junior Grandmaster. Oh my god. The female staff member couldn't believe her eyes. She let out a scream, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. It took her a long time to finally snap out of it, her face still etched with deep shock. 500,000 combat power. Junior Grandmaster. Wasn't he just a junior elite fighter last time? How on earth did he do that? Suddenly, the female staff member realized she no longer understood this world at all. Fang Yu had long anticipated that the female staff member would react with such shock. The teenager standing before her a grandmaster? This is a grandmaster. At that moment, the female staff member was on the verge of tears. She truly had no idea how many more times Fang Yu would shock her. After another long while, the female staff member finally came to her senses.
She looked at Fong Yu with a hint of fear and said cautiously. Grandmaster Fong Yu, according to regulations, after someone breaks through to Grandmaster, the detection footage is sent to higher-ups for review. To ensure authenticity, please punch this precision detection machine repeatedly. The female staff member had done her best to steady her nerves, but she still couldn't help but tremble as she spoke to Fong Yu. Hearing her words, Fong Yu couldn't help but pause in surprise. To be sent to the higher-ups of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance? That was something he hadn't anticipated. But upon closer reflection, it seemed quite reasonable after all. A grandmaster is the backbone of a city, its very pillar. Otherwise, Jiangnan City wouldn't have a rule prohibiting grandmasters or those of higher rank from participating in life or death battles. All right, then. Fong Yu nodded, clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and began pounding the precision combat power testing machine in front of him with all his might. Bang! 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 500,345. 500,341. 500,342. 500,343. After landing more than a dozen punches on the precision combat power testing machine, his combat power fluctuated by no more than 5 points. Chapter 67, Continuing the Simulation. The 1,000 Yuan Cell. The female staff member watched the combat power readings continuously appear on the precision combat power testing machine screen. Her expression shifted through shock, astonishment, and bewilderment. Although she knew Fong Yu was already a junior grandmaster, seeing his combat power readings left her speechless and wide-eyed. Is that enough? Fong Yu stopped punching the precision combat power testing machine and addressed the female staff member. Hearing Fong Yu's words, the female staff member snapped out of her daze and looked at him in awe. Why yes, Grandmaster Fong Yu. The female staff member immediately nodded at Fong Yu. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly escorted Fong Yu to update his cultivation realm information, and Fong Yu received the golden one-star dragon emblem, a symbol reserved exclusively for junior grandmasters. He did not linger any longer at the Martial Arts Alliance. Aside from checking his combat power and updating his information, he also recalled something else. After refining the star-gathering primordial art, 100 primordial cells had appeared within his body. However, he knew that 100 primordial cells were not the limit. He could continue refining them. It was just that his natural talent wouldn't allow him to proceed any further. Now that his draconic aspect had upgraded to true dragon form, he could naturally continue refining the primordial cells. Upon returning to Villa number 36, Fong Yu retreated to his room and began refining the primordial cells. After the draconic aspect had upgraded to true dragon form, his mental capacity had expanded significantly. Continuing to refine the primordial cells was a piece of cake. Time ticked by second. Beads of sweat rolled down Fong Yu's forehead one after another. Phew! A little over an hour later, Fong Yu let out a long breath. He had successfully refined the primordial cells. The refined primordial cells could be directly comprehended, and his body now contained a multitude of them. A full 1,000 primordial cells. Fong Yu was secretly thrilled. Even with just 100 primordial cells in SSS class cultivation chamber, the speed at which they absorbed mana was already terrifying. Now that there were 1,000 primordial cells within him, the speed at which he could absorb mana was beyond imagination. Time to put it to the test. Fong Yu didn't linger any longer at Villa number 36 but headed straight for the Soaring Dragon Guild's training area. It didn't take long for Fong Yu to arrive at the Soaring Dragon Guild's training area, the same SSS class training room as before. The staff member guarding the entrance to this SSS class training room nearly lost his mind when he saw Fong Yu arrive again. With Grandmaster Fong Yu coming to absorb mana this early, there was no doubt that the mana in this SSS class training room would once again be completely depleted. Grandmaster Fong Yu, you're here again. The staff member greeted Fong Yu respectfully. Fong Yu nodded. Then, he walked into the SSS class training room in front of him. Once inside the SSS class training room, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began to circulate the 1,000 yuan cells within his body. As a single yuan cell spun frantically, the mana from this SSS class training room began flowing continuously into his body. Mana plus 100,000. Mana plus 100,000. Mana plus 100,000. Watching the mana count rise in his mind, Fong Yue's expression became quite a sight to behold. Whether in terms of the amount of mana absorbed or the speed at which it was absorbed, the 1,000 primordial cells far surpassed the 100 primordial cells. He closed his eyes, cleared his mind of all other thoughts, and continued absorbing the mana from the SSS class training chamber. 1 hour. That's right, just 1 hour. Fong Yue had completely drained the mana from this SSS class training chamber. The SSS class chamber, which had once been brimming with mana, now looked dim and lifeless, as if it had lost its vitality. Absorbing mana at this speed and in such quantities resulted in a rapid boost to his combat power. Fong Yue wanted to limit his training to Dungeon 1, which was generated by the system. He emerged from the SSS class training room. The staff member stationed outside the SSS class training room was just wondering how many times Grandmaster Fong Yue would drain the mana in the SSS class training room dry today when Fong Yue appeared right before his eyes. Grandmaster Fong Yue. Seeing Fong Yue emerge from the SSS level training room, the staff members silently let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He had originally thought Fong Yue would be absorbing mana in the SSS level training room for a very long time today, but it seemed that wasn't the case. It had only been an hour. Judging by Fong Yue's mana absorption speed during his previous sessions in the SSS class training room, it seemed he hadn't completely drained the mana from this one this time. That made things a lot easier for him. He was just a lowly staff member who wanted nothing more than to coast through each day, living a life of idleness. After all, mana crystals might not look big, but their weight was staggering. A single ordinary mana crystal could weigh over 200 gene. Grandmaster Fong Yue, you stopped absorbing mana after just an hour. Do you have something else to do? The staff member asked with a smile. No, nothing. Fong Yue looked at the staff member in front of him, somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand why the staff member would ask such a question. Nothing wrong? The staff member was startled. But if nothing was wrong, then why did he come out of the SSS class training room? Could it be that he simply didn't want to absorb mana anymore? The mana in this SSS class training room is gone. Fong Yue pointed at the SSS class training room. As soon as he said that, the staff member was struck as if by lightning. His pupils contracted rapidly. Then he waved at Fong Yue and laughed. That's impossible, Grandmaster Fong Yue. I replaced the mana crystals right after you left yesterday. The SSS class training room has plenty of mana. Hearing the staff member's words, Fong Yue realized why he had asked earlier if something was wrong. With 1,000 yuan cells now within his body, both the speed and amount of mana he absorbed had changed dramatically. To deplete all the mana in an SSS class training room in just 1 hour, that did indeed sound unbelievable. Go in and take a look for yourself. Fong Yue knew that only by letting the staff member experience it firsthand would he be fully convinced. Hearing Fong Yue's words, the staff member felt a sense of foreboding welling up inside him. After stepping into the SSS class training room, the staff member activated his mana cultivation technique. Holy crap! The staff member discovered that there was absolutely no mana left in the SSS class training room. This. The staff member was utterly stunned, completely baffled by what was happening. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Just how fast was Fong Yue absorbing mana? This was an SSS class training room, after all. In just 1 hour, all the mana in an SSS class training room had been completely drained? Could such a being really exist in this world? Although the staff member couldn't believe it, he knew he had no choice but to accept it. Because it was a fact. It's over. The staff member's mental state collapsed. It seemed his life of doing nothing was over for good. After stepping out of the training room, he dared not show the slightest disrespect toward Fong Yue and immediately went to fetch mana crystals. Moments later, the mana in this SSS class training room had returned to its peak. It's just like how a person needs to digest their food after eating their fill. Watching the crowds come and go, gazing at the setting sun on the horizon, Fong Yue found himself thinking about what it would be like to be an ordinary person. If he were in Huaxia, Being an ordinary person would indeed be quite nice, a happy family living in harmony.
But on Blue Star, where undercurrents swirl and ferocious beasts run rampant,
the life of an ordinary person is completely in the hands of others. So as long as there is a chance, I'm sure everyone would seize the opportunity to become a powerful fighter. Fong Yu spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than the staff member from the SSS class training room.
Since Fong Yu frequently absorbed mana in the same SSS class training room, that room had effectively become his private training space. Fong Yu hadn't absorbed any mana that day, and he de-informed the staff member, who had since clocked out.
But it seemed the staff member had run into some trouble?
Fong Yu noticed he was in the middle of an argument with several others.
What's so great about your Thunder Guild?
We in the Soaring Dragon Guild aren't afraid of you. The staff member's name was Pan Jun. He was around 27 or 28 years old and possessed the strength of a high-level fighter.
Standing opposite Pan Jun were several trainees from the Thunder Guild.
These Thunder Guild trainees appeared to be a bit younger than Pan Jun, perhaps because they outnumbered him. They looked down on him with an air of arrogance.
What's so great about the Soaring Dragon Guild? Do you really think you're the biggest guild in Jiangnan City?
The Thunder Guild trainees looked at Pan Jun with disdain.
Fong Yu walked over to where Pan Jun was standing. What's going on? Fong Yu asked.
Hearing the sudden voice, the Thunder Guild trainees couldn't help but feel extremely annoyed.
Who is it? We don't know.
When these Thunder Guild trainees looked toward the source of the voice, their jaws dropped, and they were left speechless.
It's you.
The Thunder Guild trainees instantly collapsed to
Thunder Dragon Roar, Crimson Fire Slash,
Frenzied Wind Whirl,
True King's Dragon Roar, Sealing Dragon Ghost Claw.
Fong Yu began a massacre of the ferocious beasts within the 27th level of the underworld.
Meanwhile, Jiangnan City, Martial Arts Alliance.
A senior paragon arrived outside his office.
Paragon Jin Tao, you're back from Dragon City. There's a pile of documents on your computer waiting for your review,
a staff member said to the senior paragon.
Jin Tao nodded at the staff member and walked into his office.
As a senior paragon affiliated with the Martial Arts Alliance, he was specifically responsible for overseeing Jiangnan City's newly promoted grandmasters. Whenever a fighter in Jiangnan City broke through to the grandmaster rank, video footage of their breakthrough would be sent to his computer. After turning on his computer, Jin Tao began reviewing the combat power assessment videos of the newly promoted grandmasters.
Not bad, not bad.
Watching the video footage on his computer, Jin Tao felt deeply gratified.
He thought to himself that the more grandmasters Jiangnan City had, the stronger the city would become.
When Jin Tao saw Fong Yu's video footage, he froze in shock.
So young.
Jin Tao thought he might be seeing things, so he hurriedly rubbed his eyes.
But he realized he hadn't misread it.
This person was 20 at most.
Jin Tao swallowed hard, staring at Fong Yu in the video with disbelief.
Under his gaze, the Fong Yu in the video unleashed a flurry of punches at the precision combat power detection machine.
Chapter 69, Jin Tao, the Paragon, is shocked. 500,345. 500,341. 500,342. 500,343.
Holy shit! As Jin Tao watched the combat power readings generated by Fong Yu in the video footage, he blurted out words completely unbecoming of a high-level paragon.
Is this real? A junior grandmaster so young?
Jin Tao knew that such a prodigy was beyond his comprehension. He had never even heard of a prodigy of this caliber in Jiangnan City.
He immediately checked Fong Yu's file. Zhang.
After glancing at Fong Yu's file, Jin Tao had a vague feeling that Fong Yu wasn't as simple as he seemed.
Paragon Jin Tao.
A staff member walked into the office from outside.
Go investigate, Fong Yu.
Yes, Paragon Jin Tao.
After the staff member left,
Jin Tao looked over Fong Yu's file once more.
The file was so unremarkable. He couldn't believe that Fong Yu could have become a junior grandmaster with a background like that. A junior grandmaster this young, even the three great powers would likely be unable to match him. Jin Tao felt a surge of excitement. For Jiangnan City to produce a prodigy of Fong Yu's caliber was truly a blessing for the city. He planned to thoroughly investigate Fong Yu and then report the matter to Lord Sumu. Sumu, chief executive of Jiangnan City. Leader of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance. Dungeon 1, Level 27. Deep within the 27th level of the underworld, he had already slain numerous ferocious beasts. He expected to reach the entrance to the 28th level today. Roar! 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 Wave after wave of ferocious beast roars echoed before him. Fong Yu looked at the beasts before him. They were still 4th-tier intermediate ferocious beasts, known as Vajra lions. Numerous Vajra lions roared at Fong Yu. They were already itching to attack and could pounce on him at any moment. Fong Yu didn't have time to wait for these Vajra lions to make the first move, so he walked step by step toward the pack. Roar! The Vajra lions roared once more, then pounced toward Fong Yu. Sealing Dragon Heavenly Claw. After unleashing his innate combat technique, Sealing Dragon Heavenly Claw, upon the Vajra lions, a barrage of claw shadows derived from the true dragon's claws swept toward the pack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vajra lions were merely mid-tier 4th-level ferocious beasts, and here in Dungeon 1, they stood absolutely no chance against the assault of the Sealing Dragon Heavenly Claw. Ding! Slayed a Vajra lion. Plus 65 level points. Ding! Slayed a Vajra lion. Plus 65 level points. Ding! Defeated 1 golden lion. Plus 65 level up points. There weren't actually that many golden lions, and before long, Fong Yu had wiped out the entire herd. Level up points, 50 million. Looking at his level up points, Fong Yu allocated them all to true dragon form. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Each click consumed 1 million points, and before long, all 50 million level up points had been allocated to true dragon form. Next, Fong Yu continued exploring deeper into the 27th floor. The underground world of Dungeon 1 Number 3 had a total of 30 floors. Fong Yu knew it wouldn't be long before he had fully explored Dungeon 1 Number 3. By then, he didn't know when the system would unlock other, higher-level dungeon ones. As he walked on and on, Fong Yu defeated another small group of ferocious beasts and arrived at the entrance to the 28th level of the underground world. Just as he was about to continue exploring Dungeon 1 Number 3, the time limit for Dungeon 1 had expired. After exiting Dungeon 1, Fong Yu headed back to the SSS class training room. Time flew by. Before he knew it, several more days had passed. At the Martial Arts Alliance, a staff member named Xiao Zhang knocked on Paragon Jin Tao's door, holding a file. Paragon Jin Tao, here are the results of Fong Yu's investigation. The staff member handed the investigation report to Jin Tao. Jin Tao took the documents and glanced at the staff member standing before him. Thank you for your hard work. You may step out for now. Jin Tao Paragon, I'll be on my way then. After the staff member named Xiao Zhang left, Jin Tao finally began to carefully examine the documents in his hands. Jin Tao's expression grew increasingly somber the more he read. At first, he had assumed Fong Yu's background couldn't possibly be that straightforward. His family lived in Jiangming Residential Complex. His father was Fong Yonghua. His mother was Du Lan. These must all be just a smokescreen. Yet the findings in the investigation report showed that all the information Fong Yu had registered with the Martial Arts Alliance was true. Moreover, the report clearly stated that he had been expelled from Jianghao Martial Arts School just before the college entrance exams. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jin Tao set down the report and couldn't calm down for a long time. He knew it wasn't just him who found this impossible. Anyone who read this report would think the same. I've got to go see him, Jin Tao said to himself. After leaving the martial arts, he didn't head toward the Soaring Dragon Guild, but in a different direction instead. Jianghe Martial Arts School.
Jin Tao, the paragon, had already arrived outside Jianghe Martial Arts School.
Isn't that Jin Tao, the paragon? Am I seeing things? Oh my goodness, how did Jin Tao, the paragon, end up outside our Jianghe Martial Arts School?
Jin Tao, the paragon, has always been my idol.
Today, I finally got to meet him.
Upon learning that Jin Tao paragon had arrived, the students of Jianghe Martial Arts School all rushed over. Jin Tao smiled at the students, then headed toward the principal's office. Before long, the principal of Jianghe Martial Arts School and the entire faculty came out to greet him.
The principal's name was Wu He.
Welcome, Jin Tao paragon.
Wei. This isn't the place to talk. Take me to your office.
Principal Wu He hadn't even finished speaking before Jin Tao cut him off. Wu He's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Jin Tao paragon, this way, please. With that, Wu He hurriedly led Jin Tao toward his office. Before long, led by Wu He, Jin Tao entered the principal's office.
Inside the office,
it was just Jin Tao and Wu He. Wu He sensed the oppressive aura radiating from Jin Tao's body, and cold sweat involuntarily beaded on his forehead.
Wu He, as far as I know, you expelled a student right before the college entrance exams, didn't you?
A sharp gleam flashed in Jin Tao's eyes, and an aura as sharp as a sword instantly surged from within him. Feeling this overwhelming presence, Wu He nearly collapsed to the ground in fear, his face contorted with terror.
That's right.
He had indeed expelled a student just before the college
entrance exams. That student's name was Fang Yu.
He never would have imagined that Jin Tao paragon had come to Jianghe Martial Arts School specifically because of this incident. Fang Yu had slain Wang Hua in broad daylight, and the video had gone viral across Jiangnan City's internet.
Of course he'd seen the video.
It had truly shocked him beyond belief. He never would have imagined that after expelling Fang Yu, an ordinary student, he would develop so rapidly, remaining as steady as a rock even after being hit by a car, and even killing Wang Hua.
Could it be? Could Fang Yu have some kind of connection to Jin Tao paragon?
Chapter 70, the principal of Jianghe Martial Arts School, resign. Wu He's heart was racing with anxiety. He suspected that Fang Yu must have some kind of connection to Jin Tao paragon.
Fang Yu had been taken away by security. Could he have already been released? If there were no connection, why would Jin Tao paragon have come to Jianghe Martial Arts School in person?
At that moment, Wu He was filled with utter regret. If he'd known Fang Yu was connected to Jin Tao paragon, he would never have accepted Wang Hua's bribe to expel Fang Yu, no matter what.
Thud.
Wu He dropped to his knees.
He wasn't a grandmaster, just a junior elite fighter.
If Jin Tao were so inclined, he could kill him 1,000 or 100 times in the blink of an eye and without facing any legal consequences. Jin Tao paragon, I didn't know Fang Yu was connected to you.
If I'd known, I would definitely. Fang Yu has nothing to do with me. I've never even met him.
Before he could finish, Jin Tao cut him off once again.
Wu He?
He'd assumed Fang Yu was connected to Paragon Jin Tao, and that Paragon Jin Tao had come to hold him accountable.
Now it seemed he'd overthought it? Had he just come to warn him not to expel students on a whim right before the college entrance exams?
At this thought, a new glimmer of hope flared up in Wu He's heart. I'm here just to tell you that Fang Yu has now become a grandmaster. Jin Tao spoke slowly to Wu He, who was kneeling on the ground.
Whoa!
Hearing Jin Tao's words, Wu He was utterly stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning.
Fang Yu has become a grandmaster?
Wu He stared blankly at Jin Tao, the paragon, standing before him. But how could Fang Yu possibly have become a grandmaster? Jin Tao, the paragon, must be deliberately trying to scare him. You're no longer fit to be the principal of Jianghe Martial Arts School. I suggest you resign in disgrace and find some time to apologize to Fang Yu. Jin Tao said to Wu He.
Resign in disgrace?
Wu He's pupils suddenly contracted, and all the strength seemed to drain from his body. His face turned ashen. He had thought that now that Fang Yu was no longer associated with Paragon Jin Tao,
the latter had simply come to warn him. But he never expected that he would actually be asked to resign in disgrace? Without his connection as the principal of Jiangha Martial Arts School, he wouldn't amount to a damn thing in Jiangnan City. I'm leaving. Jin Tao Paragon glanced at Wu He once more. I hope you'll take my words to heart. You have some friends, after all. Fang Yu is currently with the Soaring Dragon Guild. With that, Jin Tao left the office. A long while passed. Wu He finally snapped back to reality, his forehead covered in cold sweat. After swallowing several times, he shakily got to his feet and dialed a number. Hey, old Wei, I want to ask if there's a Fang Yu in your Soaring Dragon Guild. You mean Grandmaster Fang Yu?
Of course we do. He is a hero of our Soaring Dragon Guild.
Hey, old Wu, are you even listening to me? What's wrong with you?
Wu He was in no mood to listen to the call right now. He felt worse than if he'd eaten shit. He thought he'd expelled just an ordinary student, and with his strength, expelling an ordinary student from Jiangha Martial Arts School. That ordinary student would naturally have nowhere to turn. But he never could have imagined that the ordinary student he'd expelled had actually become a grandmaster.
A grandmaster? How old is Fang Yu, anyway?
Wu He was on the verge of tears. He never would have thought that on Blue Star,
someone could break through so quickly, becoming a grandmaster before even turning 20. Right. Jinghua Book Pavilion.
Jin Tao, Paragon, was right to make me resign in disgrace.
If I hadn't resigned, Fang Yu would never have let me off the hook once he found out. With some things, it's all about showing the right attitude.
Wah? The more Wu He thought about it, the more wronged he felt, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. He didn't know what kind of sin he'd committed in his past life to end up knowing someone like Wang Hua in his heart. He'd already cursed Wang Hua's ancestors 18 generations back. Immediately afterward, he dialed another number.
Hello, I'm quitting. Don't ask any questions, I'm quitting, period.
With that, Wu He flung the phone aside. Snot and tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, he remembered what Jin Tao Paragon had said. That's right, he still had to go to the Soaring Dragon Guild to apologize to Fang Yu.
That step was absolutely essential. Without a moment's hesitation,
Wu He quickly left the Jiangha Martial Arts School and headed toward the Soaring Dragon Guild.
The principal of a school.
Compared to his life, it was nothing. Wu He knew full well that he would likely be promoted to Grandmaster in the near future. So, he absolutely had to stay alive. He never imagined he'd end up looking so disheveled. Jin Tao emerged from the shadows, watching Wu He's retreating figure. He knew, of course, that Wu He was headed to the Soaring Dragon Guild.
He thought to himself, I suppose this counts as a little gift I'm giving to Fang Yu? Or perhaps, for Fang Yu, it wasn't really a gift?
Without giving it much thought, he walked slowly toward the Soaring Dragon Guild.
Soaring Dragon Guild.
After arriving at the Soaring Dragon Guild, Wu He asked a few trainees and learned that Fang Yu lived in Villa number 36. He then quickened his pace toward Villa number 36.
Finally, he arrived outside Villa number 36.
As he tried to enter, he was stopped by the bodyguards outside the villa.
Wu He? Fang Yongha's voice came from the living room.
Wu He didn't recognize him, but Fang Yongha recognized Wu He. Wu He had colluded with Wang Hua to expel Xiao Yu.
And now he was here. Fang Yonghua's expression turned somewhat grim.
Du Lan, standing beside him, naturally felt the same way. Although Wu He had never met Fang Yonggui or Du Lan before, he knew the two people in front of him must be Fang Yu's parents. After explaining the situation, Fang Yonggui and Du Lan both understood the purpose of Wu He's visit. Just then, a slightly puzzled voice sounded from behind Wu He. Hearing the voice, Wu He hurriedly turned around.
Standing before him was none other than Fang Yu.
These past few days, the mana within Fang Yu had been in a phase of expansion, so he couldn't absorb too much mana each day.
Grandmaster Fang Yu, I am so sorry.
I shouldn't have listened to Wang Hua's slander and fired you.
I really. Enough. You may leave. Fang Yu had no desire to engage in a lengthy conversation with someone like Wu He. But Grandmaster Fang Yu, do you want to die? A sharp gleam flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, Wu He felt as if his very soul were being ripped from his body. The sensation was utterly terrifying. I'm leaving. How could Wu He possibly dare to stay here any longer? He hurriedly ran off. Strange. Why would Wu He suddenly show up here? Fang Yu found it very odd. Logically speaking, even if Wu He had watched the video of him slaying Wang Hua, he shouldn't have known Fang Yu's true strength. Besides, the fact that he'd been taken away by security, it wasn't just Wu He. Surely many people knew about it. But after he emerged as a grandmaster using his true strength, there hadn't been any reports about it. How did he find out? Who told him? Chapter 71, Is something wrong with the Huanmu Mountain Mana Crystals? Grandmaster Fang Yu. Just as Fang Yu was wondering how Wu He had suddenly come to find him, an unfamiliar voice rang in his ear. He looked up. He froze. Jin Tao, Paragon. As a senior paragon of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance, Paragon Jin Tao was extremely well known in Jiangnan City. Fang Yu had seen Paragon Jin Tao on TV and in the news many times. Fang Yonghua and Dulan also knew who Paragon Jin Tao was. Watching the towering Paragon Jin Tao, striding toward him with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, Fang Yu realized what was happening the very next second. When his combat power was being tested at the Martial Arts Alliance, the female staff member had told him that his test results would be submitted to the higher-ups for review. That was the Martial Arts Alliance's policy. As a senior paragon of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance, Jin Tao Paragon was, of course, part of the higher-ups. Clearly, Jin Tao Paragon had come to see him because of this very matter. Hello, Jin Tao Paragon. Please come in and have a seat. Fang Yonghua and Dulan both knew that their son was now a true prodigy. It was no surprise that any powerful figure from Jiangnan City might visit them. After ushering Paragon Jin Tao into the living room, Fang Yonghua and Dulan each exchanged a few words with him. They knew that Paragon Jin Tao's visit to see Fang Yu must be about something very important, so they didn't linger in the living room and turned to return to their room. Once Fang Yonghua and Dulan had left, Jin Tao looked at Fang Yu. Ever since he first laid eyes on Fang Yu, his heart had been filled with nothing but excitement. He was a man who had experienced war. That year, the ferocious beasts attacked Jiangnan City. The fighters of Jiangnan City fought valiantly to hold them off. Although they ultimately repelled the attack, the price Jiangnan City paid was devastating. Everyone knew that the stronger Jiangnan City became, the more fully they would be able to repel any future attacks by the ferocious beasts and minimize casualties. Clearly, with the emergence of a prodigy of Fang Yu's caliber in Jiangnan City, it went without saying just how great his future achievements would be. Even if Fang Yu is no longer in Jiangnan City, it is still his home. As long as Jiangnan City is in trouble, he will surely return. This is why Paragon Jin Tao was so moved. At first, Fang Yu didn't know why Wu He had suddenly come to the Soaring Dragon Guild to find him, but when he saw Paragon Jin Tao appear, everything became clear to him. Fang Yu, you should know who I am, so I won't go into detail. I've already advised Wu He to resign in disgrace. Jin Tao said with a smile to Fang Yu. A grandmaster under the age of 20, everyone knew exactly what that meant. Although Jin Tao was a high-level paragon, he didn't put on any airs in front of Fang Yu, because he knew that in the near future, Fang Yu's achievements would be something he could only look up to. As Fang Yu listened to Jin Tao's words, he thought to himself that it seemed Jin Tao had already investigated him thoroughly. In reality, he wasn't a bloodthirsty killer. Wang Hua and Hao had left him and his family with no way out. That was why he'd been forced to take such drastic measures. As for Principal Wu He, if Fang Yu had wanted to find him, he would have done so long ago. It was just that, as his strength grew, his state of mind had undergone many changes. Still, Jin Tao's suggestion that Wu He resign in disgrace was actually quite good. Fang Yu, a beast horde appeared during the trial at the Cold City ruins. Grandmaster Lin Wu later showed me the video footage. That was you, wasn't he it? Jin Tao said to Fang Yu again. That's right.
Fang Yu nodded in response to Jin Tao, who stood before him. Back then, Jin Tao had been truly stunned by the footage of Fang Yu facing the beast horde in the cold city ruins and slaughtering the ferocious beasts. He never would have dreamed that Jiangnan City could produce such a prodigy, perhaps not even the entire Blue Star had one like him. Now, after reviewing the video footage of Fang Yu's combat power assessment, he knew that the prodigy from the Cold City Ruins trial was indeed Fang Yu.
Fang Yu, with a prodigy like you in Jiangnan City, we can rest easy.
Jin Tao patted Fang Yu on the shoulder.
Don't be fooled by how calm Jiangnan City seems on the surface right now.
Who knows, one day, ferocious beasts from those underground realms might surge out of the ground and launch an attack on Jiangnan City.
Those ferocious beasts.
Jin Tao didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he glanced at Fang Yu. They're nothing more than leveling opportunities.
What? Jin Tao didn't understand what Fang Yu was talking about. Oh, nothing. Fang Yu smiled.
Jin Tao had intended to continue talking with Fang Yu, but for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Fang Yu's body was emanating a chilling, murderous aura.
A grim, iron-willed aura of death. To condense such killing intent within one's body requires slaying countless ferocious beasts. Especially Fang Yu's eyes.
Jin Tao couldn't make heads or tails of them.
At first glance, they were serene.
At a second glance, they were profound. But at a third glance,
death. Whoa!
Jin Tao found it hard to calm his heart. Even as a fighter who had experienced major battles against ferocious beasts, he still couldn't stay composed in the presence of someone like Fang Yu. It must be noted that Fang Yu was currently only a junior grandmaster if he were at the same cultivation level as Jin Tao. Jin Tao even believed he wouldn't be able to look Fang Yu in the eye at all.
Is this the legendary chosen one?
Fang Yu, I'll head back first to report to Lord Sumu.
Jinghua Book Pavilion.
Jin Tao and Fang Yu had a long conversation in the living room of Villa number 36.
He bid farewell to Fang Yu. Sumu. Fang Yu, of course, knew him. And he wasn't the only one. To anyone in Jiangnan City, the name Sumu was a household name. Chief Executive of Jiangnan City. The true guardian of Jiangnan City. Such a figure deserves the reverence of everyone in Jiangnan City.
Sumu, of course, is not at the Paragon realm, he is a warlord.
Above Paragon lies warlord. A warlord is one who commands a city. Grandmaster Fang Yu.
Shortly after Jin Tao, the Paragon, left, a fighter from the Soaring Dragon Guild appeared outside Villa number 36.
What's the matter? The Grandmaster wants you to come to his office. The fighter addressed Fang Yu with the utmost respect.
Fang Yu had fought valiantly against 3 junior grandmasters of the Thunder Guild, seizing the mining rights to the Huangmu Mountain mana crystals held by the Thunder Guild. All the trainees in the Soaring Dragon Guild regarded Fang Yu as a hero. Fang Yu didn't linger outside Villa number 36, nor did he wonder what the Grandmaster might want with him.
He'd find out once he got there. It wasn't long before Fang Yu arrived at Grandmaster Cheng Kuan's office.
Fang Yu, you're here. Upon seeing Fang Yu arrive, Grandmaster Cheng Kuan rose from his chair.
Grandmaster, what brings you here?
Fang Yu looked at the Grandmaster standing before him. Given their current levels of strength, they wouldn't summon him here over a trivial matter. Qing Zhan went to Huangmu Mountain to oversee the mana crystal mining operations, and some issues have arisen there.
Cheng Kuan said to Fang Yu. Chapter 72, the roars of fierce beasts echoing everywhere. What kind of problems? Fang Yu asked.
An underground world has been discovered there, Cheng Kuan said. Upon hearing Cheng Kuan's words, Fang Yu realized why the Grand Master had summoned him here.
I'll go. Fang Yu felt a surge of excitement.
He loved nothing more than underground worlds.
All right. Cheng Kuan had assumed Fang Yu might not be willing to go, but he hadn't expected that the moment he mentioned the underground world at Huangmu Mountain's mana crystals, Fang Yu would be eager to head there. Was only natural. Fang Yu hadn't yet had a proper chance to train in the wild, so it was understandable that he had a natural curiosity about it. What Qing Kuan didn't know, however, was that Fang Yu spent every day slaying countless beasts in Dungeon 1, generated by the system. Then go tomorrow. Okay. Fang Yu nodded in response and left Qing Kuan's office. The next day, Fang Yu first entered Dungeon 1 number 3. After furiously slaying the beasts there, he finally headed to the mana crystals of Huangmu Mountain. Before setting out, he had already checked the map and had the location of the mana crystals firmly in mind. After several days of slaughter in Dungeon 1, Fang Yu had earned a massive amount of upgrade points. His progress in upgrading the true dragon form to the Crimson Dragon battle body had reached 5%. However, he knew that the initial stages of upgrading were relatively easy. Essence Book Pavilion. It was just like playing a video game. Leveling up from level 1 to level 10 is easy, but going from level 90 to level 100 is much harder. When upgrading the true dragon form via the draconic aspect, the progress had reached 99%, but that final 5% cost him several hundred million upgrade points. This alone speaks volumes. Don't be fooled by the fact that the true dragon form's upgrade progress is now at 5%. The further he goes, the more upgrade points he'll need. Huangmu Mountain. After a long journey, Fang Yu had finally arrived at Huangmu Mountain. He could already see many workers mining mana crystals. Numerous fighters from the Soaring Dragon Guild were stationed around Huangmu Mountain to guard the area. Fang Yu? Qing Zhan, who was inspecting the area nearby, hadn't expected Fang Yu to suddenly appear in his field of vision. He froze in surprise. Fang Yu, what are you doing here? Quickly walking up to Fang Yu, Qing Zhan asked him. Even though Qing Zhan was a high-ranking grandmaster and the son of Qing Kuan, the grandmaster of the Soaring Dragon Guild, he always felt quite insignificant in Fang Yu's presence. The grandmaster told me there's an underground world here at Huangmu Mountain where the mana crystals are. Qing Kuan nodded. Why don't you take me to see it? Fang Yu said. Hearing this, Qing Kuan realized the purpose of Fang Yu's visit to Huangmu Mountain. Let us go. Immediately, Qing Kuan began leading Fang Yu toward a certain location. About 10 minutes later, guided by Qing Kuan, Fang Yu arrived at the entrance to an underground world. This underground realm has never been discovered before, though it doesn't look very large. I'll go in and take a look. With that, Fang Yu prepared to enter the underground realm. Forget it. Underground realms are extremely dangerous. Some are even identical to other underground realms. What if there are incredibly powerful beasts inside? It's better not to go in. It'll be fine. Fang Yu smiled. If I run into a powerful beast, I'll just run away. His current strength was equivalent to that of an intermediate SSS rank paragon. He really wasn't afraid of an ordinary underground realm. Besides, he had so many area of effect skills that a group of weak beasts facing him would be like facing a demon god. Qing Zhan froze upon hearing Fang Yu's words. Run away if we encounter a powerful beast? But what if we actually run into one? Would we even be able to escape? In the split second Qing Zhan was lost in thought. Fang Yu had already set off toward the entrance of the subterranean realm ahead. Fang. Qing Zhan watched Fang Yu's retreating figure, wanting to call out to him to stop, but upon reflecting on recent events, he held back. When Fang Yu and Zhang Shan stepped onto the life and death arena, he had stopped him. When Fang Yu chose to fight 3 junior grandmasters alone, he had stopped him. Now that Fang Yu wanted to enter this unknown underground world, was he going to stop him again? No. This time, Qing Zhan chose not to stop him. Because he felt that Fang Yu must possess absolute confidence. That was why he had ventured into this unknown underground world. Just like the confidence Fang Yu had shown when facing Zhang Shan and the 3 junior grandmasters, the underground world. Fang Yu had arrived in this unknown underground world, and he was now on the first level. Desolation, death. These 2 auras filled Fang Yu's heart. Roar! 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 Suddenly, numerous ferocious beasts appeared before his eyes. These beasts were all of very low rank. Immediately, the beasts in front of Fang Yu all pounced toward him. Facing these charging beasts, Fang Yu didn't even bother to activate his true dragon form. Bang! 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 After breaking through to the junior grandmaster level, his mana had shifted from a pale silver to a pale gold. At that moment, a terrifying fist aura rapidly coalesced around Fang Yu's fists as he unleashed one punch after another at the beasts. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, all the beasts that had pounced on Fang Yu were slain. The number of experience points gained was negligible. The second level. The third level. The fourth level. Fang Yu continued to explore this underground world. Before long, he reached the 9th level. The beast before Fang Yu was nothing more than a third-tier, mid-level beast, the frenzied demon bird. A low-tier third-stage ferocious beast is equivalent to a human intermediate martial artist. It seemed this underground world wasn't all that interesting. Moreover, Fang Yu had a premonition that he was about to finish exploring this underground world. After slaying the numerous ferocious beasts on the 9th level, Fang Yu discovered that this underground world indeed had only 9 levels. Fang Yu was somewhat disappointed. He had thought the underground world discovered through the mana crystals of Huangmu Mountain would be a decent one, but now it seemed he had miscalculated. Without giving it much thought, he left the underground world. Upon emerging from the entrance, Fang Yu found Xingzhan still waiting for him there. Fang Yu, you're out. Seeing Fang Yu emerge from the underground world unscathed, Xingzhan finally let out a sigh of relief. The knot in his throat finally loosened. Without lingering any longer, Fang Yu and Xingzhan headed toward the mana crystals. Upon arriving at the Huangmu Mountain mana crystals, numerous fighters from the Soaring Dragon Guild bowed respectfully to Fang Yu. Grandmaster Fang Yu. Fang Yu nodded at the Soaring Dragon Guild fighters. Boom! 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 Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. What's going on? Everyone froze in shock. The workers mining the mana crystals dropped their tools and ran down the mountain. An earthquake? Or roar! 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 Suddenly, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed in everyone's ears. Chapter 73, Shock, a humanoid beast that speaks like a human. Hearing the roars of these beasts, everyone was stunned. No one had expected to hear the roars of ferocious beasts. Everyone in the area realized that the roars were coming from all directions. Fang Yu's eyes blazed with intensity. Could it be that this wasn't just an underground world? The beasts are coming. Protect the workers. Hold them off with everything you've got. After all, Xingzhan was a high-ranking grandmaster who had weathered many storms. He began directing the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild. The workers huddled together, protected on all sides by the Soaring Dragon Guild's fighters. These workers were now the weakest and most helpless. They could only entrust their lives to the fighters. When the beasts came into view, Xingzhan let out a sigh of relief. They were all relatively low-level beasts. Low-tier 2nd-tier golden river ants, low-tier 2nd-tier fierce steel bulls, and high-tier 2nd-tier purple cloud snakes. As swarms of beasts appeared from all directions, closing in on the Soaring Dragon Guild fighters, the fighters launched their attack. Boom! 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 Fang Yu joined the fray as well. However, since these beasts weren't very high level, the experience points they yielded were extremely scarce. There were so many beasts that it took the Soaring Dragon Guild fighters a full half-hour to completely wipe out the ones attacking them. Thank goodness, we're all right. Long live the fighters. Hee, I thought I was a goner. When the workers saw that the Soaring Dragon Guild's fighters had slain all the beasts, they all burst into laughter. Only they could truly understand the feeling of having narrowly escaped death. The fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild also wore smiles on their faces. The all-out war between humans and ferocious beasts had long since ended, and a battle like this slaying the beasts was an important trial for them. It's over. Xingzhan smiled. Not necessarily. Fang Yu said. Not necessarily? Xingzhan looked at Fang Yu in confusion. He glanced around. There weren't any other ferocious beasts in sight. Fang Yu scanned his surroundings warily. Although he hadn't spotted any ferocious beasts either, for some reason he couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Roar! Just then, the ground several dozen meters away from Fong Yu suddenly cracked open, and a ferocious beast burst forth from the earth, letting out a terrifying roar. This ferocious beast was entirely black, with a pair of horns on its head. Standing several meters tall, it looked like an iron tower, and it even held an ancient-looking iron axe in its hand. Moreover, this beast was humanoid. Everyone stared at the humanoid beast that had burst from the ground, their expressions quickly shifting from astonishment to terror. A low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast, the Black Water Ox Demon. Whether they were fighters from the Soaring Dragon Guild or mere laborers, none of them could believe that a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast could possibly exist in this place. After all, this was a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast. A low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast was equivalent to a human fighter at the initial Paragon level. Qing Zhan was also stunned. Fong Yu, however, was eyeing this low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast with a hint of amusement. Slaying a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast might actually be somewhat interesting. This was real combat. If he were to slay a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast in Dungeon 1, it wouldn't mean much, it would merely earn him some level-up points. His current true strength was equivalent to that of an intermediate paragon with an SSS tier talent in terms of power. He completely outclassed this Black Water Ox Demon. At that moment, a thick aura of death emanated from the Black Water Ox Demon's body, causing the fighters and workers of the Soaring Dragon Guild to tremble involuntarily. Foolish humans, how do you wish to die? The humanoid Black Water Ox Demon actually spoke in human language. Once a ferocious beast reaches the 6th tier, it can only take on a humanoid form, speak human language, and possesses extremely high intelligence. Qing Zhan was the highest-ranked fighter here and the backbone of the group. He knew he had to speak up at this moment. Are you afraid? Just as Qing Zhan was about to respond to the Black Water Buffalo Demon, Fong Yu's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Hearing Fong Yu's words, Qing Zhan looked at him with a look of disbelief. It was as if he were asking Fong Yu a question in return. Aren't you afraid? Actually, there is nothing to be afraid of, it's just a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast. Fong Yu spoke slowly. Whether in real life or in Dungeon 1, Fong Yu had never encountered a 6th-tier ferocious beast before. But he knew he could easily slay this Black Water Ox Demon, so not only was he not afraid, he was actually quite pleased. Qing Zhan was left speechless by Fong Yu's words. He never would have imagined that Fong Yu could say something like that at a time like this. Didn't he realize that a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast, the Black Water Ox Demon, was right in front of them? This is a 6th-tier low-tier ferocious beast, for crying out loud. Don't be fooled by the fact that a high-tier Grandmaster and a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast seem to differ by only one rank. The gap between them is countless times greater than that between a high-tier elite fighter and a low-tier Grandmaster. Qing Zhan had intended to say something to Fong Yu, but when he realized they were facing a low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast, he decided against it. A tier 6th-rank ferocious beast isn't stupid. If it were to attack them, he and Fong Yu would definitely be the first to take the brunt of it. In other words, they were about to meet their end at the hands of this low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast. Qing Zhan didn't believe a word of what Fong Yu was saying, that a low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast was equivalent to a junior paragon. Such power was simply beyond Fong Yu's imagination. The gap between 3 junior grandmasters and a single junior paragon was simply too vast. Human, you seem quite confident? This humanoid Black Water Buffalo Demon had also heard Fong Yu's reply. Judging by his aura, there was a massive gap in strength between Fong Yu and himself. The Black Water Buffalo Demon couldn't figure out where Fong Yu's confidence was coming from. When facing a powerful ferocious beast, I'm not just confident, I'm actually afraid. Fong Yu smiled and continued. But when facing a low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast like you, it's impossible not to feel confident. As soon as those words left his mouth, not only Qing Zhan and the fighter from the Soaring Dragon Guild, but even the terrified workers all froze in shock. Could Fong Yu really defeat this Black Water Buffalo Demon? Was this Black Water Ox Demon no match for Grandmaster Fong Yu? Could the fighter actually defeat this massive beast? These were the thoughts racing through the minds of Qing Zhan, the Soaring Dragon Guild's fighter, and the workers at that moment. As a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast, the Black Water Ox demon could not tolerate such insulting words from Feng Yu, and in an instant, it flew into a rage. "Human, you're asking for death." Roar! The Black Water Buffalo demon let out a furious roar at Feng Yu. It raised its massive iron axe high and brought it crashing down toward Feng Yu. Although this enormous iron axe lacked any flashy special effects, it gave everyone a powerful sense of overwhelming, absolute force. This sense of oppression left them without even a shred of hope for survival. That's something I should be saying. Chapter 74, The Black Water Buffalo Demon Taken Out in an Instant? The massive iron axe wielded by the Black Water Buffalo Demon, a low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast, was about to strike Feng Yu's body. "Watch out!" Seeing this, Xingzhan hurriedly shouted at Feng Yu. The attack of a low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast was simply too terrifying. Xingzhan knew that if Feng Yu were to take such a blow, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. Feng Yu stared straight at the massive iron axe that was about to strike him. It had to be said, the strength of a low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast was truly terrifying. Such a blow was genuinely dreadful. But there was no other way. This Black Water Ox demon was facing him. Most of the fighters and workers from the Soaring Dragon Guild had already closed their eyes, not wanting to witness what was about to happen. True Dragon Form. At this critical moment, Feng Yu activated True Dragon Form. When his draconic aspect upgraded to True Dragon Form, his strength increased by an immeasurable multiple. After Feng Yu activated True Dragon Form, a faint golden light rapidly spread out. The blinding golden light made it impossible to see what was actually happening. Xingzhan was utterly shocked. He couldn't understand why such a golden glow would appear at a time like this. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons rang out suddenly. No one present had expected such a sound. Many who had closed their eyes hurriedly opened them. They all turned their gaze toward Feng Yu's position. Whoa! It would have been better if they hadn't looked. The moment they did, the fighters and workers of the Soaring Dragon Guild were thrown into an uproar. They were speechless, their tongues tied. Essence Book Pavilion. There, the massive axe swung by the low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast, the Black Water Ox demon, as it charged at Feng Yu, had been caught by Feng Yu. And what was that? A humanoid dragon? What kind of talent was this? Everyone was stunned, speechless, as if struck by lightning. Especially the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild. They were completely blown away, simply because they had all seen Feng Yu activate his talent before. But not this one. This pale golden talent, radiating elemental energy from head to toe, looked just like a war god. True dragon head, true dragon body, true dragon arms, true dragon legs. His entire body glowed with a pale golden light, infused with fire, lightning, wind, and metal elements, making the true dragon form look absolutely awe-inspiring. The two true dragon claws looked incredibly sharp, so much so that just a single glance was enough to conjure a vision in one's mind of being pierced right through the body by them. His talent has changed? Xingzhan stood there frozen in shock. He never would have imagined that Feng Yu's talent could actually change. The workers had never seen a talent like this before, but at that moment, they were nothing but excited. When the Black Water Ox demon charged at Feng Yu with its massive axe, they had assumed Feng Yu was as good as dead, but to their surprise, Feng Yu effortlessly parried the Black Water Ox demon's swing. Clearly, the Black Water Ox demon hadn't expected this either. It stared blankly at Feng Yu. Foolish human, I never expected you to. The Black Water Buffalo demon was just about to say something to Feng Yu, but Feng Yu had no desire to engage in a lengthy conversation with it. Before the Black Water Buffalo demon could finish its sentence, the true dragon claw that had caught the massive iron axe clenched. Countless cracks instantly appeared on the blade of the massive iron axe, spreading rapidly. Crack! Then, the massive iron axe in the Black Water Buffalo demon's hand shattered. No, it can't be. Seeing this, the Black Water Buffalo demon couldn't help but cry out loudly. Was its weapon really this fragile in the face of this human? Fierce beasts had been appearing on Blue Star for many years now, and whether low level or high level, they were all well aware of the human's innate talents. The Black Water Buffalo demon stared at Feng Yu in utter shock, a wave of fear sweeping over its entire body. It had thought it could kill Feng Yu in an instant, but it never expected Feng Yu to be this formidable. Xingzhan, the fighters of the Soaring Dragon Guild, and the workers stood frozen in place like wooden sculptures or clay figures when they saw Feng Yu crush the black water buffalo demon's weapon so effortlessly. They were speechless, their facial expressions seemingly frozen in place. "Nothing is impossible," Feng Yu said, casting a casual glance at the black water buffalo demon. "Die." Without another word, the moment Feng Yu uttered the word die, an incredibly fierce aura instantly surged forth from his body. Feeling this aura, the black water buffalo demon felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Its pupils contracted violently. Before it could react, the true dragon claw was just a hair's breadth away from its body. Roar! As the true dragon claw pierced the body of this low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast, the black water buffalo demon, it let out a blood-curdling scream that shook the heavens. Ding! Slayed a black water buffalo demon. Plus 120 experience points. Seeing the data on the increased level up points appear in his mind, a smile flitted across Feng Yu's face. He thought to himself, a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast is indeed a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast. Slaying just one actually grants this many level up points. However, it's nothing special. But if he could slay a large number of low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beasts in future Dungeon 1 runs, that would still be quite lucrative. A low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast instantly killed by Feng Yu? Xingzhan couldn't believe his eyes. He stared blankly at the battlefield before him. Several seconds later, Xingzhan finally he hadn't seen things wrong, and this wasn't a dream either. Feng Yu had indeed instantly killed a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast. Although, it still felt utterly unreal to him. Immediately, Xingzhan glanced at the fighters and workers at the martial arts hall. He found them all frozen in place, like carved stone statues. It was as if they had witnessed something that could never happen on Blue Star. Yes, it was indeed something that could never happen. Xingzhan knew that if he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, or even if a human clan leader had told him about it, he wouldn't have believed it. Feng Yu, right now. Just how far has he gone? He didn't know. All he knew was that the gap between him and Feng Yu was growing wider and wider, to the point where he could never catch up. And on top of that, Feng Yu was still so young. At that moment, everyone present finally understood why Feng Yu had been so calm earlier when facing that low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast, the Black Water Ox Demon. After the workers' lives were spared, they naturally celebrated with great joy. Nothing could be better than being alive. A long time later, Xingzhan finally came to his senses. He decided to temporarily halt operations at the Huangmu Mountain Mana Crystal Mine and resume mining only after thoroughly exploring the surrounding area. Feng Yu also searched the vicinity extensively, but strangely, he found no other entrances to the underground world. He couldn't understand where all these ferocious beasts had come from. Wait a minute. Feng Yu stopped in his tracks. He'd been so focused on searching for the entrance to the underground world that he'd overlooked a crucial detail. Namely, the icon for his personal inventory had lit up in his mind. Chapter 75, Dungeon 1 Extension Potions X2. How could I have missed something this important just now? Feng Yu slapped his forehead, thinking he must have drunk some counterfeit alcohol. It was no longer unusual for beasts to drop loot when slain. And it wasn't just in Dungeon 1 that slaying beasts yielded items. During his trial in the Cold City ruins, he received lightning attribute items and blood burst pills as rewards for slaying beasts. Looking at the glowing personal inventory icon in his mind, Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Click to open. Without much hesitation, he tapped the personal inventory icon in his mind. Items, Dungeon 1 Extension Potions X2. Holy crap! Looking at the items in his inventory slots, Feng Yu was overjoyed. This stuff is seriously awesome. I can't believe I got it again. And 2 of them, no less. With these 2 Dungeon 1 extension potions, wouldn't he be able to explore the entire Dungeon 1 number 3? Feng Yu was overjoyed. When luck strikes, there's no stopping it. He originally thought this trip to Huangmu Mountain would be uneventful, but he never expected to come away with such a windfall. Soaring Dragon Guild. By the time Fong Yu returned to the Soaring Dragon Guild, it was already the next day. Instead of rushing into Dungeon 1 Number 3, he walked over to a combat power testing machine. After absorbing mana for such a long time in an SSS rank training room and doing so while his 1000 yuan cells were active, the mana that had been swelling inside him had now been mostly diluted. The way the 1000 yuan cells convert mana is truly formidable, but that doesn't mean all the absorbed mana goes towards strengthening every part of the body. If one's natural talent is low or their cultivation technique is inferior, the conversion rate is very poor. Almost all the mana Fong Yu had absorbed had served to strengthen his body, but no matter how impressive the conversion rate, it wasn't 100%. Coupled with having absorbed mana continuously for so long in the SSS level cultivation chamber, it was only natural for mana to build up inside him. Boom! Immediately afterward, he punched the combat power testing machine. 560,000. Looking at the combat power reading on the machine's screen, Fong Yu nodded with great satisfaction. Originally, his combat power was just over 500,000, but after absorbing mana in the SSS class cultivation chamber, it had now reached 560,000. Right now, he only has 1,000 yuan cells if only he had more. But that isn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing, of course, is to enter Dungeon 1 Number 3 to explore. He had already reached the 28th layer of the underworld and had been exploring for quite some time. Dungeon 1 Number 3's underground world has a total of 30 layers. Upon reaching the 28th layer, Fong Yu could clearly sense how vast it was and how numerous the ferocious beasts were. It would still take some time to fully explore the final few layers. But that didn't matter now. After all, he had 2 vials of Dungeon 1 extension potion. These are absolute treasures. Fong Yu arrived at the SSS level training room, brimming with excitement. Upon seeing Fong Yu, Pan Jun hurriedly bowed and addressed him with great respect. Grandmaster Fong Yu. This time, Pan Jun's words came from the bottom of his heart. He never would have imagined that Grandmaster Fong Yu would actually appear before him, a mere lowly staff member, to offer his help. Fong Yu smiled at Pan Jun. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter this SSS level training room for the rest of the time, understand? Including the Grand Hall Master? Pan Jun sensed that Fong Yu might be about to go into seclusion to break through to a new realm, so he thought it best to ask for clarification. What if the Grand Hall Master came here looking for Fong Yu later? Yes. Fong Yu nodded at Pan Jun. With that, he pushed open the door to the SSS level cultivation chamber and stepped inside. It was already the next day since returning from the mana crystals of Huangmu Mountain, so he was once again able to enter Dungeon 1, Number 3. Immediately, Fong Yu tapped to open the icon for Dungeon 1, Number 3 in his mind. Ding! Do you wish to enter Dungeon 1, Number 3? Enter. Ding! You have successfully entered Dungeon 1 Number 3. As the system's voice faded, Fong Yu appeared on the 28th level of the underground world. The 28th level of Dungeon 1 Number 3 was vast, and Fong Yu had already been exploring it for quite some time. He had used both of his Dungeon 1 extension potions. With these 2 Dungeon 1 extension potions, he knew he'd be able to explore every single level of the underground world. That was great. After all, he'd already been exploring Dungeon 1 Number 3 for quite some time. He began searching the 28th level for large groups of ferocious beasts. Roar! 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 The final 3 levels truly lived up to their reputation. There were indeed massive hordes of ferocious beasts. He hadn't gone far before Fong Yu encountered a massive horde of ferocious beasts on the 28th level. They were all 4th-tier mid-level ferocious beasts, evil-eyed purple snakes. Looking at the dense swarm of evil-eyed purple snakes, a smile spread across Fong Yu's face. Now, let the slaughter begin. True Dragon Form. As soon as he activated True Dragon Form, a blinding pale golden light suddenly surged forth. The dazzling golden glow was so intense that countless evil-eyed purple snakes couldn't even keep their eyes open. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Perhaps enraged by the golden light, countless evil-eyed purple snakes crawled frantically toward Fong Yu. Fong Yu watched as the evil-eyed purple snakes raced toward him. His claws were already itching for blood. True King's Dragon Roar. Sealing Dragon Heavenly Claw. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Furious Wind Whirl. As the dragoness roar echoed out, all the evil-eyed purple snakes were shaken to their very souls. In an instant, countless evil-eyed purple snakes exploded into oblivion. The sealing dragon Heavenly Claw spawned countless true dragon claw shadows, which coalesced into a massive net and then crashed down heavily upon the evil-eyed purple snakes in the area. Boom! 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 Explosions began to erupt across the entire battlefield. Every innate combat skill and elemental ability Fawn Yu unleashed possessed immense area of effect damage. Ding! Slayed one evil-eyed purple snake. Plus 65 level up points. Ding! Slayed one evil-eyed purple snake. Plus 65 level up points. Ding! Slayed one evil-eyed purple snake. Plus 65 level points. The numbers representing the increase in level points flashed frantically through Fong Yu's mind. As he watched the numbers rise, a look of sheer delight spread across Fong Yu's face. Kill, 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 kill. In addition to using his innate combat skills and attribute-based divine abilities, Fong Yu charged into the swarm of evil-eyed purple snakes and unleashed the True Dragon Claw to slaughter them. The True Dragon Claw comes with an area of effect attack. Every swipe is utterly terrifying. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 3 swipes. Level up points, 150 million. Seeing the level up points he earned, Fong Yu laughed with excitement. With so many level up points, he could finally put some serious effort into upgrading his true dragon form. I'm pointing. In the end, Fong Yu quickly allocated all the level up points he earned to his true dragon form. Fong Yu didn't linger. He knew the final 3 layers of the underground world in Dungeon 1 Number 3 were vast and teeming with ferocious beasts. He had to make the most of his time. Meanwhile, Jin Tao, a paragon, was waiting outside an ancient tower, as if expecting someone. Chapter 76, Qing Kuan and Jin Tao, utterly shocked. This ancient tower appeared to be very old, exuding an antique charm and an air of mystery. Jin Tao, the paragon, continued to wait outside, showing no intention of leaving. Half an hour. The door of the ancient tower swung open. An elderly man, appearing to be around 70 years old, stepped out of the tower. He exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance and vitality, radiating a deadly presence from head to toe. A single glance was enough to make anyone realize what a true powerhouse looked like. The old man was none other than Su Mu, warlord chief executive of Jiangnan City and leader of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Alliance. Su Mu, warlord. Upon seeing Su Mu emerge from the ancient tower, Jin Tao hurriedly bowed respectfully. He, of course, knew why Su Mu had entered the ancient tower. Don't be fooled by Su Mu's outwardly vigorous appearance. Long ago, during a battle against a ferocious beast of equal strength, he had sustained severe injuries, and his meridians had suffered irreversible damage. This ancient pagoda housed precious medicinal herbs, and Warlord Su Mu now frequently needed to visit it to maintain his physical condition. It's you, Jin Tao. Su Mu smiled at Jin Tao. What brings you here to see me? Su Mu knew Jin Tao must have come for a reason. Yes, Warlord Su Mu, Jin Tao said. He then took out his phone and played a video. Take a look at this. Su Mu watched the video and realized it was a combat power assessment recording. He was momentarily taken aback. The Fong Yu in the video looked very young, no more than 20, and Su Mu didn't understand why Jin Tao was showing him this. Wasn't Jin Tao in charge of? Suddenly, it hit Su Mu. Could this young man be a grandmaster? The thought flashed through Su Mu's mind. Instantly, a glimmer of anticipation lit up in his eyes. Boom! Under Su Mu's watchful gaze, Fong Yu unleashed a flurry of punches at the precision combat power testing machine. Whoa! Seeing the combat power readings Fong Yu produced, even Su Mu warlord couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Grandmaster! He never expected the young man in the video to actually be a grandmaster. Jin Tao had already anticipated that Warlord Su Mu would be this shocked before coming here. He knew that anyone who watched this combat power test video would be utterly stunned. Quick, go and bring this prodigy here immediately. I'll be waiting for him in the central hall of the Martial Arts Alliance. Yes, Warlord Su Mu. Daring not to delay Warlord Su Mu's orders in the slightest, Jin Tao hurriedly left the area and headed toward the Soaring Dragon Guild. It wasn't too long before Jin Tao arrived outside the Soaring Dragon Guild. Upon seeing Paragon Jin Tao arrive, the Soaring Dragon Guild's disciples all bowed to him. Greetings, Paragon Jin Tao. May I ask if you've come to? An intermediate grandmaster approached Jin Tao and respectfully addressed him, but before he could finish his sentence, Jin Tao interrupted him. I'm here to see your Grand Guild Master. Jin Tao recalled that the last time he visited the Soaring Dragon Guild, he had gone straight to see Fang Yu. Both he and Xing Kuan, the Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild, were high-level paragons, so it would be impolite to arrive on Xing Kuan's turf without so much as a greeting. He decided to say hello to Xing Kuan first, and then go find Fang Yu. Very well, Paragon Jin Tao. I'll take you to the Grand Master's office. No need. I'll go on my own. Jin Tao was on very good terms with Xing Kuan, and having visited the Grand Master's office at the Soaring Dragon Guild many times before, he knew his way around like the back of his hand. Jin Tao then headed toward the Grand Master's office. Before long, he arrived outside the Grand Master's office. Just as he was about to knock, he heard a conversation coming from inside. Father. Xing Zhan called out to Grand Guildmaster Xing Kuan, who was handling some business matters. Is there something you need? Grand Guildmaster Xing Kuan looked at Xing Zhan. Over the phone, Xing Zhan had already informed him to temporarily halt the mining of mana crystals at Huangmishan. Go ahead and invite him in first, then we'll talk. Just as Xing Zhan was about to speak, Xing Kuan said to him. As a high-level paragon, his perception was naturally keen, and he knew a powerful figure had arrived outside. Hearing his father's words, Xing Zhan froze for a few seconds before realizing what was happening. When he opened the office door, he discovered that Jin Tao, a paragon, was actually standing outside. Jin Tao, paragon? Xing Zhan was stunned. He never would have imagined that Paragon Jin Tao would actually be out there. It was simply unbelievable. That's right, it's me. Jin Tao let out a wry smile. He originally planned to eavesdrop on Xing Zhan and Jin Tao's conversation from outside. Now it seemed he'd been too naive that old fox Xing Kuan was even craftier than a fox. He walked right into the office. Paragon Jin Tao, it's you. Xing Kuan recognized his old friend, and a hint of a smile appeared on his weathered face. So, what brings you to my Soaring Dragon Guild? After saying that, Xing Kuan realized he'd left something out, so he turned to Jin Tao and added. Don't think I didn't know you were at our Soaring Dragon Guild last time. You didn't even say hello. That's really terrible. Jin Tao smiled as well. Well, I'm here to say hello now, aren't I? Long ago, when ferocious beasts launched a massive assault on Jiangnan City, he and Xing Kuan had fought side by side as comrades in arms. Xiaozhan, what brings you to see your father? Tell me. Jin Tao looked at Xing Zhan with curiosity. By the way, what do you want from me? Hearing Jin Tao's words, Xing Kuan turned to look at Xing Zhan. Father, I feel there is something I need to tell you, Xing Zhan said, looking at Xing Kuan. What is it? Xing Kuan studied the expression on Xing Zhan's face for some reason. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Jin Tao, standing nearby, also took on a grave expression. He knew that for people of their caliber, any statement was bound to be a major matter, so he waited to see exactly what Xing Zhan was about to reveal. Xing Zhan took a deep breath, then addressed his father, Xing Kuan. While we were at Huangmo Mountain, Fang Yu slew a low-tier 6th-tier ferocious beast. What? Xing Kuan and Jin Tao, both high-level paragons, let out a startled cry upon hearing Xing Zhan's words. You're not telling me you got that wrong, are you? No. Xing Zhan replied hastily. Xing Kuan and Jin Tao exchanged glances, their faces etched with disbelief,
as if they'd just heard something that could never possibly happen in this world.
What had they just heard? Fong Yu had slain a low-tier 6th rank ferocious beast? Isn't a low-tier 6th rank ferocious beast equivalent to a human fighter at the entry-level Paragon stage? Could they have misremembered?
But they knew that if Qing Zhan had come to tell them this, it proved they hadn't misremembered. A low-tier 6th tier ferocious beast was indeed equivalent to a human junior Paragon. But how could that be possible?
And he took it down in an instant.
As Qing Kuan and Jin Tao stood there in utter shock, Qing Zhan spoke again.
Chapter 77, What Attribute, Dungeon 1 Number 3 closed.
After learning from Qing Zhan that Fong Yu had slain a low-tier 6th rank ferocious beast, Qing Kuan and Jin Tao were utterly stunned. But they never could have imagined that Qing Zhan would go on to say something like this.
Instant kill? Fong Yu instantly killed a low-tier 6th rank ferocious beast?
After all, there is a huge difference between slaying and instantly killing. Qing Kuan and Jin Tao thought they must have misheard, but when they looked at the expression on Qing Zhan's face, they knew they hadn't.
Had Fong Yu really instantly killed a low-tier 6th rank ferocious beast?
Prior to this, Jin Tao had already investigated Fong Yu and learned about the life and death arena, as well as his battle against 3 junior grandmasters in the Thunder Guild. He had already imagined Fong Yu to be as powerful as possible, but he never expected that he had still underestimated Fong Yu's strength by so much.
For a long moment, Qing Kuan and Jin Tao were completely stunned.
They simply couldn't fathom how Fong Yu, not even 20 years old, could be this powerful.
It was simply. It took their breath away.
Although they were both high-level paragons now, hearing such a story made even their bodies tremble slightly. Jin Tao knew that it wouldn't be long before Fong Yu could shape the political landscape of Jiangnan City.
By the way, Jin Tao, what brings you here?
After a long while, Qing Kuan snapped back to reality and addressed Jin Tao, who stood before him.
Warlord Sumu sent me to ask Fong Yu to come to the Martial Arts Alliance.
Jin Tao replied.
Hearing this, Qing Kuan understood. He then turned to Qing Zhan, who stood before him, and said, Qing Zhan, take Paragon Jin Tao to find Fong Yu.
Yes, father.
Qing Zhan nodded, then left the Grand Master's office with Jin Tao, heading toward a specific location. The Soaring Dragon Guild's training area.
Led by Qing Zhan, Jin Tao arrived at the Soaring Dragon Guild's training area.
The two stopped outside an SSS class training room. Paragon Jin Tao, Grandmaster Qing Zhan.
Pan Jun, a staff member stationed outside this SSS class training room, hurriedly bowed to the two of them.
Is Grandmaster Fong Yu inside?
Yes, but Grandmaster Fong Yu has instructed that no one is to go in and disturb him.
Pan Jun replied hastily. Upon hearing Pan Jun's words, Qing Zhan and Jin Tao were taken aback. No one was allowed to go in and disturb him? Could it be that Fong Yu was about to break through?
They knew that if Fong Yu was indeed attempting a breakthrough inside the SSS level training room, forcing their way in would be absolutely out of the question.
Paragon Jin Tao, what do you think?
Qing Zhan looked at Jin Tao.
It's fine.
I'll just wait for him outside. Jin Tao replied without a moment's hesitation.
Qing Zhan nodded.
He didn't leave either, but stayed with Jin Tao to wait outside the SSS class training room. Little did they know that Fong Yu wasn't actually breaking through inside the SSS class training room. He was slaying ferocious beasts in Dungeon 1, a world generated by the system. A Dungeon 1 extension potion lasts a very long time. It takes several days in real time for its effects to wear off. Besides, Fong Yu still had 2 more Dungeon 1 extension potions.
1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Day after day passed, yet Jin Tao still hadn't left.
Qing Zhan would drop by from time to see if Paragon Jin Tao had left yet. Every time he came, he found Paragon Jin Tao still waiting there, which made him admire Jin Tao's perseverance. After all, the probability of a high-level paragon personally waiting for a single person was extremely low. Several more days passed. Fong Yu had already been on the 30th level of Dungeon 1's underground world for several days. He knew he would soon have explored every corner of Dungeon 1. After days of frenzied slaughter in the underground world, his combat power had seen another significant boost. He'd have to check it once he exited Dungeon 1. Roar! 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 A massive horde of ferocious beasts appeared before him. These beasts were all, without exception, high-tier 4th stage ferocious beasts. Seeing so many high-tier 4th stage ferocious beasts, Feng Yue's face naturally lit up with joy. He began slaughtering these high-tier 4th stage ferocious beasts. Ding! Slayed a high-tier 4th stage ferocious beast. Plus 80 level points. Ding! Slayed a high-tier 4th tier ferocious beast. Plus 80 level up points. Ding! Slayed a high-tier 4th tier ferocious beast. Plus 80 level up points. As these high-tier 4th tier ferocious beasts kept falling, the data showing his increasing level points kept appearing in Feng Yue's mind. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Raging Wind Whirl. True King S Dragon Roar. Sealing Dragon S Heavenly Claw. The area had turned into a battlefield of hell. Feng Yue had no idea how many ferocious beasts he had actually slain. He only knew that the level points were piling up like crazy in his mind. It was a long time before Feng Yue finally wiped out every last ferocious beast. Level up points, 200 million. Seeing such a massive number of level up points, Feng Yue smiled. He allocated all the level up points he had earned to True Dragon Form. True Dragon Form progress, 22%. Seeing the progress of True Dragon Form, Feng Yue felt quite satisfied, though he knew that as the progress increased, the number of upgrade points required would also keep rising. He knew there wasn't too much area left on the 30th layer of the underworld. He would soon have explored it all, at which point Dungeon 1 number 3 would close. Essence Book Pavilion. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Feng Yue continued to hunt for ferocious beasts on the 30th level of the underworld, slaying them as he made his way deeper into the level. Finally, he reached the end of the 30th level. At the same time, the icon for his personal inventory lit up in his mind. Feng Yue was thrilled. He knew he'd obtained something valuable. After clicking to open the personal inventory icon, the blue attributes in the slot caught his eye. Wood attribute, when enchanted, grants the power of wood, providing extremely potent healing effects. Can heal others too. Reading the description of the item he obtained, Feng Yue thought that while the wood attribute wasn't an offensive attribute, it was still quite useful. Although he wouldn't take damage inside Dungeon 1, he already experienced the benefits of the wood attribute during real-world battles. Ding! Do you want to enchant True Dragon Form with the wood attribute? Enchant! Ding! True Dragon Form has been successfully enchanted with the wood attribute. As the system's voice faded, an aura of the wood attribute emanated from True Dragon Form. Ding! Mastered attribute skill, Absolute Healing. Feng Yue checked the effects of Absolute Healing and discovered it could cure a wide range of injuries and illnesses. If he were to become a doctor, he would undoubtedly have a bright future. Ding! Dungeon 1 number 3 has been fully explored by the host. Dungeon 1 number 3 is closing. Ding! Dungeon 1 number 3 has been successfully closed. Feng Yue returned to the SSS rank training room. He felt a quiet sense of pride after exploring Dungeon 1 number 3 for so long. He had finally completed it. I wonder what Dungeon 1 number 4 will be like. He stood up and walked toward the entrance of the SSS class training room. Chapter 78, Sumu, the Warlord, on Feng Yue. After pushing open the door to the SSS class training room, Feng Yue stepped out. You're out. To Feng Yue's surprise, Jin Tao was actually standing right in front of him. Feng Yue, you're finally here. Jin Tao looked at Feng Yue with delight. He thought to himself that waiting here for so long hadn't been in vain. Jin Tao, Paragon, is there something you need from me? Feng Yue looked quite puzzled. Well, Warlord Sumu has invited you to the Martial Arts Alliance. He wants to see you. Jin Tao said. Hearing Jin Tao's words, Feng Yue understood. All right then. You go ahead, I'll be right there. All right. Jin Tao had originally intended to go with Feng Yue, but now that Feng Yue had said that, he didn't want to press the issue.
After saying that, Jin Tao left. Fan Yu watched Jin Tao's retreating figure and walked straight up to a combat power testing machine. It was actually no surprise to him that Warlord Sumu wanted to see him after all. For a genius of his caliber, not only Warlord Sumu but even the three great powers of the human race would want to meet him. He looked at the combat power testing machine in front of him, then delivered a powerful punch toward it. Boom! The moment Fang Yu's fist made contact with the combat power testing machine, a number appeared on its screen. 1.28 million. Seeing the combat power reading on the screen, Fang Yu's face lit up with excitement. 1 million, that's the baseline combat power for an intermediate grandmaster. Not only was he now an intermediate grandmaster, but his combat power far exceeded that of an intermediate grandmaster. He returned to Villa number 36 and greeted his parents. It happened to be Saturday, so Xiao was there as well. "Mom and Dad, I'm heading out for a bit." "Why are you going out so soon after getting back?" Dulan naturally wanted Fang Yu to stay at the villa a little longer and chat with them. "Warlord Sumu wants to see me. I'm heading to the Martial Arts Alliance," Fang Yu said. Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao were all stunned by Fang Yu's words, their faces betraying their astonishment. Although none of them were fighters, they certainly knew who Warlord Sumu was. He was, after all, Jiangnan City's strongest fighter, the chief executive, and a high-ranking warlord. A figure of that stature wanted to meet their son? Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao all knew how accomplished Fang Yu had become, but upon hearing that Warlord Sumu wanted to see him, they couldn't help but be stunned. After leaving the Soaring Dragon Guild, Fang Yu headed straight for the Martial Arts Alliance. It didn't take long for Fang Yu to arrive at the Martial Arts Alliance. Upon arriving, he approached an intermediate martial artist and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Paragon Jin Tao is? Are you looking for Paragon Jin Tao?" Hearing Fang Yu's words, the intermediate martial artist couldn't help but be taken aback. He then gave Fang Yu a thorough once-over. He couldn't understand what business a young man like Fang Yu could possibly have with Paragon Jin Tao. Suddenly, it dawned on him, Fang Yu must have powerful connections, otherwise, how dare he come looking for Paragon Jin Tao? For instance, he might be the scion of a warlord family. Warlord Sumu was the strongest fighter in Jiangnan City. But that didn't mean Warlord Sumu was the only warlord in Jiangnan City. The factions backed by warlords were the most powerful in Jiangnan, factions that neither the Soaring Dragon Guild nor the Thunder Guild could afford to provoke. Just as this intermediate martial artist was about to say something to Fang Yu, a voice rang out beside him. "Grandmaster Fang Yu." Hearing this voice, the intermediate martial artist was startled. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Jin Tao, the Paragon. Jin Tao was walking toward them. When he reached their side, he hurriedly addressed him respectfully. "Jin Tao, Paragon." After nodding at the intermediate martial artist, Jin Tao turned to Fang Yu and said, "Fang Yu, Grandmaster, let us go see Sumu, Warlord." "All right." Fang Yu nodded in response, and he and Jin Tao set off toward a certain location. Leaving the intermediate martial artist standing frozen in place, completely bewildered. When Jin Tao first called out Fang Yu, "Grandmaster," he thought he must have misheard it. But when he heard it a second time, he knew he hadn't misheard at all. Jin Tao, the Paragon, had addressed that young man who looked no older than 20 as Grandmaster Fang Yu. A storm of emotions raged within the intermediate martial artist's heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes. His worldview felt as though it had been struck by a massive shock. This intermediate martial artist had assumed Fang Yu must have a very powerful background, which was why he had come to seek out Jin Tao, the Paragon. But he would never have dreamed, not even in his wildest dreams, that Fang Yu would actually be a grandmaster. Stay calm, I must stay calm." The intermediate martial artist thought to himself that Fang Yu must have cultivated some kind of rejuvenation technique, otherwise, at such a young age, it would be impossible to reach the rank of grandmaster. Fang Yu and Jin Tao arrived at the Central Hall of the Martial Arts Alliance. Upon entering the Central Hall, Fang Yu immediately spotted the supremely imposing elderly man seated directly above. The old man was full of vigor, though he appeared to be around 70 years old.
he exuded a heroic spirit, and an aura of righteousness filled the entire central hall. Fang Yu had seen this old man countless times in the news. The old man was none other than the chief executive of Jiangnan City, Sumu, the warlord. However, as Fang Yu looked at Warlord Sumu, likely because his true dragon form was imbued with the wood element, he could actually sense that Warlord Sumu was suffering from severe internal injuries. "Hello, Fang Yu." Upon seeing Fang Yu and Jin Tao enter the central hall, Warlord Sumu descended from the high platform directly above and walked up behind Fang Yu, extending his hand toward him. "Hello, Sumu, Warlord." Fang Yu still held Sumu, the warlord, in high regard. He knew that in all of Jiangnan City, if not 100%, then at least 99.999999% of the people respected Sumu, the warlord. Sumu had seen Fang Yu's photos and videos. Judging solely by those, Fang Yu appeared to be nothing more than a young man with delicate features utterly unremarkable. But when Sumu saw Fang Yu in person, he was secretly stunned. He never would have imagined that such immense killing intent could emanate from a young man. That grim, iron-blooded killing intent. It even sent a chill down the spine of a high-ranking warlord like him. What on earth had a person like this gone through? First of all, Sumu was certain that Fang Yu hadn't practiced some kind of rejuvenation technique. He was simply that young by nature. But given Fang Yu's brief lifespan of just over a decade, it was hard for Sumu to imagine what kind of experiences he could have had. Especially now that the large-scale war between the human race and the ferocious beasts had already come to an end. "Fang Yu, you're terrifying." As Sumu was pondering how to phrase his next words to Fang Yu, this remark suddenly slipped out. Jin Tao, standing nearby, froze in shock. Warlord Sumu was actually praising someone like this? Had he heard correctly? If his memory served him right, Warlord Sumu had never spoken of anyone in such terms before. Chapter 79, Absolute Healing, treating Warlord Sumu's injuries. Jin Tao looked at Warlord Sumu in disbelief, then glanced at Fang Yu. He never would have imagined that Warlord Sumu would actually say Fang Yu was terrifying. After all, as the strongest fighter in Jiangnan City, Warlord Sumu had never once described anyone that way before. And yet, Fang Yu looked completely unfazed? Why did Jin Tao suddenly feel so insignificant, even as a high-level paragon? Wasn't it said that a grandmaster must never be disgraced? Of course, a grandmaster must never be disgraced. But that only applied to ordinary people, or fighters below the grandmaster level. After all, once a fighter breaks through to grandmaster, both their status and the respect they command increase dramatically. To put it simply, just consider the fact that grandmasters and those above them cannot enter the life and death arena. That alone makes it clear. "You're truly terrifying." Seeing Fang Yu's calm expression, Warlord Sumu spoke to him earnestly once more. "Whoa!" Jin Tao, standing nearby, never would have imagined that Warlord Sumu would go so far as to say that he was completely dumbfounded. He knew Fang Yu was terrifying. But when Warlord Sumu put it that way, it gave Jin Tao a certain illusion. Namely, that even Warlord Sumu wasn't a match for Fang Yu. Hearing Warlord Sumu praise him like this repeatedly, even though Fang Yu's face remained calm, he was actually seething inside. "Warlord Sumu, compared to you, how could I possibly be considered terrifying?" Fang Yu wasn't quite sure how to respond to Warlord Sumu's assessment, but he had to say something. "Ha ha." Warlord Sumu burst into laughter, his laughter full of grandeur. Immediately afterward, Warlord Sumu invited Fang Yu to sit down. After Fang Yu sat down, he and Warlord Sumu talked at length. Their conversation included knowledge about fighters and ferocious beasts. "Fang Yu, if Warlord Sumu looked at Fang Yu. "If ferocious beasts were to attack our Jiangnan City, would you choose to do your part for Jiangnan City?" Jin Tao listened to Sumu's words and also turned to look at Fang Yu, eager to hear his answer. "It's my duty," Fang Yu replied with unwavering conviction. In a battle between the two races, if the fierce beasts were to attack Jiangnan City, he would certainly choose to do his part. Hearing Fang Yu's answer, both Sumu and Jin Tao were extremely pleased. "Actually, I'm truly moved that our Jiangnan City has produced such an incredible genius as you." Sumu knew that, based on his current understanding,
he could no longer fully comprehend Fong Yu, but facts were facts. He also knew that Fong Yu's future achievements were boundless. In fact, he could already see the human race's fourth-ranked powerhouse right before his eyes. Warlord Sumu, Grandmaster Fong Yu, I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Jin Tao suddenly remembered he had other matters to attend to. After receiving Warlord Sumu's permission, he left the central hall of the Martial Arts Alliance. Go ahead, Fong Yu. Do your best. Sumu knew he had already told Fong Yu everything he needed to say. Fong Yu listened to Sumu's words. Just as he stood up to leave, he paused, his gaze fixed on Sumu as if he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to do so. Fong Yu, is there something else? Sumu noticed Fong Yu's hesitation and asked him. Warlord Sumu, there is something I'm not sure if I should say. Go ahead. Sumu was a bit puzzled. He couldn't figure out what else Fong Yu had to say to him. It seems like you have internal injuries? Fong Yu asked Warlord Sumu tentatively. He had been hesitant at first, but now he was certain that it was because the true dragon form was imbued with the wood element that he had been able to detect the injury within Warlord Sumu's body. Upon hearing Fong Yu's words, a flash of astonishment crossed Sumu's eyes as he stared blankly at Fong Yu. Did Jin Tao tell you that? No. Fong Yu shook his head. Then how did you find out? Sumu knew very well that few people were aware of his internal injuries. He couldn't understand how Fong Yu had discovered them. I saw it myself. You saw it? Sumu was completely dumbfounded. As the strongest fighter in Jiangnan City, a high-rank warlord, he had never imagined that one day he would wear such an expression. Sumu knew he looked full of vitality. It was absolutely impossible to tell just by looking at him that he had internal injuries. Unless Fong Yu possessed exceptional medical skills. No. Sumu quickly shook his head inwardly, dismissing that ridiculous thought. Even the best martial arts physician in Jiangnan City would need a lengthy examination to diagnose it. How could it possibly be detected just by looking? He figured someone else must have told Fong Yu about it. That was the only plausible explanation. Warlord Sumu, if it's possible, regarding your internal injuries. Fong Yu looked at Warlord Sumu standing before him. I'd like to give it a try. You, what did you say? Sumu stared at Fong Yu in utter astonishment. He never in a million years would have imagined Fong Yu would say something like that. What did Fong Yu mean? To heal his injuries? Had he heard correctly? Don't joke around. My injuries. Sumu assumed Fong Yu was joking, but before he could finish his sentence, Fong Yu spoke again. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Fong Yu looked at Sumu intently. I think I can give it a try. After the true dragon form was enchanted with the wood attribute, it gained the elemental ability Absolute Healing. He knew that Absolute Healing couldn't cure Sumu's warlord-level internal injuries in a single session, but with repeated treatments, it would certainly heal them. Sumu looked at the serious expression on Fong Yu's face and realized he wasn't joking. But for Fong Yu to actually treat his injuries. All right. A few seconds later, Sumu stopped overthinking the matter and simply nodded in agreement. Seeing that Sumu, the warlord, had agreed, Fong Yu held out his hand, and a gentle, green mist appeared in the palm of his hand. This green mist was derived from the wood element. He secretly activated the wood attribute divine ability, Absolute Healing. As Fong Yu's palm pressed against Sumu's body, streams of gentle wood attribute energy instantly flowed into his body. The wood attribute energy reached every bone and joint in Sumu's body, traveled through his 8 extraordinary meridians, and finally sank into his dantian. This. Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he really feel his severely damaged meridians clearly beginning to heal? Phew! After more than 10 minutes, Fong Yu withdrew his hand. He exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his forehead. One treatment won't be enough. It should be fully healed after a few more sessions. Fong Yu said to Warlord Sumu, who stood there speechless, as if struck by lightning. A long time passed. Only then did Sumu snap back to his senses. Staring at Fong Yu in disbelief, he said. Fong Yu, you're from another inhabited planet? Hearing Sumu's words, Fong Yu couldn't help but laugh. How could that be? I know. I'm just so shocked, that's why I'm reacting like this. Sumu knew he hadn't been this shocked in a very long time. When he was shocked like this again, don't even ask. Something must have happened that shocked him beyond belief. Chapter 80, Cheng Chushue heads to Longqing University. Sumu knew this was the first time in his entire life that he'd been this shocked. The damage to his meridians was simply too severe, it was impossible to cure, and he could only maintain his condition inside the ancient tower. But what he never could have imagined was that Fong Yu would actually be able to heal the damage to his meridians. For a moment, he even found it hard to believe that Fong Yu was from Blue Star after all. There was no one on Blue Star as formidable as Fong Yu. Not only did he possess immense power, but he also had terrifyingly advanced medical skills. Someone like this was truly one of a kind on Blue Star. Warlord Sumu, if there is nothing else, I'll be going now. Fong Yu looked at Warlord Sumu standing before him. I'll come by regularly to treat you from now on. All right. Sumu nodded gratefully. After leaving the Martial Arts Alliance, Fong Yu returned to the Soaring Dragon Guild. As soon as he arrived outside the Soaring Dragon Guild, he ran into Cheng Chushue. Fong Yu. When Cheng Chushue saw Fong Yu, her fair face lit up with joy. It had been many days since the two had last seen each other. Chushue, where are you headed? Just taking a stroll. Cheng Chushue gave a sweet smile. Why don't we go together? Fong Yu nodded in agreement. He didn't have anything else to do anyway. Seeing that Fong Yu had agreed, Cheng Chushue set off with him, and they walked toward the main street. The Soaring Dragon Guild was located in the heart of Jiangnan City. As one of the major cities in Longhua, Jiangnan City had a population of over 10,000, and in terms of prosperity, no other city could compare to it except for Longcheng. Fong Yu, I'm leaving for Longcheng in a couple of days. Cheng Chushue suddenly said to Fong Yu. Fong Yu knew that Cheng Chushue had applied to Longqing University for the college entrance exam. Longqing University was the best martial arts university in the Dragon Kingdom. Okay. Fong Yu hadn't taken the college entrance exam, so naturally he didn't need to go to Longqing University. Then Cheng Chushue hesitated, as if she wanted to say more. Will you come to Dragon City? Cheng Chushue knew Fong Yu didn't need to go to Longqing University, but what she wanted to know was whether he would go to Longcheng. I will. Fong Yu answered almost without a moment's hesitation. People strive for higher ground, and water flows downward. This is a timeless truth. He also knew that it might not be long before he headed to Longcheng. Of course, Jiangnan City and Longcheng were merely his starting points. His future extended far beyond the tiny blue star it lay in the universe. If a person had no dreams, what would set them apart from a piece of dried fish? Hearing Fong Yu's answer, Cheng Chushue felt reassured. After walking with Cheng Chushue for quite a while, the two returned to the Soaring Dragon Guild. Time flew by. Before he knew it, Cheng Chushue had set off on her journey to Dragon City. Another half-month passed. During this half-month, Fong Yu went to the SSS class training room every day to absorb mana. He also took time to treat Warlord Sumu's internal injuries. Dungeon 1, number 4, still hadn't opened. Fong Yu walked up to a combat power testing machine. Thud. He slammed his fist hard against the combat power testing machine. Instantly, a number appeared on the screen. 1.54 million. Fong Yu was quite satisfied with his combat power. Thanks to the absorption of the 1,000 yuan cells, his combat power was increasing rapidly. Still, if only Dungeon 1, number 4 would open, he couldn't wait any longer. Fong Yu returned to Villa number 36. Dad, Mom. Upon returning to the villa, Fong Yu saw Fong Yonghua and Du Lan watching TV in the living room. Xiao Yu, we were just watching the news and noticed that the situation on Blue Star is becoming increasingly dire. Several large underground worlds have seen their beasts emerge en masse, and a few small nations have been wiped out. Fong Yonghua said to Fong Yu. Hearing Fong Yonghui's words,
Fang Yu knew that these kinds of events had actually been happening on Blue Star all along, it was just that some of the news hadn't been reported. After exchanging a few words, Du Lan looked at Fang Yu.
Xiao Xiao's birthday is the day after tomorrow. I'll cook you a nice meal.
It was only then, upon hearing his mother Du Lan's words, that Fang Yu remembered Xiao Xiao's birthday was the day after tomorrow. That's right, Xiao Xiao was about to turn 14.
Fang Yu smiled.
In 2 more years, she'll be able to awaken her talent.
But let us go out to eat anyway, have a nice meal. Why go out to eat? That'll cost a fortune. Are we short on money?
Fang Yu smiled as he looked at Fang Yonghua and Du Lan sitting across from him.
Fang Yonghua and Du Lan smiled back. All right, then let us go out to eat.
That's right, not only did they have plenty of money now, but they were actually quite wealthy.
Going out for a meal was truly a drop in the bucket. I'm back. Just then, a voice rang out.
Fang Yu, Fang Yonghua, and Du Lan all knew it was Xiao Xiao returning, so they looked over.
Mom, Dad, and Big Brother. Xiao Xiao greeted each of them in turn. Xiao Xiao, it's your birthday the day after tomorrow. How about I take you out for a big feast?
Fang Yu said as he ruffled Xiao Xiao's little head.
Fang Yu had once again ruffled Xiao Xiao's hair into a mess.
After using all her strength to finally break free from him, she couldn't hide the joy on her little face.
Where are we going to eat?
Fang Yu thought for a moment, then nodded as if he'd made up his mind and said.
Yeah, let us go to Peony Golden Pavilion. Peony Golden Pavilion.
Fang Yonghua, Du Lan, and Xiao Xiao all froze. This was a place they never even dared to dream of visiting.
Peony Golden Pavilion, the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangnan City.
It wasn't a place you could simply walk into just because you had money. You had to be accompanied by a fighter, and that fighter's cultivation level had to be at least that of a martial master. But now, of course, they could go to the Peony Golden Pavilion.
Okay, then let us go to the Peony Golden Pavilion. Xiao Xiao's round little face was beaming with excitement. Xiao Xiao, can I ask you something? Go ahead.
Xiao Xiao looked a little puzzled, not sure what her brother was going to ask her. Fang Yonghua and Du Lan couldn't help but feel curious as well, looking at Fang Yu in confusion.
Did you ever mention me when you were at school? No, I never did. I haven't even told anyone that I'm living in the Soaring Dragon Guild right now.
Xiao Xiao said proudly.
Fang Yu smiled.
He hadn't expected Xiao Xiao to be so low-key. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they be bragging to everyone that her brother was a grandmaster?
The next day, Fang Yu headed toward the Martial Arts Alliance. Today, he was once again going to treat Warlord Su Mu's internal injuries.
Before long, he arrived outside the Martial Arts Alliance. Beside him was a middle-aged man. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded a touch of scholarly elegance.
Grandmaster Fang Yu, Dr. Lu Di.
Just as the two were about to enter the Martial Arts Alliance, a voice rang out beside them. Fang Yu and the middle-aged man simultaneously turned toward the source of the voice.
They discovered that the speaker was none other than Jin Tao, the Paragon.
The middle-aged man was none other than Physician Lu Di, whom Jin Tao had mentioned, Warlord Su Mu's personal physician, who had come today to examine Warlord Su Mu's condition.
Chapter 81, Xiao Xiao's Birthday, Peony Golden Pavilion.
Lu Di knew full well that he hadn't misheard it. Jin Tao, the Paragon, had called Fang Yu Grandmaster. He stared at Fang Yu in disbelief, never imagining that the person standing right beside him could actually be a Grandmaster.
A Grandmaster so young. The world is vast, nothing is impossible?
But this was simply impossible.
Lu Di was a physician himself. A martial arts physician.
It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to become a martial arts physician. One had to be a fighter and also possess an awakened talent in that specific field.
He knew all too well how arduous cultivation was.
He simply couldn't imagine Fang Yu becoming a grandmaster at such a young age. After Jin Tao, the Paragon, walked over to Fang Yu and Lu Di, he introduced them to each other.
Hello, my name is Lu Di. Hello, I'm Fang Yu. Fang Yu and Lu Di shook hands.
From Jin Tao, the Paragon, Fang Yu also learned the purpose of Lu Di's visit to the Martial Arts Alliance. Lu Di had come only to examine Warlord Su Mu's condition to see if it had worsened or stabilized, not to treat him. After all, no one could heal Warlord Su Mu's damaged meridians. Led by Jin Tao, the Paragon, Fang Yu and Lu Di arrived at Warlord Su Mu's residence. Warlord Su Mu. After greeting Warlord Su Mu, Lu Di took out various medical instruments and began examining him. Warlord Su Mu, it's been a while since your last checkup. You've been cultivating inside the ancient tower recently. Let us see if your condition has stabilized. Lu Di said. As Lu Di conducted the examination, the look on his face grew increasingly stunned, as if he had encountered something utterly unbelievable. Warlord Su Mu, your internal injuries have actually improved? Lu Di couldn't believe it. Fearing he might have misread the results, he hurriedly checked again. But the results confirmed that he hadn't made a mistake. Warlord Su Mu's damaged meridians had indeed shown signs of improvement. This is impossible. Lu Di was utterly stunned. Logically speaking, Warlord Su Mu's meridian damage had reached an irreversible stage. How could there possibly be any improvement? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lu Di's words, Su Mu burst out laughing. It's all because Fang Yu treated me, otherwise, there wouldn't have been any improvement. Su Mu said. What? Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Lu Di froze in place. Could it really be because of Fang Yu's treatment? Suddenly, he seemed to understand why Fang Yu had come to the Martial Arts Alliance today. Warlord Su Mu, let me treat you. After addressing Warlord Su Mu, Fang Yu began treating him with absolute healing. Lu Di watched the entire time from the sidelines. When Fang Yu finished the treatment, he stepped aside and said to Su Mu. Warlord Su Mu, today's treatment is complete. Su Mu smiled at Fang Yu. Warlord Su Mu, may I examine you again? Lu Di was utterly stunned. No problem. After receiving Su Mu's consent, Lu Di hurriedly began examining Su Mu once more. But after the examination, Lu Di's pupils contracted rapidly, and his face was etched with nothing but shock. He never would have imagined that Warlord Su Mu's damaged meridians had actually improved slightly. As Jiangnan City's most renowned martial arts physician, Lu Di was completely humbled in the presence of Fang Yu. Fang Yu, you. Lu Di wanted to say something to Fang Yu, but he simply didn't know how to begin. It took a long time for Lu Di to calm his turbulent emotions. Finally, he said to Fang Yu, I sincerely invite you to join our Jiangnan City Medical Association. If you're willing, I'd be happy to hand over the presidency to you. Lu Di spoke with the utmost sincerity. Fang Yu had thought Lu Di wanted to tell him something else. He never expected it was simply an invitation to join the medical association. No, thank you. Fang Yu politely declined Lu Di's offer. All right, then. Seeing Fang Yu's refusal, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Di's eyes, and he didn't press the matter further. After leaving the Martial Arts Alliance, Fang Yu returned to the Soaring Dragon Guild, where he went to the SSS class training room to absorb mana. Driven by the circulation of 1,000 yuan cells within his body, Fang Yu's rate and volume of mana absorption were simply staggering. After fully absorbing the mana, Fang Yu returned to Villa number 36. Tomorrow was Xiao Xiao's birthday. The next day, in the afternoon, Fang Yu and his family set off for the Peony Golden Pavilion. As the most bustling restaurant in Jiangnan City, the Peony Golden Pavilion was naturally located in the heart of the city. A short while later, Fang Yu and his family arrived outside the Peony Golden Pavilion. Xiao Xiao, who had never been there before, seemed very excited. This is great. Xiao Xiao tugged at Fang Yu's hand. Hello, to dine at the Peony Golden Pavilion, you must have at least one fighter present. This is our policy. We ask for your understanding. A female waitress bowed to Fang Yu and his family and spoke respectfully. After speaking, the waitress pointed to the combat power testing machine nearby. The meaning was clear. The waitress was also a fighter, but her cultivation level wasn't very high. Fang Yu looked at the combat power testing machine in front of him and held up one finger. The waitress stared at Fang Yu's raised finger, momentarily frozen in confusion, unsure of his intention. But when she noticed Fong Yu pointing his raised finger toward the combat power testing machine, she finally understood. The moment Fong Yu's finger touched the combat power testing machine, a combat power reading appeared on its screen. Combat power, 2050. Seeing the combat power reading on the screen, the female attendant was stunned. After all, this was combat power measured from just a single finger. And he hadn't even gathered any power. It was as if he simply tapped the screen of the combat power scanner. Could he really have that much combat power just like that? What the female attendant didn't know was that Fong Yu had actually held back. Otherwise, who knows how high his combat power reading might have been. After passing the test, Fong Yu and his family successfully entered the Peony Golden Pavilion. Hello, at the Peony Golden Pavilion, we have standard private rooms, yellow grade private rooms, mystic grade private rooms, earth grade private rooms, and heaven grade private rooms. Which type of private room would you like? Upon arriving at the Peony Golden Pavilion, a waitress respectfully addressed Fong Yu and his party. A heaven-level private room, please. Fong Yu thought to himself that since they were already there, they might as well choose a nicer private room. Sir, access to a heaven-level private room requires at least a Grandmaster rank, so... No problem. Before the waitress could finish her sentence, Fong Yu spoke up. Okay, sure. Hearing Fong Yu say this, the waitress didn't dare say anything more and led Fong Yu and his family toward the heaven-level private room. However, she found it hard to believe that Fong Yu and his family actually had a Grandmaster among them. Chapter 82, Thunder Guild, Suyun Paragon. The waitress led Fong Yu and his family toward the heaven-class private room. It didn't take long before the waitress brought Fong Yu's family to the entrance of the heaven-class private room. This is the heaven-class private room, the waitress said to Fong Yu and his family. Fong Yu and the others had learned from the waitress that only those at the Grandmaster level or higher were allowed to enter a heaven-class private room. Please have one of you check your combat power. The Peony Golden Pavilion had already labeled the strength requirements for each private room, so there was no room for anyone to look down on anyone else. Fong Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao all turned their gaze toward Fong Yu. Hearing the waiter's words, Fong Yu walked toward the combat power testing machine in front of him. The waiter who had escorted Fong Yu and his family to the heaven-class private room watched in utter astonishment as Fong Yu walked toward the combat power testing machine. The waiter had assumed Fong Yonghua was a Grandmaster, but he never would have imagined that Fong Yu himself would walk toward the combat power testing machine. He had made it perfectly clear. To enter the heaven-class private room, a Grandmaster was required, but the waiter never could have imagined that this Grandmaster would be Fong Yu. Fong Yu walked up to the combat power testing machine in the heaven-class private room. Boom! Under the waiter's gaze, Fong Yu punched the combat power testing machine. It was the first time Fong Yu and his family had ever been to the Peony Golden Pavilion, so they weren't aware of these rules. He had only performed a casual scan during the check-in. Had he known this beforehand, he would have immediately demonstrated his true strength. Combat power, 1.01 million. Fong Yu knew that the base combat power for a junior Grandmaster was only 1 million. That's why he hadn't used his full strength. Whoa! The attendant looked at the combat power reading Fong Yu had produced and couldn't help but gasp. Although he knew that since Fong Yu had dared to walk up to the combat power testing machine, he must have some strength, he never would have imagined that Fong Yu was actually a Grandmaster. At such a young age. He is actually a Grandmaster. The attendant was stunned speechless. However, he quickly today is my son's birthday. Su Yun's expression turned grim. He had brought his son and his son's friends to Peony Golden Pavilion, and he knew he couldn't afford to lose face. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be him, the entire Thunder Guild would lose face. As a junior paragon, he was already a representative of the Thunder Guild's reputation. But if the heaven-class private rooms were already fully booked, he couldn't very well force someone to give one up. After all, Jiangnan City was huge. There were many powerful factions. Although the Thunder Guild was very powerful in Jiangnan City, there were still factions they couldn't afford to provoke. So, he couldn't act recklessly. Could you tell me who is the weakest in the heaven-class private rooms? Just as Su Yun was about to leave with his group,
he suddenly addressed the attendant standing before him. He wanted to see if there were any factions weaker than the Soaring Dragon Guild. That way, he could demonstrate his own strength. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss of face in front of his son's friends. If everyone's strength was extraordinary, then they'd just have to leave, so be it. Better to lose face than to cause trouble for the Thunder Guild. Hearing Su Yun Paragon's words, the waiter knew he couldn't afford to offend him and hurriedly checked the records. In response to Su Yun Paragon, the weakest is Grandmaster Fong Yu of the Soaring Dragon Guild. The waiter replied to Su Yun. As Su Yun and the group of young men heard the attendant's words, their pupils contracted sharply. They never would have imagined the attendant would actually mention that name. Fong Yu. As members of the Thunder Guild, they had naturally witnessed Fong Yu's battle against 3 junior grandmasters at the Thunder Guild. That battle was truly the ultimate disgrace for the Thunder Guild. Especially for Su Yun, a high-ranking member of the Thunder Guild. He knew all too well how dissatisfied Lei Hu, the Grand Master of the Thunder Guild, was with the Soaring Dragon Guild. Ever since Fong Yu defeated the Thunder Guild's 3 junior grandmasters, Grandmaster Lei Hu had been desperate to redeem himself. After all, they lost the mining rights to the— I'm sorry, but since Peony Golden Pavilion has no heaven-grade private rooms available, Paragon Su Yun would like to dine here. The waiter knew that one wrong move could easily offend Fong Yu, so after finishing his sentence, he bowed deeply to Fong Yu. Fong Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao were all taken aback by this. They hadn't expected such a turn of events. Fong Yu narrowed his eyes. This was reality, not one of those showy, humiliating scenes from Chinese TV dramas. Logically speaking, as a paragon, if Su Yun knew that the Peony Golden Pavilion had no heaven-class private rooms available, he would certainly have chosen to leave. After all, paragons are people of status and standing. They naturally care about their reputation. But now Su Yun had sent this waiter to deliver such a message to him. Had this already escalated to involve the Thunder Guild and the Soaring Dragon Guild? Fong Yu chuckled to himself. He was certain that was the case. He had no grudge against Su Yun since Su Yun was now looking for a fight. He certainly wasn't afraid. Let them in, Fong Yu said to the attendant standing before him. The attendant nodded repeatedly upon hearing Fong Yu's words, not daring to linger too long in this heaven-tier private room, and quickly walked out. Once outside the heaven-class private room, Su Yun and his group saw the waiter emerge and all turned their gaze toward him. How did it go? Su Yun, Paragon, the Grandmaster inside has granted you entry, the waiter said. Su Yun nodded. Without further conversation with the waiter, he walked into the heaven-class private room ahead of him. Once Su Yun and his group entered the heaven-tier private room, they saw Fong Yu and his family. They had come specifically for Fong Yu. Originally, Su Yun had intended to see who the weakest person in the heaven-tier private rooms of the Peony Golden Pavilion was, to see if they would give him face and let them use the heaven-tier private room. But what he hadn't expected was that Fong Yu would actually be here. The Soaring Dragon Guild had been dominating the scene lately. Fong Yu had defeated 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild, causing the Thunder Guild to lose its mining rights to the Huangmu Mountain mana crystals. He certainly had to redeem the Thunder Guild's honor. Fong Yu, I never expected to run into you here. Su Yun gave Fong Yu a cold laugh. Fong Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao all listened to Su Yun's words. They knew the man before them was Su Yun, a junior paragon of the Thunder Guild. At that moment, they all turned their gaze to Fong Yu, waiting to see how he would respond to Su Yun's remark. Go ahead, what's on your mind? Fong Yu glanced at Su Yun, then turned away, picking up his chopsticks to take a bite of food and slowly put it into his mouth. As a junior paragon, Su Yun never imagined Fong Yu would ignore him so blatantly. In an instant, rage welled up inside him, and his face turned ashen. What he didn't know was that even when Fong Yu was a junior grandmaster, his true strength was already on par with that of an intermediate paragon with SSS-level talent. Nor did he know that Fong Yu had instantly killed a low-tier 6th-rank ferocious beast while at Huangmu Mountain. If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to show his face in front of Fong Yu. Fong Yu, you've been stealing the spotlight and making a huge splash in our Thunder Guild. Now that we're here to dine at the Peony Golden Pavilion, there are no heaven-class private rooms left. I'd like you to give this heaven-class private room to us. Su Yun gave Fong Yu a cold smile and continued, That's not too much to ask, is it? After hearing Su Yun's words, the young members of the Thunder Guild standing behind him also broke into smiles. But they knew it wasn't their place to speak up in a situation like this after all. The gap in strength between them and Fang Yu was simply too great, as was the disparity in their status. That's not unreasonable. Fang Yu set down his chopsticks and nodded at Su Yun. But Fang Yu smiled, his gaze fixed directly on Su Yun in front of him. Why should I agree? Just because you're a mere junior paragon. The young members of the Thunder Guild standing behind Su Yun heard Fang Yu's words and their pupils dilated uncontrollably, as if they had heard something they could never have imagined. It wasn't just them, even Su Yun himself froze, staring at Fang Yu in disbelief. A low-level paragon. They couldn't fathom why Fang Yu would dare say such a thing. Fine, very fine. Once Su Yun snapped out of it, he glared at Fang Yu, grinding his teeth as he ground out those words. He knew Fang Yu was arrogant. It was evident from the things Fang Yu had said at the Thunder Guild. At the same time, he knew Fang Yu possessed staggering power. After all, 3 junior grandmasters weren't even a match for him. But Su Yun couldn't fathom why Fang Yu dared to be so arrogant in his presence. A mere junior paragon? A cold smile flitted across Su Yun's face. Did Fang Yu naively think he was a junior grandmaster? Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiaoxiao still hadn't snapped out of it. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths slightly agape, their expressions seemingly frozen in place. Fang Yu's remark, a mere junior paragon, had completely stunned them. What an overwhelmingly domineering display. Fang Yu, since you're so powerful, I'm issuing you a challenge. You'll accept it, right? Su Yun glared coldly at Fang Yu. He knew he absolutely had to teach Fang Yu a lesson, whether for himself or for the Thunder Guild. He had to make Fang Yu understand what it meant to be out of his league. There was simply no comparison between a grandmaster and a paragon. However, Su Yun knew full well that Fang Yu wouldn't accept his challenge. If he did, wouldn't he be a fool? Fang Yu was just putting on a brave front. Several young members of the Thunder Guild were also watching Fang Yu, eager to see if he would accept. Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiaoxiao were all watching Fang Yu at that moment. I won't accept a challenge that offers no reward, Fang Yu said slowly to Su Yun, who stood before him. Chapter 84, The Reward Fang Yu Wants. Hearing Fang Yu's reply, Su Yun knew Fang Yu was just putting on a brave front again. Ha! Su Yun gave another cold laugh at Fang Yu. Then what reward do you want? He was going to take this seriously today. He'd originally just come here to humiliate Fang Yu, but he never expected to end up being humiliated by Fang Yu instead. How could he possibly tolerate that? Fang Yu thought for a moment, then replied to Su Yun. If I win, let me extract Thunder Jade from your Thunder Guild. It was no secret that the Thunder Guild possessed Thunder Jade. Almost everyone in Jiangnan City knew about it. As for what Thunder Jade actually was, it was nothing more than mana crystals. But ever since the Thunder Guild had acquired the Thunder Jade, no one had been able to absorb the vast amounts of mana contained within it. Some martial arts experts theorized that it was because there were no compatible mana cultivation techniques, making it impossible to absorb the mana from the Thunder Jade. Many have refuted this theory. In short, opinions are divided, and all sorts of theories abound. Moreover, the Thunder Jade stone is enormous, as big as a compact car, and stands prominently in the central square of the Thunder Guild. For a long time, many fighters in Jiangnan City have wanted to absorb the mana from the Thunder Jade stone, but even if the Thunder Guild agreed to let you try, you simply couldn't absorb the mana within it. Some even say the Thunder Jade is an object from beyond the heavens. Su Yun thought of the many favors Fang Yu had requested, but he never could have imagined that what Fang Yu actually wanted was the Thunder Guild's Thunder Jade. I'll have to go back and discuss this with the other high-ranking members. Su Yun looked at Fang Yu with a cold smile. Although he desperately wanted to fight Fang Yu and make him clearly understand just how vast the gap between them really was, he hadn't lost all reason yet. The Thunder Jade stone was, after all, the Thunder Guild's most prized treasure. Once he had regained his composure, Jing Kuan smiled at Fang Yu. Don't worry, I'll support you.
I supported you when you fought those 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild, so there is no reason I wouldn't support you now. Qing Kuan knew Fan Yu wasn't the type to act on impulse. If he dared to accept Su Yun's challenge, he must possess the strength to back it up. Fan Yu stayed in the Grand Master's office for a little while longer before leaving. Not long after, Grandmaster Qing Kuan summoned a staff member and said to him, "I'm calling an executive meeting." "Yes, Grand Master." The staff member knew that whenever the Soaring Dragon Guild convened a high-level meeting, it meant something significant had happened, so he didn't dare to delay. A short while later, the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-level meeting began in the central hall. "Grand Guildmaster, what's the matter?" The Soaring Dragon Guild's senior members looked up at Grandmaster Qing Kuan, who was seated directly above them, none of them understanding exactly what had happened. Fan Yu was, of course, now a senior member of the Soaring Dragon Guild as well, but he was not in the central hall at that moment. Grand Guildmaster Qing Kuan also explained the situation to Fan Yu over the phone. The purpose of this high-level meeting was to inform the leadership about Fan Yu's upcoming battle with Su Yun. Next, Grand Guildmaster Qing Kuan announced that Fan Yu was set to face off against Su Yun, a paragon from the Thunder Guild. What? Hearing this, the high-ranking members in the central hall were all stunned. They certainly hadn't expected something like this. Once they had recovered from the shock, the high-ranking members all nodded in agreement. The strength Fan Yu had displayed during his previous visit to the Thunder Guild had given them tremendous confidence. Now that Fan Yu was set to face Su Yun, they were, of course, fully in favor. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild all knew that Fan Yu was not someone to be taken lightly. All they had to do was trust him. After Fan Yu defeated 3 junior grandmasters from the Thunder Guild and secured the mining rights to the Huangmu Mountain mana crystals, the Soaring Dragon Guild had gained the upper hand over the Thunder Guild in every respect. Now, the Thunder Guild was determined to use this opportunity to redeem themselves. If they lost to Fan Yu again, their guild would be finished. "I agree. I agree. I agree too." Immediately, the high-ranking members in the central hall all voiced their opinions. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Qing Kuan didn't say much else, and the high-level meeting came to a close. Fan Yu was currently inside the villa. Today was Xiao Xiao's birthday. They already had dinner, but hadn't had the birthday cake yet. "Brother, can I?" Suddenly, a look of hesitation crossed Xiao Xiao's chubby little face. "Go ahead." Fan Yu thought to himself that Xiao Xiao was usually so carefree. He hadn't expected her to be so hesitant now. "Since it's my birthday today, can I invite my classmates and homeroom teacher over?" "Sure." Fan Yu had thought it was something big, but it turned out to be just this little thing. "Are really? Really?" Fan Yu ruffled Xiao Xiao's hair. "This isn't even a big deal, okay?" Chapter 85, Xiao Xiao's homeroom teacher and classmates. Seeing that Fan Yu had agreed, Xiao Xiao's chubby little face lit up with joy. Immediately, she picked up the home phone and dialed a number. On the other end, Thunder Guild. Just as the Soaring Dragon Guild had convened a high-level meeting, so too had the Thunder Guild. All the high-ranking members were seated in the Thunder Guild's central hall. Grandmaster Lei Hu looked at everyone and said, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The high-ranking members in the central hall listened to Grandmaster Lei Hu's words and began voicing their opinions one after another. "Isn't Fan Yu just a braggart? If he loses to Su Yun Paragon, then let the Soaring Dragon Guild hand over the mining rights to the mana crystals on Huangmu Mountain and Taiyun Mountain." "Exactly. Fan Yu doesn't really think he is invincible, does he? I just don't believe Fan Yu is stronger than Su Yun Paragon. I really don't." The Thunder Guild's high-ranking members were, of course, extremely furious with Fan Yu. It was Fan Yu who had brought utter disgrace upon the Thunder Guild. "Where do you all think this battle should take place?" Suddenly, Lei Hu, the Grand Guildmaster of the Thunder Guild, spoke up once more. "Right here at our Thunder Guild. I think it should be at the Thunder Guild, too." "That's what I think as well." The high-ranking members in the central hall all agreed that the battle between Fan Yu and Su Yun would be best held at the Thunder Guild. "No." Lei Hu, the Grandmaster seated directly above, shook his head.
Seeing the Grand Master shake his head, the high-ranking members in the hall all stopped voicing their opinions. Their gazes turned to Lei Hu, waiting to hear what he would say next. Holding it at the Thunder Guild would be a bit too confined. I think. Lei Hu scanned all the Thunder Guild high-ranking officials in the central hall, then continued. How about the central arena in Jiangnan City? Upon hearing this, the Thunder Guild officials all felt a surge of excitement. Exactly. A battle at the central arena would naturally capture the attention of everyone in Jiangnan City, not to mention the major media outlets. That way, if Feng Yu lost to Suyun Paragon, they could make a huge fuss about it and turn the Soaring Dragon Guild into the laughingstock of Jiangnan City. Before that happens, we need to make our position clear to the public first. Lei Hu smiled. He had already envisioned how things would unfold. Now it all depends on whether the Soaring Dragon Guild will agree to our demands. That's right. After all, we're talking about 2 mana crystals. The Soaring Dragon Guild might not agree. I also don't think the Soaring Dragon Guild will agree. One after another, the Thunder Guild executives in the Central Hall voiced their thoughts. No problem. Let us first build up momentum on the Jiangnan City Fighter Forum. That way, even if the Soaring Dragon Guild refuses, they'll still come out the loser. Lei Hu, standing directly above the Central Hall, addressed the senior members. As they listened to the Grand Guild Master's words, a sly smile flashed across every one of their faces. They thought to themselves, the Grand Guild Master truly lives up to his title. His plan is ruthlessly clever. If they built up momentum on the Fighter Forum, and the Soaring Dragon Guild refused to agree, they could claim that the Soaring Dragon Guild was simply afraid, and so on. Then they'd see how the Soaring Dragon Guild could possibly keep the Thunder Guild in its place. Grandmaster Lu Kai. Present. I'm leaving this matter in your hands. Yes, Grand Master. After the intermediate Grandmaster responded, he quickly withdrew from the Central Hall. Outside the Soaring Dragon Guild, Xiao Xiao's homeroom teacher, accompanied by a group of students, had already arrived outside the Soaring Dragon Guild. The homeroom teacher was a 20-year-old girl who looked quite pretty, with a slender, tall figure. Ever since she received Xiao Xiao's call, she felt a bit dazed. Xiao Xiao got along very well with all the students in her class and often mingled with them. For this birthday, she had invited the entire class to come eat birthday cake. But the homeroom teacher never would have imagined that Xiao Xiao lived at the Soaring Dragon Guild. She remembered that Xiao Xiao was supposed to live in the Jiangming residential complex. But in her memory, Xiao Xiao had never lied, so even though she thought it was impossible, she still led her students to the entrance of the Soaring Dragon Guild. Wow, Xiao Xiao actually lives in the Soaring Dragon Guild? Am I seeing this right? Is Xiao Xiao actually a hidden big shot? Does Xiao Xiao have powerful connections? I thought she was really poor. She never had much money when she was in school. The 30-odd students were both excited and curious when their homeroom teacher led them to the entrance of the Soaring Dragon Guild. Their homeroom teacher, however, felt a bit uneasy. She knew she was bringing a group of children to the Soaring Dragon Guild. If they happened to offend any powerful figures inside, it would spell trouble. Just as she took out her phone to call Xiao Xiao, a voice rang out right beside her. Ms. Zhang. Both she and the students recognized Xiao Xiao's voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Xiao Xiao emerging from the Soaring Dragon Guild. At that moment, the homeroom teacher and the students realized that Xiao Xiao really did live inside the Soaring Dragon Guild. Ms. Zhang, everyone, let us go inside. Xiao Xiao cheerfully led the homeroom teacher and her students into the Soaring Dragon Guild. Once inside, both the homeroom teacher and the students became fascinated by the Soaring Dragon Guild. It was their first time there. As one of the most powerful martial arts schools in Jiangnan City, it sparked endless curiosity in both the female homeroom teacher and the students. Xiao Xiao led them toward Villa number 36. The cake Feng Yu had originally prepared for Xiao Xiao wasn't very big, but upon learning that Xiao Xiao's homeroom teacher and classmates were coming, he had someone prepare a large one, a multi-tiered cake that looked incredibly luxurious. Before long, led by Xiao Xiao, the female homeroom teacher and the students all arrived outside Villa number 36. When the female homeroom teacher and the children saw Xiao Xiao's current living conditions, they were all stunned, standing frozen in place like sculpted stone statues. Just how well off is Xiao Xiao's family? Has she been playing the underdog all this time? She is just being low-key, but isn't this a bit too low-key? Xiao Xiao, who exactly are your parents? The female homeroom teacher couldn't help but ask Xiao Xiao directly. Let us just say they're pretty impressive. Xiao Xiao didn't reveal the truth. She had her own reasons. What if her brother didn't want her to say anything? She figured it was better to keep quiet. Seeing Xiao Xiao respond this way, the female homeroom teacher didn't press the matter further. Xiao Xiao, tell them to come in right away. Du Lan emerged from the villa and said to Xiao Xiao. Okay, everyone, please come in. Xiao Xiao led the female homeroom teacher and her classmates into villa number 36. Once inside the villa, they were all stunned by the opulence and the giant cake. Chapter 86, Some Unexpected Guests Will Arrive Here. The female homeroom teacher and the students stared at the decorations in the living room and the giant cake. They were all speechless. What insane wealth! They had thought Xiao Xiao was poor, but they never would have imagined that her family was actually this wealthy. Living in the villa district of the Soaring Dragon Guild proved that Xiao Xiao's family had a powerful fighter. With such a background, even if Xiao Xiao didn't awaken her talent, she'd be able to live a carefree life for the rest of her days. The looks on the children's faces as they gazed at Xiao Xiao were filled with sheer envy. Let us eat some cake. Du Lan invited them. Fang Yu wasn't interested in any of this, of course, but since it was his sister's birthday, he was naturally happy. Woohoo! The children all cheered. Immediately afterward, the lights in the living room were turned off, and the birthday candles were lit. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The homeroom teacher and classmates began singing happy birthday to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's chubby little face beamed with excitement. At that moment, outside villa number 36, a middle-aged man none other than Cheng Zhan stood there. Cheng Zhan watched the scene unfolding in the living room of villa number 36 and couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Could it be Fang Yu's birthday? With that thought, Cheng Zhan hurriedly walked into villa number 36. Fang Yu. Cheng Zhan walked up to Fang Yu and called out to him. Seeing Cheng Zhan arrive, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He hadn't expected Cheng Zhan to show up at a time like this. Grandmaster Cheng Zhan, is there something you need from me? Envoys from the Thunder Guild have arrived. They've agreed to your request. The match will take place in 3 days at the Central Arena in Jiangnan City. Cheng Zhan said to Fang Yu. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu understood why Cheng Zhan had come. By the way, Grandmaster Fang Yu, is today your birthday? No. Fang Yu smiled. It's my little sister's. Cheng Zhan nodded upon hearing this. In that case, I'll call some people over to congratulate the young lady. I don't think that's necessary. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Cheng Zhan said hurriedly. Fang Yu was slightly taken aback. Even if it was just to save face for him, Cheng Zhan shouldn't be acting this way. What on earth was going on? Fang Yu couldn't fathom what Cheng Zhan was thinking. Cheng Zhan reasoned that since Fang Yu was so formidable, his younger sister, Xiao Xiao, would surely awaken an exceptionally powerful talent if she ever did. If he wanted someone to develop a favorable impression of the Soaring Dragon Guild, he had to start now. I'll step out for a moment to make a call. After saying this to Fang Yu, Cheng Zhan turned and left the living room. Seeing that Cheng Zhan was determined to have people come and celebrate Xiao Xiao's birthday, Fang Yu didn't plan on refusing. Xiao Xiao's homeroom teacher had already spotted Cheng Zhan when he walked in. The children, lost in their joy, might not have noticed, but she certainly had her eye on Cheng Zhan. It's safe to say she was utterly stunned when he walked in. After all, Cheng Zhan was a high-ranking grandmaster, the son of Cheng Kuan, the grandmaster of the Soaring Dragon Guild. A powerhouse like that had actually come? Although he didn't stay long, it was enough for her to realize just how formidable Xiao Xiao's family background was. Moreover, Grandmaster Cheng Zhan had walked in while talking to Fang Yu, so she knew Fang Yu must be a powerful fighter as well. Wait a minute. The female homeroom teacher suddenly realized didn't Fang Yu look just like the person who had slain Wang Hua, the chairman of the Haojiang group, in broad daylight not long ago? Xiao Xiao.
As the students cheered, Fang Yue's voice suddenly rang out in Xiao Xiao's ears.
Perhaps it was the mesmerizing quality in Fang Yue's voice, but the entire living room fell silent the moment he spoke.
The female homeroom teacher and the children all turned to look at Fang Yu, eager to hear what he was about to say. Fang Yonghua, Dulan, and Xiao Xiao also stared at Fang Yu in puzzlement. Fang Yu walked slowly over to Xiao Xiao's side. After taking a deep breath, he said to her,
"In a moment, some people you might not expect will come to celebrate your birthday. I hope you won't be surprised when they show up." Xiao Xiao. Jinghua Book Pavilion. Everyone? No one in the living room had expected Fang Yu to say something like that. Unexpected guests? Who could they be? Brother, what are you talking about? I don't really understand.
Xiao Xiao snapped back to her senses and rubbed her little head.
You'll understand when the time comes, Fang Yu said.
It won't just Xiao Xiao. The others in the living room, of course, didn't understand what Fang Yu meant either.
Just as the entire living room fell into silence, a voice rang out from outside villa number 36. Grandmaster Fang Yu.
Hearing that resonant voice, everyone in the living room turned to look outside in unison. These students were all 13 or 14 years old, though not yet fully mature. They had developed a certain level of understanding.
For example, they knew who the famous people in Jiangnan City were.
At that moment, the female homeroom teacher and the children watched as the people walked into the living room, and they were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief.
Grandmaster Lin Dao. Grandmaster Huang Yun. Grandmaster Bai Ming. Grandmaster Xiao Yuan.
The people walking into the living room were, without exception, all high-level grandmasters.
The female homeroom teacher and the children were completely stunned.
Their mouths hung wide open as they stared at Xiao Xiao in disbelief, their faces filled with expressions of utter astonishment. After all, by the time they arrived outside villa number 36, they already imagined Xiao Xiao's background to be terrifying, but it turned out they still underestimated her. All of them were high-ranking grandmasters.
This came as a massive shock to the female homeroom teacher and the group of children.
It was the very first time they'd ever seen so many grandmasters with their own eyes.
Little sister, happy birthday. Happy birthday. May you awaken a powerful talent in the future. Little girl, you're so cute.
You're sure to become a peerless powerhouse who will sweep across the 6 realms. What the female homeroom teacher and the children found even more unexpected was that these legendary high-ranking grandmasters had actually begun to offer their congratulations to Xiao Xiao.
Now, they finally understood.
They finally grasped the meaning behind what Fang Yu had just said to Xiao Xiao. Not only the homeroom teacher and the children, but even Xiao Xiao herself hadn't expected so many grandmasters to come and offer their blessings.
Fang Yonghua and Dulan were secretly moved. They knew that their Fang family, from this day forward, had risen. Truly risen.
After the birthday party ended, the homeroom teacher and the students left the Soaring Dragon Guild. They all knew this visit to the Soaring Dragon Guild would be unforgettable. Dungeon 1, number 4, hadn't opened yet, so Fang Yu had no choice but to go to sleep.
Early the next morning. Because so many high-ranking grandmasters had sent her birthday wishes yesterday, Xiao Xiao woke up bright and early and sat down at her computer.
She opened the Jiangnan City Fighter Forum.
Chapter 87, The Central Arena Amid a Sea of People. Today is Sunday.
As soon as Xiao Xiao turned on her computer, she logged into the Jiangnan City Fighter Forum. Back when Fang Yu was still at Jiangha Martial Arts School, she didn't visit the Fighter Forum very often. Later, after Fang Yu became a powerful fighter, her fascination with the Fighter Forum grew stronger and stronger. When Xiao Xiao opened the Fighter Forum, intending to see what major events had recently taken place on Blue Star, the posts there left her utterly stunned. On June 14, Grandmaster Fang Yu of the Soaring Dragon Guild will face off against Paragon Su Yun of the Thunder Guild in the Central Hall. How incredibly arrogant.
Grandmaster Fang Yu of the Soaring Dragon Guild is just too arrogant. How dare she challenge a junior paragon? Yeah, I've never met anyone so arrogant. But what does Fang Yu look like? I've never seen her.
You've just never seen her. I've never even heard of her.
Xiao Xiao randomly clicked on a post, and it was filled with similar replies. What is going on here? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. She hadn't expected the fighter forum to be completely flooded with posts like this. The sheer volume of posts proved that the vast majority of Jiangnan City's residents were already eagerly anticipating this battle. Moreover, they were even more excited about her brother, Fang Yu. Because Fang Yu had never actually made a public appearance in Jiangnan City. Coupled with the fact that he was challenging a junior paragon from the Thunder Guild, this made the residents of Jiangnan City even more excited. Xiao Xiao sensed the gravity of the situation. When she stepped out of her room, she found her father, Fang Yonghua, watching TV on the couch. The news report on TV was, surprisingly, also about the battle between Fang Yu and Su Yun, the paragon from the Thunder Guild. Fang Yonghua noticed Xiao Xiao. He exchanged a glance with her, both looking as though they were utterly stunned by the news on TV. "What's wrong with you two?" Just then, Fang Yu also came out of his room. Seeing the expressions on Fang Yonghua and Xiao Xiao's faces, he couldn't help but look a little taken aback. "Brother!" Immediately, Xiao Xiao told Fang Yu everything she knew. As Fang Yu listened to Xiao Xiao, it all clicked. He wondered what his father and Xiao Xiao were so surprised about. It turned out to be this. However, he really hadn't expected the Thunder Guild to let this story gain traction online beforehand. If that were the case, and he lost to Su Yun, the online backlash would be more than enough to give the Soaring Dragon Guild a run for its money. Unfortunately for them, the Thunder Guild had miscalculated how could Su Yun possibly be a match for him. Back at the Peony Golden Pavilion, both Fang Yonghua and Xiao Xiao had witnessed Su Yun challenging Fang Yu. But they hadn't expected the incident to gain such traction online. After exchanging a few more words with Fang Yonghua and Xiao Xiao, Fang Yu walked slowly out of Villa number 36. As he stepped out of Villa number 36, Fang Yu thought to himself that he hadn't originally wanted to become too famous in Jiangnan City. But now it seemed there was no way around it. After defeating Su Yun on the central stage in Jiangnan City, he would likely become the most talked about person in the city. But it didn't seem to matter anymore. Fang Yu's reasoning wasn't without merit. Even before his match with Su Yun on the central ring had taken place, Jiangnan City's major media outlets had already started hyping it up. They even dug up a photo of Fang Yu. It seemed the media in Jiangnan City had quite the network. Holy crap, a grandmaster this young? Am I going blind? That's Fang Yu, my classmate from Jiangha Martial Arts School. It's him, the one who got expelled a while back. Hey, why didn't you say he is your own brother? Damn, he really is my classmate. Damn, he really is your own brother. Some former students of Jiangha Martial Arts School were all stunned. They never would have imagined that Grandmaster Fang Yu could actually be the Fang Yu they knew. Fang Yu isn't he the Fang Yu who got expelled from Jiangha Martial Arts School? How did he suddenly become a Grandmaster? Fang Yu. As Fang Yu arrived at the central square of the Soaring Dragon Guild, Grandmaster Qing Kuan's voice rang in his ears. Hearing Grandmaster Qing Kuan's voice, Fang Yu looked over and saw that Grandmaster Qing Kuan was already walking toward him. Grandmaster, what's the matter? Fang Yu asked Grandmaster Qing Kuan. The Thunder Guild has already posted details of your battle with Su Yun online. What are your thoughts on this? It's nothing. No matter what underhanded tricks the Thunder Guild tries, Su Yun is no match for me. Fang Yu said, looking at Grandmaster Qing Kuan standing before him. Grandmaster Qing Kuan listened to Fang Yu's words and smiled to himself. Time ticked by, second by second. Jiangnan City, Central Arena. Many people had already arrived early to check out the scene. When the day of Fang Yu's decisive battle with Su Yun finally arrived, the area beneath Jiangnan City's Central Arena was already teeming with people. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this battle between a Grandmaster and a Paragon. A clash between a Grandmaster and a Paragon. This was the first time in history they'd ever heard of such a thing. According to everyone's understanding, it was absolutely impossible for a Grandmaster to defeat a Paragon. Everyone knew this. They simply couldn't fathom why Fang Yu, the Grandmaster of the Soaring Dragon Guild, would dare to face off against Su Yun, the Paragon. Wasn't this just asking for a beating? Right now. Everyone watching from beneath the central arena, surrounded by a sea of people, was waiting for the two sides to arrive. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time was flying by. The Thunder Guild is here. A loud shout suddenly rang out. As the voice echoed, everyone turned to look and saw the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members striding forward with confidence. The Thunder Guild's leaders looked so confident. Who wouldn't be confident? The Soaring Dragon Guild's Grandmaster challenging the Thunder Guild's Paragon, it's really quite laughable. That's right. The Thunder Guild is sure to win this time. But the Soaring Dragon Guild is being a bit too arrogant, isn't it? Why would they agree to a battle they clearly can't win? Everyone watching the match began to whisper among themselves. On either side of the central arena were spectator stands, naturally occupied by members of the Thunder Guild and the Soaring Dragon Guild. After the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members took their seats on one side of the viewing stands, Thunder Guild Grandmaster Lei Hu looked at Su Yun and said, "Su Yun, it's all up to you today. Don't worry, Grandmaster. Fang Yu is no match for me." Su Yun looked extremely confident. Although he didn't know why Fang Yu dared to accept the challenge, he wasn't going to assume Fang Yu was a worthy opponent just because he stepped up. Grandmaster versus Paragon. There was simply no comparison. He refused to believe that Fang Yu, who had single-handedly defeated 3 junior Grandmasters, could possibly defeat him, a junior Paragon. "Grandmaster, I'll take the ring first." After addressing Grandmaster Lei Hu, Su Yun made his way toward the central ring. Chapter 88, A Battle on the Brink. Under the watchful eyes of everyone gathered below the central ring, Su Yun, a paragon from the Thunder Guild, stepped onto the central ring. At that moment, everyone was waiting for Fang Yu's arrival. As soon as he appeared, they would witness the battle between a Grandmaster and a Paragon. Just as the spectators were waiting, another loud shout rang out. "The Soaring Dragon Guild has arrived." Upon hearing this shout, the entire crowd of spectators turned their gaze in unison toward a single spot. Sure enough, the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild had arrived. Unsurprisingly, once the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members took their seats in the spectator stands on the opposite side, Grandmaster Qing Kuan looked at Fang Yu and said to him, "Fang Yu, go ahead. We all believe in you." Hearing Grandmaster Qing Kuan's words, the other high-ranking members all nodded at Fang Yu. Naturally, they had complete faith in Fang Yu. Ever since he single-handedly fought off 3 junior Grandmasters while in the Thunder Guild, their trust in him had reached its peak. "All right." After nodding to the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members, Fang Yu walked slowly toward the central hall. Everyone below the central arena watched as Fang Yu made his way toward the stage, and they were all utterly stunned, looking as if they'd been struck by lightning. They had all seen Fang Yu's photos on forums or in the news, and they simply couldn't believe someone so young could have become a Grandmaster. But now, Fang Yu was walking step by step toward the central arena. This left everyone watching the match below the central arena utterly stunned. They never would have imagined that someone could actually become a Grandmaster at such a young age. Is it really possible to become a Grandmaster at that age? The world is full of surprises. I seem to recall he's the one who killed Wang Hua, the chairman of the Haojiang group. I never would have guessed he'd actually be a Grandmaster. Who cares if he is a Grandmaster or not? In any case, he is no match for Su Yun, the Paragon. Everyone watching from below the central ring was stunned that Fang Yu had become a Grandmaster at such a young age. But at the same time, they knew that even if Fang Yu were a Grandmaster, it wouldn't change anything. A Grandmaster would never stand a chance against a Paragon. That Fang Yu dared to face a Paragon on the central stage could only be as commendable courage. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fang Yu successfully stepped onto the central stage. As soon as he reached the central stage, Su Yun's icy gaze fell upon him. "Fang Yu, so you finally showed up." A hint of a cold smile played across Su Yun's face. When Fang Yu had fought valiantly against 3 junior Grandmasters in the Thunder Guild, it had allowed the Soaring Dragon Guild to steal the limelight. Moreover, the Thunder Guild had lost the mining rights to the Huangmu Mountain mana crystals, something the prestigious Thunder Guild simply could not tolerate. But now, their chance had come. Su-yun knew that if he could easily defeat Fong Yu, the entire city of Jiangnan would laugh at the Soaring Dragon Guild. Grandmasters were clearly no match for a paragon, yet the Soaring Dragon Guild had arrogantly accepted this battle. If they lost, who could they blame? No one at all. Come on. Fong Yu didn't want to waste words with Su-yun, he simply uttered those two words to him. Hearing Fong Yu's words, Su-yun couldn't figure out why Fong Yu was acting so calm, even though they were both already on the central stage. Did Fong Yu really think he stood a chance against him? Su-yun gritted his teeth and glared intently at Fong Yu's face. What a confident expression. At a moment like this, he never thought Fong Yu would still be able to wear such a look. Fong Yu, are you really that confident? As a paragon, albeit only a junior paragon, Su-yun had always believed that grandmasters should treat him with the utmost respect. He had never before encountered a grandmaster who acted so arrogantly in his presence. The spectators gathered below the central arena listened to the exchange between Fong Yu and Su-yun, looking completely baffled. What does Fong Yu, the grandmaster of the Soaring Dragon Guild, have to be so arrogant about? Doesn't he know who he is up against? He is just throwing in the towel. He is only a grandmaster. What gives him the right to fight a paragon? It's utterly ridiculous. Just a grandmaster? Are you a grandmaster? I can't believe people look down on grandmasters these days. That's laughable. Instantly, everyone below the central arena erupted into a flurry of discussion. On both sides of the spectator stands below the central arena, the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild and the Thunder Guild were also whispering among themselves. It would be a lie to say they weren't worried. Whether it was the Soaring Dragon Guild or the Thunder Guild, their hearts were in their throats at that moment. In their minds, there was absolutely no way Grandmaster could be a match for Paragon. But Fong Yu had done many things that caught them off guard. The fact that he dared to accept Su-yun's challenge left them truly baffled. On the central stage, Su-yun clenched his jaw tightly. All he wanted to know right now was what gave Fong Yu the right to be so confident. Fong Yu listened to Su-yun's words. He hadn't intended to waste too much time on small talk with Su-yun, but since Su-yun had spoken up, he might as well respond. Under the gaze of everyone below the central ring, Fong Yu slowly addressed Su-yun. Back at the Peony Golden Pavilion, I told you that you're nothing more. Fong Yu, since you're so eager for me to defeat you, then I won't hold back. Vajra Divine Power Blade. Suddenly, Su-yun let out a loud shout. As soon as his words faded, the ethereal image of a massive golden greatsword appeared directly above Su-yun's head. Chapter 89, The Awe-Inspiring True Dragon Form. The Vajra Divine Power Blade was Su-yun's innate talent, classified as an SS rank weapon talent. After Su-yun activated his talent, the gaze of everyone watching the match beneath the central arena was drawn to the golden greatsword hovering above his head. Their faces betrayed shock, astonishment, and a myriad of complex emotions. To them, Su-yun's paragon-level talent was simply too terrifying. A single paragon was already powerful enough to take their breath away. Jiangnan City has a population of tens of millions, yet only 100,000 people were watching the match from the stands below the central arena. The rest could only watch the showdown between a grandmaster and a paragon via online platforms. Everyone heard what Su-yun said to Fong Yu, and most nodded in agreement. They felt his words made perfect sense. Ah, Paragon Su-yun, you really are my idol. You're not looking down on Grandmaster Fong Yu at all. Actually, while I still think Paragon Su-yun could afford to look down on him a little. After all, Fong Yu is just a grandmaster. That's exactly what a paragon should do. The livestream's comment feed began scrolling wildly once again. After Su-yun finished speaking, he looked straight at Fong Yu's face. But when he saw that Fong Yu remained completely unfazed, he clenched his teeth slightly, a hint of anger already visible on his face. Fong Yu, if you're not going to use your talent now, when are you going to? Everyone watching the live stream from the stands below the central stage heard Su-yun Paragon's words, and their gazes all turned to Fong Yu. Apart from a select few, no one knew what Fong Yu's talent was. As a result, many were extremely curious about it. Since you're so eager to lose, I'll grant you your wish. Fong Yu addressed Su-yun standing before him, then continued slowly. Talent, True Dragon Form. As soon as the words left his mouth,
a pale golden light enveloped the entire central arena, momentarily blinding the spectators and preventing them from seeing what was happening. Before the spectators and live stream viewers had even a chance to react in shock, the pale golden light shrouding the central arena vanished. However, Fang Yu was no longer the same Fang Yu as before. At that moment, Fang Yu had transformed into a humanoid true dragon. His pale golden true dragon form radiated the auras of fire, lightning, wind, and metal attributes. Visually, it was simply overwhelming. Whoa! Whether they were spectators below the central arena or viewers watching the livestream online, everyone instantly erupted in a frenzy upon seeing Fang Yu activate his talent. Everyone at the scene was stunned. What kind of talent is this? In one of the spectator stands, Lei Hu, the Grand Master of the Thunder Guild, leapt to his feet and shouted. The high-ranking members of the Thunder Guild were equally stunned. They clearly remembered that when Fang Yu had fought 3 junior Grandmasters from their Thunder Guild, his talent hadn't been like this. Could it be that he is actually able to awaken 2 talents at the same time? It wasn't just the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members. Even the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild had their pupils rapidly contracting, their expressions of shock clearly reflecting their current state of mind. Wow, that talent looks so badass. Can someone tell me what this talent is? I've never seen anything like it before. Not only have I never seen it, I've never even heard of it. This talent is way too cool. Everyone watching the match from the stands below the central arena and those tuning into the livestream was undoubtedly utterly stunned by Fang Yu's talent. True dragon form exuded a faint aura of dominance. Fang Yu looked like a war god who had shattered. Suyun couldn't stand Fang Yu walking toward him step by step like this, as if he were utterly insignificant in Fang Yu's presence. Fang Yu, I'm going to defeat you in a single move. Suddenly, Suyun roared at Fang Yu. Vajra Divine Power Blade, go! The Vajra Divine Power Blade was an SS rank weapon talent. Aside from being massive and brimming with power, it was also extremely sharp. The moment Suyun's words fell, the Vajra Divine Power Blade, positioned directly above and behind him, swept toward Fang Yu. Fortunately, the pressure on the central arena was immense. Otherwise, who knows what terrifying phenomena might have occurred. Everyone watched as Suyun, a paragon, launched his attack against Fang Yu, their eyes widening in astonishment. At the Martial Arts Alliance, a spirited elderly man was watching this battle via livestream. His name was Su Mu. Everyone wanted to know if Grandmaster Fang Yu could withstand this strike from Paragon Suyun. Although Fang Yu's talent seemed formidable and powerful, the gap in cultivation levels was simply too vast. A Paragon's strike. How could a Grandmaster possibly block it? In the spectator seats on one side, the high-ranking members of the Thunder Guild clenched their fists tightly. They knew the thrilling moment was about to arrive. Yet Lei Hu, the Grand Master of the Thunder Guild, for some reason, felt a tinge of foreboding rising in his heart. Chapter 90, Sumu. This youth is truly terrifying. As Suyun unleashed his massive Vajra Divine Power Blade, sending it hurtling toward Fang Yu, everyone's eyes widened. More than 99% of the spectators believed Fang Yu would be unable to withstand Paragon Suyun's strike. The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild were already on the edge of their seats. If Fang Yu proved no match for Suyun, not only would the mining rights to the Huangmu Mountain Mana Crystals have to be returned to the Thunder Guild, but the Soaring Dragon Guild would also lose the mining rights to the Taiyun Mountain Mana Crystals they held. Pan Jun, Xiaoxiao's homeroom teacher, and Xiaoxiao's classmates. All the trainees of the Soaring Dragon Guild and the Thunder Guild. Fang Yu's former classmates and teachers from Zhenghe Martial Arts School. Everyone, whether present at the scene or not, was watching this unfold. A single thought echoed in their minds: Fang Yu is probably going to lose. Because even through the screen, they could feel the terror and power of the S-rank Vajra Divine Power Blade. Under everyone's intense gaze, the massive Vajra Divine Power Blade had already closed in on Fang Yu. True to its name, the Vajra Divine Power Blade roared as it sliced through the air, emitting a thunderous blade song. The sound alone was enough to fill anyone with uncontrollable dread, leaving no hope of victory. As the Vajra Divine Power Blade drew ever closer to Fang Yu, everyone's eyes widened to their fullest, and their heartbeats quickened dramatically. A single claw strike and he shattered the SS-class Vajra Divine Power Blade? Silence.
silent as the deep sea. Dead silent.
At that moment, not a single sound was heard across the entire central arena. Even the sound of a heartbeat or a pin dropping could be heard clearly.
Time seemed to have frozen in that instant.
Some had their mouths wide open, while others' eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Seriously, Fang Yu said, shaking his head as he watched Su Yun, wielding the Phantom Vajra Divine Power Blade, lunge toward him.
I just don't get it.
With that, Fang Yu took a single stride forward and instantly appeared behind Su Yun. The true dragon form provided massive boosts to strength, defense, and speed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to match an intermediate paragon with SSS tier talent using only the power of a junior grandmaster. Now that Fang Yu was approaching the level of a senior grandmaster, Su Yun stood even less of a chance against him. By the time Fang Yu was behind Su Yun hadn't even had time to react. It wasn't just Su Yun who hadn't reacted. 99.9999999% of the people at the scene and watching the livestream hadn't reacted either.
Oh no! Watch out!
Lei Hu, the Grand Guild Master of the Thunder Guild and a high-level paragon, naturally reacted immediately. He hurriedly shouted at Su Yun on the central stage. But it was already too late. The true Dragon's Claw had already lunged toward Su Yun.
That speed! That power!
How the hell was Su Yun supposed to block that? By the time Su Yun turned around, he realized the true Dragon's Claw was far too close, so close that evasion was impossible.
In
that moment, Su Yun was petrified with fear. He knew that if the true Dragon Claw struck his body, he would have no chance of survival. Fang Yu, of course, saw Su Yun's terror in that split second. Just as the true Dragon Claw was a hair's breadth away from piercing Su Yun's body, the true Dragon Claw came to a sudden halt. In the past, many people in Jiangnan City didn't understand the meaning of wooden statues and clay figures. Even if they did, they knew such a situation would never happen.
But now, they knew they'd been proven wrong.
The unwavering confidence they once had now vanished into thin air. Sitting in front of their screens, they had truly become wooden statues and clay figures. They simply couldn't wrap their heads around it.
If Fang Yu were truly a grandmaster, how could he possibly be a match for a junior paragon? And to defeat a junior paragon so effortlessly, no less.
Even if Fang Yu had SSS level talent, even if he were a high-level grandmaster, it would be impossible to defeat a junior paragon using only grandmaster level power. Everyone knew that if this weren't a tournament match but a duel between two enemies in the wild, Paragon Su Yun would already be dead. What they didn't know, however, was that Fang Yu's true dragon form far exceeded the evaluation standards of Blue Star's talent system.
The highest rating in Blue Star's talent system was merely SSS class. This boy is terrifying.
Sumu, a warlord watching on screen, blurted out these words. Chapter 91, Grand Guild Master Lei Hu's pig liver colored face.
It's over.
Seeing this, Lei Hu, the Grand Guild Master of the Thunder Guild, felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, and his face turned the color of pig liver.
The Thunder Guild's high-ranking members also looked absolutely horrified. A Grandmaster can defeat a Paragon. And not just defeat one but do so with ease.
Earlier, after Fang Yu's battle against 3 junior Grandmasters at the Thunder Guild, they had him undergo a combat power test, but he only registered the combat power of an intermediate elite fighter.
They knew Fang Yu's rate of advancement was rapid.
By daring to accept Su Yun's challenge, Fang Yu had proven he had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. There is indeed an insurmountable gap between a Grandmaster and an elite fighter, but the gap between a Grandmaster and a Paragon is even greater. Even if Fang Yu had broken through to Grandmaster, which was terrifying in itself, they knew it was absolutely impossible for a Grandmaster to defeat a Paragon. That was their understanding of martial arts. But now, watching the scene unfold on the central stage, they finally realized that the belief they had always held had long been shattered by Fang Yu. It had already been shattered when Fang Yu defeated 3 of their own junior Grandmasters at the Thunder Guild.
They just hadn't believed it back then.
The 3 junior Grandmasters defeated by Fang Yu were, of course, high-ranking members of the Thunder Guild, and they were now among the spectators as well. As they watched Fang Yu's true dragon claw pressed against Paragon Su Yun's body, a sudden sense of having been mere clowns welled up within them.
What kind of being had they actually challenged back then?
The high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild watched the scene, all of them thrilled and exhilarated. Because they knew that if Fang Yu won, all their previous worries would vanish. Fang Yu fixed his gaze on Su Yun, who was now utterly terrified, then withdrew his true dragon claw and returned to his true form.
Actually, there is no need for you to be so afraid. This is the arena, you're not going to die.
After saying this, Fang Yu smiled and continued, addressing Su Yun.
Have you forgotten that once you reach the Grandmaster rank, life or death matches are no longer allowed?
Hearing Fang Yu's words, Su Yun finally.
All Fang Yu wanted was the Thunder Jade. No fighter in Jiangnan City could absorb the mana from the Thunder Jade stone, so they didn't believe Fang Yu could either. That said, even if Fang Yu could absorb the mana from the Thunder Jade stone, then let him have it. Accepting defeat gracefully is what matters most. Even if the Thunder Guild lost, they would do so with dignity. Let us go.
Thunder Guild's Grand Master Lei Hu addressed the senior members before heading down toward the spectator stands. Seeing the Grand Master leave, the senior members naturally followed suit. In the live stream chat, the number of comments had reached an unprecedented.
Let us head back first, Fang Yu said to Grand Master Qing Kuan and the other high-ranking members.
Grand Master Qing Kuan nodded, and the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members set off toward the Soaring Dragon Guild headquarters.
After returning to the Soaring Dragon Guild, Fang Yu headed straight for Villa number 36.
When he arrived at Villa number 36, Xiao Xiao saw that Fang Yu was back and immediately threw herself into his arms.
Brother, you're just so amazing. Xiao Xiao's chubby little face was beaming with excitement. You should eat a little less. I can barely lift you anymore. You're so mean.
Xiao Xiao had originally wanted to say a lot to Fang Yu, but upon hearing his remark, she couldn't help but give him a little punch with her tiny fist.
Dad, Mom.
After exchanging a few words with Xiao Xiao, Fang Yu turned to look at Fang Yonghua and Du Lan standing in front of him.
Fang Yonghua and Du Lan looked at Fang Yu with joy on their faces.
In truth, they had often wondered whether everything that had happened recently was even real, but if he absorbed mana voraciously, this barrier could still be shattered. Fang Yu thought to himself that he would go to the Thunder Guild tomorrow to absorb the Thunder Jade.
Chapter 92, Fang Yu arrives at the Thunder Guild. Thunder Guild, Central Hall.
Inside the Thunder Guild's Central Hall were all of the Guild's high-ranking officials. These officials remained silent, their heads bowed. Lei Hu, the Grand Master seated directly above them, had a face as dark as iron. The entire Central Hall felt incredible. Fortunately, the Thunder Guild and Fang Yu didn't harbor any deep-seated grudges against each other. The feud between the Thunder Guild and the Soaring Dragon Guild had always been nothing more than a matter of pride. They believed that even if Fang Yu became a powerhouse they could only look up to, he wouldn't take action against their Thunder Guild. Grand Guild Master, forgive my frankness, but this incident has certainly brought even more shame upon our Thunder Guild.
Are we just going to let this slide? One of the high-ranking members spoke up. Yes, I think we in the Thunder Guild should redeem ourselves. Otherwise, we'll be a laughingstock in Jiangnan City. Redeem ourselves? How exactly? Are you going to do it, or am I?
The high-ranking members in the Central Hall immediately split into two factions, arguing heatedly with one another.
All right, stop arguing.
Grand Master Lei Hu looked at the senior members still arguing and waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Hearing the Grand Master speak, the senior members in the Central Hall fell silent and all turned their gaze upward toward Grand Master Lei Hu.
Is our Thunder Guild's luck really this bad?
Lei Hu began to doubt himself. It had been confirmed through an investigation that Fang Yu had only recently joined the Soaring Dragon Guild. Both the Soaring Dragon Guild and the Thunder Guild were the most powerful martial arts schools in Jiangnan City, yet Fang Yu had chosen to join the Soaring Dragon Guild.
Lei Hu admitted he was feeling a bit jealous.
If only Fang Yu had joined their Soaring Dragon Guild instead, that would have been so much better.
By the way, isn't the 100 Schools tournament coming up in a month?
Suddenly, one of the high-ranking official's eyes lit up. He had clearly thought of something. Hearing his words, the other high-ranking officials in the Central Hall turned their gaze toward him, eager to know what he was getting at.
If our Thunder Guild takes first place in the 100 Schools tournament, that would at least help us regain some face," the high-ranking official added. Hearing this, the other high-ranking officials in the Central Hall all nodded at this point. That was their only option. "Alright, step up your training and select the 10 best trainees to participate in the 100 Martial Arts Halls League," Grand Hall Master Lei Hu also said. The so-called 100 Martial Arts Halls League is a trial in which all martial arts halls in Jiangnan City gather at a designated location to slay ferocious beasts. The more ferocious beasts they slay, the more points they earn. Each martial arts hall selects its 10 most outstanding trainees to participate in the trial. They all knew why Fang Yu had come to the Thunder Guild. Under the gaze of these trainees, Fang Yu walked into the Thunder Guild. The Central Plaza. A massive stone stood tall in the center of the plaza. This was the Thunder Jade Stone. The Thunder Jade Stone contained an immense amount of mana, but to date, no one had ever successfully absorbed it. Fang Yu's arrival at the Thunder Guild became known to the Guild's high-ranking officials almost instantly. Before long, the Thunder Guild's high-ranking officials arrived at the central square. "Fang Yu, are you really that eager to absorb our Thunder Guild's Thunder Jade Stone?" Grand Guild Master Lei Hu fixed his gaze directly on Fang Yu. Facing Lei Hu's stare, Fang Yu met his gaze without hesitation. He nodded. Hearing Fang Yu's response, the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members were naturally furious and glared at him angrily. How dare he answer their Grand Master's question with such indifference? Lei Hu hadn't expected Fang Yu to reply with just a simple However, adhering to the principle of accepting the consequences of his bet, he looked at Fang Yu and said, "Did that mean he could absorb it?" At this thought, a smile spread across Fang Yu's face. Seeing Fang Yu smile the moment he reached the Thunder Jade Stone, the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members were taken aback. He is smiling before he has even started absorbing? What made him so sure he could absorb the mana from the Thunder Jade Stone? Some of the high-ranking members gritted their teeth. They simply didn't believe Fang Yu could actually absorb the mana from the Thunder Jade Stone. Fang Yu didn't waste any more time. Since he could influence the Thunder Jade Stone, he could absorb it. Immediately, he began to circulate the 1,000 yuan cells within his body. Enough, as Fang Yu activated the 1,000 yuan cells within his body, the mana from the Thunder Jade Stone began pouring into his body at a frantic pace. Mana plus 999,999. Mana plus 999,999. Mana plus 999,999. Watching the mana increase in his mind, Fang Yu was overjoyed. 990,000 all at once? That's freaking insane. Absorbing mana like this now, that's what I call a rush. As Fang Yu activated the 1,000 primordial cells to absorb mana, the Thunder Jade Stone suddenly emitted an intense golden glow, looking incredibly dazzling. What is this? The high-ranking members of the Thunder Guild had never seen the Thunder Jade Stone display such an anomaly before. In an instant, they were all completely dumbfounded. This had never happened when others absorbed the Thunder Jade Stone, yet now it was actually emitting such a golden glow. Could it be that? The Thunder Guild's high-ranking members all considered a terrifying possibility, that Fang Yu had actually succeeded in absorbing the mana from the Thunder Jade. At this thought, the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members exchanged glances, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Mana plus 999,999. Mana plus 999,999. Mana plus 999,999. The numbers indicating the increase in mana continued to flash through Fang Yu's mind. The mana within the Thunder Jade Stone was unlike ordinary mana. While absorbing too much of the latter could cause mana expansion, there was absolutely no need to worry about such a problem with the mana from the Thunder Jade Stone. Every bit of mana Fang Yu absorbed into his body was completely refined by him, leaving not a single trace behind. Such a feat would be impossible even in the SSS class training room of the Soaring Dragon Guild. The high-ranking members of the Thunder Guild knew that Fang Yu must have absorbed the mana from the Thunder Jade. They couldn't help but grit their teeth in frustration. Just yesterday, they had been certain that Fang Yu couldn't absorb the mana from the Thunder Jade, but they never expected to be proven wrong so quickly. Grand Guildmaster, what should we do?
Suddenly, one of the high-ranking members turned to Grand Guildmaster Lei, who's standing beside him.
The rest of the high-ranking members also turned their gaze toward Grand Guildmaster Lei Hu. What should we do? Grand Guildmaster Lei Hu let out a wry smile. What else can we do? Just let him absorb it. With that, Lei Hu turned and left the central square.
Seeing that the Grand Master was leaving, the other high-ranking officials didn't linger in the central square any longer and followed him out.
Fan Yu knew that it would take a very long time to completely deplete the mana within the Thunder Jade Stone. Day after day passed.
Before they knew it, 3 days had gone by.
Lei Hu, how is it going?
Su Yun, Grand Master, Fang Yu is still absorbing the Thunder Jade Stone.
7 days had passed. Lei Hu, how is it going? Su Yun, he is still at it. Half a month had passed. Lei Hu, don't tell me Fang Yu is still absorbing the Thunder Jade Stone.
The senior members, that's right, he is still absorbing it.
Lei Hu's face darkened.
Instantly, a tremendous sense of oppression swept through the central hall. The Thunder Guild's high-ranking officials all felt this oppressive pressure. They were so frightened they didn't dare say a word. It was one thing that Fang Yu was able to absorb the Thunder Jade Stone, but what they never could have imagined was that he would be able to absorb it for so long. For the Thunder Guild's high-ranking officials, every day that Fang Yu spent absorbing the Thunder Jade Stone in the central square dealt them another blow, a feeling that was truly unbearable. On top of that, they had to endure the backlash from online public opinion. By now, the entire city of Jiangnan knew that Fang Yu had successfully absorbed the Thunder Jade.
Among the young people in Jiangnan, their admiration for Fang Yu had reached an unimaginable height. Grand Master. Just then, an urgent voice rang out outside the central hall.
Everyone inside the central hall immediately looked over as a junior Grandmaster ran in. Grandmaster, the intense golden light emanating from the Thunder Jade Stone in the central square has suddenly dimmed significantly.
It looks like Fang Yu is about to absorb it until it's completely depleted.
The junior Grandmaster spoke hurriedly as soon as he entered the central hall. As Grandmaster Lei Hu and the high-ranking officials listened to the words of this junior Grandmaster, they all abruptly rose from their seats. Next, the high-ranking official
gazes all turned to Grandmaster Lei Hu.
Without a word, Lei Hu strode quickly toward the exit of the central hall. It wasn't long before all the high-ranking officials of the Thunder Guild had gathered in the central plaza. Sure enough, the golden light emanating from the Thunder Jade Stone standing in the center of the square was about to fade.
After absorbing it for a full half month, is the Thunder Jade Stone finally about to be completely drained by Fang Yu? It certainly looks that way. Fang Yu has truly taken me by surprise. Well, that is for the best.
At least Fang Yu can leave our Thunder Guild now. The Thunder Guild's high-ranking members whispered among themselves.
Phew.
Half an hour later, Fang Yu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up and exhaled a long breath of stale air.
He had finally absorbed all the mana from the Thunder Jade Stone.
Over the past half a month, he could clearly feel his combat power increasing. Even before absorbing the Thunder Jade, he had predicted that once he deabsorbed all the mana within it, his cultivation level would reach high-level Grandmaster. Note, not a high-level Grandmaster with only the base combat power, but a high-level Grandmaster infinitely close to early-level Paragon. Breaking through directly to early-level Paragon wasn't realistic, because there's a barrier between high-level Grandmaster and early-level Paragon.
The base combat power of a junior Paragon is 3 million. His combat power must be approaching 3 million now.
Fang Yu, you've finally drained all the mana from the Thunder Jade Stone. Lei Hu's voice rang in Fang Yu's ears.
Hearing Lei Hu's words, Fang Yu smiled calmly and said.
With that, he walked slowly toward the exit of the Thunder Guild. Leaving the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members standing there, looking displeased and helpless.
Chapter 94, Dungeon 1, Number 4 opens. Fang Yu returned to the Soaring Dragon Guild.
He was naturally quite satisfied with the half-month he spent absorbing the Thunder Jade at the Thunder Guild. Upon arriving at the Soaring Dragon Guild, he first made his way to a combat power testing machine that was unoccupied. Gazing at the machine before him, he took a deep breath,
clenched his fist, and punched it with all his might. Boom! After Fang Yue's powerful punch struck the combat power testing machine, a combat power reading appeared on the screen. 2.85 million. Looking at the combat power reading on the machine, Fang Yue's face lit up with excitement. Sure enough, he was already approaching the rank of Junior Paragon. However, breaking through to Junior Paragon as quickly as possible would likely still be quite difficult. After testing his combat power, Fang Yu headed toward Villa number 36. After Fang Yu left, several trainees from the Soaring Dragon Guild approached the combat power testing machine, intending to check their own combat power. But when they saw the combat power reading still displayed on the machine's screen, they were completely stunned. 2.85 million combat power? That's the combat power of a high-ranking Grandmaster. Was there a high-ranking Grandmaster here just now, testing their combat power? Logically speaking, since the Soaring Dragon Guild is full of powerful fighters, these trainees shouldn't have been so shocked. But it's important to note that powerful fighters generally use indoor, high-precision combat power testing machines and rarely use this kind of outdoor one. We should find another place to measure our combat power. What if the High Grandmaster comes back? We'd be in trouble. It won't come to that. It won't come to that. It's a big deal how isn't it? I'm out of here. If you want to test your combat power here, go ahead and be stubborn. With that, one of the trainees hurried away. Villa number 36. When Fang Yu returned to Villa number 36, Fang Yonghua and Du Lan came into view. Xiao Yu, you're back. Upon seeing Fang Yu return, Fang Yonghua and Du Lan rose from the sofa and hurried over to him, their faces beaming with joy. The news that Fang Yu had successfully absorbed the Thunder Jade Stone while inside the Thunder Guild had been widely reported online. Therefore, Fang Yonghua and Du Lan hadn't been worried about Fang Yue's disappearance. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, Fang Yu went to his room, took a shower, and changed into a clean set of clothes. When he returned to the living room, he chatted at length with Fang Yonghua and Du Lan. Just as Fang Yu was about to speak, a respectful voice rang out from outside Villa number 36. Grandmaster Fang Yu. Fang Yu looked in the direction of the voice. He spotted a martial artist standing outside the living room. What's the matter? Fang Yu walked over to the martial arts master and addressed him. The Grand Master knows you're back. He'd like you to come to his office. All right. Fang Yu nodded at the martial arts master, then said a quick goodbye to Fang Yonghua and Du Lan in the living room before heading toward the Grand Master's office. Before long, Fang Yu arrived at the Grand Master's office. Grand Master. Fang Yu, you're here. Upon seeing Fang Yu, Grandmaster Qing Kuan rose from his chair with a smile. Quick, take a seat. Qing Kuan hurriedly gestured for Fang Yu to sit down. I never expected you to be able to absorb the Thunder Jade Stone. It's truly incredible. Even Warlord Su Mu sent a congratulatory message. Do you know that although Warlord Su Mu didn't go in person to watch your battle with Su Yun, he watched it via livestream? Qing Kuan fired off a barrage of questions at Fang Yu. After exchanging a few words with Qing Kuan on the subject, Fang Yu turned to the Grand Hall Master and asked. Grand Hall Master, you didn't call me here just to talk about these things, did you? No. Qing Kuan shook his head. The Jiangnan City 100 Halls League is just half a month away. What are your thoughts? Qing Kuan said, looking at Fang Yu. Fang Yu listened to Qing Kuan's words. Although he had never participated in the 100 Martial Arts Halls League, he knew that each martial arts hall selected 10 outstanding prodigies to compete. Naturally, he couldn't participate. If he could participate, there'd be no need for a competition. Just select 10 outstanding disciples, right? Fang Yu said to Grand Master Qing Kuan, not understanding what there was to be puzzled about. Hearing this, Qing Kuan smiled. If we were to defeat the Thunder Guild in the 100 Guilds tournament as well, then the Thunder Guild would likely never recover. Listening to Grand Master Qing Kuan's words, Fang Yu understood what he was getting at. But to be honest, he didn't really care who won or lost. Both the Soaring Dragon Guild and the Thunder Guild were the most powerful martial arts schools in Jiangnan City,
and each held considerable influence there.
After leaving the Grand Master's office, Fong Yu didn't go to the SSS class training room to absorb mana.
Having absorbed mana at the Thunder Guild for so long, it was only natural to take a break.
Nightfall. The night sky over Jiangnan City was still beautiful, dotted with stars, and the moon hung like a crescent. Fong Yu sat under a tree, admiring the night view.
At that moment, he wasn't at the Soaring Dragon Guild, but by the shore of a scenic lake in Jiangnan City. At night, the area was deserted, so he wasn't worried that his presence would cause a stir.
Ding! Dungeon 1, number 4, is opening.
Just as Fong Yu was about to run back to the Soaring Dragon Guild, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind.
Fong Yu was taken aback at first, then burst into wild joy. Ding! Dungeon number 4, Section 1 has been successfully opened. Amid his excitement, the system's voice sounded once more. Damn it! Dungeon number 4, Section 1 had finally opened.
This wasn't the best place to enter Dungeon 1, number 4, so Fong Yu decided to return to the Soaring Dragon Guild before entering it. Immediately, he hurried toward the Soaring Dragon Guild. Upon returning to the Soaring Dragon Guild, he headed to Villa number 36. Once inside his room, Fong Yu couldn't wait to open the icon that had just updated in his mind.
The Dungeon 1 number 4 icon.
As soon as he tapped the Dungeon 1 number 4 icon, a system voice echoed in his mind.
Ding! Would you like to enter Dungeon 1 number 4? Essence Book Pavilion. Enter. Ding! You have successfully entered Dungeon 1 number 4.
As the system's voice faded, Fong Yu successfully entered Dungeon 1 number 4. At Fong Yu's feet, a stone stele marking Dungeon 1 number 4 suddenly appeared. To Fong Yu's surprise, Dungeon 1, number 4 was no longer an underground realm.
What met his eyes were volcanoes everywhere. Volcanoes were erupting, lava was flowing, and the temperature of the entire area was unimaginable.
This place is way too terrifying,
Fong Yu muttered.
However, he knew that this lava couldn't harm him, so he felt no fear.
Next up, eliminating the ferocious beasts. Roar!
The roar of a ferocious beast echoed through the air. A ferocious beast burst forth from a volcanic crater and lunged directly at Fong Yu. A low-level ferocious beast, the Poison Fire Beast.
Chapter 95, Weapon: the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword.
The Poison Fire Beast, a low-level ferocious beast, was entirely crimson red and covered in barbs, giving it an incredibly sinister appearance. In the real world, even a low-level ferocious beast would be pitifully weak in front of Fong Yu, let alone inside Dungeon 1, number 4. The Poison Fire Beast lunging at Fong Yu had already closed in on him.
Essence Book Pavilion.
As the Poison Fire Beast drew near, Fong Yu didn't even bother to activate his innate ability. He simply raised his fist and struck directly at the beast.
Boom!
Instantly, a fist aura surged from Fong Yu's fist and swept toward the Poison Fire Beast. There was no way the Poison Fire Beast could withstand an attack like this from Fong Yu. Upon being struck by the fist aura, it exploded on the spot.
Ding!
Defeated a Poison Fire Beast. Plus 120 level up points. Seeing the increase in his level points in his mind, Fong Yu felt a quiet sense of joy.
Moreover,
the volcanic region of Dungeon 1 number 4 surely contained more than just one such ferocious beast. Based on past patterns in Dungeon 1, as its level increased, the number of ferocious beasts inside would only grow. When Fong Yu first entered Dungeon 1 number 4, he had already understood its rules. The rules for Dungeon 1 number 4 were similar to those of Dungeon 1 number 3, with the only difference being that the time limit had been significantly extended. In other words, he would be able to slay more ferocious beasts inside Dungeon 1 number 4. Roar! 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 Sure enough, just as Fong Yu had slain that low-level toxic fire beast, the roars of countless beasts filled his ears. Listening to these roars, Fong Yu noticed countless toxic fire beasts surging out of the volcanic crater. Their numbers were so vast they could be described as overwhelming.
With so many beasts, I can really have a good time slaying them.
Fong Yu's lips curled upward, a smile spreading across his face. It had been quite some time since he had a proper chance to slay ferocious beasts.
True dragon form. Just as the countless poison fire beasts surging out of the crater lunged toward Feng Yu, he activated his innate ability. Instantly, Feng Yu transformed into a true dragon. Enchanted with pale golden elemental energy, he exuded an overwhelmingly domineering aura. As the poison fire beasts closed in on Feng Yu, he now transformed into a humanoid true dragon, let out a roar directed at them. Roar. This roar was the innate combat technique derived from the true dragon form. True King's Dragon Roar. Once the dragoness roar rang out, who could stand against it? The entire space seemed on the verge of collapsing under the force of that roar. The area of effect damage from the true King's Dragon Roar was truly terrifying. Countless massive cracks appeared on the ground, creating a truly awe-inspiring sight. At that very moment, countless poison fire beasts perished, and data on the increase in experience points began flooding into Feng Yu's mind. Ding! Slayed a poison fire beast, plus 120 experience points. Ding! Slayed a poison fire beast, plus 120 experience points. Ding! Slayed a poison fire beast, plus 120 experience points. After using True King's Dragon Roar, Feng Yu went on to unleash his other talent combat skills and attribute-based divine abilities. Sealing Dragon's Claw. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Raging Wind Whirl. As Feng Yu continued to slaughter these low-level toxic fire beasts, every single one of them was wiped out by him. Level up points, 150 million. Seeing such a massive number of level up points, Feng Yu's face lit up with excitement. Looking at the level up points and allocating them now that felt familiar. Click, 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 I'm clicking away. Immediately, Feng Yu allocated all the level up points he had earned to True Dragon form. Then, he continued onward. Dungeon 1, number 4, was of unknown size. Even if it wasn't an underground realm, its area was likely vast. Along the way, Feng Yu realized that the volcanic region he was currently in was truly terrifying. If this weren't part of Dungeon 1, he might have suspected it was the Endless Inferno. Moreover, the ferocious beasts in the volcanic region all seemed to be fire attribute creatures, erupting from the craters. Feng Yu arrived at an area with an extremely dense cluster of volcanic craters and came to a halt. He knew that with so many craters, the number of ferocious beasts inside would surely be vast. Roar! Shortly after Feng Yu stopped, the roar of a ferocious beast echoed right beside his ear. He looked over and saw a multitude of ferocious beasts come into view. These were also low-level beasts, but they were no longer poison fire beasts. They were called flame demon bulls. These flame demon bulls exuded an overwhelming sense of menace as they charged headlong toward Feng Yu. There weren't as many of them as the poison fire beasts he defaced earlier. Regardless of their numbers, these flame demon bulls had to be slain. Feng Yu began using his innate combat skills and elemental abilities to take down the flame demon bulls. Instantly, various elemental forces, fire, lightning, wind, filled the entire battle area. They constantly intertwined, and combined with the metal element S bonus, each skill became terrifyingly powerful. These flame demon bulls kept falling in pools of blood. They had absolutely no chance of survival. After eliminating all the flame demon bulls in the area, Feng Yu checked his level up points. Level up points, 100 million. Sure enough, it was still quite a bit less than what he earned from the poison fire beasts earlier. Still, it was a welcome boost. He allocated all 100 million level up points to his true dragon form. Just as he was about to continue searching for ferocious beasts, he noticed his personal inventory and his mind light up. Had he obtained more attribute power? Feng Yu felt a surge of quiet delight and hurriedly opened his personal inventory. To his surprise, what he found wasn't attribute power, but a weapon. The Crimson Dragon Demon Sword. After reading the description of the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword, Feng Yu understood. The Crimson Dragon Demon Sword was primarily a Dungeon 1 weapon, but it could also manifest in the real world, significantly boosting combat power. More importantly, this sword could create countless shadow clones as the number of ferocious beasts he slew increased, so would the number of shadow clones. A limit? No limit. Feng Yu smiled to himself, thinking that although he hadn't obtained attribute power,
this was still quite a good find. Without giving it much thought, he continued searching for ferocious beasts inside Dungeon 1 Number 4. Before long, he encountered a massive horde of ferocious beasts in the volcanic region. The horde wasn't entirely of low-level beasts, it also included high-tier, mid-tier, and even low-tier beasts. But without a doubt, Fang Yu had never encountered such a massive horde of ferocious beasts inside Dungeon 1 Number 4 before.
So many beasts, this is fucking awesome. Roar! These beasts, like a massive tidal wave, surged toward Fang Yu. There were simply too many of them. It was as if a dark cloud was bearing down on him. The Crimson Dragon Demon Sword was already poised directly in front of Fang Yu, behind him. Wield the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword? No way was he going to do that. Isn't a flying sword way cooler? Whoosh! Instantly, under Fang Yu's command, the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword shot out with blinding speed. Chapter 96, Breaking Through to Paragon, the 100 Halls League. After the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword swept violently toward the beasts, Fang Yu activated his true dragon form and launched his attack. Whoosh! 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 The Crimson Dragon Demon Sword was incredibly sharp. In an instant, numerous ferocious beasts fell in pools of blood, their bodies pierced through by the sword. True King's Dragon Roar. Sealing Dragon Heavenly Claw. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash. Raging Wind Whirl. In addition to the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword in battle, Fang Yu naturally unleashed his innate combat techniques and elemental abilities as well. What followed was a series of violent explosions that rocked the entire battlefield. Ding! Slayed a low-level ferocious beast. Plus 120 experience points. Ding! Slayed a low-level ferocious beast, plus 120 level points. Ding! Slayed a low-level ferocious beast, plus 120 level points. The level point gains kept appearing. After slaughtering enough ferocious beasts, the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword had actually produced 10 shadow clones. In other words, including the main sword, there were now 11 Crimson Dragon Demon Swords in total. That said, the power of the Shadow Blades couldn't match that of the main sword. But Fang Yu knew that as time went on and the number of beasts he slew increased, the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword would sooner or later become his ultimate weapon in Dungeon 1. Time ticked by second. Fang Yu finally wiped out this massive horde of ferocious beasts. Level up points, 220 million. Seeing such a huge number of level-up points, a look of sheer delight spread across Fang Yu's face. Points, I'm spending points. He allocated all his level-up points to true dragon form. The main Crimson Dragon Demon Sword and the 10 shadow clones of the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword. They emitted waves of sword chirps all around Fang Yu, as if they were extremely satisfied with their master. Fang Yu knew that he hadn't yet broken through the barrier between Grandmaster and Paragon, so he had to keep slaying beasts. Essence Book Pavilion. Perhaps because of him, this barrier was likely even more difficult to overcome. Next, Fang Yu continued searching for groups of beasts within the volcanic region. The volcanic region in Dungeon 1, Number 4, was truly vast, so vast that Fang Yu still didn't know its exact extent. Time flew by. His time in Dungeon 1 had run out, and Fang Yu emerged from Dungeon 1, Number 4, having slain countless ferocious beasts during his time there. The advantage of Dungeon 1 Number 4 is that you can stay inside Dungeon 1 longer, but real-world time passes even faster than in Dungeon 1 Number 3. When he emerged from Dungeon 1 Number 4, it was still nighttime. Time to sleep. Fang Yu didn't give it much thought and fell into a deep slumber. Logically speaking, after slaying so many ferocious beasts in the volcanic region of Dungeon 1 Number 4, he should have broken through to Paragon by now. After giving it some thought, Fang Yu shook his head again. The gap between Grandmaster and Paragon is enormous. To begin with, the base combat power for a low-level Paragon is 3 million. When he checked his combat power, it was 2.85 million. He was still 150,000 combat power short. Moreover, there was an invisible barrier between Grandmaster and Paragon. He felt he couldn't be too naive. In the days that followed, Fang Yu's routine was to enter Dungeon 1, Number 4. After exiting Dungeon 1, he would head to the Soaring Dragon Guild's training area and practice in an SSS class training room. And so it went. Another 10 days or so passed. Bang! After stepping out of Villa number 36, he slammed his fist hard against a combat power detection machine. 3.05 million. Looking at the combat power reading on the machine's screen, a smile spread across Fong Yue's face. 3.05 million. Finally, after more than 10 days of slaughter, he broken through to early Paragon. He thought to himself that his progress was incredibly fast. He already reached early Paragon. But it wasn't enough. It was still far from enough. Never mind that he wasn't yet the strongest fighter on Blue Star. Even if he were the strongest fighter right now, so what? His goal wasn't just Blue Star, it was the entire universe. Also, after slaying ferocious beasts in the volcanic region of Dungeon 1 number 4 for so many consecutive days, his progress toward true dragon form had reached 30%. But don't be fooled by the fact that he is only 70% away. As progress increases, the number of upgrade points required to advance further will only keep rising. Fong Yue had also gotten a good grasp of some of the features inside Dungeon 1 number 4, and he felt he was about to leave the volcanic region of Dungeon 1 number 4. He could sense a chill in the air. Of course, this icy chill posed no threat to him whatsoever. He suspected that beyond the volcanic region lay a vast frozen wasteland. But none of that mattered after all. He was invincible within Dungeon 1. The Crimson Dragon Demon Sword had also successfully split into 100 copies. Slaying ferocious beasts inside Dungeon 1 now granted a certain area of effect bonus. Fong Yue checked his combat power. He was now a Junior Paragon. The strength of a Junior Paragon was a step above that of a Senior Grandmaster. A Grandmaster's mana was pale gold, while a Paragon's was pure gold. After breaking through to Warlord, a Paragon could even fly through the air. Of course, a Paragon can also leap into the air, but they can't stay there for very long. Today, it seems. Fong Yue looked toward the central square of the Soaring Dragon Guild. He noticed there were a lot of people gathered in the central square. What's going on? Fong Yue was taken aback. After giving it some thought, it dawned on him. The 100 Guilds Tournament. How could he have forgotten about that? As a high-ranking member of the Soaring Dragon Guild, the 100 Guilds League was a major event held every 3 years in Jiangnan City. He had to go check it out. Immediately, Fong Yue headed toward the central square. It didn't take long for Fong Yue to reach the center of the square. When the trainees saw Fong Yue arrive, they all bowed respectfully to him. Whether online or in real life, they had all witnessed Fong Yue defeat Su Yun, the Paragon. From that moment on, they knew that Grandmaster Fong Yue was a figure they could only look up to for the rest of their lives. The high-ranking members were also greeting one another. As for the trainees participating in the 100 Guilds League, the Soaring Dragon Guild's leadership had, of course, already selected them. Fong Yue looked at the 10 trainees before him. They were representing the Soaring Dragon Guild in the 100 Guilds League, bearing the weight of its honor. Needless to say, he didn't recognize a single one of them. After Grand Guild Master Qing Kuan delivered a rousing speech, a junior Paragon approached him to remind him that it was time to go. Let us go. At Grand Guild Master Qing Kuan's command, the 10 trainees from the Soaring Dragon Guild boarded the buses bound for North Mountain. The venue for this 100 Guilds League was none other than the underground realm beneath North Mountain. Once we defeat the Thunder Guild again this time, let us see how they manage to hold their ground in Jiangnan City from now on. The high-ranking members were all beaming with joy. In their view, after suffering these consecutive blows, the Thunder Guild's overall morale must have plummeted. In the 100 Guilds League, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Soaring Dragon Guild. Chapter 97, Trouble in the Beishan Underground World. Thunder Guild. After watching their trainees depart, the Thunder Guild's high-ranking members returned to the central hall. Aren't we going to redeem ourselves this time? You're absolutely right. The Soaring Dragon Guild isn't made of gods. Why should we, the Thunder Guild, lose to them at every turn? Exactly. As long as we win the 100 Guilds League, we'll regain the face we've lost. The high-ranking members in the central hall all clenched their fists,
brimming with confidence, and the trainees representing the Thunder Guild and the 100 Guilds League.
Everyone, let us discuss it. If we win this time, what would be the most satisfying thing to say to the Soaring Dragon Guild? A Grandmaster asked.
They at the Thunder Guild had been held back for far too long. In the past, when competing against the Soaring Dragon Guild, the Thunder Guild had held a slight edge. But ever since Feng Yu appeared, the Thunder Guild had been constantly outmatched by him. Not only had they lost the mining rights to the Huangmu Mountain mana crystals, but even their treasured Thunder Jade had been absorbed. If they lost to the Soaring Dragon Guild in this 100 Schools tournament as well, there would be no question of the Thunder Guild and the Soaring Dragon Guild being on equal footing. From then on, the Soaring Dragon Guild would be the most powerful martial arts school in Jiangnan City, and there would be no other.
Beishan. All participating students from Jiangnan City's martial arts schools had gathered at Beishan. Over 1,000 people were gathered on Beishan.
From other participating martial arts schools looked at the members of the Soaring Dragon Guild and the Thunder Guild with great trepidation. There is no doubt about it, the Soaring Dragon Guild or the Thunder Guild will take first place in this 100 Schools League again.
What can we do? We're just not as strong as the others.
If we were, I'd definitely make sure our school took first place.
Give me a break.
If you had any real talent, you'd have joined the Soaring Dragon Guild or the Thunder Guild. Why would you be here at our Blackwater Martial Arts School? The competing students whispered and exchanged glances. They were all well aware of the competition rules now, they just had to wait for the referee's signal. The competition begins. A dozen or so minutes later, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the competitors' area. As soon as the voice fell silent, the participating martial arts school students began entering the North Mountain underground world.
What awaited them there?
Jiangnan City had hosted the 100 Schools League so many times, yet no one had ever imagined that such an event would occur during this tournament.
The 100 Martial Arts Schools League is underway. Essence Book Pavilion.
The more points a team earns, the higher their ranking.
Dungeon 1, Number 4.
After Dungeon 1, Number 4 successfully respawned, Feng Yu entered it once again.
He had now reached the edge of the volcanic region.
In fact, he could already see the vast ice fields beyond the volcanic region.
Endless ice plains.
At this moment, countless ferocious beasts stood in his way. This was the largest number of ferocious beasts he had ever encountered in the volcanic region.
The number of experience points was at least 300 million. Feng Yu pondered silently.
The 100 Guilds tournament had been underway for several days now, and he didn't really care whether the Soaring Dragon Guild would take first place. If they could take first place, that would be great, of course, but if the Thunder Guild or some other dark horse martial arts hall snatched the top spot, there was nothing he could do about it. However, he did know one thing for certain: once the 100 Guilds League ended, he would finally be able to leave the volcanic region and reach the icy plains. Because today was the final day of the 100 Guilds League.
Roar! 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 The beasts from the massive horde all lunged toward Feng Yu.
Watching the beasts swarm toward him like a dark cloud pressing down from the sky, a hint of a smile flashed across Feng Yu's face. The main blade of the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword first appeared directly above him. Immediately afterward, the main blade began to split into shadows. Over 100 shadow blades of the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword shot out rapidly from both sides.
Go, Crimson Dragon Demon Sword!
As soon as the words left his mouth, the swords pierced through the howling wind and flew toward the countless ferocious beasts charging at him.
After the Crimson Dragon Demon Sword struck, Feng Yu transformed into a humanoid true dragon and, with a single stride, charged into the massive horde of ferocious beasts. Then, he began to furiously slay them. True King-S Dragon Roar. Sealing Dragon S Heavenly Claw. Thunder Dragon Roar. Crimson Fire Slash.
Frenzied Wind Whirl.
Ding. Slayed one low-level ferocious beast. Plus 120 experience points. Ding. Slayed one low-level ferocious beast. Plus 120 experience points. Ding. Slayed a low-level ferocious beast. Plus 120 level points.
Kill, kill, kill. I'm killing, killing, killing.
With so many ferocious beasts, slaughtering them is absolutely exhilarating. Over 100 crimson dragon demon swords darted relentlessly through the horde, and the beasts fell one after another into pools of blood. The entire scene looked absolutely brutal. He didn't know how long it had been. The massive horde of ferocious beasts guarding the edge of the volcanic region had finally been wiped out by Fang Yu. Level up points, 330 million. Fang Yu had previously estimated 300 million level up points. He hadn't expected to get so many more. Points, I'm adding points. Fang Yu immediately allocated these upgrade points to his true dragon form. It must be said that even at a rate of 10 million per use, with the increased number of upgrade points, it would still take quite a while. I wonder when the mode where a single click consumes 100 million upgrade points will be unlocked. Fang Yu knew it was too late to cross the icy terrain now. It had already taken him a long time just to reach the spot. The time limit for Dungeon 1 was about to expire. 1 minute later. The time for Dungeon 1 came to an end. Fang Yu returned to his room from Dungeon 1, Room 4. Meanwhile, Soaring Dragon Guild, the Grand Guildmaster's office. Qing Koan, the Grand Guildmaster, had arrived at his office early to handle some business. At that moment, he was looking at a report in his hands. His hands actually began to tremble slightly. Quick! Have all the high-ranking members head to the North Mountain Underworld. Qing Koan practically bellowed the order. Although the staff didn't know what had happened, they realized something major must have occurred. Not daring to delay, they hurried to notify the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members. Immediately, Qing Koan strode out of the office. The Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members received the news at once. Without a moment's hesitation, they set off for North Mountain. The participants in the 100 Guilds League were the strongest prodigies of the Soaring Dragon Guild, the future pillars of the guild. Even with their toes, they could figure out that something must have gone wrong in the North Mountain underground world. If anything were to happen to the 10 prodigies of the Soaring Dragon Guild, it would be a devastating blow to the guild. As a high-ranking member of the Soaring Dragon Guild, Fang Yu was, of course, also rushing toward North Mountain at top speed. He couldn't fathom what could possibly go wrong in the North Mountain underworld. It was, after all, just a small to medium-sized underworld. Just as all the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild arrived at North Mountain, the high-ranking members of the Thunder Guild arrived as well. Chapter 98, the third level of the Beishan underground world. The Thunder Guild's high-ranking officials also wore grim expressions. This time, the Thunder Guild was determined to outshine the Soaring Dragon Guild in the 100 Guilds League. The trainees participating in the 100 Guilds League were, naturally, the cream of the crop from their martial arts academies. But what they never could have imagined was that the Beishan underground world was connected to other underground worlds via a passageway. As a result, powerful beasts from other underground realms had entered the Beishan underground realm. After all, even genius trainees were still just trainees, not true powerhouses. The report they had received stated that the trainees from the Beishan underground realm participating in the 100 Guilds League were in grave danger, or had perhaps all perished. In addition to the Soaring Dragon Guild and the Thunder Guild, high-ranking officials from the other martial arts guilds in Jiangnan City had also arrived at Beishan. Let us go inside. Qing Koan, the Grand Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild, said abruptly. All right. After the high-ranking members of the Soaring Dragon Guild nodded, they headed toward the entrance to the Beishan underground realm. Seeing that the Soaring Dragon Guild had entered, the high-ranking members of the Thunder Guild did not hesitate for long and followed suit, entering the Beishan underground realm as well. Seeing that the leaders of the Soaring Dragon Guild and the Thunder Guild had both gone in, the leaders of the other martial arts schools on North Mountain hurriedly followed suit. They had all come here to rescue the prodigies from their respective schools. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, they refused to give up. The underground world of North Mountain. As soon as everyone entered the first level of the North Mountain underground world, a pungent, blood-soaked stench hit their noses. There were several corpses lying on the ground. Human corpses littered the path. These were clearly the bodies of students from the various martial arts schools who had participated in the 100 Schools League. The senior leaders of the major martial arts schools looked grim, and when they saw the bodies of their own students, their expressions turned deeply sorrowful.
During their search, the high-ranking officials from the various martial arts schools also encountered ferocious beasts one after another, but these beasts proved no match for them. After slaying all the beasts blocking their path, they continued searching for the students participating in the 100 Schools League. The North Mountain underground world wasn't very large. Once the high-ranking officials from all the martial arts schools reached the 3rd level, they discovered many more students' bodies. However, these bodies did not represent all the students. Everyone was still hoping to find survivors. In addition to the students' bodies, the 3rd level also contained the corpses of numerous ferocious beasts. These beasts were all very weak. It was believed that the students participating in the 100 Guilds League had killed them upon reaching this level. Let us split up and search. Lei Hu, the Grand Master of the Thunder Guild, spoke up. Although the Beishan underground world wasn't very large, it was still an underground realm. If they didn't split up to search, it would take far too long. Hearing Lei Hu's words, the high-ranking officials from the various martial arts guilds all nodded in agreement, and the officials from each guild began searching in different directions for the trainees. The high-ranking officials of the Soaring Dragon Guild were also searching the Beishan underground world for the trainees participating in the 100 Guilds League. Look over there. Fang Yu noticed a spot. The senior members of the Soaring Dragon Guild immediately looked in the direction Fang Yu was pointing. They discovered a hidden cave over 1,000 meters away from them. Seeing this, the senior members of the Soaring Dragon Guild immediately became interested. They wanted to know if there might be any students participating in the 100 Guilds League inside. Immediately, they headed toward the hidden cave. It didn't take long for the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members to reach the entrance of the cave. The cave was overgrown with weeds. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to spot. Without giving it much thought, the Soaring Dragon Guild's high-ranking members began to enter the cave.